In a parallel world, Kyoto, at the University of Finance. Have you heard? Shangwan Wu got into a quarrel in the freshman group. Are you talking about that third-year rich kid? Shangwan Wu? Yes, that's him. What sparked the argument? Shangwan Wu bought a Porsche 718 Boxster and was flaunting pictures to attract the freshmen. Then a newcomer jumped in, claiming his car was trash, that a Porsche 718 Boxster didn't even deserve the title of a sports car. Trash? A Porsche 718 Boxster costs at least 7 to 800,000 yuan. Who is that newcomer? Probably just another keyboard warrior. What car would he consider worthy? Exactly. Some people have watched too many influencer videos online, thinking that luxury sports cars are everywhere, disregarding the Porsche 718. That little do they realize, in reality, a Porsche 718 Boxster is a car that ordinary people can only dream of. What are you all chatting about? The freshmen are at the door. Shouldn't you guide them? Su Xiaoyan, the vice president of the student union, said with a slight frown. The two student union members quickly fell silent and rushed to welcome the newcomers. Su Xiaoyan was clad in the standard student union uniform, a fitted blazer and a white shirt. Her impressive figure strained against the buttons of her blazer. The lower half comprised a knee-length pencil skirt paired with nude stockings. Her alluring figure and an 8 out of 10 beauty rating made her the acknowledged campus belle of the University of Finance in Kyoto. Suddenly, the distinct roar of sports car engine echoed. A red Porsche 718 Boxster slowly came to a halt before Su Xiaoyan, and the driver's window rolled down to reveal a young, handsome man. Xiaoyan, do you have time tonight? I've reserved a table at Blue Brick Restaurant. Upon recognizing Shangwan Wu, Su Xiaoyan immediately dropped her smile and coldly replied, I don't have time. Blue Brick Restaurant is Kyoto's top Michelin 3-star restaurant. I booked it 2 months in advance. Countless people wish they could get a spot. I'm not interested. I won't go. Su Xiaoyan held disdain for this group of rich second-generation individuals who believed that all the girls in the world would flock to them simply because of their wealth. Without hesitation, she turned to leave. Furious, Shangwan Wu threw his nutritional drink at Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan, my passenger seat is coveted by many women. You're being ungrateful. Su Xiaoyan's upper body was drenched in the drink, her white shirt clinging to her fair skin. The other students, wary of Shangwan Wu's affluent family background, dared not intervene. Suddenly, a strong hand swatted Shangwan Wu's arm away. Shangwan Wu was stunned. Who would dare defy him? He turned to see a boy dressed in sportswear and basketball shoes, an ordinary student. Do you know who I am? Shangwan Wu angrily demanded. The boy coldly replied, just trash. Su Xiaoyan's eyes softened at the sight of the boy, her tone turning gentle as she called out, Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan flashed a bright smile. Xiaoyan Jia. He took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, alleviating her embarrassment. Su Xiaoyan and Qin Chuan grew up together in the staff dormitory, with Su Xiaoyan being a year older. Every time Qin Chuan saw her, he affectionately called her Xiaoyan Jia. As they were reminiscing, Qin Chuan suddenly saw a scene that only he could perceive. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Hero saves beauty. Quest reward. Centurion Black Card. Unlimited use. Qin Chuan felt his pocket, and indeed, a card had appeared. Qin Chuan, right? Do you think you're tough? What's the use of being tough? In Kyoto, it's all about money. Look at you. Poor as a church mouse. You think Su Xiaoyan would spend a few days with you. Shangwan Wu scoffed, confidently pulling out his Porsche key and pressing the unlock button. The headlights of the car flashed dazzlingly. Nearby car enthusiasts gasped in awe. Some women stirred, thinking of approaching Su Xiaoyan for a chance. Qin Chuan didn't even glance at them, disdainfully saying, So was you barking in the group yesterday? Shangwan Wu's expression darkened as he demanded, Who the hell are you to call my Porsche trash? In my eyes, you're trash too. Instead of getting angry, Shangwan Wu sneered, I thought you were some rich heir. Turns out you're just a penniless nobody. Have you ever touched a luxury car? Do you know how much a Porsche 718 Boxster costs? Do you know what a spectacle 80,000 looks like? Always calling things trash. Do you even own a car? Su Xiaoyan tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve, signaling him to leave. Let's go, Xiao Chuan. We shouldn't provoke him. His family is wealthy. Who knows what they might do? Qin Chuan gently reassured her and casually pulled out a car key, pressing the unlock button. Not far away, from a seemingly inconspicuous spot, a powerful roar erupted. Shangwan Wu was taken aback, looking towards the source of the sound. Instantly, his jaw dropped in shock. Lamborghini. Lamborghini Reventon. Is the Lamborghini Reventon impressive? Someone nearby inquired. That's a legendary car. Any Porsche 718 Boxster pales in comparison. Do you know how much it costs? 15 million. Limited to 21 units globally. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 in 2.8 seconds. Wow, 15 million. In comparison, the Porsche 718 Boxster really is trash, murmured the crowd. Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan's hand and, under the gaze of everyone, opened the scissor door of the passenger seat. Su Xiaoyan was taken aback, stepping into this globally limited supercar. Everything happened so suddenly that she barely had time to react before Qin Chuan pressed the accelerator, speeding away from the crowd. Shangwan Wu spat in frustration. Damn it. When did that little vixen get involved with such a man? Just being wealthy isn't enough in Kyoto. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Longgu at Xiaowu. I'm being bullied at school. On the other end, a heavily tattooed, middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, furious. Who dares bully my brother? Do they want to die? In Kyoto, at the SKQ Mall. This is the largest luxury goods marketplace in Kyoto, housing flagship stores for all the elite brands worldwide. Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan directly to the Chanel store. As they entered, the sales assistant merely glanced at them before resuming her chatter. Qin Chuan, unfazed, led Su Xiaoyan to the women's section. Xiaoyan Jia, you're all dirty, pick out a replacement outfit. Su Xiaoyan glanced at the price tags, all starting from 4 digits. Xiao Chuan, why don't we check out another store? Chanel is too expensive, it's not suitable for me. It's fine, Xiaoyan Jia, choose whatever you like, you'll pay. With Qin Chuan's insistence, Su Xiaoyan hesitantly began to select her clothes. She selects her clothing slowly, not out of fastidiousness, but merely to find the most economical piece, thereby sparing Qin Chuan a few coins. After surveying the options, Su Xiaoyan picked up a pure white short-sleeve shirt priced at 999 yuan, the least expensive item in the store. Hey, just look, but don't touch if you dirty or damage anything. You won't be able to afford it. A sales associate, around 30 years of age, gracefully approached Su Xiaoyan. She snatched the garment away. You've wrinkled the shirt now, I must have it cleaned. We're buying it directly. No need for cleaning, Qin Chuan interjected. The sales associate scoffed. You pick the cheapest and act like you're a big spender. Your girlfriend has touched so many clothes, are you buying them all? Why not buy them all? Qin Chuan frowned. I've seen plenty of pretentious types like you. We are a top luxury brand. Do you have any idea how much all these clothes cost combined? Judging by your attire, I doubt you can even scrape together 1,000 yuan. Qin Chuan chose to ignore her words and scanned the entire area. His keen gaze soon landed on a timid face. Noticing the name tag on her chest, he inquired, Zhou Ling, is it? Zhou Ling nodded nervously. Hi, yes, at your first day? Qin Chuan deduced at a glance. Still shy, Zhou Ling nodded again. Please gather all the clothes my girlfriend has touched, Qin Chuan said, pulling out his Centurion black card and handing it to her. Zhou Ling stared at Qin Chuan in disbelief. Sir, which item are you referring to? Qin Chuan shook his head. Not just one, but all of them. Zhou Ling felt as if the world was spinning. She hurriedly accepted the black card and dashed off to pack the clothes. Qin Chuan returned to Su Xiaoyan's side and glanced at the stunned sales associate. This girl just sold more than your annual sales on her first day. Sister, it might be time for you to retire. The manager of the Chanel store returned from lunch to find Zhou Ling removing clothes from the racks, leaving the shelves nearly empty. She couldn't help but scold Zhou Ling in anger. Did I not say during the meeting not to do clothing care during work hours? Were my words just falling on deaf ears? Zhou Ling, feeling wronged, replied, Manager, I'm not doing clothing care. These are all requested by customers. What customers could possibly want this many at once? The total cost of these clothes exceeds $1 million. It's your first day if you don't understand, asked your colleagues. Do you think Chanel is a flea market where you can buy everything at once? Has the customer paid yet? Zhou Ling shook her head, prompting the manager to exclaim, and you pack for a customer who hasn't paid? Are you out of your mind for commissions? Go and mop the floor. Zhou Ling, feeling aggrieved, presented the credit card Qin Chuan had given her to the manager. The customer left a credit card. Once it's all packed, it will be sent to the hotel. The manager was about to scold her again when she noticed Zhou Ling was holding a Centurion black card. Taking the card, the manager immediately processed a transaction to verify its authenticity. The result was normal. There were no issues. Instantly, the manager's blood pressure skyrocketed. Hey, black card. We must seize this customer. He is our super VIP, and our store will rely on him this year. Congratulations, Challenger. Completed side quest. Shopping at Chanel. Quest reward. Character attributes elevated to level 4 martial arts pinnacle. Note, martial arts is divided into 9 levels, each comprising 4 stages: beginner, minor success, major success, and pinnacle. Qin Chuan's heart raced as he gazed at the notification panel before him. Since acquiring the system 2 days ago, he had obtained a Lamborghini Reventon and a Centurion Black Card. This was the first time he received an attribute reward. As reality returned, Qin Chuan felt an intense surge of power within him to those around him. Their movements appeared rife with flaws, as if everything was in slow motion. Qin Chuan felt capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. Is this the strength of the level 4 martial arts pinnacle? Xiao Chuan, Su Xiaoyan's gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Xiaoyan, sister, Qin Chuan replied sheepishly as he came back to reality to that moment. The elevator arrived at the 79th floor. Due to Su Xiaoyan being drenched by a full bottle of beverage from Shangwan Wu, Qin Chuan had booked a room at Kyoto's most luxurious hotel, the Wadafu, to allow her to freshen up. Qin Chuan swiped the room card and led Su Xiaoyan inside. Throughout the journey, Su Xiaoyan's heart raced uncontrollably. Seeing her younger brother in a foreign land stirred immense excitement within her. However, the Qin Chuan of today was somewhat different from the one she once knew. He no longer resembled the little brother who trailed behind her. Now, Qin Chuan stood tall, his features sharply defined, exuding masculinity. His actions today mirrored that of a domineering CEO, decisive and unhesitant. Yet, now that they were alone in a large bedroom, Su Xiaoyan's fair cheeks flushed red. Xiaoyan, hurry and wash up at Qin Chuan's words made her face even redder. Unfazed, Qin Chuan lay down on the Tumberlong bed, turned on the television, and began to chuckle at the cartoons. Watching Qin Chuan's silly grin, Su Xiaoyan felt that her little brother had returned in that moment. She entered the bathroom, shedding her soiled clothes, and under the warm stream of water, she felt utterly refreshed. After washing up, Su Xiaoyan suddenly realized the Chanel clothes had yet to arrive. She had nothing to wear at the moment, but lingering in the bathroom was not a viable solution. After some contemplation, she reluctantly wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out of the bathroom, as Su Xiaoyan's alluring figure was scarcely concealed by the towel. Just as she felt too shy to face Qin Chuan, she noticed that he had already drifted off to sleep, softly murmuring. With a tender heart, Su Xiaoyan approached and gently covered him with a blanket. However, in her movement, the towel slipped, exposing her entirely. With a graceful figure on full display, she hastily retrieved the towel and wrapped herself again. Seeing Qin Chuan still snoring, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue in embarrassment. Thank goodness Xiao Chuan is asleep, otherwise I would be utterly mortified. Congratulations, Challenger. Completed side quest. Maintaining composure. Quest reward. Acquired Hilton Group. Awakened by the system notification in his dreams, Qin Chuan looked bewildered. I merely took a nap. How did I trigger a side quest? The reward of acquiring the Hilton Group of Fortune 500 company was astonishing. If the rewards for side quests are this bountiful, then the rewards for completing the main quest must be even more enticing. Qin Chuan, using his consciousness instead of his hands, clicked on the system task panel before him. Main quest. Complete 4 years of university studies and graduate successfully. Indeed, the difficulty of the main quest was substantial, requiring at least 4 years of dedication. Xiao Chuan, you're awake. Hearing the voice, Qin Chuan turned to see Su Xiaoyan dressed in the evening gown sent by Chanel. She had chosen a black velvet long dress with an off-the-shoulder design, her neck and shoulders resembling that of a swan, elegant and smooth. The black gown contrasted strikingly with her fair skin, creating a captivating visual dichotomy. The slender waist swayed gently with each step, and the peach-like posterior quivered in response, captivating all eyes. Xiaoyan, you look truly stunning today, Qin Chuan complimented. Su Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Qin Chuan embraced Su Xiaoyan, testing the prowess of his martial arts techniques. 3 hours later. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent rapping echoed from the hotel room door. Qin Chuan rose to open the door, revealing a woman dressed in professional attire, her black skirt elegantly hugging her long legs. She wore half-rimmed glasses, exuding an alluring yet confident demeanor. Is Mr. Qin Chuan here? That would be me. Qin Chuan replied with a yawn. The woman was momentarily taken aback. The mysterious tycoon who had fully acquired the Hilton Group was surprisingly youthful and rather handsome. Chapter 3. The Acquisition of Rewards, 100,000 Douyin Carnivals, United States, Wall Street. Here, there exists a time difference of 13 hours from Kyoto. Today, an urgent email reached the inboxes of several prominent conglomerate presidents, including Gao Sheng and Mo General seated in the 70th floor penthouse. Claude, the president of Gaussian Corporation, was savoring his breakfast coffee. As per his routine, he opened his email to check the latest messages. The next moment, a spurt of coffee erupted from his mouth as he gazed in disbelief at his computer screen, reading aloud. In the early hours of today, a mysterious fund from Huagua has fully acquired the Hilton Group. He promptly switched on the television, where Fox Business News was broadcasting the acquisition of the Hilton Group with a sensational headline. The camera shifted to the scene, where Miss Hilton was being interviewed live by Fox News. Miss Hilton, your group is a legacy passed down through generations. How could you suddenly sell it off, especially as a complete package to the Huagua investors? Miss Hilton, renowned for her glamorous persona, donned an exquisite evening gown and held a champagne glass, her face radiating delight as she responded, "Oh, darling, this was entirely my father's decision. I am not privy to the details. However, I can assure you that the Huagua investors presented us with an irresistible offer." With that, she winked at the camera. Claude cursed vehemently, "Damn it," and switched off the television. He immediately summoned his assistant. "Quickly investigate which Huagua conglomerate has acquired our American asset." "Oh God. How dare those despicable Huagua individuals possess what rightfully belongs to us?" In a flash, Wall Street was in uproar, with each conglomerate dispatching a team to Huagua to investigate the identity of the enigmatic purchaser of the Hilton Group. Huagua, Waldorf Hotel, 79th floor. A woman standing at the entrance of Qin Chuan's room composed herself, presenting a document with both hands. "Mr. Qin, you have just fully acquired the Hilton Group. Here are the documents pertaining to the acquisition for your review." Qin Chuan accepted the document, casually flipping through it. "Who are you?" "Apologies, Mr. Qin. I neglected to introduce myself. My name is Xia Ying, and I am your secretary at the headquarters of Hilton Hotel Group." "Secretary? I have no need for a secretary." Qin Chuan tossed the document back to Xia Ying. "Take it back. The group is managed by professional managers. I do not concern myself with such trivial matters." Xia Ying received the document, her heart trembling. The Hilton Group, a Fortune 500 enterprise with an annual revenue nearing $10 billion, was being dismissed as trivial business, with no inquiry from him. Observing Qin Chuan laughing and conversing with a stunningly beautiful woman, Xia Ying was convinced that he was a reckless wastrel, a superfluous heir. The Hilton Group was merely an asset his parents had left for their spendthrift child. Wealthy parents often pave the way for their inept offspring, who, without effort, can attain what ordinary people could only dream of across generations. Xia Ying harbored a profound disdain for individuals of such nature. After years of arduous study, she had finally embarked on her journey to Rome, while others were fortunate enough to be born there. Turning on her heel, she departed without affording her new employer even a semblance of cordiality. Qin Chuan, however, paid little heed to Xia Ying's demeanor. A mere secretary from a conglomerate was hardly worthy of his concern. He escorted Su Xiaoyan to the 99th floor restaurant of the Waldorf Hotel. This establishment was renowned for its exceptional service, and its top-floor dining venue was celebrated as one of the finest in all of Kyoto, having been awarded the prestigious Michelin 3-star accolade. The clientele frequenting the restaurant were either affluent or of high social standing, each person approaching their meal at this 3-star establishment with a sense of reverence. All who entered were attired in formal suits or exquisite evening gowns, presenting themselves in grand style. Su Xiaoyan rested her hand on Qin Chuan's arm, her joy palpable. "I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot enter the restaurant," the attendant at the entrance stated, blocking Qin Chuan's path. "Why not? Is the restaurant closed today?" With a derisive smile, the attendant replied, "Our restaurant boasts a Michelin 3-star rating, and the patrons dining within are esteemed individuals. Your attire is far too casual and detracts from our establishment's image." Qin Chuan glanced inside, observing several foreign patrons clad in short-sleeved shirts, shorts, and flip-flops, merrily sipping wine. "Why are they allowed entry?" The attendant, wearing a half-smile, responded, "They are foreigners, and they cherish a sense of freedom. Their attire symbolizes that liberty, which we must respect." As Su Xiaoyan prepared to interject, A young woman beside them thrust her phone forward, recording the scene. Today, Xiaomei is live streaming from the so-called luxurious premier restaurant, the Waldorf. Here at the entrance, we encounter an attendant who discriminates based on appearance, preventing entry due to casual clothing. Yet, inside, foreigners in short-sleeve shirts and shorts are welcomed without issue, while we, as Chinese citizens, face rejection. Friends, this is our territory. The era of foreign oppression has long passed. It is astonishing to see a top-tier restaurant practicing such discriminatory behavior, clearly demonstrating bias against us. Seeing the disturbance unfold, the attendant attempted to seize the phone, but suddenly realized that the individual was a prominent live streamer on Douyin. "Xiaomei takes you to dine," she exclaimed, stirring her audience by highlighting the Waldorf's discriminatory practices, instantly striking a chord with the over 2,000 viewers in her live stream. Viewers began to interact, condemning the Waldorf's behavior, and soon, a wave of comments flooded in on the hotel's social media, igniting a barrage of activity. The engagement in Xiaomei's stream was so compelling that Douyin's algorithm recognized the spike and promptly increased her visibility, causing her viewership to soar from 2,000 to over 5,000 in an instant. As the situation unfolded, the front-of-house manager of the Waldorf restaurant hurried out to assess the circumstances. Addressing the camera, he promptly asserted that Qin Chuan's attire posed no issue, allowing him to dine at the Waldorf. He also extended an apology for the behavior of the doorman. Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement of the manager's conduct, expressing his satisfaction. Similarly, he conveyed his gratitude to Xiaomei, who smiled and remarked that it was no trouble. She simply could not abide their condescending demeanor. With the incident resolved, the number of viewers in Xiaomei's live stream gradually dwindled as onlookers shifted their attention to a more provocative streamer. Xiaomei sighed, lamenting that despite a week of preparation for her broadcast, it paled in comparison to a mere hello, brother from a sensationalist streamer, once boasting over 5,000 viewers. Her audience had now dwindled to fewer than 1,000, interspersed with numerous bots mimicking engagement. The ambience of the Waldorf Hotel was exquisitely suited for a romantic rendezvous, as Qin Chuan and his companion took their seats. The waiter promptly lit candles, enhancing the atmosphere. "Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Candlelight dinner. Quest reward. 100,000 Douyin carnival tokens." Qin Chuan furrowed his brow at the mention of the carnival tokens, questioning their utility. Moments later, his phone balance reflected the addition of 100,000 tokens, a feature tailored for esteemed patrons to facilitate tipping. Chapter 4. A meal costs 500,000. Qin Chuan reluctantly closed his phone screen and signaled for the waiter to take his order. At the adjacent table, a man and woman had just seated themselves. The man donned a sleek black suit, discernibly an expensive Armani, while the woman adorned a striking red backless evening gown. It was evident that both had undergone meticulous preparation for the evening. "Oh dear, what's the occasion? How did a pauper manage to infiltrate such an upscale establishment like the Waldorf? Is there a charity gala happening?" The woman quipped, her tone dripping with disdain. The man glanced over at Qin Chuan, his brow furrowing in disapproval. "What has become of the Waldorf? How can someone in sportswear be permitted to dine here? This is a disgrace to our noble status. I shall lodge a complaint with the manager. He is unworthy of sharing a dining experience with me." Su Xiaoyan gently touched Qin Chuan's arm, shaking her head slightly. "Xiao Chuan, let us not pay them any mind." Qin Chuan chuckled softly and nodded. Given his current standing, he deemed it unworthy to engage with such lowly individuals. The waiter approached with the menu, inquiring, "Sir, what would you like to order?" Without glancing at the menu, Qin Chuan replied decisively, "2 chef specials, please." The chef's recommended menu represented the pinnacle of the Waldorf's offerings, a collection of dishes crafted by the renowned 3-star chef, George. Naturally, the price was steep, 19,999 yuan per serving. For two, it amounted to nearly 40,000 yuan. The waiter was momentarily taken aback. "Sir, that is a package priced at 19,999 yuan. Are you certain?" "Indeed," came the reply. The waiter promptly noted the order and hurried back to place it. Moments later, he seemed to recollect something and returned, "Sir, what beverages would you like?" "Yes, the 19,999 yuan chef special only includes the dishes. Beverages are not included." Qin Chuan pondered for a second and then said, 2 bottles of 1974 Romanicani, please." The man at the adjacent table was instantly rendered speechless, feeling an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Observing this, the woman discreetly inquired, Darling, what is 1974 Romani Connie? Is it better than the 1982 Lafite? The man, flushed with embarrassment, clarified he is referring to the 1974 Romani Connie, which currently retails for 240,000 yuan a bottle. In comparison, the 1982 Lafite is merely a younger sibling. The woman gasped, 240,000. He is ordering 2 bottles. How is that possible? Who spends nearly 500,000 on dinner? She scrutinized Qin Chuan once more, noting his ordinary attire and the absence of a watch on his wrist. Convinced, she thought to herself that he must be a pretender, indulging in lavish spending only to later renege, dining and dashing. At that moment, beads of sweat formed on the waiter's forehead. It was customary for customers to place their orders and receive their meals. Yet he had never before encountered someone ordering 2 bottles of 1974 Romani Connie. It was an exorbitant sum of over 400,000 yuan. If the man turned out to be a fraud, he would be unable to cover the loss. He hurried to inform the floor manager of the situation. The manager, equally apprehensive, approached and tactfully suggested verifying the customer's financial capability, given the exorbitance of the order. Qin Chuan considered this, acknowledging that the manager's approach was prudent. After all, 2 bottles of red wine totaling 480,000 yuan posed a significant risk. However, as he reached for his pocket, he realized that his black card was likely still in his hotel room. "Apologies, I seem to have left my black card in my hotel room," he said. The man at the adjacent table felt he had captured a rabbit by its tail, bursting with excitement. "I knew he was a fraud, here to swindle a free meal, masquerading as a wealthy man to impress women. He is merely a mooch." The woman scoffed. "Indeed, one's attire speaks volumes. To visit such a high-end establishment in casual wear is surely the mark of a con artist, not a genuine millionaire. What a scoundrel! Pretending to be affluent to deceive women." The floor manager, now harboring doubts regarding Qin Chuan's identity, noted that he had ordered the 999 yuan chef special and then promptly requested 2 bottles of 1974 Romani Connie. If he were not a genuine tycoon, he must surely be a fraud. Now that he had produced nothing, unable even to pay for his meal, he could only be a charlatan. Just as the manager prepared to eject Qin Chuan from the establishment, a voice rang out from the entrance. "There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere." Summering rushed to the table, breathless, gazing at Qin Chuan. "Ha ha ha, this is going to be entertaining. It seems this scoundrel has deceived more than one woman. Another victim has arrived." The man at the neighboring table exclaimed with great enthusiasm. The hall manager recognized Xia Ying, having seen her introduction on the internal website. She was the secretary belonging to the group, a high-ranking executive. "Secretary Xia," the hall manager greeted, trembling slightly. Xia Ying ignored him, instead opening the document in her hands and pushing it toward Qin Chuan. "Boss Qin, you forgot to sign the document earlier." Qin Chuan calmly reached for a pen from the server, which had been used to write the menu, and inscribed his name on the document. "All right," he said, returning the signed paper to Xia Ying. Noticing Qin Chuan's indifferent and apathetic demeanor, Xia Ying felt a surge of anger. "Mr. Qin, regardless of anything, our Hilton Group is among the Fortune 500, with an annual revenue of over $10 billion. Can you not show a bit of respect?" Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, dismissing her with a remark about a mere billion-dollar revenue group, questioning what there was to boast about. Xia Ying was left speechless. After all, he was the boss, and had the authority to speak so brazenly. She turned on her heel and walked away, giving her young boss no semblance of a polite farewell. Qin Chuan merely smiled, not wishing to engage with such a young girl. The couple at the adjacent table turned pale. What had they just done? They had mocked the CEO of the Hilton Group. The woman felt a cold sweat break out, recalling how she had labeled him a dead broke. They hastily left without ordering, fearing the dire consequences should he become enraged. A billionaire group as CEO could crush them as easily as squashing ants. The hall manager was sweating profusely, fully aware that both the Waldorf restaurant and the Waldorf Hotel belonged to the Hilton Group, with the Waldorf brand merely one of its many. The man before him was the owner of the entire group. Qin Chuan slowly raised his head and asked, "Now, do you still require me to verify the funds?" No need at all. I will arrange everything for you immediately, ensuring your complete satisfaction," he hastily replied, fleeing the scene. Under the pressure of an upper-class individual, a mere front desk manager could hardly withstand it. Lingering even a second longer felt unbearable. Su Xiaoyan witnessed the entire event, her initial shock gradually giving way to acceptance. Though a multitude of questions swirled in her mind about Qin Chuan. She was a clever woman. If there were matters he chose not to disclose, she would not press him. As long as you are here, Xiao Chuan, nothing else matters. Sister Xiaoyan, what did you say? Su Xiaoyan quickly covered her mouth, surprised at her own unguarded confession. Family, look. Dining here, you can see the East City. Wow. Family, look. Tonight's Boston lobster is enormous. Fans, please enjoy the Boston lobster. Its meat is succulent. Xiaomei sat in the corner, live streaming. Her voice soft, yet clearly striving to enliven the atmosphere of her broadcast. While waiting for the dishes, Qin Chuan opened Douyin and followed Xiaomei. He held a deep admiration for Xiaomei's courageous defense just moments ago. Upon clicking her avatar, he entered Xiaomei's live streaming room. In the upper right corner, the viewer count stood at 788. The audience's interactions were intricately tied to the number of online participants. Excluding the bots, the few actual viewers were hurling insults at Xiaomei. Hurry back to the factory and tighten some screws. You are ill-suited for this profession. Xiaomei, perhaps you should change your style and become a suggestive streamer. Yes, Xiaomei. Switch to black stockings, and I shall reward you with a light sign. Faced with the vile comments, Xiaomei could only endure in silence. Her original intention was merely to share her life. Even with her enviable figure, she never contemplated earning money through dubious means. Xiaomei silently calculated that her earnings from tonight's stream had yet to reach 3 digits, compared to the 4-digit dinner she had treated herself to. She hadn't even recouped 1/10 of her investment. She sighed heavily before the camera. For the sake of this evening's broadcast, she had subsisted on instant noodles for an entire month. Just as she prepared to end the stream, her phone screen suddenly flickered with several squares, and 3 characters slowly ascended from the bottom. Carnival. Chapter 5. A night of gaining 1 million followers. Oh my goodness, someone has rewarded a carnival. How could this conservative eating broadcast possibly attract such a generous gift? Had someone clicked the wrong button? Xiaomei, be honest. Did you secretly reward yourself to create a buzz? Doubts flooded the comments section. Xiaomei was at a loss for words. This was her first encounter with a carnival. That was a gift worth 3,000 yuan. Enough for her monthly living expenses. Just when she was about to discern the name of the benefactor to express her gratitude, the screen flashed once more with squares, and another carnival reward appeared. At this moment, Xiaomei was bewildered, as were the fans in the live room. Before she could gather her thoughts, a 3rd carnival appeared, followed by the 4th and 5th. 10 minutes passed, and her phone began to emit an overheating warning. The comments section fell into silence, with only the continuous notifications of new arrivals entering the live stream. No one dared to question Xiaomei any longer. Each carnival effect lasted 8 seconds. Within 10 minutes, a user named Qin Chuan had sent 75 carnivals. 75 carnivals amounted to over 200,000 yuan. After a brief silence, the comments erupted in frenzy. Oh my goodness. Witnessing history. How fortunate to witness the arrival of a wealthy patron. Please accept my reverence. Who is this Qin Chuan? Such extravagance, sending 75 carnivals in 10 minutes. The carnivals continued to flow, undeterred by the explosive comments. The mysterious individual known as Qin Chuan relentlessly adorned the screen with effects. The viewer count surged from 788 to 9999, and in the blink of an eye, it escalated to 30,000. After a brief stint at 30,000, it soared to 100,000. The word spread that a wealthy patron had graced this live room, and many flocked to pay their respects. The live stream seems to be lagging. It has been continuously displaying carnival effects. Foolish individual, that is merely Qin Chuan's father bestowing gifts. My goodness, this is quite ruthless. I have never witnessed such extravagance in spending. Even when offering offerings for the deceased, it has never been so intense. The comments section has completely succumbed, with individuals rushing to check in, take photos, and record screens, overwhelming the server. In the back end of Douyin, the engineer responsible for the livestream data had just brewed a cup of tea when he discovered the server in the data center was emitting overload alarms. His first reaction was to suspect malicious attacks on the server. Upon investigation, he realized that a small streamer's viewership had skyrocketed. The concurrent viewers were on the verge of surpassing 1 million. Such numbers are typically reserved for top-tier streamers, making it utterly improbable for a small streamer. Alarmed, the engineer promptly upgraded the server line for the streamer named Xiaomei to accommodate the influx. expanding it to a top-level server capable of supporting 2 million simultaneous viewers. Just as the engineer successfully switched the server, the alarm light illuminated once again. He cursed under his breath, fearing another lag. Upon checking the alarm notification, he was left astounded. The number of concurrent viewers had just crossed 1 million and was now rapidly approaching 2 million. The engineer, now in a state of panic, immediately reported to his superiors and activated the emergency expansion plan, linking 2 sets of servers to allow the streamer Xiaomei to expand her live stream to 3 million viewers. Meanwhile, Xiaomei, seated before her phone screen, had become dazed. 20 minutes had passed, yet the only image displayed was that of her forehead. New fans had yet to even glimpse her face, as the lower half was entirely obscured by the carnival effects flooding the screen. Xiaomei couldn't even count how many effects had been unleashed. Fortunately, well-meaning netizens were continuously tallying, reaching 150, 151, 152, 153. Just as the count hit 154, the livestream signal abruptly cut off. In the corner, Xiaomei appeared utterly lost. The events had unfolded too swiftly. From the first carnival effect to this moment had only taken a little over 20 minutes, yet it felt like she was caught in a surreal dream. With 154 carnival effects, her private messages on Douyin had already reached 99, and her follower count had skyrocketed from an initial 13 to 315. Xiaomei pinched her cheek, confirming that this was no mere dream. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, observing the screen, feared he had been banned for excessive gifting. Soon, a message appeared in the darkened livestream. Due to technical issues in the backend, the livestream is paused, and staff are actively working on repairs. The Douyin backend system truly has its flaws. It seems to crash at the slightest provocation. I wonder how long it would take to send out 100,000 carnival effects. After clicking for half the day, only 154 had been dispatched. Qin Chuan silently lamented, "Xiao Chuan, what are you doing? Hurry and eat." Su Xiaoyan observed Qin Chuan engrossed in his phone, assuming he was preoccupied with work, and refrained from interrupting him. However, as nearly half an hour elapsed, she could no longer resist urging, "Xiao Chuan, the dishes will get cold. Eating them now would not be good for your stomach." Qin Chuan set down his phone and offered Su Xiaoyan a faint smile. At that moment, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations. Challenger, completed side quest. Discerning the exceptional. Quest reward. Acquisition of the Villa King in Kyoto Manor." The reward was indeed the Villa King in the Kyoto estate, which took Qin Chuan by surprise. He recalled a certain influencer who had purchased a villa in the same community as a gift for her mother, spending 10 small targets in the process. Swiftly, Qin Chuan dismissed the system notification, returning to the reality before him. The present moment belonged to his dear Xiaoyan. A mere Villa King should hardly elate him too much. He gazed at Su Xiaoyan beside him, who had blossomed into an even more stunning beauty over the 2 years they had not seen each other. Being a year his senior, she now bore a touch of maturity in her enchanting features. Su Xiaoyan's phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, she realized it was her mentor. She promptly answered, and after a brief conversation, she turned to Qin Chuan with an apologetic expression. "Xiao Chuan, I'm terribly sorry. There has been an issue at school, and I must return immediately." Su Xiaoyan appeared quite anxious, and Qin Chuan offered, "Let me drive you back to school. As for the clothes you bought today, I will have them sent to your dormitory." Su Xiaoyan's once bright eyes dimmed slightly. She had so much to share with Xiao Chuan, yet circumstances at school called her away. Just as Qin Chuan and Su Xiaoyan were about to depart, the hall manager approached, cradling 2 bottles of Romani Conti. Noticing Qin Chuan's intent to leave, he inquired, "Mr. Qin, are you leaving?" To which Qin Chuan replied, "Yes." The manager continued, "Then I shall set these 2 bottles aside for you to enjoy on your next visit." Qin Chuan shook his head, gesturing towards a girl in the corner. "Please give them to her, and tell her I appreciate her speaking on my behalf at the entrance." With that, Qin Chuan took Su Xiaoyan by the hand and left. In the corner, after the backstage staff's diligent efforts, Xiaomei's livestream had finally returned to normal. Upon starting her stream, the viewer count surged to 1 million. The chat was filled with spectators eager to witness extravagant donations. However, several minutes passed without the familiar carnival effects making an appearance. I saw on the trending list that this streamer has wealthy patrons. I've been watching for ages and haven't even seen a single light board. Is this a scam? Who would possibly donate 154 carnivals? Someone remarked. Right? The donation record for Magic City is only 82. Who could surpass that? Another replied, I suspect someone is deliberately hyping this up. 154 carnivals equate to 460,000 soft sister coins. No matter how wealthy one is, such extravagant spending is unwarranted. In the live broadcast room, the voices of dissent were incessant, leaving Xiaomei at a loss for words, her eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, the lobby manager inadvertently stepped into the frame, cradling 2 bottles of red wine. Good day, miss. Mr. Qin has asked me to present these 2 bottles of the 1974 Roman Economy to you as a token of gratitude for your recent assistance. The lobby manager's voice was soft yet clear enough to be captured by the mobile live stream. Chapter 6. A 15 million luxury car, discarded so casually? Roman what? Roman Economy. Good heavens, it's Roman Economy. And from 1974, no less. Is it expensive? It appears rather ordinary to me. Many viewers in the live stream heard the name Roman Economy for the first time, some hastily searching online for information. Others, more knowledgeable, flooded the screen with a cascade of astonished emojis while providing insights. Roman Economy is one of the finest wines in the world, extremely rare and exorbitantly priced. Typically, only the exceptionally wealthy can afford it. The individual mentioned possessing the 1974 vintage, which I found online priced at 240,000 yuan per bottle. With 2 bottles in hand, that amounts to 480,000 yuan. Are these bottles made of gold? When converted, they might even surpass the value of gold. Xiaomei stared at the Roman Economy in front of her, momentarily dumbfounded, and finally asked, May I inquire which Mr. Qin this is? Mr. Qin Chuan. The lobby manager replied respectfully. Instantly, the live stream erupted with shock, disbelief, and a flurry of animated reactions, comments flooding the screen. Qin Chuan. Is it truly him? Has the legendary tycoon manifested in reality? Father, where are you? Qin Chuan, darling. The viewers who had previously questioned Xiaomei now rallied in support. They were once again witnessing history, as the enigmatic millionaire, after lavishly gifting 154 carnival tokens, casually presented 2 bottles of top-tier red wine valued at 480,000 yuan. It was utterly surreal, overwhelmingly extravagant. At Kyoto University of Finance, near the West Gate, a limited edition Lamborghini Reventon glided to a halt at the end of the road. Xiaochuan, you can stop here, Su Xiaoyan whispered. Qin Chuan's car was undeniably ostentatious. Its 12-cylinder engine could rouse an entire building of young women with the slightest press on the accelerator. Even parked at a distance, people approached to take photographs. Su Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, then quickly planted a kiss on Qin Chuan's cheek before swiftly opening the scissor doors and sprinting back to the university. Qin Chuan touched his cheek where she had kissed him, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. With Xiaoyan absent, he decided he need not return to the hotel tonight. As a reward, he thought, he would visit his new villa. Just as he resolved to start the car, an unexpected figure appeared beside his vehicle. Qin Chuan, feeling displeased, lowered the car window. Outside stood a voluptuous woman, clad in a spaghetti strap top that strained against her ample curves. Upon noticing Qin Chuan's gesture, she leaned forward, pressing herself against the car door. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, What do you want? The woman raised an eyebrow, casting a sultry glance at him. Your car is stunning. Would you take me for a ride? Qin Chuan turned away, his expression icy as he replied, No. He then pressed the accelerator, leaving her standing alone. Watching the Lamborghini recede into the distance, the woman's alluring smile gradually faded. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Long Go, it's confirmed. He is alone in the car and heading toward Shun District. Understood. On the other end, Long Go lightly tapped his finger. The Audi 8 beside him surged forward. As Qin Chuan drove towards the villa, the hour was late, and the third ring road of Kyoto was not particularly congested. Endowed with the abilities of a martial arts pinnacle, Qin Chuan's perception was vastly superior to that of an ordinary person. He quietly discerned a vehicle trailing him. Realizing he was being followed, he swiftly shifted the gear into sport mode. The 12-cylinder mechanical beast, boasting 650 horsepower, roared on the expressway. Instantly, the speedometer needle began to dance. The Audi 8, aware of its cover being blown, pressed the gas pedal to the floor, closely tailing him. The two parties engaged in a relentless chase, maintaining their initial distance. Just as Qin Chuan was about to accelerate again, a white ambulance abruptly turned onto the road ahead. Without hesitation, he slowed down to yield, allowing the Audi 8 to close the gap to half a car length. The passenger side window of the 8 rolled down. revealing a figure clad in black who brandished a weapon, aiming it at the Lamborghini, which was leading by half a car length. Observing the threat in his rearview mirror, Qin Chuan swiftly turned the steering wheel, colliding with the front of the pursuing vehicle. The Audi 8 lost control in an instant, crashing into the side railing. Seeing the 8 falter in the rearview mirror, Qin Chuan finally let out a sigh of relief. However, his moment of respite was short-lived. A white Corolla suddenly slammed on its brakes at the junction ahead. Reacting swiftly, Qin Chuan jerked the steering wheel to avoid a rear-end collision. Yet, the Lamborghini's immense power sent the vehicle careening towards the exit, crashing into the roadside barrier. With a thunderous roar, the entire front of the Lamborghini, along with half of its body, crumpled, and the airbags deployed. Fortunately, high-end luxury cars are designed with safety in mind, and Qin Chuan, possessing the strength of a martial arts pinnacle, sustained only minor scrapes, with no serious injuries. He pushed open the already warped scissor door and sat sideways in his seat, pondering the identity of the earlier assailant. However, due to the impact, his head buzzed, rendering him momentarily unable to think clearly. Never mind. Let us return to the villa first. The vehicle has been completely wrecked in the collision, compelling Qin Chuan to retrieve his phone and summon a ride-sharing service. The resounding crash of the Lamborghini against the barrier drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Goodness, the impact was utterly devastating. Is that not the Lamborghini Reventon? My heavens. That is the Lamborghini worth 15 million. Bystanders hastily produced their phones to capture the scene, flooding social media platforms with videos and posts. Within mere minutes, trending topics emerged, such as, shocking, limited edition Lamborghini's first crash in the country, 15 million luxury car in sudden accident, repairs estimated to cost millions, extravagance unleashed, $1 million supercar wrecked, owner calmly engrossed in his phone. Among the trending topics, alongside the wrecked Lamborghini, was the composed figure of Qin Chuan, leisurely seated in the car, engrossed in his phone. Simultaneously, the news department of the Kyoto television station received word of the incident. The station's director promptly alerted the entire team in their work group, instructing reporters near the accident site to rush to the scene for immediate coverage and interviews. Just off work and enjoying a late-night snack, Xiao Charan noticed the news and realized the accident occurred on the adjacent street. She hastily abandoned her bowl of noodles, donned her backpack, removed her high heels, and sprinted toward the scene. After running several hundred meters, she spotted a crowd gathered in the middle of the road, realizing that was indeed the site of the incident. She took out her phone, activated the recording feature, and prepared to document the unfolding events. As Xiao Charan squeezed through the throng, her eyes fell upon a young man casually seated on the supercar, engrossed in his phone. This was undoubtedly a major news story, a sensational highlight. Relieved, Xiao Charan thought to herself, just as her internship was nearing its end without a significant piece to report, fate had delivered an unexpected event. She adjusted her gray trench coat and was about to slip on her newly purchased Valentino studded heels when she looked up to see the young man entering a white ride-sharing vehicle. Panic set in as she realized he was about to vanish from her sight, prompting her to hail a taxi urgently. "Driver, follow that white ride-sharing car," she instructed. "Miss, is that your man in there?" The taxi driver inquired, frowning, suspecting an infidelity chase. Xiao Charan hesitated for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. "Miss, I can't take this job. Men have their own struggles. He needs his freedom," the driver replied. Determined, Xiao Charan pulled out some cash and tossed it into the driver's lap. Upon seeing the amount, which was at least 1,000 yuan, he exclaimed, "Hold on tight, sister. I'll help you right the wrong." Chapter 7. Relocation Reward of 1 billion. The reporter chased her home. The estate, adjacent to the expressway exit, was just a 3-minute drive from the Kyoto estate's entrance. The Kyoto estate spans a vast 170,000 square meters, featuring over 200 opulent villas. The Kyoto Manor boasts convenient transportation, surrounded by a plethora of commercial establishments, scenic areas, parks, hospitals, and schools, an abundance of essential amenities. Security measures are of the highest caliber. As a ride-hailing vehicle gently approached the entrance, it was halted by a security guard. Those who frequent Kyoto Manor are invariably individuals of immense wealth, and the vehicles that traverse this enclave are exclusively high-end sports cars and luxury automobiles. This is a private community, and outside vehicles are strictly prohibited from entering. The security guard, with a serious demeanor, addressed Qin Chuan as he lowered his window, asserting, "I am the owner of Villa Number 1, and I wish to return home." The guard's pupils contracted. Villa number 1 is the crown jewel of the entire community. He dared not be negligent and promptly retrieved his tablet. "I apologize, sir, but I must conduct a facial recognition check." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement to the procedure. The guard directed the camera towards him, and moments later, the screen displayed Qin Chuan's property information. It clearly indicated that he was indeed the owner of Villa number 1. The guard immediately pressed the button to raise the barrier, granting passage. The ride-hailing vehicle proceeded directly into the community. It was merely the entrance. After traveling for approximately 10 minutes, they finally arrived at Qin Chuan's villa entrance. Villa number 1 stands as the epitome of luxury within Kyoto Manor. Its entrance characterized by unparalleled opulence. The architectural style is French, featuring a central axis symmetrical wrought iron gate that weighs 3 tons, measuring 10 meters in length and 5 meters in height. The leaf motifs above are all hand-forged by artisans, epitomizing extravagance. During the journey, Qin Chuan had briefly reviewed the fundamental details of the property. It is luxuriously furnished, utilizing only the finest materials. The entire villa, along with its garden, spans 10 acres, encompassing a built area of 300 square meters, comprising 12 bedrooms and 10 expansive parking spaces, as well as indoor and outdoor swimming pools meeting international standards, sauna and steam rooms, a massage pool, a billiards room, a gym, a media room, and a myriad of recreational facilities. Upon disembarking, Qin Chuan successfully entered his residence using fingerprint recognition. Before him lay a magnificent fountain, surrounded by rare tree species such as Chinese scholar trees, magnolia, white ash, golden maple, and Japanese red maple, creating a vibrant ambience throughout the seasons, embodying the essence of beauty. After familiarizing himself with the house, Qin Chuan retreated to his bedroom to rest and contemplate the events of the evening. The car accident had made him acutely aware that he might be under surveillance by certain individuals. As he pondered, a system prompt appeared before him. "Congratulations. Challenger, side quest completed. Relocation to a new residence. Quest reward. 1,000,000,000 yuan cash reward." The reward of 1 billion yuan was timely, as he had recently found himself in a bit of a financial bind. Previous rewards were in kind, lacking cash. Although the Centurion Black Card allows for overdrafts, credit cards necessitate repayment. Just as Qin Chuan was about to dismiss the prompt, the system issued another notification. Gentle reminder: failure to complete the main quest will result in the system reclaiming all rewards from the challenger. Qin Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed imperative to attend school the following day to diligently pursue the completion of the main quest. During her 4 years at university, skipping classes at will had become an insurmountable constraint imposed by the system. At the entrance of the Kyoto Manor, the taxi carrying Xiao Chuan gradually came to a stop by the roadside. The driver leaned out and, with a hint of surprise, remarked, "Miss, your companion must be pampered by someone. This is Kyoto Manor, the most prestigious residence in the entire city." Xiao Chuan was naturally aware of Kyoto Manor, where the residents were all influential figures with fortunes exceeding 1 billion. A hint of nervousness crept into her as she swallowed hard. However, contemplating her ambition to secure a position at the television station post-internship, she decided to press on. Approaching the gate of the community, she was immediately halted by the security guard, who informed her that it was a private area and outsiders were not permitted entry. "I am here to visit a friend," she replied. "May I ask the name of the person you are looking for?" Xiao Chuan found herself in a predicament. She was unaware of the individual's name. "It's the gentleman I just got out of the rideshare with." "Are you referring to Mr. Qin?" the guard inquired. Yes, that's him." The security guard scrutinized Xiao Chuan, noting her respectable attire and striking beauty, and wondered if she might be one of Mr. Qin's acquaintances. Sensing his hesitation, she produced her work ID. "If you're concerned, you may check my identification. I assure you, I mean no harm." The guard examined her ID and, upon seeing it was from the Kyoto television station, compared it with her photo and confirmed her identity. With the assurance of her credentials, he reluctantly contacted the monitoring room to inform them to call Mr. Qin. Having just finished his shower and wrapped in a bathrobe, Qin Chuan's phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Qin. There is a friend of yours, Xiao Chuan, at the community entrance wishing to visit you. Should we grant her entry?" "Xiao Chuan," Qin Chuan responded, perplexed. "You can view the situation at the entrance through your home monitoring tablet," the guard added. Qin Chuan picked up the tablet beside him and observed a young woman. seemingly in her 20s, standing at the gate. She wore a gray trench coat that reached her knees, revealing her long legs clad in black stockings. His brow furrowed in contemplation as he was about to inform the monitoring room that he did not recognize her. However, the next moment, he noticed that Xiao Charan was barefoot, her stockings torn, with blood seeping from her feet. Moved by a sense of compassion, he coldly instructed, "Let her in." At the entrance, the guard received the message from Qin Chuan and respectfully invited Xiao Charan to enter. Given the considerable distance from the gate to Qin Chuan's villa, the community arranged for an electric vehicle to transport her. As she made her way inside, Xiao Charan was profoundly astonished. The Kyoto manor was filled with magnificent standalone villas, each occupying several acres. The size of a single bathroom in any one of these villas could very well surpass that of her current rented apartment. 10 minutes later, she stood before the imposing entrance of Villa Number 1, her heart racing with anxiety. Although she had cunningly infiltrated the premises and deceived the guard, the imminent encounter with the owner filled her with trepidation. Should he take offense, she could find herself in an irretrievable predicament. With the strength and energy of the other party, the difference between self-destruction and extinguishing the life of an ant is negligible. Xiao Charan took several deep breaths, encouraging herself. "Do not be anxious, do not be anxious. You are here for work. You must retain this position and establish your life in Kyoto. What is your occupation?" Suddenly, a cold voice resonated from the entrance, startling Xiao Charan into retreating 2 steps, ultimately landing on the ground. She gazed in astonishment at the speaker, the very owner of the vehicle who had been distracted by his phone during the accident. "Why, you are Mr. Qin?" Xiao Charan stammered. Qin Chuan smirked playfully. "So, you are that friend of mine?" A blush crept onto Xiao Charan's cheeks. Her gaze darted away in embarrassment. Under pressure, she hastily produced her work ID and presented it. "I am a reporter from Kyoto Television. My name is Xiao Charan. I came to inquire about the details of the recent accident." "Accident? It was merely a trivial incident. I did not collide with anyone. The only casualty was my totaled vehicle," Qin Chuan replied succinctly. Xiao Charan, unwilling to relent, retorted, "That collision resulted in the destruction of a limited edition Lamborghini worth 15 million. Your indifference suggests the matter is far from trivial. There must be more beneath the surface," she thought, and as she moved closer to press for answers, a sharp pain shot through her foot, causing her to stumble and fall. Crimson blood seeped through the black silk of her Balenciaga. Chapter 8. Recruiting a female steward to manage the villa. On her first day of work, the master unexpectedly. Originally intending to conclude the conversation, Qin Chuan sighed softly upon witnessing the scene. He approached and helped Xiao Charan to her feet. "Let us apply some ointment, otherwise, it may leave a scar." Xiao Charan nervously responded with a faint After taking a couple of steps, the pain in her legs rendered her unable to walk further. Seeing this, Qin Chuan resorted to a princess carry, lifting her effortlessly. However, being their first embrace, his hands inadvertently brushed against a sensitive area. Xiao Charan was jolted by an electric thrill, instinctively letting out a soft sound. Realizing her indiscretion, she buried her head in embarrassment. On a crisp autumn night in Kyoto, it took at least 10 minutes to traverse from the villa's entrance to its interior. Fortunately, Qin Chuan, having received attribute rewards, possessed peak martial prowess, making the effort of carrying her negligible. Upon entering the villa, Xiao Charan's pupils dilated in shock. The lavish French decor, antique paintings, crystal chandeliers. Everywhere she looked was a display of wealth transformed into art. This was her first encounter with such opulence. It dwarfed the previously visited Bailu Academy, rendering it laughable in comparison. In the presence of the Kyoto manor's grandeur, Bailu Academy resembled a slum. Qin Chuan gently set Xiao Charan on the sofa before retrieving the medicine box. He first applied medicine to Xiao Charan's palm. The stinging sensation from the disinfectant caused her eyes to well up with tears, which swirled incessantly in her eye sockets. "Remove your stockings." "What?" Qin Chuan's words made Xiao Charan tense momentarily. "If you don't take them off, how can I treat your wound?" Qin Chuan said, holding the disinfectant and a towel, his tone laced with displeasure. Only then did Xiao Charan realize that she had mistakenly thought Qin Chuan harbored ulterior motives. Her fair face flushed even redder as her hands slowly peeled away the worn Balenciaga stockings, revealing her pristine thighs, without reservation, before Qin Chuan. After meticulously disinfecting and treating the wound, Qin Chuan fetched a cashmere blanket and offered it to Xiao Charan to keep her warm. "Regarding the accident, I would prefer limited media coverage. If you happen to capture my photograph, I hope you will delete it promptly, Qin Chuan stated candidly. On one hand, he wished to avoid drawing attention to himself to evade potential assassination by shadowy figures. On the other, he did not want his parents to see it and worry unnecessarily. Most importantly, he wished to avoid any disturbances that would hinder him from fulfilling his primary mission. Xiao Chuan bit her lip, her heart filled with hesitation. In return, you may make a request. Noticing her lack of agreement, Qin Chuan presented his bargaining chip. Xiao Chuan immediately retorted, I am not here to ask you for money. Then what do you desire? I simply wish to earnestly work with my own hands and establish a life in Kyoto. The accident tonight is significant news. It will serve as a crucial achievement for me at the television station post-internship. The phrase I cannot give up remained unspoken on her lips. Qin Chuan's gentlemanly treatment and assistance with her injury left an indelible impression on her. However, his demands were intricately linked to her aspirations for promotion and permanence. The job at the television station was the result of a year of diligent study, multiple written tests, and interviews. Securing a permanent position would provide her with the means to root herself in Kyoto. With a smirk, Qin Chuan inquired, what is the annual salary for a permanent position at the television station? Xiao Chuan pondered for a moment before replying, according to my seniors. Considering the year-end bonuses and benefits, the monthly salary should be at least 20,000 yuan. 20,000. So that's 240,000 a year, correct? Xiao Chuan nodded. In the real world, earning 20,000 a month places one above 90 of the population. The online claims of individuals earning millions monthly are often exaggerated or fabricated. With 20,000 in Kyoto, how many years would you have to abstain from eating and drinking to afford a home? Xiao Chuan fell silent, having never contemplated that question. Purchasing a home in Kyoto seemed a distant dream. Even with a monthly income of 20,000, it would barely make a dent. Come work with me, and I'll offer you a salary of 1 million a year. Qin Chuan rested his hands behind his head, reclining on the sofa, and spoke casually. Xiao Chuan felt as though her ears were malfunctioning. She repeated, 1 million. Is that too little? No. She shook her head vigorously. That's not what I meant. I just feel unworthy. Qin Chuan chuckled lightly, saying, what is there to feel unworthy about? Managing this house requires considerable effort. Xiao Chuan responded with a puzzled ah. If you are willing, you can start working tomorrow as my housekeeper, taking care of all the affairs here. Xiao Chuan lowered her head in embarrassment, realizing she had overthought his intentions. Qin Chuan meant nothing more. A housekeeper with an annual salary of 1 million, earning in 1 year what one would make in 5 years at a television station. Without the need to run about or endure the unpredictability of a corporate environment filled with deceit. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Chuan promptly agreed. Qin Chuan stood up, stretching lazily. Well, it's getting late. I have classes tomorrow. The villa has 12 rooms, besides my own. Feel free to choose any room to stay in. With that, he turned and returned to his bedroom, lying down. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a familiar notification sound echoed. Congratulations, Challenger. Side mission completed. Hire a subordinate. Mission reward. 1 bottle of life essence. Note: life essence is an extremely precious material, possessing the ability to bring the dead back to life. As the system notification faded, Qin Chuan found a 10-milliliter bottle of golden liquid in his hand. Is this the life essence? He raised the vial high. The golden liquid shimmered under the light, radiating boundless vitality. Wealth is undoubtedly important, yet life is even more precious. The car accident still lingered in his mind. With this, it is as if I have gained another chance at life. He carefully stored the life essence away as a wave of drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids growing heavy. Gradually, he drifted into slumber on his luxurious 3x3-meter bed. The following day, Qin Chuan yawned as he descended the stairs, heading to the kitchen for a bite to eat. After taking just a few steps, he spotted Xiao Chuan. Her fair cheeks flushed, she turned away shyly. I notice you seem to blush quite easily. Do you rarely interview the opposite sex as a reporter? Qin Chuan pondered, bemused by how this young woman always appeared bashful since their first encounter. Perhaps I should reconsider my choice for a housekeeper, he thought. Xiao Chuan extended her hand, pointing at him. Confused, Qin Chuan glanced down and realized he was still in his summer shorts, dressed casually for home. His brother stood proudly at attention, creating an awkward yet comically grand scene. Qin Chuan remained unfazed, feeling there was nothing inappropriate about the situation. Congratulations, Challenger. Side mission completed. Early to bed. Early to rise for good health. Mission reward. A BMW from Tianjin 4S store. This can qualify as a reward. Qin Chuan couldn't help but curse. The system's reward seemed excessively generous. His stomach growled audibly. What are you still dawdling for? We agreed to work today. Hurry up, I can hardly bear it any longer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan's breathing grew heavier. Did he not say yesterday that the housekeeper need not concern herself with such things? Noticing that Xiao Chuan remained stationary, Qin Chuan stepped forward, asking, "What is the matter? Don't you want to do it anymore?" As Qin Chuan drew closer, the pheromones and warmth radiating from him intensified Xiao Chuan's nervousness, leaving her parched. After a prolonged internal struggle lasting several seconds, she steeled herself, facing Qin Chuan and squatting down. Chapter 9, a limited edition BMW 4, a gift for your grocery shopping. Qin Chuan was startled by Xiao Chuan's sudden action, taking several steps back, creating distance between them. "What are you doing?" he asked, displeased. Xiao Chuan, looking perplexed, replied, "You told me to get to work quickly. You said you couldn't endure it any longer. I meant for you to prepare breakfast. I'm starving," Qin Chuan said, feeling a wave of frustration. His opinion of Xiao Chuan diminished yet again. Xiao Chuan realized her folly and felt too embarrassed to lift her head. "What was I thinking?" She chastised herself. She hastily stood and descended the stairs, but stopped again after just a few steps. "Boss, what would you like to eat?" "Anything will do. I'm not picky," he replied. "All right," she said, continuing down the stairs, but once again halted. "What now?" Qin Chuan wondered, contemplating whether he should cook himself. "Boss, this villa is too large. I'm not familiar with where the kitchen is." Qin Chuan, left speechless, had no choice but to lead Xiao Chuan to the kitchen. After a 5-minute walk, they finally arrived. The villa's kitchen was distinctly divided for Chinese and Western cooking. Inside, all necessary utensils were available. Before long, Xiao Chuan prepared a simple noodle dish and a steamer of soup dumplings. Although seemingly straightforward, Qin Chuan did not hold back his praises after tasting the noodles. "You appear a bit naïve, yet your culinary skills are commendable." Hearing her boss's compliment, Xiao Chuan's eyes sparkled with joy. "Boss, may I take a couple of days off? I need to wrap up my resignation from the television station and also return to my rented place to pack my belongings." Qin Chuan nodded after savoring a soup dumpling. Once they had both eaten their fill, they exited the villa. Suddenly, Qin Chuan realized a serious issue after the Lamborghini was wrecked. He seemed to have no mode of transportation. Fortunately, the system had provided a dealership for BMWs. He could acquire a vehicle there. He glanced at Xiao Chuan and asked, "Do you have a car? Do I look like someone who can afford even a wheel? How could I possibly have a car? Come on, accompany me to buy a car." Xiao Chuan recalled that Qin Chuan's car had been totaled yesterday, leaving him without a means of transport today. Sighing, she thought, for wealthy individuals, purchasing a car is as easy as buying groceries. The two summoned a rideshare and headed straight to the BMW dealership in Kyoto. Two individuals entered the BMW showroom, where an array of vehicles was displayed, ranging from the most affordable 1 Series to the luxurious 8 Series. Qin Chuan, unfamiliar with automobiles, cast a glance around and found his attention drawn to a cement gray 4 Series. He had seen this car on Douyin, where a certain internet celebrity had criticized it after acquiring it, causing this model to suddenly trend online. Qin Chuan circled the car, noting its suitable size. The two-door coupe seemed ideal for errands such as grocery shopping. He pointed at the 4 Series, commenting on its perfect dimensions for city use. What do you mean? Boss, this car is for you to use for shopping? Boss, that wouldn't be appropriate." Xiao Chuan discreetly glanced at the price tag beside the car, which read over 100,000. "Don't you like it? Is it not attractive?" Xiao Chuan quickly shook her head. No, it's very beautiful. Of course it's beautiful. Did you not see the 50 emblem on it? This model is a special tribute to the company's 50th anniversary, limited to only 150 units globally. A female sales representative, arms crossed, coldly interjected. Ignoring her, Qin Chuan turned to Xiao Chuan. "If you like it, should we take it for a test drive?" Before Xiao Chuan could respond, the saleswoman interrupted. "Hey, who said you could test drive it? This is a 50th anniversary limited edition. There's only this one in all of Kyoto. Not just anyone can take it for a spin." The saleswoman had already scrutinized the two, noting their modest attire, one in a typical domestic sports outfit and the other resembling a freshly graduated intern. "You can look and take a few photos, but don't touch anything. You won't be able to afford the damages. How can we buy it without a test drive?" Xiao Chuan, unafraid of confrontation, retorted. The saleswoman scoffed. Can you even afford it? Look at you two. You appear quite impoverished. If you were saying you could scrape together enough for a 1 series, I might believe you. But this limited edition 4 series? Are you joking? What do you mean, you? Listen, miss, aren't you just here to take photos and show off on social media? I've seen plenty of students like you. 105 million. If you can produce 50,000 right now, maybe I do believe you could buy it. Xiao Charan's face flushed with indignation. 50,000 was an amount that would likely empty her entire balance. Get your manager, Qin Chuan stated, wishing to bypass this petty dialogue and speak with someone of authority. The saleswoman rolled her eyes at him. Though he was somewhat presentable, she found his tone overly arrogant. Who do you think you are, calling for the manager? We can't keep the store open with everyone like you coming in just to take pictures. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from behind the saleswoman. A middle-aged man wearing glasses approached. "May," he called. As the saleswoman turned with a playful tone, Manager Wang. Manager Wang adjusted his glasses and addressed the situation. What is all this commotion about? May leaned slightly against Manager Wang, her voluptuous form pressing gently backward. Manager Wang felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Manager, these 2 individuals are causing a disturbance in the store. They are merely upholding order in the lobby. We are not causing any trouble. We simply wish to purchase a vehicle and would like to take it for a test drive, Xiao Charan retorted. Manager Wang scrutinized Qin Chuan and Xiao Charan with a frosty demeanor, retorting, this is a limited edition BMW 4, priced at 1.05 million yuan. Can you afford it? May twisted her body, adopting a sultry tone. Manager, don't waste your breath on them. They're just 2 impoverished souls. Just throw them out. That man is insufferably pretentious, and it's quite irritating. As she spoke, she discreetly pinched a sensitive spot on the manager, leaving him trembling with delight. Did you hear that? Hurry up and leave, Manager Wang urged. Eager to rid himself of the 2 so he could retreat to his office with May to discuss the operational principles of a single-cylinder piston engine. Xiao Charan, wishing to avoid trouble on her first day, quickly pulled Qin Chuan away. Boss, shall we look elsewhere? Why should we go elsewhere? This is my store, Qin Chuan replied, which prompted laughter from Manager Wang and May. Manager Wang guffawed. Ha ha ha, you've truly lost your mind over buying a car, claiming it's your store. I've been at Tianjin for 8 years. Do you think I don't know who my boss is? Before acting high and mighty, perhaps you should consider who you're addressing. A beggar dares to speak such nonsense. Manager, quickly call security to remove them. Their presence is utterly distasteful. May expressed her disdain. Her words sent shivers down Manager Wang's spine, compelling him to summon security. However, he soon realized that the security personnel were outside, assisting a customer. Damn it. The big boss has arrived. Manager Wang swiftly pushed May aside and tidied his appearance. Outside the dealership, a middle-aged gentleman emerged from the back seat of a BMW 7 Series, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit with silver hair. Upon exiting, he proceeded directly into the showroom, surveying his surroundings before striding towards Manager Wang. As the man approached, he extended his hand in a gesture of greeting. Manager Wang immediately stepped forward, ready to shake hands with the big boss. Yet, in an unexpected turn, the big boss brushed past Manager Wang and approached Qin Chuan instead. Are you Mr. Qin Chuan? I am Lu Yong, the owner of the Tianjin BMW dealership, Lu Yong said with an ingratiating smile. Qin Chuan nodded, his expression remaining inscrutable. Mr. Qin, are you satisfied with this store? If not, I also have a Mercedes dealership. You may take a look there as well, at the same price. His indifference caused beads of cold sweat to form on Lu Yong's forehead. Just recently, he had incurred significant losses in futures trading and was on the verge of forced liquidation by the institution. As he grappled with that dilemma, today, someone had directly acquired one of his dealerships at a price double the market value. Such extravagant spending surely indicated that the individual was no ordinary character. Upon encountering Qin Chuan, Lu Yong's conviction was further solidified, despite his youth and the presence of beautiful women around him. It was evident that he was a scion of a prestigious family. Noticing the indifference in Qin Chuan's demeanor, Lu Yong's heart raced, fearing that any change of mind from the latter could jeopardize the deal. Lu Yong's words struck Wang Manager and May like a bolt of lightning, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. Wang Manager was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling. What? The big boss sold store for? How was I unaware of this? And to this young man before me, he truly is the new owner. Just moments ago, I was about to instruct the security to evict him. Qin Chuan lifted his eyelids, Addressing Wang manager, do I now possess the qualification to inspect this vehicle? Wang manager stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Lu Yong squinted, quickly grasping the unfolding situation. Wang Yud, you are fired. Pack your belongings and leave. Mei, quick-witted, promptly unbuttoned 2 buttons and leaned against Qin Chuan, exclaiming, so you are indeed the big boss. I was merely jesting with you. As she spoke, she pressed her soft, yielding form against his arm. Qin Chuan pushed her away with disdain, retorting, get away from me. At that moment, a notification from the system materialized before Qin Chuan. Congratulations. Challenger, side quest complete. Identifying a gold digger. Quest reward, 30 shares in Wanda Group. Wanda Group, a publicly traded company founded by former tycoon Wang Lin, operates in various sectors including commercial real estate, luxury hotels, cultural tourism, film and television, sports, and online finance. With total assets amounting to 1 trillion. It stands as a colossal enterprise in Huagua. Without pausing to ponder the implications, another notification appeared before Qin Chuan. Time-limited task. Reach the school within 30 minutes for a special reward. Reaching the school in 30 minutes? Qin Chuan opened his phone's map to check the travel time. The proposed route was almost entirely marked in red, predicting an arrival time of 1 hour and 30 minutes due to the incessant traffic in Kyoto during the day. Switching to public transport, he discovered a rapid bus line that could take him directly to the school in precisely 30 minutes. He immediately bid farewell to Shaocharan and dashed toward the bus stop. Half an hour later, the bus came to a steady halt at the nearest station to the University of Finance, still a kilometer away from the West Gate. Glancing at his watch, he noted that the countdown displayed a mere 25 seconds remaining. Qin Chuan summoned the martial energy within him and sprinted toward the school entrance. Meanwhile, a silver vehicle sped past him, its incredible velocity and thunderous roar capturing the attention of countless passers-by as it headed toward the West Gate, where it eventually came to a stop. Li Jun deliberately parked his car at the entrance to showcase his prowess. During his university years, being able to drive the Eastern War God, he was unmatched at the entire financial university. Passers-by cast curious glances at the gleaming silver sports car. At the very last moment, Qin Chuan crossed the line into the campus. Congratulations to the challenger. Task completed. Arrive at school within 30 minutes. Task reward. Gulfstream G650 business jet. Qin Chuan had some familiarity with the Gulfstream G650. It is a pinnacle of luxury in private aviation, priced around 400 million. The aircraft measures 34 meters in length, with a wingspan of 35 meters and a height of 72 meters. It boasts an exceptionally spacious cabin, accommodating up to 18 passengers. Standard features include a restroom, kitchen, and dining area, with a lavish master bedroom. Its maximum cruising speed reaches 925 Mach, and at a speed of 85 Mach, it can cover a distance of 13,000 kilometers, offering the largest cabin in its class. It would be perfect for returning home during the winter and summer breaks, eliminating concerns about return flight tickets. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, feeling quite satisfied with the reward for the time-limited task. Classmate, please pull your car to the side. Do not block the entrance. The school security guard said to Li Jun, who was seated in the driver's seat. Li Jun shot a glance at the guard and retorted angrily. Who the hell do you think you are, meddling in my affairs? Telling me to move aside. The guard, an elderly man around 50 years old, remained calm despite Li Jun's harsh words and continued to advise. Classmate, your parking here disrupts the normal flow of traffic. Please move it a bit. The guard's counsel had no effect whatsoever. Instead, it incited Li Jun's ire. He furiously exited the vehicle, shouting, You old security guard, do you know who my father is? Do you have any idea how much he donated to this school? Your salary comes from his donations. The guard felt a bit uneasy under Li Jun's belligerent shouting and timidly responded, Even if your father is the principal, that doesn't justify this behavior. Upon hearing this, Li Jun became enraged and raised his hand to strike the guard, knocking the man down. He then followed up with a kick to the guard's side, stomping down harshly. You're just a security guard. How dare you give me orders? With one word from me, I can have you sent back to where you came from. Witnessing the violent altercation, the students by the roadside felt a shiver of fear, none daring to intervene. Just as Li Jun prepared to throw another punch, he was halted by another hand. I give you 1 minute to drive your piece of junk away, the newcomer stated resolutely. Li Jun froze, astonished that someone dared to confront him and speak in such a manner. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. Do you know who my father is? Before Li Jun could finish his tirade, Qin Chuan delivered a swift slap, knocking out Li Jun's back tooth. Blood filled Li Jun's mouth as he whimpered. You have 40 seconds left. Realizing he might not stand a chance against his opponent, Li Jun hastily retreated. Before departing, he lowered the car window and shouted at Qin Chuan, just wait for me. I will report you to the principal's office. You will never be able to continue at the university. With that, Li Jun pressed the accelerator and drove into the university. The security guard struggled to rise, tears glistening in his eyes as he looked at Qin Chuan. You shouldn't have stood up for me. You've gotten yourself into serious trouble. That freshman dared to strike Li Jun? Goodness, does he not fear Li Jun's father seeking revenge? Who is Li Jun's father? You don't know Li Jun's father? He is the general manager of a publicly listed group, and last year, he donated 10 million to the school. Many passing students were aware of Li Jun's identity, and they expressed concern for Qin Chuan. It is not the villain that is frightening, but the power that lies behind him. After driving for a considerable time, Li Jun finally stopped, touching the swollen side of his face. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Dad, I was attacked at school. Chapter 11. You've stirred up serious trouble. Do you know who his father is? Li Jun is the only son of Li Gang. Having had a child in his later years, and due to work commitments, Li Gang seldom spent time at home, rarely disciplining Li Jun. For a long time, Li Gang had compensated for his absence with money, which led Li Jun to develop an arrogant disposition. When he failed to gain admission to the university last year, Li Jun wielded financial influence to secure a place through donations, further reinforcing his belief that money could solve any problem. His father could handle everything for him. Son, don't be afraid, your father is here. After I finish my meeting with the chairman, I will come to you. The school must give us an explanation. Li Gang hung up the phone, furious. As the general manager of the northern region of a publicly listed company, his status was significantly higher than that of a typical company chairman. Moreover, having previously donated to the university and promised the principal another contribution, Li Gang was confident that the university would not dare to show favoritism. Qin Chuan glanced at his phone and decided to stop by the dormitory first. While the house at Kyoto Manor was splendid, it was too far from the university. Daily commutes would waste too much time. It was more convenient to stay in the dormitory and return to the villa on weekends. After all, Xiao Chuan managed the villa, so he did not have to worry much. Arriving at the 5th floor of the boys' dormitory, room 511, Qin Chuan pushed open the door to find a 4-person room. The beds were combined with desks, with the bed on top and the desk below. The dormitory also featured a balcony for drying clothes and personal hygiene. Equipped with a private bathroom, heating, electric fans, and wall-mounted air conditioning. Qin Chuan took a quick glance around. His 3 roommates had already moved in. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, a bespectacled boy excitedly exclaimed, "Hey, the last brother has arrived." He approached with an amiable demeanor, extending his hand to grasp Qin Chuan's. "Greetings, I am Tang Yuming." "Hello, I am Qin Chuan," came the reply. Tang Yuming gestured towards a tall, slender individual nearby. "This is Kong Huijun," while savoring his dumplings. Kong Huijun waved his chopsticks in acknowledgement to Qin Chuan. Subsequently, Tang Yuming introduced another individual, a dark-skinned young man engaged in bicep curls with a dumbbell. "This is Wu Ming. He has just returned from military service." Qin Chuan nodded in greeting. Tang Yuming pointed to an empty bed. "In our dormitory. We follow the order of arrival. Your bed is over there." As Qin Chuan settled in, Tang Yuming continued, "I have reviewed the personal profiles in our dorm. Wu Ming is the eldest and the dorm leader, followed by myself. Then Kong Huijun, and you, Qin Chuan, are the youngest, making you the 4th. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Kong Huijun, munching on his dumplings, browsed the school forum. Initially, he intended to check the posts regarding the campus beauty contest. However, he soon stumbled upon a hot post that had been pinned to the top. "Hey guys, check this out. Big news," he exclaimed. Tang Yuming leaned in to see the forum, where the most trending post was titled, "The Eastern Battle God Blocks the School Gate. Freshmen step up to teach the arrogant rich kid a lesson." Kong Huijun promptly clicked on the post, revealing several blurry photos from the scene. Accompanied by a brief description of the incident at the school gate, a wealthy student parked illegally. The school security attempted to intervene, only to be humiliated by the rich student. A freshman intervened and taught the wealthy student a lesson. After reading the description, Kong Huijun remarked, "Well done. Nowadays, some people, relying on their family wealth, misbehave without regard for others. If I were there, I too would have stepped in to give that rich kid a beating." Tang Yuming examined the post closely, scrutinizing the photos. He then expressed his curiosity. The wealthy individual in the photos looks somewhat familiar. Could it be Li Jun? Wu Ming set down his dumbbell and leaned in for a closer look. Wait, look. The person who taught Li Jun a lesson is none other than our dorm's fourth member. Tang Yuming took Kong Huijuan's phone, moved closer to Qin Chuan, and pointed at the photo, asking, "Is that you in the picture, fourth? Did you really step in to teach that rich kid a lesson?" Qin Chuan did not deny it and nodded affirmatively. "Wow, you actually dared to confront Li Jun." Wu Ming, with a concerned expression, remarked, "I know about Li Jun. Our counselor mentioned his father is the general manager of Wandai's northern district, a man of significant influence. Fourth, you acted too impulsively." Kong Huijun, astonished, paused his eating. "Are you saying Wandai refers to Wanda Group? The one founded by the richest man?" Wu Ming confirmed, "Indeed. As one of the leading enterprises in the country, the general manager of its northern district is certainly no ordinary person. I heard they came to our county for an investment inspection, accompanied by the county's top officials." With a mere gesture, he spoke of investing in commercial enterprises, a venture worth billions. It could be said that he wielded immense power. Even within the confines of the school, the principal would show him deference. Kong Huijun described the situation, noting the anxious expression on Tang Yoming's face as he said, "Old Four, you've landed us in serious trouble." He turned to the others, asking, "Do either of you have any connections to defuse this situation? We need to have the school mediate before Li Jun's father arrives." Wu Ming, the eldest among them, remained the most composed at that moment. He began to analyze the situation and promptly set about devising a solution. Kong Huijun and Tang Yuming shook their heads. Both were students from the county who had made their way to the capital. Their parents were ordinary company employees, lacking any substantial connections. Wu Ming's expression turned grave as he contemplated the matter for a moment. Then, biting his lip, he declared, "In that case, I will speak with the counselor to see if he has any suggestions." With that, he donned a hoodie and hurriedly left for the counselor's dormitory. As the leader of their group, he could not remain idle while his brother was in distress. He was determined to protect Qin Chuan by any means necessary. Tang Yuming, feeling like a restless ant on a hot pan, paced back and forth in the dormitory, brainstorming ways to assist Qin Chuan. Meanwhile, Kong Huijun began reaching out to his fellow townsmen. He recalled that his compatriot was a senior and the vice president of the student council. "Hello, Senior Chun. This is Kong Huijun. Oh, what is the matter?" "It's about a brother of mine who got into some trouble today." Kong Huijun briefly outlined Qin Chuan's predicament. However, before he could finish, the other party interrupted hastily. "Huijun, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm powerless in this situation. He is Li Jun, and his father is Li Gang, the general manager of the northern district of Wandada Group. I was hoping to intern there this year. If you want me to speak well of your brother to Li Jun, I might lose my internship opportunity." With that, the call was abruptly ended. Kong Huijun sagged with defeat, letting out a long sigh. The vice president of the finance student council might seem formidable at school, but in the real world, who would recognize such a title? Once outside the campus, he was merely a student, a novice in the grand scheme of things. Observing this, Tang Yuming could only place his hopes on Wu Ming. It was reasonable to assume that Li Jun would show some favor to the counselor. Suddenly, an idea struck Tang Yuming. He opened his phone and said to Kong Huijun, "Old 3, how much money do you have on hand?" "I still have 800 for this month's living expenses. Transfer me 500. I'll have a total of 1,500 to send to Old 4. Old 4, accept this 2,000. It will help in case they demand compensation." At that moment, the dormitory door swung open. Wu Ming rushed in, followed closely by a middle-aged man with a bald head. The man entered with an imposing presence that commanded respect, scanning the room before asking, "Who is Qin Chuan?" Qin Chuan raised his hand, and the man, with a reproachful expression, exclaimed, "So you are Qin Chuan. Do you have any idea of the trouble you've caused?" Unfazed, Qin Chuan retorted, "What trouble? That person attempted to assault the security guard at the school gate, and I intervened to stop him. I acted out of righteousness. How could that be considered causing trouble? If you don't believe me, you can ask the guard, who will vouch for me." Seeing that Qin Chuan remained dismissive of Li Jun's situation, Wu Ming grew increasingly anxious. "Old 4, this is our counselor, Guo Minghuai. He is here to assist you, so do not think your predicament is trivial. Everyone is trying to find a solution for you. You need to take this seriously." Wu Ming did not scold Qin Chuan excessively, as the elder brother. Being a few years older and having endured the rigors of military and societal life, he understood that Qin Chuan, being inexperienced, was unaware of the perilous nature of the circumstances. Chapter 12. Compensation of 1 million. Kneel and apologize at the school assembly. Guo Minghuai approached the door, peered outside cautiously, then closed the door and lowered his voice. Qin Chuan, you may not yet grasp the gravity of the situation. Li Jun's father is the general manager of the northern region for Wanda Group, who previously donated 10 million to the school. This year, the school aims to break into the top 200 of the world university rankings, which necessitates a world-class laboratory costing 500 million. We are still significantly short of that funding. Guo Minghuai hesitated, as the remaining implications were too stark for him to articulate directly, opting instead to convey his message through a meaningful glance. Wu Ming immediately comprehended the counselor's intent. The school was in dire need of funds for constructing the laboratory, and Li Jun's father was wealthy and inclined to donate. However, just as the opportunity for donation arose, his son faced an altercation at the school. As a father, he could not simply let it go. Wealthy individuals often disregard the truth. They only concern themselves with their own interests. Tang Yuming, seemingly recalling something, muttered anxiously. Guo Minghuai, stroking his smooth head and deep in thought, finally suggested, how about this? I will attempt to speak with Li Jun in my capacity as counselor. Before his father takes any action, we can resolve this matter quietly. That would be best. Thank you, counselor. With Guo Minghuai's words, Wu Ming felt a slight sense of relief. After all, Li Jun was also a student of the financial university. One could hope for leniency. Guo Minghuai promptly took out his phone and dialed Li Jun's number. Hello, Li Jun. This is Counselor Guo Minghuai. What is it? Li Jun's tone was unfriendly, laced with disdain. I just learned about the incident at the school gate. That Qin Chuan is now my student. He is just a young man, perhaps a bit impulsive. I was hoping we could settle this matter privately. Guo Minghuai spoke with utmost sincerity, even adopting a somewhat humble demeanor. However, what could he do? He was merely a lowly counselor, and given the immense power of Li Jun's family, he might even risk his own position. On the other end of the line, Li Jun detected a hint of anxiety. It appeared that the young man realized he had landed himself in trouble and was now seeking the counselor's intervention for resolution. Li Jun let out a cold, mocking laugh. Guo Huaiming, since he is your student, I shall consider your face and agree to a private settlement. With the phone on speaker, Guo Huaiming's words brought a sigh of relief among the few present in the dormitory. Li Jun then continued, compensate me for my emotional distress and medical expenses with 1 million, and then kneel before me and bow your head at the school assembly. I shall then consider this matter settled. His demands instantly struck a blow to everyone present. 1 million, followed by a public act of humiliation. This was nothing short of an insult. Li Jun, your terms. Before Guo Huaiming could respond, Li Jun interrupted. These are my conditions. If they cannot be met, let him prepare for the consequences. My father will arrive at the school this afternoon. I will ensure he is expelled from the university. Furthermore, I have investigated his background. He hails from that small, insignificant county of Jiangning, correct? My father will make a call to the local officials there, and then he will be blacklisted nationwide. I will ensure he spends his life begging. With that, Li Jun abruptly hung up. Guo Huaiming pocketed his phone and turned to Qin Chuan, speaking earnestly. Qin Chuan, it has come to this. One must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. As long as there are still mountains standing, one need not worry about firewood. Grit your teeth and endure. And it shall pass. Otherwise, with Li Jun's father's influence, he could truly ruin your life. Tang Yuming interjected, Old 4. As men, we must be flexible. It's merely a matter of a minute. Endure it, and it will be over. Kong Huijun agreed. Indeed, even Han Xin endured humiliation. Do not sacrifice your promising future for a moment's pride. Wu Ming, being more pragmatic, expressed his doubts that Qin Chuan would forsake his identity as a university student and risk being blacklisted by the entire industry merely for pride. His primary concern was for the compensation. Counselor, Li Jun demands 1 million. Guo Huaiming narrowed his eyes. Regarding the financial aspect, I will consult with the school leaders, particularly Zhou Xian, to see if we can arrange for an installment payment. Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun had already offered Qin Chuan financial support, and Wu Ming immediately pulled out his phone. Old 4, when I was discharged from the army, I received a subsidy of 200,000. I sent 100,000 home. I will keep 5,000 for myself, and the remaining 195,000 shall be yours. As he spoke, Wu Ming promptly transferred 195,000 to Qin Chuan. Seeing his friends rallying to support him financially, Qin Chuan felt deeply moved. He opened his phone and returned all the transfers. Old four, what are you doing? Why are you sending the money back? Wu Ming exclaimed in indignation. Qin Chuan stretched and yawned, saying, I appreciate everyone's goodwill, but I cannot accept the money. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I kneel and apologize to him? On the contrary, he assaulted the security guard at the school gate. I acted in righteous defense. I am in the right here. If I were to apologize, where is the fairness in that? Gua Huaiming shook his head in dismay, repeatedly sighing, Alas, my child. What do you understand? In this world, fairness is but an illusion. Those endowed with wealth and power can extinguish your existence as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. You have yet to immerse yourself in society. You cannot comprehend this reality. With a shake of his head, Gua Huaiming departed the dormitory. In his eyes, Qin Chuan, brimming with youthful exuberance, would never acquiesce to Li Jun's demands. As a counselor, he had exerted every effort. The other occupants of the dormitory deflated like punctured balloons. They had done all they could, yet Qin Chuan's stubbornness rendered their words futile. In the president's office of the university, the director of the administrative office, Ho Yud, burst in without knocking. The president, Chang Guoli, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the sofa, was startled and rebuked him, exclaiming, Is it too much to expect a knock? Must you induce a heart attack? Lowering his head in deference, Ho Yud replied, President, there's been a grave incident. Chang Guoli's expression sharpened. What has occurred? Ho Yud promptly relayed the events at the school gate in detail. Chang Guoli's demeanor remained placid as he remarked, Li Jun has gone too far, abusing his father's influence to act with impunity. According to Gua Huaiming, Li Jun refuses to settle this privately and insists on escalating it to his father. As you are aware, President Li dotes on this son. Slamming his hand on the table, Chang Guoli declared, Just because Li Gang favors his son, does that mean I should neglect my students? What manner of world is this? To cause trouble and then play the victim. Is there no sense of justice left? Once Chang Guoli's outburst subsided, Ho Yud interjected, President, our university aims to break into the top 200 in international rankings this year. That world-class laboratory requires a funding of 50 million. Last year, President Li mentioned he would sponsor 10 million. The gravity of this reminder transformed Chang Guoli's expression. Achieving a top 200 ranking was pivotal for his ascent, and failing at this juncture could spell the end of his career. Just as Chang Guoli wavered in indecision, the phone on his desk rang. It was the security department. President, Mr. Li Gang, the Northern General Manager of Wanda Group, requests an audience with you. A Mercedes-Benz 350 drove directly to the university's administrative building. Clad in a black suit and flanked by two assistants, Li Gang entered the president's office. Chang Guoli greeted him with a beaming smile, extending his hand. Ah, Mr. Li. What an honor to have you here. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Li Gang cast a sidelong glance at Chang Guoli, letting out a cold snort. President Chang, you are aware of my son's predicament, are you not? Only vaguely, Chang Guoli replied. Young people tend to engage in such altercations. It's quite common. Li Gang slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Chang Guoli. I invested a substantial amount in your university, hoping to provide my son with a conducive learning environment. And yet, his personal safety is compromised. Chang Guoli's expression shifted subtly. As the head of the institution and a person of considerable standing in society, he would normally have contacted the security department to have Li Gang escorted out. However, this moment marks a pivotal juncture in his career, and given his dependence on the other party, he occasionally finds it necessary to yield. Bring that boy who harmed my son here. I wish to ascertain his background and understand what emboldens him to lay hands on my son. Upon witnessing this, Ho Yud hastily exited to summon Qin Chuan. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, Qin Chuan sauntered into the principal's office. Li Gang scrutinized him from head to toe, noting his unremarkable attire and the domestically produced sneakers adorning his feet. You are the one who struck my son, are you not? Qin Chuan cast a cold glance at Li Gang, retorting, You are the father of that wretched creature? Principal Chang, is this the caliber of student that your esteemed institution produces? Chang Guoli shot an admonishing glare at Qin Chuan, and, pouring a cup of tea for Li Gang, he attempted to diffuse the situation with a light-hearted remark. Students from the county seat do possess a certain temperament. Li Gang, with a dismissive wave, knocked the tea from the table, declaring, That suffices, Principal Chang. I perceive you are showing favoritism towards this boy. At that moment, Li Jun also arrived at the principal's office. Initially, he regarded Qin Chuan with trepidation, But upon noticing his father's presence, his demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. Dad, this is the boy who assaulted me. Look, my face is swollen. As Li Jun was the sole heir of Li Gang, he had been coddled throughout his upbringing. Seeing his son's swollen visage stirred deep sympathy within Li Gang. Principal Chang observed this. Look at what has transpired. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. He must be severely punished. Expulsion is imperative. Oh, you wish to expel me for striking him. Yet what of his actions? Qin Chuan retorted, retrieving his phone and unveiling a video. The footage depicted Li Jun unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon a 50-year-old security guard, who was left crumpled on the ground. It was this old fool who incessantly pestered me to move my car. That's why I retaliated, Li Jun defended himself. Understanding the context, Chang Guoli interjected. I am aware of the circumstances, Li Jun has. But before he could finish, Li Gang slammed his hand on the table. Principal Chang, we are here to deliberate on this boy's assault on my son. What relevance do your tangents hold? Are you truly inclined to shield this assailant? Li Gang narrowed his eyes. Principal, this is a critical year for our university as we strive to break into the top 200 in the world rankings. You wouldn't want to jeopardize your position now, would you? Should we fail to achieve this, your career prospects may very well reach a dead end. Li Gang adeptly grasped Chang Guoli's vulnerabilities, given his age. Advancing in his career necessitated meeting this year's targets to secure a promotion. Failing to do so would confine him to his role as principal until retirement. Chang Guoli's expression wavered between hesitation and the weight of his student's innocence. Li Jun, witnessing the principal's trepidation towards his father, grew emboldened. Dad, the boy's counselor approached me today to plead on his behalf. I informed him that if he compensates me with 1 million and publicly apologizes at the school assembly, I would show mercy. Upon hearing this, Chang Guoli seemed to seize upon a glimmer of hope, envisioning a resolution to the predicament. Li Gang, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, my son is indeed magnanimous." Principal Chang, you heard that, right? Our family has already made the utmost concessions. Now it is time to see the school's sincerity. Chang Guoli turned to Qin Chuan, seemingly seeking his opinion. He had perused Qin Chuan's personal information. His parents were ordinary workers in a factory, and their financial situation was quite modest. If he were to offer a sincere apology, the school could find a way to assist him with the compensation. However, in the next moment, Chang Guoli was utterly taken aback as Qin Chuan plopped down into a chair, sneering. I offer your family a choice. Have Li Jun kneel before the gatekeeper and admit his wrongdoing, and pay a compensation of 1 million. If you comply, I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. Otherwise, I will ensure that your entire family is expelled from Kyoto, erasing all your positions within the Wanda Group. You have exactly 1 minute to deliberate. At Qin Chuan's declaration, the room fell into profound silence. Shortly thereafter, the father and son of the Li family burst into laughter. Li Jun scoffed. Who do you think you are? You dare to threaten us with expulsion from Kyoto and the removal of my father's positions within the Wanda Group? Do you even know my father's standing in the group? He is the general manager for the northern region, a position of immense authority. Qin Chuan paid no heed to Li Jun, counting down the seconds, 40 seconds remaining. Prior to arriving, Li Gang had inquired with the school's administrative office about Qin Chuan's background. A dual-income family from a small county, nothing more. Kid, your parents work at a factory that is also under the Wanda Group. With just a phone call, I could have them dismissed immediately. And I would ensure they are blacklisted across the entire industry, leaving them unable to find work for the rest of their lives. Do you even realize whom you are speaking to? You are utterly deluded. Chang Guoli approached Qin Chuan, signaling him to cease his remarks, lest he find himself unable to assist him. Qin Chuan, pushing past the principal, glanced at his watch, 30 seconds left. Li Gang felt humiliated, his anger boiling over as he swiftly grabbed his phone and dialed Jiangning's Might Garment Factory. Hello, is this factory director Zhou Jiangwo? This is Li Gang. Zhou Jiangwo paused. Is this Director Li from the Wanda Group? Indeed, it is. Greetings. Greetings. The Might Garment Factory was just acquired by the Wanda Group last year, falling under the Northern Region. Zhou Jiangwo, having only met the Northern Region's general manager at the annual meeting earlier this year, had long sought to ingratiate himself but lacked the means. Do you have a couple working in your factory? The husband is named Qin Guoming, and the wife is Xinhua. After pondering, Zhou Jiangwo replied, Yes, we do. Immediately terminate their employment and spread the word throughout Jiangning. Any company that dares to employ them will be opposing the Wanda Group and me, Li Gang. And I will ensure they face repercussions. Zhou Jiangwo, bewildered by Li Gang's sudden fervor directed at two ordinary workers, nevertheless replied repeatedly, Understood, understood, Director Li. I will expel them at once. After hanging up, Li Gang sneered, Huh? You little pauper, do you now comprehend the extent of my influence? Offending me will render your entire family miserable. Chang Guoli sighed deeply, lamenting that the current situation was the very one he had wished to avoid. He murmured, Alas. It was merely a dispute among students. Now it has entangled adults. Qin Chuan, however, appeared unfazed, casually remarking, Well, time's up. You've lost your chance. Chapter 14. Immediate dismissal. Never to be rehired. Stubborn as a dead duck, this pretentious fellow from a small county just loves to show off, Li Jun mocked. Qin Chuan retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Qin Chuan. Am I speaking with Li Gang, the general manager of the Northern District of Wanda Group? Good. I hereby revoke all his positions within the group and terminate his employment immediately. Should he cause a scene, let a third-party audit investigate how much he has embezzled from the group over the years and forward the findings to the relevant authorities. Hire the best lawyers and pursue the maximum penalties against him. After the termination, I will make a public statement nationwide. Anyone who collaborates with him or his family across 3 generations is opposing Wanda Group, and they shall bear the consequences. Upon concluding the call, Qin Chuan regarded the Li father and son with a knowing smile. Li Jun burst into laughter. Oh, you're really getting into character. You might as well have him arrested. A glint of menace flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes as he retorted, Incarceration would afford him free meals. I desire to see your entire family reduced to the very lowly existence you so despise, shunned by your relatives and friends. Li Gang, increasingly impatient with Qin Chuan's words, was about to interrupt when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Wang Lin, the chairman of Wanda Group. Instantly, his demeanor shifted, and he spoke with obsequiousness. Hello, Chairman Wang. How may I assist you? In the next moment, Li Gang's expression morphed into one of sheer horror, draining of all color. His phone slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the floor. Almost simultaneously, every individual in the room received alerts on their devices. Breaking news. Personnel changes at Wanda Group. Northern District General Manager Li Gang has been dismissed due to personal conduct issues. The office fell into an eerie silence. The events unfolding too swiftly, too unexpectedly. A senior executive was dismissed without warning, an unprecedented occurrence within Wanda Group. Li Gang, momentarily dazed, regained his senses and hastily called the group's vice president, Ren Zhongwei. Vice President, what is happening? Why has the board dismissed me out of the blue? Li Gang, have you crossed someone? Ren Zhongwei whispered urgently. No, I assure you, I've always been respectful and accommodating towards every leader. I've taken my own share of hardship. Please, just give me a hint. Why is this happening? After a brief silence, Ren Zhongwei replied, Li Gang, I must speak frankly. Your dismissal is at the behest of the board's largest shareholder. He suspects you have embezzled a substantial amount from the group, and even Chairman Wang cannot protect you. I advise you not to resist. That influential figure holds more shares than Chairman Wang. You cannot contend with him. If you desire any severance compensation, they shall initiate a third-party audit against you. With that, Ren Zhongwei abruptly terminated the call. Li Gang sank heavily onto the sofa, contemplating how few in his position possessed untainted hands. He turned to Qin Chuan, trembling as he inquired, Are you truly the largest shareholder of Wanda Group? You have come to this realization too late. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. You are merely a lowly citizen from a small county. You cannot possibly be. Qin Chuan offered a cold smile, opting not to engage in a dispute. Li Jun, witnessing his father being ousted from the group, feared for the future of his own status as Li Xiao. Dad, what shall we do? Is our family doomed? Li Gang, in a fit of rage, struck him, exclaiming, Useless fool. Your father is not finished yet. It is merely a job. I have had enough of it. The savings from these years amount to 100 million. Damn it. Even if I am no longer with Wanda Group, what can you do to me? Even if you are a major shareholder? After more than a decade of diligent work, Li Gang had amassed a considerable fortune, sufficient to ensure his family's financial security for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, his phone rang once more. He swiped the screen and answered. Hello, this is the internal audit team of Wanda Group. Upon investigation, we have found that during your tenure, You exploited your position to embezzle a total of 150 million. You are hereby ordered to return all funds within 3 days. Should you fail to comply, we will forward the relevant materials to the prosecuting authorities and initiate legal proceedings to safeguard all interests of our group. Upon hearing this, Li Gang staggered and collapsed to the ground. The sum of 150 million was a figure that could not be gathered even by liquidating all his real estate. His immediate thought was to transfer his assets, only to discover that all his accounts were in an abnormal state, frozen. It was a clear push towards his demise. Just moments ago, he had been arrogant, but now he crawled to Qin Chuan like a dog, grasping at his trousers. Mr. Qin, you are magnanimous. Please spare me. Do not pursue this to the bitter end. I was wrong, truly wrong. Qin Chuan took a step back, retracting his trousers, and barked, "Get away from me." In a fit of rage, Li Gang grabbed a wooden stool from the office and hurled it at his son, Li Jun, shouting, "You wretched brat. I sent you to study, and you have caused this chaos. You have offended Mr. Qin. Watch me deal with you today." Li Jun cried out in pain as his father struck him, rolling on the office floor. After breaking the chair, Li Gang's anger was not satisfied, and he pulled out his belt to continue the beating. Chang Guoli, stunned, quickly summoned security to escort the father and son out. Once the two were taken away by several security personnel, Chang Guoli let out a deep sigh and collapsed onto the sofa. With Li Gang dismissed from Wandada Group and now facing the recovery of embezzled funds, the promised donation of 10 million to the school was undoubtedly in jeopardy. It was all over. The dream of achieving a world ranking of 200 was unattainable. He glanced at Qin Chuan and said, "You may return now. Next time you seek to act heroically, be mindful of your limits." Chang Guoli reclined, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, reflecting on the arduous journey of his decades-long career. He had tirelessly endeavored to advance further, only to find himself faltering at this juncture. He couldn't help but recite the poignant lines from the Song Dynasty poet Lu Kezhuang, "The plum blossoms and mourning garments, dust-laden boots. Once wielded a delicate staff in the presence of yin and he. Long has the cap sought its original attire. Why cling to the old nest of the brocade tent? There are few scholars in this world, yet misfortunes abound as ever. Half a lifetime spent in silence due to obscurity. Only in old age does one marvel at the passage of time." Qin Chuan, perplexed by the principal's lamentation, inquired of the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Ho Yud. The latter succinctly recounted the situation regarding the laboratory and the school's ranking. Just a step away, all efforts wasted. Is establishing a laboratory costly? Indeed. We aim to build a world-class laboratory, not a superficial project, but one that genuinely contributes to the nation and yields tangible results. The smallest endeavor demands at least 50 million. The authorities have pledged 40 million, and Li Gang has also promised a donation of 10 million. So, we are just short of 1 million. I shall cover it, Qin Chuan remarked casually. Chang Guoli's ears perked up, and he sprang from the sofa in astonishment. "You, Qin Chuan, are you serious?" Qin Chuan smiled faintly, remaining silent. He retrieved his phone, accessed online banking, and entered the account used for his tuition payment. Moments later, with a tap of his finger for verification, the transfer was completed. Displaying the successful transaction on his screen, he inquired, "May I take my leave now?" Both Chang Guoli and Ho Yud swallowed hard, rendered speechless by the shock. Did he just donate 10 million? How utterly nonchalant, without even a single request. Just as Qin Chuan pulled open the office door, a figure rushed in, the head of the school's finance office, his face a mask of astonishment. "Principal, a sum of 10 million has just been transferred into the school's account. What should we do?" As Qin Chuan exited the administrative building, a system notification appeared before him. "Congratulations. Challenger, side quest completed. Sponsorship of public welfare. Quest reward. Skill level 1 in medical mastery. Note, martial arts are categorized into 9 levels, each subdivided into 4 stages. Entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and pinnacle." The system interface faded, and a torrent of medical knowledge surged into Qin Chuan's mind, an influx of information beyond ordinary comprehension. An hour later, he exhaled deeply, having absorbed an astounding breadth of medical knowledge encompassing internal medicine, surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, pediatrics, otorhinolaryngology, pathology, laboratory science, infectious diseases, preventive medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, and more. He now stood at the level of a comprehensive medical professor across all disciplines. This merely represents the pinnacle of first-level medical prowess. Should Qin Chuan continue to advance, his capabilities would be boundless, truly formidable. As he regained his composure and prepared to head back to his dormitory, a commotion erupted not far ahead. A girl clad in a white tracksuit knelt on the ground, supporting an elderly man whose eyes were tightly shut, evidently having fainted. A throng of students surrounded them, yet they were all from the finance department, lacking the medical knowledge to render assistance. Some pulled out their phones to call the campus infirmary, while others contacted a hospital to summon an ambulance. Alas, in the old man's current condition, it seemed he might not survive until help arrived. Qin Chuan dashed over, grasping the old man's wrist to check his pulse. His brow furrowed deeply as he discerned that the man was on the brink of death. His breathing had ceased, his heartbeat was faint and nearing imperceptibility, and blood was flowing backward throughout his body, resulting in rapid organ failure. The girl was already in a state of panic. It was a rare occasion for her grandfather to visit her at school, and now this calamity had befallen him. 3 imposing figures clad in black suits emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing the elderly man sprawled on the ground, they wore expressions of shock. "Miss, the old gentleman." One began. The girl shouted at the men, "Doctor! Quickly, summon a doctor." The men, realizing the urgency, promptly retrieved specialized phones to make the call. "Wait. Calling a doctor is futile," Qin Chuan interjected. The girl paused, incredulity flashing in her eyes before she retorted, "Impossible. My grandfather has always been in excellent health. He has no underlying conditions. He can't be in trouble. No, he is not ill. He is a martial arts practitioner who has become overly obsessed, leading to a catastrophic disruption of his meridians and a reversal of his vital energy," Qin Chuan explained. The girl's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the young man before her. How could he possibly know about her grandfather's martial arts background? Yet, there was no time to ponder such thoughts. She needed a doctor to examine him, regardless of the circumstances. "Grandfather, you cannot leave me," she cried, grasping the old man's hand. With a gentle sigh, Qin Chuan produced a small vial containing the essence of life from his pocket. He uncapped it and poured the contents into the old man's mouth. "What are you doing? You're going to harm my grandfather," the girl exclaimed, forcibly pushing Qin Chuan away. The glass vial slipped from his hand, shattering to pieces upon impact with the ground. Fortunately, the entire 10 milliliters of the life essence had been administered to the old man. Fuming, the girl pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Chuan. "What did you give my grandfather? Do you think he is not dead enough and are deliberately poisoning him?" The 3 men in black, upon hearing her words, advanced menacingly towards Qin Chuan, ready to subdue him. Just then, the elderly man, previously unconscious, suddenly spoke. "Cease this rudeness." The black-clad figures halted their advance immediately. "Grandfather!" the girl exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she witnessed her grandfather awaken. The old man gently stroked his granddaughter's hair, reassuring her, "Xiao Qiong, do not be alarmed, grandfather is fine." With the support of his granddaughter, the elderly man slowly rose to his feet. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards Qin Chuan, thanking the young friend for his assistance, and inquired about his esteemed name. "Qin Chuan," the young man replied succinctly. The elder displayed profound humility, while Qin Chuan responded with a mere 2 words, which did not sit well with the girl. She felt a surge of indignation. How could her grandfather, a man of such stature, deign to address a mere youth in such a manner? "What is your attitude, speaking to my grandfather in this way?" "Xiao Qiong, do not be disrespectful," the elder admonished gently. He then turned back to Qin Chuan, saying, "Mr. Qin, my name is Kong Fu, and this is my granddaughter, Fang Qiong. I beg your pardon for any rudeness." Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. He had no intention of quarreling with an ignorant girl. Although Kong Fu had regained consciousness, he continued to cough incessantly, his body frail and weak. "Your ailment is the result of a demonic deviation, leading to disrupted meridians and internal injuries affecting your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Moreover, the duration of your condition has rendered a single vial of life essence insufficient to fully mend your internal wounds." Upon hearing this, Fang Qiong's heart ached, and a tear escaped her eye. Kong Fu patted her shoulder. "Xiao Qiong, do not cry. Grandfather has lived for 80 years. I have had my share of life. It is only my fault for hastily advancing my martial arts to confront enemies in my youth, which has brought about my current plight. Mr. Qin, since you comprehend my grandfather's condition, do you possess a remedy?" Fang Qiong clasped Kong Fu's hand tightly, her beautiful eyes gazing at Qin Chuan, a glimmer of hope shining within. As the granddaughter of the elder, she often witnessed her grandfather racked with painful coughs at home. Their family had sought the expertise of renowned physicians across the nation, yet all were at a loss. Mr. Qin, if you can restore my grandfather's health, the Kong family will fulfill any request you might have. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. Kung Fu's illness was not beyond remedy, merely requiring a treatment course of 6 vials of life essence. The formulation of the life essence was a closely guarded secret, known only to the pinnacle of medical mastery. The treatment itself is not difficult. However, the potion requires time for preparation. If you could grant me some time, I shall return to administer the treatment, he proposed. Of course, Feng Qiong exclaimed, leaping with joy, her previously tear-streaked face now radiant with delight. We shall be indebted to you, Mr. Qin. Kung Fu, having experienced the world, tempered his excitement despite the assurance of potential recovery. Xiao Chun, please take note of Mr. Qin's phone number. When he is available, you shall escort him here. After a moment's reflection, Kung Fu added, Mr. Qin, the Kong family has some connections in Kyoto. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. Qin Chuan nodded, watching as Kung Fu and his companions departed. Suddenly, a system notification materialized before him. Congratulations. Challenger, completed side quest, Save the Dying, quest reward, access to Kyoto's top nightclub, Chapter 16, colliding with $1 million luxury car. A Porsche Cayenne. Qin Chuan felt a wave of frustration. The main quest urged him to study diligently, yet the rewards were nothing but temptations for indulgent pleasures. You are quite the mischievous system, he mused. As Qin Chuan lamented the system's rewards, a strikingly attractive girl with an alluring figure approached him. Xiao Chuan, what are you doing here? Su Xiaoyan exclaimed, bursting into tears of joy as she rushed towards Qin Chuan, observing the tears glistening in her eyes. Qin Chuan was taken aback. Sister Xiaoyan, what's wrong? I just came from the principal's office. I saw a post on the forum and recognized you at first glance. Then I heard that Li Jun brought his father here. Li Jun's father is an executive at a publicly traded company, intricately connected with the school. I was worried about him confronting you. Gently stroking Su Xiaoyan's hair, Qin Chuan reassured her. It's all right, Sister Xiaoyan. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Su Xiaoyan's heart relaxed upon hearing this. Xiaoyan, is he your boyfriend? A sharp voice interrupted from behind Su Xiaoyan. It belonged to a girl clad in knee-high boots, tight jeans, and a crop top. Despite her heavy makeup, her features were striking, though she paled in comparison to Su Xiaoyan's beauty. Xiao Chuan hasn't even confessed to me yet, so I'm not sure if he counts as my boyfriend. Oh well, Su Xiaoyan hesitated before finally saying, yes. His name is Qin Chuan. Xiao Chuan, this is my best friend, Su Qian. So you're Qin Chuan? Su Qian blinked her large eyes in surprise. Yes, that's me. You are the Qin Chuan that Xiaoyan constantly talks about, her childhood friend from the workers' dormitory at the garment factory? Qin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Su Xiaoyan's face flushed crimson as she quickly interjected, Su Qian, why do you have to reveal everything? It's so embarrassing. Su Qian felt a jolt of realization. Su Xiaoyan had rejected numerous suitors, always claiming she was waiting for her childhood sweetheart. It turned out to be true. Su Qian scrutinized Qin Chuan once more, seemingly recalling something. Oh, I remember you. You were the guy who rushed off the bus and arrived late today. Reflecting on the time constraint he faced during a timed task, Qin Chuan replied, yes, that was me. A subtle smirk crept onto Su Qian's lips. So, Xiaoyan isn't as aloof as she seems. How did she end up with such a penniless guy? By the way, Xiaoyan, tomorrow is the weekend. And it's my birthday. You should bring Qin Chuan along. Su Xiaoyan hesitated, glancing at Qin Chuan. He smiled and said, sure. I have time since there are no classes on the weekend. Heh, truly a freeloader, Su Qian thought to herself. Xiaoyan could have chosen from so many handsome guys in Kyoto, yet she picked the one with the least money. Such a waste of good looks. After parting ways with Su Xiaoyan, Su Qian retreated to a corner with her phone. Hello, Wang Xiao, it's me, Su Qian. Wang Cheng, seemingly engaged in physical activity, spoke breathlessly and somewhat impatiently. What's up? I've seen Su Xiaoyan's boyfriend. Wang Cheng immediately ceased his workout, intrigued. Which wealthy heir is it? Oh, he's not a wealthy heir. He's just the childhood friend that Su Xiaoyan often mentions. What is his background? There is nothing remarkable. Previously, Su Xiaoyan mentioned that both families were workers at a clothing factory in Jiangning, and the two grew up together in the workers' dormitory. Workers? The son of a worker? Is that all? Indeed, Wang Xiao. On the other end of the line, Silence ensued, followed by uproarious laughter. Damn it, Su Xiaoyan, you once rejected me, claiming you had a boyfriend. I thought he was from a prestigious family, but it turns out he is merely the son of an ordinary worker. Wang Xiao, an idea just struck me. Tomorrow is the weekend, and it happens to be my birthday, Su Qian reminded. Wang Cheng paused for a moment and then praised. Very well. I shall meet this lad tomorrow. I intend to humiliate him thoroughly in front of Su Xiaoyan, to make her realize that in this world, without money, one is nothing. Wang Xiao, then I. Enough, it's your birthday tomorrow. I shall gift you a bag. Thank you, Wang Xiao, thank you. On the 5th floor of the boys' dormitory, room 511, Qin Chuan had just pushed the door open. Tang Yuming, Wu Ming, and Kong Huijun rushed over, scrutinizing Qin Chuan from head to toe. Old Fourth, are you all right? Did Li Jun and the others give you a hard time? Is there enough money? If not, we can find a way together. I can borrow some from my comrades. We'll tackle the issue as a group. The group approached Qin Chuan with concern, showing no signs of distancing themselves due to his entanglement with influential figures. This greatly comforted Qin Chuan. It's all resolved. I just sorted it out in the principal's office. Qin Chuan smiled. The principal's office? The others gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation that had escalated to the principal. Wu Ming, having a military background and some experience in society, understood the implications immediately. The principal of Kyoto University of Finance and Economics, a leader of a prestigious institution, held a position of authority. When students have conflicts, his intervention is far more effective than that of a counselor. How much did it cost you? Qin Chuan was taken aback and chuckled. What money? There's no need for compensation. The others exchanged glances, astonished. Given the commotion, you mean to say there's no need for compensation? Li Jun was adamant about paying and bowing in apology. How could there be no compensation? Wu Ming exchanged glances with Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun, then noticed Qin Chuan's nonchalant demeanor. They understood that some matters, once done, cannot be voiced. Old Fourth, since the issue is resolved, let us gather in our dormitory to ward off any ill fortune and embrace a brighter tomorrow. Sounds great. The leader's suggestion is excellent. I second that. I too agree. Wu Ming clapped Qin Chuan on the shoulder, saying, Old Fourth, tonight's feast is on me. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Forget all the unpleasantness. As night fell, the four rode shared bicycles towards the snack street at the west gate of the university, a haven for late-night snacks, where beer, fried chicken, skewers, and spicy hot pot awaited. As the autumn air grew increasingly crisp, Wu Ming suggested that everyone indulge in some grilled skewers and lamb to nourish their spirits. The more they ate, the more they drank. To help Qin Chuan forget the humiliation of that day, Wu Ming and Tang Yuming insisted on ordering more dishes and drinks. The four of them consumed nearly 1,000 yuan worth of skewers and beer. Fortunately, Wu Ming's military pension was adequate. Otherwise, a typical student would have to subsist on plain buns for the remainder of the month. As they became somewhat inebriated, Qin Chuan and Wu Ming opted to walk. In high spirits, Kong Huijun insisted on singing from the back of Tang Yuming's bike, requesting a ride back to school. Tang Yuming did not refuse. But shortly after setting off, he discovered that his shared bicycle's brakes were malfunctioning. Unable to stop, he collided with a parked Porsche Cayenne on the roadside with a loud thud. Their faces turned pale, and the alcohol-induced haze lifted significantly. The rear bumper of the Porsche Cayenne had been dented by the shared bicycle. The owner, a man in his 40s with a surly demeanor, emerged from the vehicle upon hearing the noise. Chapter 17. Damaging a Porsche Cayenne, compensation of 600,000 yuan. The man immediately inspected his car, and upon seeing that the culprits were two youthful students, he wasted no time in delivering a slap to both of them, exclaiming, You two destitute fools, do you even know how to ride a bike? Do you have any idea how much this car costs? Do you think you can afford the damages? Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun, taken aback, dared not retaliate, and stood with their heads bowed. We're truly sorry. It was not intentional. The brakes on this shared bike failed. We will compensate you, Tang Yuming explained. He noted that this particular Cayenne was an older model, likely valued around 600,000 yuan, and since only the bumper was damaged, repairs shouldn't be excessively costly. They could scrape together enough to cover it. The man spat. You two better not run away. I will call the insurance company right now to assess the damages. He made a call, and soon enough, representatives arrived on the scene. 3 burly men in tank tops emerged from a Porsche Panamera, led by a bald man. Seeing the situation, he quickly approached, offering a cigarette. Long go. Why did you come personally at this hour? Long Ge nodded and accepted the cigarette, instructing his associate, Hong Tao, wait a moment. Let me have someone examine the vehicle. One of Long Ji's team began assessing the damage and quickly concluded that the rear bumper was beyond repair, the trunk circuit board was damaged, the hydraulic struts were broken, and the door was dented. The preliminary estimate for the total repair cost was conservatively around 600,000 yuan. Upon hearing the figure, Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun were taken aback. 600,000? How could it be so much? We only bumped into the bumper. Hong Tao retorted angrily. Do you two ignorant fools even know what kind of car this is? A Porsche Cayenne. Have you ever been in a luxury car worth over $1 million? Do you understand how exorbitant the maintenance costs are? The 600,000 is merely for repairs. You will also owe me for lost wages and transportation costs while the car is in the shop. Tang Yuming argued vehemently. This vehicle is clearly an older model of the Cayenne. According to the current second-hand market, the entire car is worth around 600,000. How dare you demand 600,000? I refuse to accept this price. Upon witnessing Tang Yoming's resistance, Kong Huijun interjected, I too cannot acknowledge this. Furthermore, who are these people? They do not resemble staff from a legitimate Porsche dealership. I will contact another dealership for an assessment. Otherwise, I will not accept this accident appraisal. Hong Tao, emboldened by Long Ji's support, grew weary of conversing with the two young men and swiftly delivered a kick to each of them. Stop! Wu Ming and Qin Chuan, arriving just a moment too late, shouted in protest as they saw their brothers being assaulted. Why are you hitting them? Qin Chuan demanded angrily. Hong Tao smirked coldly. Damn. There are quite a few penniless fools around. Satisfied, he continued, if you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. He pointed to a dent on the rear of the Porsche Cayenne and declared, your dear brother rode a shabby shared bike and damaged my precious Cayenne. Tell me, shouldn't he compensate for this? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of menace flashing within. How much? 600,000. Hong Tao replied, adding, that does not even include my lost wages and transportation expenses. But seeing how pitiful you poor souls are, I'll settle for 600,000 to conclude this matter. 600,000. How can that be justified? It's merely a dented bumper. Wu Ming exclaimed, taken aback. Hong Tao chuckled, raising his thumb to indicate Long Ge beside him. I have professional dealership staff here to assess the damage. Should we take it back to the shop for evaluation, the compensation will only increase. Qin Chuan glanced at Long Ge, then back at Hong Tao. He meticulously aligned his fingers, retrieved a black card from his pocket, and presented it to Long Ge for processing. Long Ge, who had previously appeared indifferent while smoking, suddenly narrowed his eyes in surprise. He examined the card, then looked at Qin Chuan. Hong Tao snatched the credit card from Qin Chuan, elated as he instructed the nearby staff to process the transaction. The black gold card, lacking a password, swiftly facilitated a transfer of 600,000. As he observed the printed receipt, Hong Tao's grin nearly split his face in two. What incredible luck today! Earning 600,000 in an instant. Wu Ming and his companions watched in astonishment. How does the fourth have so much money? Hong Tao opened the car door, ready to drive away and indulge in some lavish entertainment, but then reconsidered and thought, why not two girls? However, just as he swung open the door, Qin Chuan kicked it back shut. Hong Tao turned, glaring at Qin Chuan. What do you want? With his hands in his pockets, Qin Chuan replied coolly. The matter of the car is settled, but you must make amends for my brother's beating. Hong Tao's demeanor soured at this, and he discreetly signaled to Long Ge, whispering, the 100,000 I promised you also includes resolving these troubles. Long Ge snapped back to attention regarding Qin Chuan. Hong Tao, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Chuan, scoffed. You think you're quite impressive, don't you? Speaking boldly to me without knowing who I am. Hong Tao from Gang. Yet Qin Chuan remained unperturbed, maintaining an air of calm indifference. Long Ge is it? Whatever he offered you for this task, I shall provide you tenfold. The only request I have is that I do not want him to drive for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Long Ji's eyes sparkled with golden light. Hong Tao felt a chill in his heart. What was happening? To give me 10 times the reason to never drive again? He immediately grasped Long Ji's hand, urging, don't listen to him. He is just a pathetic loser trying to deceive you. You cannot fall for it. Long Ge coldly snorted, shaking off Hong Tao's hand. This gentleman is clearly not an ordinary person, Hong Tao. We must settle this matter fairly. I regret to say, the offer he provided is far too generous. Long Ge then exchanged glances with his companions, who retrieved 2 wrenches from the trunk and proceeded to drag Hong Tao to a shadowy spot by the roadside. Moments later, anguished screams echoed from that direction. The 2 returned, and Long Ge, with a sycophantic smile, remarked, "Sir, how do you find this task?" "Not bad," Qin Chuan replied, extending his hand once more. Long Ge hastily waved his hands, saying, "For a small favor, how could I possibly accept payment?" He then presented a business card with both hands, adding, "This is my card. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." Qin Chuan accepted the card with a nod. Long Ge and his companions entered their vehicle and departed from the scene. "Old Four, thank you. We will do our best to repay you soon," Tang Yuming said timidly, with Kong Huijun nodding in agreement beside him. Qin Chuan chuckled, wrapping his arms around their shoulders. "What are we brothers for? That small amount of money is nothing." In the Porsche Panamera, one of the companions inquired, "Long Ge, why were you so courteous to that kid? You didn't even take the money." Long Ge slapped him playfully, saying, "You don't understand at all, do you? Did you not see what card you just swiped? That was an Amex Centurion Black card. Only the most prestigious families can ever hope to acquire such a card." He reclined in his seat, gazing up at the night sky through the sunroof, thinking, to have made the acquaintance of such a significant figure, I, Zhou Zhenglong, am destined for greatness. Chapter 18. To purchase a vehicle for convenience, even if it were a Ferrari. Old Four, where did you acquire such wealth? Didn't the counselors say your family consists of ordinary workers? Are you perhaps participating in some rich second-generation reality show? Where are the cameras? His 3 roommates bombarded him with questions, leaving Qin Chuan momentarily at a loss for words. "I come from an ordinary family in a small county. I have no special background. That money is what I earn myself." The 3 gasped in disbelief. He had made over $1 million before even finishing his freshman year. "Old Four, what do you do?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan replied, "I dabble in small businesses, run a hotel, and occasionally sell cars." "Business, hotel, selling cars?" The 3 exchanged glances, silently deciding not to press further. In today's society, it is common for college students to venture into entrepreneurship, many engaging in second-hand car sales or managing goose houses while still in school. They felt a surge of envy. Old Four was truly remarkable. Saturday brought a rare and splendid day, with the sun shining brightly and the sky clear of clouds. Today, it was arranged to celebrate Su Xiaoyan's best friend's birthday. At 10 a.m., Qin Chuan dialed her number, and a languid, soft voice came through the phone, clearly still drowsy. "Hey, Xiao Chuan, when shall we meet? I'll come to pick you up. In half an hour, I'll get up, wash up, and put on some makeup." "All right. I'll wait for you downstairs at your dorm." Su Xiaoyan sweetly hummed twice. After hanging up, Qin Chuan spent 10 minutes freshening up and dressing before heading out towards the girls' dormitory. 2 hours later, Su Xiaoyan dashed down the stairs. The moment she spotted Qin Chuan, she shyly stuck out her tongue and said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting, Xiao Chuan." Qin Chuan gazed at her. Today, she wore a vintage white linen top adorned with tiny yellow daisies at the neckline and cuffs, paired with a knee-length black skirt. Her white mid-calf socks and brown leather shoes complemented her outfit perfectly. She appeared pure and radiant, and with her striking beauty, not a single boy passing by could resist stealing a glance. Qin Chuan, naturally, held no resentment. He possessed boundless tolerance for Su Xiaoyan. "It's nothing. Let us head to Starbucks in the city center. We can find them there." "Xiaoyan, my car had an accident a couple of days ago," Qin Chuan candidly informed her. Su Xiaoyan's immediate reaction was one of shock as she scrutinized him. "Xiao Chuan, are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Qin Chuan shook his head, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Let us call a ride. The traffic to the city center is quite congested, and you can rest well without driving." "Yes, but Xiaoyan, a car that's broken can't be fixed indefinitely. We need a means of transport when we go out. How about accompanying me to buy a car first?" Su Xiaoyan glanced at the time and noted it was just past noon. She was well aware of her friends. Each of them would claim to arrive, but wouldn't step out until the sun began to set. "I'll do as you say, Xiao Chuan." Qin Chuan took out his phone and pondered for a moment. Although he owned a BMW, he had developed a distaste for the brand due to the recent incident. As for Lamborghini, the thought of the crash left him feeling uneasy. Thus, he input the destination and called for a premium car service. After nearly an hour's journey, they finally arrived at the Ferrari dealership on Financial Street in the Eastern District. This sales center was directly managed by Ferrari's headquarters, offering higher reception standards compared to other dealerships. with the ability to customize exclusive models and accessories. The entire Ferrari sales center spanned 2 floors and consisted of 2 showrooms. From the outside, it appeared modest in size, yet its interior was remarkably spacious. The walls along the street were entirely constructed of glass, allowing passers-by a glimpse of the vibrant, sporty red soul within. As Qin Chuan led Su Xiaoyan into the sales center, an elegant, tranquil fragrance enveloped them, instantly evoking a profound sense of luxury. The hall exuded an extraordinary tranquility, with only various models of Ferraris on display and a few elegantly attired staff members with long legs and black suits, apart from the absence of any other visitors. After all, each Ferrari commands a price in the millions, far beyond the reach of the average person. Most merely gazed through the glass from outside, and only a handful possessed the courage to step inside for a closer look. Those mechanical beasts, boasting hundreds of horsepower, rested silently in the showroom, awaiting their owners. "Good day, sir and madam. Welcome to the Ferrari Sales Center. May I inquire if you have an appointment?" Approached a tall, striking young woman wearing black half-rimmed glasses. Clad in a professional black suit, a form-fitting skirt, black stockings, and high heels, her impeccably tailored outfit accentuated her voluptuous figure perfectly. Although her face bore a professional smile, an air of aloofness surrounded her. This was the demeanor expected of a luxury car saleswoman, without at least a 7 out of 10 in looks. One would scarcely qualify for an interview. No appointment," Qin Chuan replied. "That's perfectly all right. Allow me to register you," she responded. "All right, my name is Qin Chuan." The woman did not belittle Qin Chuan and Su Xiaoyan, despite their youthful appearance. The foremost requirement in selling luxury cars is an exceptional service attitude, setting it apart from other car sales. A few minutes later, she approached again. "Hello, Mr. Qin. My name is Xiao Xiao. You may call me Xiao Xiao." Qin Chuan nodded, and Xiao Xiao led the two into the showroom, providing an introduction to the vehicles on display as they walked. This model is a Ferrari equipped with a 3.9-liter turbocharged engine, accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers in 3.4 seconds, priced at $2.4 million. This one is another Ferrari, a hardtop convertible sports car with a 3.9-liter twin-turbo V8 engine, achieving a 100-kilometer acceleration in just 3.5 seconds, priced at $2.9 million. Here we have the Ferrari 488, featuring an upgraded 3.9-liter twin-turbo V8 engine that produces a maximum power of 818 horsepower and a peak torque of 930 Newton meters, accelerating from 0 to 100 in merely 2.6 seconds, with a top speed of 340 km/h. This is the Ferrari 90, the brand's first mass-produced plug-in hybrid convertible sports car, powered by a 3.9-liter turbocharged engine and 3 electric motors, delivering a maximum output of 1,000 horsepower. With an all-wheel drive system, it accelerates from 0 to 100 in just 2.5 seconds and from 0 to 200 in only 7.0 seconds, priced slightly higher at $4.98 million. As Qin Chuan listened to Xiao Xiao's introduction, he glanced at Su Xiaoyan. "Which one do you think is better?" Su Xiaoyan pouted. None of them looked particularly appealing. They all seemed quite similar. And Xiao Xiao felt a bead of sweat form, indeed, in a woman's eyes. The most significant distinction among sports cars is the emblem. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyan grasped Qin Chuan's hand and led him towards the innermost part of the exhibition hall. She pointed at a Ferrari displayed there and exclaimed, "Xiao Chuan, this one is stunning. It's unlike the others, and I believe it suits you perfectly." And Xiao Xiao hurried to catch up, noticing that the car Su Xiaoyan indicated was indeed the pinnacle of Ferrari's supercars, the LaFerrari. Chapter 19. The LaFerrari worth $500 million. It is equipped with a naturally aspirated 6.3-liter engine, boasting a maximum output of 800 horsepower, complemented by an external motor providing an additional 163 horsepower and a peak torque of 900 Newton meters, paired with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, enabling acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h in under 3 seconds. And Xiao Xiao was taken aback, her expression reflecting a mix of astonishment and hesitation. It was evident that neither of the two understood the significance of the LaFerrari. Qin Chuan glanced at the LaFerrari and remarked, "Since Sister Xiaoyan thinks it's great, let us purchase this one." And Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Mr. Qin, this is the LaFerrari, the most exclusive flagship model from Ferrari. Its price surpasses that of any current Ferrari, and by a considerable margin." And Xiao Xiao endeavored to articulate the uniqueness of the LaFerrari. subtly implying to the two that it was an unattainable dream for them. It is worth noting that the base price of this LaFerrari is 25 million yuan. After factoring in custom options and various taxes, the total could reach 50 million yuan. A luxury car worth $500 million would certainly make even a billionaire reconsider their finances. Qin Chuan, however, appeared utterly unfazed and inquired nonchalantly, "How much does it cost?" Excluding the additional options and taxes, the starting price is 25 million yuan, and Xiao Xiao replied. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her mouth slightly agape. 25 million yuan. Her reaction was not lost on Xiao Xiao, who observed with a smirk. The young girl was clearly inexperienced and had never encountered such opulence. Noticing Su Xiaoyan's astonishment, Qin Chuan, concerned about her distress over the price, suggested she rest in the VIP lounge while he discussed the price. Once Su Xiaoyan had stepped away, Qin Chuan, with an air of calmness, stated, 25 million. Plus the additional options and taxes would likely bring the total to around 50 million, correct? And Xiao Xiao nodded, confirming that if fully equipped, such a sum would be necessary. Very well, let us place an order for one, Qin Chuan said casually. And Xiao Xiao was momentarily stunned, wondering if she had misheard. Sir, do you mean? Qin Chuan reiterated, let us place an order for one. It finally dawned on her that she had not misheard the young man before her. Dressed in athletic attire and exuding a student-like aura, was indeed speaking of placing an order. She was utterly unprepared for this moment, taking quite a while to regain her composure. Mr. Qin, the process for purchasing a LaFerrari differs slightly from other Ferraris. First, we need to verify your funds. And Xiao Xiao responded cautiously. Previously, there had been individuals who came in only to immediately order a LaFerrari. It was only later that it became apparent that the individual was merely a Douyin streamer, someone who could not possibly afford a LaFerrari. Their intent in visiting was solely to record a video and garner views. Qin Chuan nodded, produced his credit card, and handed it to Xiao Xiao, inquiring whether she wished to glimpse his bank balance instead. Upon receiving the card, Xiao Xiao immediately recognized it as an American Express Centurion card. My heavens! It's a black card, the fabled king of cards, a credit card with no limit, theoretically capable of purchasing any valuable item. Possessing this card renders any asset verification report utterly inconsequential. Noticing Xiao Xiao's silence, Qin Chuan assumed she was unfamiliar with the black card. He then opened his phone, accessed the banking app, and navigated to the section displaying his total assets. After facial recognition verification, he handed the phone to Xiao Xiao. As she held the phone, a long string of figures greeted her from the balance display. Xiao Xiao mentally counted units, tens, hundreds, thousands, until she reached billions, gasping in astonishment, unable to continue her examination. These were not mere figures representing stocks or real estate. They were tangible cash deposits. Have I now passed the asset verification? Xiao Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she timidly replied, of course. With a black card and nearly $1 billion in assets, if this did not qualify, then very few would. She was taken aback by the wealth possessed by this seemingly young man. Who could he possibly be? In that instant, all her previous pride in her appearance and figure diminished to insignificance before him. The previously formidable distance and aloof demeanor she maintained evaporated. Her pride seemed trivial in Qin Chuan's presence, leaving her feeling unworthy and hesitant to meet his gaze. At that moment, Shun Hui, the manager of the Ferrari Center, approached. He had been sipping tea in his office on the second floor, initially indifferent to the two students who had entered, presuming they were merely there to indulge in curiosity. However, after some time had passed without their departure, and observing Xiao Xiao's troubled expression, he deduced they were likely toying with his staff. Consequently, he felt compelled to intervene on her behalf. Xiao Xiao, what seems to be the matter? Shun Hui refrained from addressing Qin Chuan directly, instead focusing on his employee. Xiao Xiao stammered, Manager, Mr. Qin wishes to order a LaFerrari. Shun Hui was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend. When Xiao Xiao reiterated, Mr. Qin wishes to order a LaFerrari, his expression morphed into one of sheer incredulity. What madness is this? Coming in here to order such a lofty aspiration as a LaFerrari. Xiao Xiao, as a professional sales representative at the Ferrari Center, have you not clarified the price of the LaFerrari to the customer? Shun Hui deliberately raised his voice, ensuring Qin Chuan could hear. Xiao Xiao, still hesitant, replied, I did mention it. Shun Hui was taken aback. Have you informed the customer that purchasing a LaFerrari requires a financial verification? He inquired. Just now, Mr. Qin showed me his Huahong account balance, which is nearly 1 billion yuan in cash. As she spoke, and Xiao handed Qin Qin Chuan's Centurion black card. Qin Hui's body trembled, and he gasped in astonishment. What? You have 1 billion in cash? And an unlimited black card? His demeanor shifted dramatically, and he rubbed his hands together respectfully as he addressed Qin Chuan. Greetings, Mr. Qin. I am Qin Hui, the sales manager at the Ferrari sales center. Qin Chuan nodded. I have already undergone the financial verification. Surely, I can order the car now? Your efficiency is quite lacking. I am pressed for time. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Hui's forehead. Did this young man have no concept of money? This was a half-billion supercar, and he had barely entered the door half an hour ago. The way he spoke made it sound as casual as buying chicken at a market. Qin Hui did not dare to be negligent and quickly led Qin Chuan into the configuration room. Mr. Qin, please take a look at the specifications. Is there anything you would like to add? There's no need to look. Just replicate the color scheme, wheels, and interior of the one in the showroom. And max out the rest of the configurations, Qin Chuan replied. Qin Hui broke into a sweat. Maxing out the configurations meant the loss of a small fortune. At that moment, and Xiao hurriedly rushed in from outside. Qin Hui frowned. Xiao, your hurried demeanor is rather unbecoming. And Xiao leaned in and whispered a few words in Qin Hui's ear. Qin Hui's expression changed, and he locked his screen. With an apologetic look, he turned to Qin Chuan and said, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Qin. You are unable to purchase this LaFerrari. Chapter 20. Is qualification required to buy a LaFerrari? Then I shall take 5. Qin Chuan exclaimed, bewildered. Qin Hui awkwardly responded, I'm truly sorry, Mr. Qin. It is a lapse on our part. Headquarters has regulations. To purchase a LaFerrari, the buyer must own at least 2 limited edition Ferrari models or 5 Ferraris in total. We just checked, and you do not own a single Ferrari. And Xiao was equally regretful. She never imagined that Qin Chuan, with his black card and hundreds of millions in cash, would have no Ferraris to his name. This order was slipping away. It was a substantial sum of 50 million, enough to sell 10 ordinary Ferraris. It is well known that luxury cars like Ferraris are not sold frequently. One might sell only 7 or 8 a year at most. Qin Hui felt disheartened. Selling a LaFerrari was a rare opportunity. It would have guaranteed him a promotion, a raise, and a year-end bonus that doubled. But now, Qin Chuan looked bewildered. Ferrari has such regulations? Yes, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Qin, and Xiao continued to bow in apology. Then if I purchase 5 Ferraris first, can I then buy the LaFerrari? Yes, theoretically, Mr. Qin. And Xiao responded as Qin Chuan produced the black gold card and slid it across the table towards her. For the Ferraris you just mentioned, I would like one of each, the Ferrari 90 and the Ferrari 8. Oh, it seems we are still one short. I've heard Ferrari is releasing a new model, right? Let us order one of those as well. That will make it 5 cars in total. You salespeople ought to be more resourceful. Handling such minor matters should not be a challenge. And Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Who would have imagined purchasing 5 Ferraris, only to follow that up with a LaFerrari? Had it been any other customer proposing such a scheme, they would likely have been met with incredulity. Qin Hui stood in stunned silence. After years in the industry, he had never encountered a customer who purchased Ferraris in such a manner. Even the esteemed Wang, known as the nation's husband, would typically only place an order for one. He hurriedly proceeded with the next steps of the process. At that moment, and Xiao's heart raced fervently. She took out her phone and asked, Mr. Qin, may I have your WeChat? It would be convenient for future communications. Faced with such an elite tycoon, and Xiao felt her heart flutter. However, she was somewhat restrained due to Su Xiaoyan's presence, and the man's striking appearance made her feel even more self-conscious. Yet, she had encountered many men, and she knew that a few were drawn to thrill-seeking. And Xiao felt fortunate that her earlier performance had been satisfactory. Had she judged by appearances, she would have missed a tremendous opportunity. Qin Chuan nodded and took out his phone to scan her code. After they became friends, he inquired, which car can I drive away today? And Xiao, filled with regret, replied, Mr. Qin, I'm truly sorry. We send customer orders to headquarters for approval and production. The fastest delivery will take at least 3 months. Are you saying I can't drive any of them away today? She apologized with a bow. Seeing his sincere demeanor, Qin Chuan could only shake his head in resignation. Having purchased 6 cars, he still had to rely on ride-hailing services. He turned to the lounge. Xiaoyan. Let us go? Su Xiaoyan rushed to Qin Chuan's side. Did you get the cars? We'll still have to take a taxi for 3 months, he replied. Is that so? and Xiao Xiao immediately pulled out her phone to call a taxi, only to find the queue had already reached triple digits. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly suggested, "Mr. Qin, why don't you use my car for now?" After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan nodded. "All right, thank you. I'll return it after today." And Xiao Xiao's vehicle was a white Mercedes-Benz 200, priced at approximately 300,000. Qin Chuan drove towards the Starbucks in the city center. In Kyoto, the city center Starbucks is a shopping paradise where fashionable men and women gather regardless of weekdays or weekends. Dressed in the latest styles, they navigate through various brand boutiques with large shopping bags in tow. Su Qian and her companions had long settled into a Starbucks located on the bustling street, enjoying a respite. As a symbol of light luxury, Starbucks has been revered by young people as a favored dating spot. Su Qian and her companions had been seated in Starbucks for quite some time, capturing numerous photographs. "Hey, Qian, I heard that today Xiao Yan is bringing her boyfriend?" inquired a beautiful girl with long, wavy hair, named Zhao Yu, who was also a close friend of Su Xiaoyan. "Yes, I specifically invited him. Do tell. Which wealthy heir is it? Xiaoyan has such high standards. I am curious to know what kind of person she would choose as a boyfriend." Su Qian scoffed lightly. "It's merely her childhood sweetheart." What? What was Xiaoyan thinking, choosing a poor boy over all those affluent heirs? The boy was decent looking but exuded an air of poverty. No way, I refuse to believe it. Didn't someone mention that Su Xiaoyan arrived in a Lamborghini during orientation? Lamborghini? It must be someone else, or perhaps he rented it. I personally witnessed that boy taking the bus, and when he got off, he ran as if he feared being seen arriving at school on public transport. Ugh, what a disgusting good-for-nothing. Xiaoyan must have been deceived. Su Qian chuckled dismissively, just as a commotion erupted from a nearby crowd. A sleek black car led the way, followed by a BMW 5, an Audi 7, and two other luxury vehicles, coming to a halt at the roadside. A stylish man, embodying the essence of an aristocrat, stepped out from the lead vehicle. He, along with the other car owners, walked directly towards Su Qian and Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's palms grew clammy with nervousness. "Wang Cheng has come today specifically to support me," Su Qian proudly announced as she rose to welcome him. Zhao Yu, trembling with excitement, also stood, her long, porcelain-like legs on full display. Wang Cheng glanced sideways at Zhao Yu. "You are here too?" "Yes," Zhao Yu replied, elated that such an elite young man remembered her. Wang Cheng surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Is Su Xiaoyan not here?" Xiaoyan mentioned she was caught in traffic and would arrive shortly. What traffic? Whenever I drive my luxury car, I never encounter delays." As soon as he finished speaking, a white Mercedes-Benz slowly rolled to a stop nearby. A stunning girl with an exquisite figure and beauty emerged from the vehicle, none other than the illustrious campus belle, Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan, looking delicate and charming, linked her arm with Qin Chuan as they approached Su Qian and the others. "Xiao Qian, happy birthday." Upon seeing Su Xiaoyan, Wang Cheng nearly drooled. However, the sight of Qin Chuan beside her filled him with annoyance. "Su, who is this?" Wang Cheng feigned ignorance. "My boyfriend, Qin Chuan." "Qin Chuan, is it? Where do you make your fortune? You seem to be doing quite well, driving a Mercedes at such a young age." Wang Cheng teased, as his friends stifled laughter. Their faces flushed. "I am a freshman at the financial university. That car isn't mine, it's a friend's." Qin Chuan spoke softly. "Oh, it's borrowed? You startled me. I thought today's youth were quite bold, capable of driving a Mercedes right off the bat." Su Qian, seizing the moment, interjected, "Qin Chuan, I haven't introduced you yet. This is young Master Wang Cheng, an outstanding student from the University of Posts and Telecommunications. His family is in the hotel business. The five-star hotel, Ming Tianxing Hotel, belongs to them. This is young Master Gu, whose family operates a clothing business, owning a garment factory in the south with an annual revenue reaching 40 to 50 million. And this is young Master Qian, a native of Kyoto. He possesses 3 apartments in the Shiyuan community in the south, each nearly 100 square meters, valued at 30,000 per square meter, true luxury." Su Qian discreetly presented their backgrounds, subtly applying pressure on Qin Chuan, who found himself surrounded by affluent young gentlemen. His borrowed Mercedes seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. "Qin Chuan, what does your family do?" young Master Gu inquired. "My parents are ordinary workers at a clothing factory in Jiangning." The 3 young masters exchanged glances, their lips curling into faint expressions of disdain. What a level! How could he possibly attract Su Xiaoyan? Su Qian beckoned the two. "Qin Chuan, Xiaoyan, what would you like to drink?" Order something. Matcha Frappuccino, Su Xiaoyan replied. Qin Chuan shook his head. I don't like coffee. Su Qian scoffed inwardly, thinking him rather stingy for not even ordering a drink at Starbucks. It's fine, Qin Chuan. It's on me. Really? No need? Thank you. Qin Chuan continued to decline. Noticing the other's boldness, she felt it best to refrain from further insistence. Wang Cheng, seizing the opportunity, dashed off to buy Su Xiaoyan a matcha frappuccino, remarking, Xiaoyan, your boyfriend is quite frugal. He won't even buy a Starbucks drink. No, it's just that Xiaochuan can't get used to coffee, Su Xiaoyan defended him. Wang Cheng felt a surge of irritation. Damn it, still defending that poor fellow. Su Qian, noticing the jealousy on Wang Cheng's face, pondered and said, Xiaoyan, didn't we agree to gather at noon? Why are you only just arriving? Were you with Qin Chuan borrowing a car? Wang Cheng, appreciating Su Qian's tact, cast her a satisfied glance. Oh, Qin Chuan, why go through the trouble of borrowing a car for a day out? Just have Xiaoyan give me a call, and I'll come pick you up. As he spoke, he pressed a button on his car key. Not far away, a large, imposing vehicle flashed its warning lights twice. Su Xiaoyan set down her frappuccino and explained, we went to buy a car, but after making the payment, we learned it wouldn't arrive for over half a year. In our haste, the salesperson lent us their car. Wang Cheng, intrigued, asked, oh, what vehicle takes half a year to be delivered? A Honda Accord? A Toyota Highlander? Or perhaps a new Mercedes? Qin Chuan replied with calm assurance, a Ferrari. Wang Cheng thought he must have misheard. Did you say Ferrari? Su Xiaoyan nodded. Indeed, a Ferrari. A profound silence enveloped the group. Wang Cheng, Gu Xiao, and Qian Xiao's expressions turned ashen in an instant. Su Qian was initially taken aback, but upon glancing at Qin Chuan, a million doubts filled her mind, for he bore no semblance of a wealthy individual. Tentatively, she inquired about the model he had purchased. Rafa, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Rafa? Rafa? The countenances of Wang Xiao and his companions transformed from pallid to crimson in an instant, inciting peals of laughter from the onlookers. Su Qian, bewildered by their sudden outburst, asked, Wang Xiao, what is so amusing? Wang Cheng, slapping his thigh, replied, I beg your pardon, it was unintentional. It's just that Qin Chuan's jest is simply too humorous. I couldn't help myself. Gu Xiao, stifling his laughter, added, the LaFerrari. With a starting price of 25 million, that divine vehicle? Ha. Do you have any idea how much it costs with all the customizations and taxes? It's 50 million. A modest target of $500 million. Qian Xiao interjected. Acquiring a LaFerrari is not something just anyone can do. It is a supercar limited to 499 units worldwide. Buyers must be loyal Ferrari customers, owning either 2 limited edition Ferraris or at least 5 Ferraris to qualify for the purchase. So, do you possess 2 limited edition Ferraris? No, Qin Chuan replied candidly. Su Qian could hardly bear the sight. Qin Chuan's pretentiousness was unbearable, and he spoke without a hint of preparation for his lies. Then how could you possibly have purchased a LaFerrari? Wang Cheng persisted. Because I bought 5 Ferraris directly on site, thus qualifying me to purchase the LaFerrari. Qin Chuan said with an air of nonchalance, as if acquiring 5 Ferraris and 1 LaFerrari was a trivial affair. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. They could scarcely fathom Qin Chuan's audacity. This was soon followed by uproarious laughter. Ha! This is the funniest joke I've heard all year. My goodness, what an imagination. You could be a novelist. 5 Ferraris and 1 LaFerrari. That's nearly $1 billion. Even the national heartthrob, Principal Wang, cannot match your extravagance. Su Xiaoyan was equally astonished. Qin Chuan had not mentioned his additional Ferrari purchases to her. Seeing this, Zhao Yu approached Su Xiaoyan, tugging at her sleeve, and whispered, Xiaoyan, quickly tell your boyfriend to stop. Wang Xiao and the others are worldly individuals. Your boyfriend cannot fool them. Out of respect for Su Xiaoyan, Qin Chuan refrained from arguing with these individuals, as he knew they would not cross paths again after today. Noticing Qin Chuan's silence, Wang Cheng produced a dark brown handbag from behind him, exclaiming, Qian Qian, happy birthday. Upon seeing the handbag, Su Qian's eyes sparkled with delight. It bore the emblem of a prestigious brand, and she eagerly accepted it, unwrapping the package. Inside was a vintage single-shoulder bag adorned with intricate patterns. Wow, it's this year's new model, exclaimed Wang Cheng with a smile. Oh, it's merely a little over 20,000, he added nonchalantly. Wang Xiao, isn't that rather extravagant? Su Qian remarked politely, yet she had already slung the bag over her shoulder and begun taking selfies. Wang Chung cast a knowing glance at Qin Chuan and inquired. Qin Chuan, since it's Qianqian's birthday, you can't possibly come empty-handed. What gift have you prepared? Chapter 22, a birthday gift? A Ferrari for you. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, realizing that he had not prepared a gift in advance. However, having recently acquired 5 Ferraris for La Ferrari, he thought it fitting to say, I have nothing special prepared. I'll just gift her a Ferrari. Su Qian was taken aback, utterly astonished that Qin Chuan would suggest such a thing. Which Ferrari? She stammered. Currently, we have the La Ferrari, the Ferrari 90, the Ferrari 8, and the latest model just released, Qin Chuan replied. Choose whichever one you fancy. And when the car arrives, I'll take you to pick it up. Though, it might take about half a year for the regular Ferrari. And nearly a year for the La Ferrari. At this, Wang Chung and the others erupted in laughter, clapping their hands in amusement. Ha ha ha, gifting a Ferrari? Why not just give her an atomic bomb? One joked. I've heard of boasting, but this is on another level. Qin Chuan, do you even know how much a Ferrari costs? The models you mentioned start at nearly 3 million. Qin Chuan sensed their skepticism and felt his temper rising. Don't believe me? Let us go to the Ferrari Center and see for ourselves. Su Qian's expression turned pale, as if she felt humiliated. She shot a furtive glare at Su Xiaoyan, suspecting her of inciting Qin Chuan to tease her, and replied curtly, Haha, a Ferrari is far too lavish. I can't possibly accept it. You should keep it for yourself. Not wanting her friend's birthday celebration to turn sour, Su Xiaoyan tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Chuan, let it go, don't stoop to their level. With Su Xiaoyan's words, Qin Chuan suppressed his anger and refrained from further argument. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Zhao Yu quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Since everyone is so cheerful, shall we change venues? Sitting in Starbucks all day is getting tedious. Wang Chung stood up and declared, the second half has already been arranged. Let us go. Su Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Xiao, are you referring to the most exclusive nightclub in Kyoto? Of course. Where else in Kyoto could possibly dare to carry that name? Wang Chung replied. But I've heard the prices there are significantly higher than other clubs. A small booth has a minimum spend of 30 to 40,000, especially since today is a weekend. Wang Chung waved his hand dismissively. Other nightclubs are incomparable. I've already reserved a booth for 50,000. Qianqian, it's your birthday. How can we be stingy? Su Qian's laughter was as vibrant as blooming flowers, a true spectacle of high society's social scene. She was prepared to clear her phone's memory, determined to capture enough material for an entire year's worth of memories that night. Wang Chung cast a glance at Qin Chuan, scoffing disdainfully. Damn it, you broke fool. Why are you silent now? The money I spend on drinks in a single night is your family's living expenses for a whole year. What do you even have to contest with me over Su Xiaoyan? And a Ferrari? Uffed. With that, they drove off to the nightclub. Situated in the eastern district of Kyoto, arguably the largest in the city. Spanning 5,000 square meters, it boasted over 90 booths and 3 luxurious private rooms, all designed in a cyberpunk industrial style. The venue regularly featured world-class performers from the top 100. The nation's beloved celebrities frequented this establishment, once setting a record for a single night's expenditure exceeding $1 million. Since its opening last year, it had been perpetually packed, with a line of handsome men and beautiful women stretching around the corner, eagerly awaiting entry. By the time Qin Chuan and his companions arrived, it was prime time in the evening. The queue at the entrance wound around the corner of the street, a sight dominated by long legs clad in stockings. Several security personnel maintained order at the entrance, numbering 20 or 30. Wang Chung, driving his luxury vehicle, intended to park right in front. A security guard approached, instructing him to park in the basement. Wang Chung frowned. This is a luxury car. The guard retorted coolly, Sir, just look at the cars parked out front. Do you really think it's appropriate to park this next to them? Wang Chung glanced at the entrance, where a McLaren Senna, a Ferrari 458, and a Porsche 918 were parked, each a marvel of automotive engineering and limited edition. His Mercedes-Benz 500 seemed laughably out of place among such prestige. Embarrassed, he muttered, Why are there so many heavyweights here today? Which way to the basement? As he made his way to the basement, his companions Gu Xiao and Qian Xiao, who were equally unimpressive, silently followed suit. Qin Chuan, driving a Mercedes-Benz 200, spotted an empty space at the entrance and attempted to park. Suddenly, a security guard rushed over, shouting for him to stop. The glamorous crowd in line couldn't help but chuckle at yet another unsophisticated individual unaware of the rules. How dare he park there with a mere Mercedes 200? Isn't he embarrassed? My Audi 6 can only park on the roadside, and I find this utterly cringeworthy. The guard, panting, approached and scolded. Do you not understand the rules? Park on the street. Isn't there a spot available? Why can't I park here? Qin Chuan questioned. Just take a look at the caliber of cars at the entrance. Do you really think your Mercedes 200 belongs here? Are parking spaces not meant for parking? Shouldn't there be a hierarchy, even in parking? The guard, taken aback by Qin Chuan's audacity, replied with irritation, You are quite the character. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Do you know where this place is? Its entrance is marked by a hierarchy of distinctions. Qin Chuan, with a disdainful snort, declared that he would not leave today without resolving this matter. He demanded the manager be summoned, stating simply, Tell him Qin Chuan has arrived. The security guard, hands planted firmly on his hips, retorted, It won't matter who you call. However, moments later, the guard hesitated. Qin Chuan. That name sounded eerily familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Wait, during the meeting 2 days ago, the supervisor had mentioned a new boss, and the name was indeed Qin Chuan. The guard's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his back. He could not ascertain if this was truly the new boss before him. But the aura exuded by the man was anything but ordinary. He quickly took 2 steps back and pressed the intercom button. Manager. The general manager, Dai Jun, was in his office discussing driving skills with a colleague when the incessant calls from the intercom interrupted him. Irritated, he exclaimed, Who the hell is hogging the channel? Is something wrong, or did the sky fall? Can't you show some discretion? The guard, trembling, replied, Manager, there's a customer named Qin Chuan who wishes to see you. See me? You think I'm part of the entertainment team? Just because a customer wants to meet doesn't mean they can. As he spoke, Dai Jun suddenly realized something was amiss. He shoved the woman beside him aside and, gripping the intercom tightly, shouted, What did you say the customer's name is? Qin Chuan, the guard answered. Dai Jun stumbled and dashed out of the office. Chapter 23, The Showdown. I am the owner of the premier nightclub. Dai Jun hurried to the entrance, scanning the crowd. Among those waiting in line were regulars who recognized him and gasped, Look, it's the general manager. Are you talking about the one in the suit? Indeed. As the manager of the largest nightclub in Kyoto, his presence is truly remarkable. Dai Jun spotted a security guard standing beside a small Mercedes. He adjusted his collar and tidied his disheveled hair, striding forward with purpose. He peered into the driver's seat and saw a young, handsome man who matched the description in the files. A smile spread across his face. Mr. Qin, I am Xiao Dai, the general manager. I would have appreciated a prior notice about your visit today, so I could have prepared accordingly. Qin Chuan snorted dismissively. Am I required to report to you? What audacity you possess. Upon hearing this, Dai Jun realized that the esteemed boss was already displeased at their first meeting. He glanced around, quickly grasping the situation, and kicked the security guard in the backside, exclaiming, You fool, don't you recognize greatness? This is our esteemed boss. Am I now permitted to park here? Qin Chuan's tone was laced with impatience. Yes, absolutely. Mr. Qin, this trivial matter is on me, Dai Jun replied, respectfully opening the car door for Qin Chuan. The onlookers around were left in a state of astonishment. Just moments ago, those who mocked others for their lack of decorum and audacity, parking their modest Mercedes at the entrance, suddenly fell silent. The general manager of the largest nightclub in Kyoto, Dai Jun, approached the owner of a humble Mercedes with utmost reverence. One could only wonder at the stature of this individual. What rules? He, indeed, embodied the very essence of rules. After securing the vehicle, Dai Jun approached Qin Chuan, the owner, with small, eager steps. Your car is parked, sir. I will arrange a private room for you immediately. Qin Chuan nodded, and Dai Jun hurried off to make the arrangements. At that moment, Wang Chung and his entourage emerged from the underground parking. Wang Chung glanced at Qin Chuan standing at the entrance and approached with a cold smirk. It seems that cars valued under 500,000 lack the privilege to enter the garage and must settle for roadside parking. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Qin Chuan pointed to the side, saying, Open your eyes and take a good look. Where's my car parked? Following his gesture, they beheld a white Mercedes 200 positioned prominently at the entrance, surrounded by an array of high-end supercars. Su Qian covered her face, feeling embarrassed, and exclaimed, Oh dear, how humiliating. How could one be so brazen as to park there? Do you not understand the rules? Wang Chung interjected, I advise you to move your car quickly, or the security will have it towed. Just look at the supercars around you. How dare you park there? Gu Xiao added, Qin Chuan. Kyoto is not your little county town where a mere Mercedes can flaunt wealth. Do you have any idea how much those divine vehicles beside you are worth? One scratch on your door, and your family might find themselves selling their house. Zhao Yu stepped forward, grasping Su Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan, you should persuade Qin Chuan. Those cars seem to be worth millions. If anything were to happen, it would be disastrous. Su Xiaoyan, slightly agitated, had initially planned to endure the situation for Su Qian's birthday. However, the treatment of Qin Chuan by these individuals was becoming increasingly outrageous. Those cars are nothing to Xiao Chuan, she asserted. We parked there entirely because Xiao Chuan is the owner. You underestimate him. What? Ha. Su Xiaoyan, are you claiming your boyfriend is the owner? They laughed heartily. Oh dear, I can't breathe. Just bought a Ferrari, and now he is a boss? Why not say he is the president of the United States? Su Qian, visibly displeased, remarked, Xiaoyan, I know you're envious because Wang Xiao is sending me off. But please be realistic and stop with the fantasies. At that moment, a salesperson emerged from the nightclub. Wang Qing immediately recognized him as Li Yuan, the salesperson he had been in contact with. He approached. Li Gu, has my booth been arranged? My friends have all arrived. Li Yuan glanced at Wang Cheng and replied, Today is too crowded. Your booth was taken. What? Wang Cheng fumed. I made the reservation 2 days in advance. How can it just be gone? Li Yuan lit a cigarette, responding curtly. The owner who arrived first ordered 100,000 worth of drinks. Do you think you can compete with that? Upon hearing this, Wang Qing's face turned pale. Spending 100,000 in a single night? What a show of extravagance. Even spending 50,000 feels like a painful burden, let alone the thought of parting with 100,000. With a fawning expression, he remarked, Li Gu, since we have all come this far, you cannot possibly let me lose face, can you? After all, I have contributed significantly to your achievements. Li Yuan snorted disdainfully, damn it. Your monthly expenditure of 20,000 is hardly impressive. There's only space at the bar left, he continued. The bar? Wang Cheng grimaced at the thought of sitting side by side with others. Fine, I'll take it. There are still so many people waiting at the entrance. Li Yuan retorted, take it or leave it. Wang Cheng reconsidered. Gaining entry was better than being shut out entirely. Once inside, he could scout for acquaintances to share a table with. Given the allure of the 3 beauties accompanying him, he was certain someone would be willing to accommodate them. He returned to Su Qian and the others with a troubled expression. Our reserved VIP booth has been overtaken by a significant figure who ordered 20,000 worth of drinks. Salesman Xiao Li couldn't preserve our reservation. However, after some persuasion, I managed to secure a spot at the bar for us. Let us head in. Upon hearing this, the group had little to say. After all, they were up against someone who had just ordered 20,000 worth of drinks, a figure far beyond the reach of ordinary patrons. Just as they were about to enter the establishment, Su Xiaoyan interjected, no VIP booth left? Perfect. We can go to Xiaochuan's private room. Su Qian, visibly irritated, replied, Xiaoyan, it's hardly the time to boast about your boyfriend. Wang Cheng chimed in. Do you even know what the minimum spend is for a private room? It starts at a staggering 50,000. Not to mention, it's a rare opportunity. Only big bosses and celebrities can book them. Even if a regular person has money, they simply cannot reserve one. At that moment, Zhao Yu let go of Su Xiaoyan's hand, shocked at how her best friend had changed since starting to date. She had become utterly biased towards her boyfriend, indulging in boastful exaggerations and fabrications. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she spoke up, Xiaoyan, could you please stop emulating Qin Chuan's bluster? No matter how admirable he may seem, he is just an ordinary person. No amount of wishful thinking will transform him into a wealthy individual. If you truly desire a rich boyfriend, you could easily seek someone else, perhaps that recent talk of the town who drives a limited edition Lamborghini. If Qin Chuan were to switch places with him, we would believe whatever you said. Listening to the conversation, Su Xiaoyan felt a mix of anger and amusement, poised to counter when Dai Jun rushed out. Striding towards their group, Wang Qing quickly recognized him as the general manager. Dai Jun approached Qin Chuan, respectfully stating, Boss, the 001 private room is ready. You may take your friends in now. The atmosphere instantly froze. The expressions of Wang Cheng, Su Qian, and the others shifted dramatically, their jaws nearly dropping. What was happening? The general manager, Dai Jun, referred to Qin Chuan as boss? Was Qin Chuan truly the owner of this nightclub? At this moment, the crowd was engulfed in disbelief. Their minds blank as they struggled to comprehend the reality before them. Dai Jun, with a sycophantic demeanor, led the way, guiding the group to the suspended private room 001 on the second floor. Within this exclusive chamber, an expansive wall of glass offered a panoramic view of the entire nightclub. Facing the stage directly, those on the lower level had to tilt their heads upwards to catch a glimpse of the happenings within the room, creating an ambience that was both intimate and vibrant. Qian Xiao and Gu Xiao entered the room, their nerves fraying to the point of near panic. For individuals of their financial stature, the expenditures of this evening could very well consume their entire fortune. Reflecting on their previous dismissive remarks towards Qin Chuan, they felt a wave of regret wash over them. The confidence that once graced their faces had vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of trepidation as they timidly took their seats in the corner. Upon entering the room, Su Qian and Zhao Yu were rendered speechless. Although frequent visitors, they had never ventured into the second-floor suites. With their modest 7 points in attractiveness, they knew that no affluent heir would glance in their direction. Women permitted upstairs invariably boasted beauty scores of 8 or above. Su Qian, now filled with regret, wished she could slap herself for her earlier folly in supporting Wang Cheng's provocation of Qin Chuan. All for that trivial handbag. Qin Chuan had offered her a Ferrari without hesitation. Pondering this, Su Qian seized the opportunity when Su Xiaoyan stepped away to the restroom. She swiftly approached Qin Chuan, saying, "Qin Xiao, regarding that Ferrari you mentioned, half a year isn't too long to wait." "Too late. You've lost your chance," Qin Chuan replied coldly, unfazed by his indifference. Su Qian, emboldened by the pulsating music and dim lighting, began to flirt unabashedly, attempting to take his hand and pull it towards her. "Qin Xiao, I was misled by Wang Cheng today. To express my apologies, I'll do whatever you desire, as long as you calm down." Qin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the brazen Su Qian, commanding, "Get lost. Wherever you say, I shall go." Su Qian persisted, undeterred. To the astonishment of onlookers, the once haughty Su Qian now sprawled on the floor, rolling back and forth while emitting playful giggles, desperately trying to please Qin Chuan. Her transformation from derision to submission was stark. Qin Chuan had never encountered someone so shameless. His presence here, hosting these individuals in a private room, was a gesture of goodwill towards Su Xiaoyan. He felt no obligation to mingle with this group, as they were not of the same caliber. Wang Cheng, feeling frustrated, took several sips of Louis XIII and began to feel the effects. Witnessing Su Qian's flirtations with Qin Chuan only deepened his annoyance. How could there be a man who overshadowed him so blatantly? It was as if this man had no regard for his status as the heir of a 5-star hotel. He raised his glass, shouting, "Qin Chuan." Qin Chuan cast a cold, sidelong glance at Wang Cheng and scoffed, "What are you shouting about? Is there something else? Damn it. You are just a nobody from a county town. Do you think I fear you? They may tremble before you, but I, Wang Cheng, do not. Let me tell you, in my eyes, you are nothing. This is Kyoto, not your little Jiangning County. Just a nightclub owner. What airs are you putting on? My family's 5-star hotel is valued at 100 million. Your meager assets are like a child's playhouse in comparison." Having said this, Wang Cheng pulled Su Qian close and proclaimed, "Isn't that right? It's just a Ferrari. If you serve me well tonight, I'll buy you one." Su Qian seemed to have an epiphany, as if a sudden clarity had struck her. Yes, no matter how impressive Qin Chuan appeared, he was merely a nightclub proprietor, while Wang Cheng was the true heir of wealth, the prince of a 5-star hotel. She rose, pointing at Qin Chuan, and exclaimed, "Damn it, I was almost fooled by you. How dare a small nightclub owner challenge young Master Wang?" Wang Cheng, noticing Su Qian's shift in attitude, felt quite pleased and began to revel in his triumph. He raised his glass, standing on the sofa, and declared grandly, "At this point, I shall not hide it any longer. My family's 5-star hotel is about to engage in a strategic partnership with an international brand, rebranding to join their group. When that happens, our hotel will become an ultra 5-star international brand, with a value multiplied 5-fold. The lesser-known moneyed individuals, Qian Xiao and Gu Xiao, were taken aback. This was the first time they had heard such insider information. "Young Master Wang, which group are you partnering with?" they inquired. "Young Master Wang, if the value multiplies 5-fold, wouldn't that mean your wealth surpasses 500 million? Wang Cheng laughed heartily. "Qin Chuan, once our collaboration with the Hilton Group is successful, I will open a larger, more luxurious nightclub right beside yours, poaching all your patrons and bringing you to ruin." Hilton Group? Su Qian was utterly bewildered at the mention. Collaborating with the Hilton Group was akin to embracing a mountain of gold. It was a Fortune 500 company, a brand that wealthy individuals flocked to, epitomizing luxury. with even the most basic rooms starting at 4 figures. At that moment, she disregarded Wang Cheng's violent tendencies, nestling closer to him. Young Master Wang, I will follow you unwaveringly from now on. Whatever posture you desire, I shall comply. Wang Cheng pinched Su Qian's chin. You little creature, you truly are shameless. Qin Chuan's brow furrowed, and he pulled out his phone. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's reaction, Wang Cheng felt an even greater sense of triumph. You ignorant fool. You don't know the Hilton Group? You're actually searching it on Baidu? It's a Fortune 500 enterprise with annual revenues reaching $10 billion. A brand that the wealthy covet, a symbol of opulence. The most ordinary room starts at 4 figures. If you're afraid, let Su Xiaoyan accompany me for a night, and I might consider sparing your establishment. Wang Cheng was oblivious to Qin Chuan's plea for mercy and instead saw him dialing a number. Hello, Xiaoying. Is the group planning to acquire a hotel called Starry Sky recently? On the other end, Xiaoying was astonished. Wasn't he this big boss someone who rarely inquired about the group's affairs? Why was he calling today? However, adhering to the ethical standards of her profession, Xiaoying replied, Yes, boss. The group is negotiating the acquisition of a local hotel in Kyoto, as it has caught the group's interest. Before Xiaoying could finish her sentence, Qin Chuan interrupted, commanding, halt the project, cease the acquisition, and release a statement across the industry. Any company intending to acquire Mingxing is directly opposing our Hilton Group. I will not hesitate to target them in the secondary market. Xiaoying was taken aback. Boss, the acquisition project hasn't even reached the signing stage. Who is the boss here, you or I? Qin Chuan retorted angrily. On the other end of the phone, Xiaoying's voice trembled as she responded. Once the call ended, Qin Chuan regarded Wang Cheng with a look akin to that of a spectator observing a jester. Chapter 25. Acquiring shares in a media company. A national goddess within the company, Wang Cheng, frustrated, smashed his wine glass and disdainfully remarked, Qin Chuan, even now, you still put on airs. Moments later, his phone rang. Wang Cheng glanced at the caller ID. It was his father, Wang Mingquan. The person he feared most in life was his own father. Without hesitation, he answered the call, submissively saying, Dad. On the other end, Wang Mingquan's voice thundered, You ungrateful wretch. Who have you offended? What trouble have you caused? Now, the Hilton Group has completely terminated all cooperation with our family, rendering all previous verbal agreements void. Do you have any idea what the family's debt situation is like? If this deal fails, our entire family will be on the rooftop. Wang Mingquan continued to berate his son relentlessly. After a while, it seemed Wang Mingquan received another piece of news. He fell silent for a moment before his tone turned despondent. It's over, it's over. The Hilton Group has made it clear in the industry, explicitly stating they will blacklist our Wang family. No one dares to cooperate with us anymore. Our family is doomed. Listening to his father's voice, Wang Cheng's face turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Suddenly feeling weak, the phone slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. Wang Cheng's legs buckled, and he crawled toward Qin Chuan, pleading, Who exactly are you? Why are you treating our Wang family this way? Qin Chuan kicked Wang Cheng away, glancing down at him with disdain. I am the new owner of the Hilton Group. From the very beginning, I offered you opportunities, yet you squandered them with repeated provocations. A mere second-generation heir of a 5-star hotel, barking orders at me all day long. Has your father not taught you that Jiangning's waters run deep? I understand my mistakes. I apologize. I was wrong. I beg you, spare our Wang family. Please, have mercy. Wang Cheng knelt on the ground, bowing his head repeatedly. He looked up at Qin Chuan, whose youthful, fair, and handsome face now appeared more terrifying than any demon, suffocating in its intensity. With just 2 sentences, Qin Chuan had condemned the Wang family to a fate from which they would never recover. Qin Chuan surveyed the room, stating, Today, I am showing consideration for Xiaoyan. Otherwise, from the very first word you uttered, each of your families would share the same fate as the Wang family. Gu Xiao, fearful and trembling, cowered in a corner, shaking uncontrollably. Su Qian was so terrified that she dared not move, her body drenched in cold sweat. She repeatedly jumped sideways, mocking Qin Chuan multiple times, surpassing Wang Cheng in her antics. Suddenly, a stream of hot, foul-smelling liquid flowed down from the root of her black stockings. Su Qian frantically tugged at her skirt to conceal her disgraceful state. Qin Chuan turned and declared, The private room is yours to enjoy at your leisure. From now on, anyone who dares to gossip in front of Xiaoyan will face dire consequences. With that, he opened the door and left the room. In the nightclub, Outside the second-floor private room, a notification appeared. Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Endure no more. Quest reward. 50 shares of Jiahong Media. Qin Chuan stared at the prompt in astonishment. Jiahong Media? ISNT that the company founded by Boss Yang? As far as he remembered, Boss Yang only held a 19 stake. With my 50 share, wouldn't I be the largest shareholder? Wait, ISNT Reba also involved with this company? Qin Chuan resolved to visit the company when he had the chance. He closed the prompt, but unlike before, the system did not exit immediately. Instead, it transitioned to a new page. Character attributes: Qin Chuan, gender, male, martial Dao, peak level 4, medical Dao, peak level 1. Qin Chuan glanced at the page, noting that many sections were blank, with only the martial and medical Dao illuminated. He focused his mind and closed the system interface. His eyes returned to normal, the surroundings coming into sharp focus. Where could Xiaoyan have gone for so long? Qin Chuan looked at the signs, searching for her. Just as he was about to head downstairs, he encountered Su Xiaoyan rushing back. Xiao Chuan, why are you out here? Noticing her unusual demeanor, Qin Chuan asked warily. Sister Xiaoyan, what's wrong? You look unwell. Su Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before responding. It's nothing. I'm a bit tired. Let us leave now. She nodded, disliking the noisy environment. The two took each other's hands and walked out. On the first floor, at the largest booth, a middle-aged man with a round face and wearing a short-sleeved shirt plopped down onto the sofa, gulping down a mouthful of beer, fuming. Damn it. I just saw an incredibly stunning woman, so pure-looking. How many decent women come to a nightclub? I just wanted to invite her to the booth and see if there was a chance to take her home tonight. But damn it. As soon as I put my arm around her, she slapped me. Boss Chun, who has the audacity to slap you? Tell me what she looks like. I'll find out. A provocatively dressed hostess chimed in. She was wearing a white linen vintage top with yellow daisies adorning the neckline and sleeves, and a knee-length black skirt, Boss Chun vividly described. Is that her? The man seated in the principal position gestured toward the entrance and spoke. Boss Chun. Look in that direction. Following his gaze, Boss Chun exclaimed, Yes, how good it is her. Damn, pretending to be innocent before me. Yet she's already been taken by another man. The man at the head of the table flicked his fingers, prompting the bodyguard beside him to lean in closer. Abiao, take some men and bring that woman to Boss Chun. Understood, boss, Abiao replied, nodding, and departed with 3 companions. Boss Chun, both astonished and elated, hastily lifted his glass and scooted closer to Hao Gu, saying, It might be unwise to be too forceful here. After all, we are in Kyoto. The man in the prominent position cast a disdainful glance at Boss Chun and retorted, With me, Zhang Tianhao, around, what is there to fear? Or do you look down upon me, Zhang Tianhao? Boss Chun, feeling the pressure of Zhang Tianhao's gaze, broke into a cold sweat and quickly downed his drink. The Zhang Tianhao before him was renowned in the outskirts of Kyoto and Jizhou, a formidable figure. He was a dual-industry tycoon and the chairman of Tianhao Financial Company, worth millions and employing over 100 staff. It was known that when a certain director expressed intent to investigate his financial company, that very director lost his position shortly thereafter. It became clear to all how powerful his backing truly was. Beside Zhang Tianhao, a female companion smiled and reassured Boss Chun. Although Hao Ji's business focus lies in Jizhou, his reach is extensive. You need not worry. Boss Chun nodded vigorously. With Hao Gu here, I have nothing to fear. Hao Gu, regarding the development of that village mine, let us split it 50-50. At this, Zhang Tianhao finally revealed a hint of a smile. Chapter 26. Is this the power of a level 4 expert? Battling a level 2 feels like dealing with a child. In Kyoto, at the entrance, Qin Chuan led Su Xiaoyan out of the nightclub towards a white Mercedes-Benz 200. Once inside the car, Qin Chuan started the engine and was about to shift into gear when 4 stern-looking men in suits appeared before the vehicle. Su Xiaoyan trembled, her voice quaking as she said, Xiao Chuan, do you think they were sent by that person? That person? Qin Chuan asked in confusion. Su Xiaoyan recounted the events at the restroom door in full detail. Xiao Chuan, let's call the police, she urged, her voice trembling. The 4 men stood tall, nearly 2 meters in height, their muscular frames intimidating. Qin Chuan gently touched Su Xiaoyan's forehead, reassuring her, Do not worry, Xiaoyan, I'm here. I will go check what is happening. Su Xiaoyan pulled Qin Chuan back, shaking her head. It's too dangerous, Xiao Chuan. It's fine besides. This is outside my own nightclub. If anything happens, the staff will support me. With those words, Qin Chuan exited the car and addressed the four men. What do you want? Seeing the man descend from the car, Biao coldly replied. Our Hao Go wishes to invite this beautiful lady for a drink and request her to come with us. Hao Go? Which Hao Go? Qin Chuan retorted. In Jizhou. Zhang Tianhao. He's not someone you can afford to provoke. Qin Chuan scoffed. What kind of insignificant ants dare to call themselves a big shot? Biao's mouth twitched slightly as he exchanged a knowing glance with the three men beside him. They rushed forward, intent on subduing Qin Chuan by force. Yet, before they could even take half a step closer, Qin Chuan unleashed a swift kick, sending one of them crashing to the ground. The remaining two stood frozen in shock, momentarily paralyzed. In quick succession, two more kicks followed, and both fell unconscious. In the mere span of 3 kicks, 3 robust men, each standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, lay incapacitated. Biao's heart raced with astonishment. Who are you? A practitioner of martial arts? He had not anticipated encountering someone of such caliber in this place, and he began to regard Qin Chuan with newfound respect. Who am I? Qin Chuan tilted his head, his voice cool and composed. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. His words ignited Biao's fury. You are far too arrogant. Do you believe that just because you have entered the realm of martial arts, you are invincible and above all? Today, you are simply unlucky to have crossed paths with me. I shall demonstrate to you that there are indeed greater powers beyond your imagination. With that, Biao summoned his inner energy, channeling his martial prowess throughout his body. In an instant, he transformed from an ordinary practitioner into a formidable martial artist. Biao was the foremost warrior under Zhang Tianhao, a man plucked from the depths of a military dungeon in the Golden Triangle. Known for his explosive temper, he had single-handedly eliminated an armed squad in the Golden Triangle, only to be captured later by a company of soldiers. Over the past decade, having been rescued by Zhang Tianhao, he had made significant contributions on countless battlefields. Years ago, when Zhang Tianhao was ambushed, Biao single-handedly repelled over 20 foes. As Biao exuded his martial power, an indescribable aura enveloped him, causing even the mosquitoes in the vicinity to veer away in fear. You are young, and judging by your techniques, you are at best at the pinnacle of first-level martial arts. While this may seem godlike to the average person, to a martial artist, it is merely the most rudimentary level. I, on the other hand, have reached the pinnacle of second-level martial arts. There is a full level of difference between us. With that declaration, Biao propelled himself off the ground, launching a devastating punch. His speed was remarkable, and the force of his strike was accompanied by a howling gust of wind. Any ordinary individual struck by this blow would surely suffer multiple broken ribs. In a nearby vehicle, Su Xiaoyan gasped, Xiao Chuan, quickly dodge. Yet, outside, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. He placed his left hand behind his back and extended his right hand to meet Biao's punch with an open palm. Biao's face turned ashen. His punch, which could have pierced through iron, was effortlessly caught by the youth before him. In that split second, Biao felt as if his iron fist had collided with a 100-ton steel plate. A jolt of pain reverberated through his hand, accompanied by a faint sensation of fracture. He instinctively withdrew his hand, astonished. You are also a second-level warrior? Biao scrutinized the young man before him anew, incredulous at how someone so youthful could possess such formidable strength. He was compelled to exert all his strength. In his previous strike, he feared that a heavy blow might result in unforeseen consequences. This time, Biao channeled all his martial prowess into his right fist. Although the exact rank of his opponent's martial abilities remained ambiguous, Biao could no longer afford to be complacent. With unwavering determination, he launched himself towards Qin Chuan. Employing the technique of unifying his waist and legs, Biao unleashed a punch that stirred the fallen leaves on the ground with the force of his strike. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, recognizing that this punch was delivered with lethal intent. Under such circumstances, he could no longer conceal his own capabilities. In a sudden motion, Qin Chuan raised his leg, executing a powerful knee strike that propelled Biao through the air. This kick sent Biao flying 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a significant dent in the concrete. Was this the might of a peak-level 4th-rank fighter? As Qin Chuan engaged in combat using his martial energy for the first time, he found his self-assessment of his true combat power somewhat skewed. A wave of blood surged in Biao's chest as he gazed incredulously at the youth before him. You are not second rank. You are deceiving me. Qin Chuan approached with measured steps, looking down at Biao. When did I claim to be a second rank? Biao's eyes bulged with crimson veins. despair washing over him as he realized the vast chasm between his abilities and those of this young man. The disparity was as stark as that between clouds and mud. For his adversary, extinguishing his life would be as trivial as squashing an ant. "Stop!" A commanding voice rang out from a distance. A middle-aged man approached. It was Zhang Tianhao. Having noticed that his subordinate had not returned from the nightclub, he suspected that a Biao had encountered trouble and came to investigate. Upon arrival, he was shocked to find his most capable subordinate lying incapacitated. "Young man, where do you hail from?" Zhang Tianhao inquired, maintaining an air of calm. Qin Chuan cast a sidelong glance and replied, "You are not worthy of knowing." Zhang Tianhao was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Young man, it seems you possess considerable skill. However, in this society, what does strength truly achieve? I have encountered many stronger than you, yet they ultimately met their downfall. No matter how formidable one might be, a mere phone call can send them to prison by tomorrow." In the world of Zhang Tianhao, it was impossible to operate without backing. The underworld was not merely about brawling. It was a realm governed by human connections and social intricacies. He exerted his influence, threatening Qin Chuan with bureaucratic rhetoric. "Now, do you comprehend fear? I hold the utmost disdain for those like you, mere fighters who know nothing but brute force, devoid of intellect. I tell you, today you have offended someone beyond your reckoning. If you bow and apologize, and allow your girl to entertain me for 7 days and nights, I might consider sparing you." With narrowed eyes and a glint of murderous intent, Qin Chuan contemplated the necessity of eliminating Zhang Tianhao. Failing to do so would likely bring trouble upon Xiaoyan in the near future. However, resolving this matter could prove to be complicated. Just as he pondered his next move, his phone suddenly rang from within his pocket. Chapter 27. Lifting a stone to crush one's own foot. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow as he retrieved his phone, noticing the caller ID, Xiao Chen. Upon seeing the name of Xiao Chen, Qin Chuan felt a moment of perplexity, questioning who the individual was. He soon recalled that Xiao Chen was apparently the bodyguard of Kung Fu. After some contemplation, he decided to answer the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Qin?" Xiao Chen inquired respectfully. "I am Xiao Chen. The old gentleman is experiencing severe coughing today, and the young lady has asked me to ask if you could spare some time to come and check on him." Qin Chuan paused for a moment before responding. "I am currently facing some minor complications, and I may not be able to come over right away." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen promptly asked, "Mr. Qin, what kind of troubles are you encountering? Could you share it with me? The old gentleman has mentioned that you have rendered great favors to the Kong family. Your affairs are indeed the Kong family's affairs. Though I am merely a guard beside the old gentleman, I can assist with some minor issues." After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan explained, "There is an individual named Hao Gu at the entrance who insists that my girlfriend accompany him for 7 days and nights, or he will resort to violence against me." Xiao Chen's expression shifted to one of concern. "Hao Gu? I have never heard of such a character in Kyoto." The sound of a car engine starting resonated on the other end of the line. "Mr. Qin, please hold on a moment. At the entrance? I will arrive in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. Zhang Tianhao stood nearby, observing Qin Chuan complete his call without any intent to intervene. Damn it. What kind of influence could a young man driving a Mercedes-Benz possibly have? He scoffed. Even if you gather 100 helpers, it would be futile. Let me tell you, kid, today you have encountered a formidable obstacle. As long as your woman remains unscathed, this matter will not be resolved. A Biao, lying on the ground, bared his teeth and retorted, even if your martial prowess surpasses mine, what of it? Before absolute power, you are insignificant. Once Hao Gu is done with your woman, I will not spare her either. I will bind you to a chair and relish the spectacle. Qin Chuan gazed at a Biao on the ground, tempted to deliver another kick. However, he was still grappling with the control of his peak 4th-level martial arts prowess. A second kick would certainly ensure that a Biao would not witness the dawn of the following day. Instead, Qin Chuan lifted his foot and stomped on a Biao's mouth. Instantly, a Biao's teeth shattered, fragments filling his mouth. He moaned in pain, unable to utter another word. Witnessing a Biao's predicament, Zhang Tianhao furiously yelled, "You little brat. Just wait." With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Is this Team Leader Liu? This is Tianhao. I'm in Kyoto for business today, but someone is threatening me and has injured my subordinate. 10 minutes? All right. Thank you, Team Leader Liu. I will be waiting at the entrance." After concluding the call, Zhang Tianhao glared at Qin Chuan. "Kid, let me tell you, your fate is sealed. Your life is over." In less than 10 minutes, 2 black and white vehicles approached. They were from the Public Security Bureau, and a plainclothes officer stepped out. With an air of authority, he spotted Zhang Tianhao and walked over steadily. Zhang Tianhao quickly approached, producing a cigarette and offering it. Team leader Lu, my sincerest apologies for the inconvenience. Lu, with an air of arrogance, regarded those around him with disdain and pride. He accepted a cigarette and placed it between his lips, prompting Zhang Tianhao to hastily produce a lighter. Zhang Tianhao, why have you not reformed your ways? Why instigate trouble? Especially here in Kyoto? Lu's tone was laced with displeasure, a demonstration of authority over his subordinate. Zhang Tianhao, visibly humbled, replied, "What are you saying, Team Lu? I came to Kyoto to conduct business, but unexpectedly encountered this ruffian who injured my subordinate." Lu's brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene. Noticing 4 burly men sprawled on the ground, he inquired, "How many of you were involved?" "1," Zhang Tianhao answered. "1?" Lu's astonishment grew. Zhang pointed accusingly at Qin Chuan, who stood a few paces away. "Lu, this deliberate act of violence is akin to attempted murder for profit. He must face severe penalties for attempted murder." Lu discreetly assessed Qin Chuan and the vehicle behind him, noting that the license plate bore no special markings and recognizing the unfamiliar face of Qin Chuan. He felt a weight lift from his chest. Observing that Qin Chuan remained composed and did not exhibit any rash behavior, Lu questioned him, "What is your name? And why did you resort to violence?" "Qin Chuan," he replied. "I acted in self-defense, as they were harassing my girlfriend." Lu gestured toward the 4 men on the ground. "Regardless of the reasons, did you inflict this injury?" Qin Chuan smirked. "Is it a crime to defend oneself?" Lu's voice rose in indignation. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Just answer yes or no." Qin Chuan realized that Lu was attempting to trap him. Admitting guilt would align him with Zhang Tianhao. Zhang, sensing his opportunity, smugly declared, "What if we are indeed in cahoots? I've told you before. You cannot contend with me. You will live at my behest and die at my command. You are currently refusing to cooperate with our law enforcement investigation. Do you understand that this will only exacerbate your situation?" Lu's stance was firm, and tensions escalated. He prepared to signal his team to apprehend Qin Chuan when a sleek black Audi sped onto the scene, halting between the two parties. A formidable man, sporting a buzz cut and clad in camouflage attire and military boots, exited the vehicle. It was Xiao Chun, who had recently spoken with Qin Chuan. He stepped out, surveying the surroundings before approaching Qin Chuan. "My apologies for being late, Mr. Qin. Are you unharmed?" Qin Chuan nodded affirmatively, relieved to see him safe. Xiao Chun suddenly turned to face Zhang Tianhao and Lu. Upon catching sight of the Audi's license plate, Lu's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Chun, recognizing Lu's proximity to Zhang Tianhao, shouted, "Lu Chong, what are you doing here?" Lu stiffened, standing at attention. "Chen Guai, I am investigating a case." "What case are you investigating?" "Ah, Mr. Zhang remarked, that person committed acts of violence." I, Xiao Chun, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap that nearly caused Lu Chong to stumble. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do not presume that I am unaware of who Zhang Tianhao is." I informed him. "This esteemed Mr. Qin is a friend of the old master and a distinguished guest of the Kong family." Upon hearing this, Lu Chong gazed at Qin Chuan with disbelief. "He is a friend of the old master? A guest of the Kong family?" In Lu Chong's memory, the elder of the Kong family was already over 80 years old. His friends were all individuals nearing their 70s, holding significant ranks and remarkable identities. The young man before him appeared to be barely in his 20s. How could he possibly be a friend of the old master? "What? Do you not believe my words? The old master is hosting a banquet today and personally sent me to escort Mr. Qin to his residence as a guest." Lu Chong suddenly understood, which elucidated why this special vehicle was present. This vehicle was allocated to the old master by the state as a reward for his contributions to national defense. Such a car would rarely be used. When it was reserved for receiving exceptionally important individuals. Xiao Chen respectfully inquired of Mr. Qin, "How do you wish to handle this matter?" At that moment, Qin Chuan had already discerned the exceptional nature of Kong Fu's identity. Given this, he felt no need to take action himself. "I do not wish to see him outside again," Qin Chuan stated impassively. Chapter 28. Thorough investigation. Indeterminate sentence begins. Completing a new task. Receiving rewards. Upgrading skills. Xiao Chen fixed his keen gaze upon Lu Chong. "You must provide Mr. Qin with an explanation regarding today's events. Otherwise, if the old master were to become enraged, your life would come to an end." Lu Chong shuddered, quickly grasping the implication. Yes, I understand. I will return immediately to report this. Establish a special task force and rigorously investigate all illegal activities of Zhang Tianhao, dealing with them severely. Nearby, Zhang Tianhao felt a chill run down his spine. What was happening? How had the reinforcements I summoned turned into the ones intent on arresting me? Lu Chang was about to speak when a silver bracelet flew through the air and secured him tightly. Zhang Tianhao, you are currently suspected of being involved in multiple assault cases. We are arresting you now, and we hope you will not resist and cooperate with our work. Zhang Tianhao felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. He had merely come to have a drink and chase after a girl. How had his past come back to haunt him? Who on earth was this young man? His legs weakened, and he sank to the ground, repeatedly bowing to Qin Chuan. Qin Gu, Mr. Qin, I was blind to your greatness, a fool, an idiot. I imbibed too much and lost my senses. I should not have offended you. I was wrong. I implore you, spare me. I will leave Kyoto at once. I promise I will never dare to return. Qin Chuan averted his gaze, no longer looking at Zhang Tianhao, and turned to Lu Chang. Considering his record, is it possible for him to receive a life sentence? Lu Chang felt a surge of dread. This young man truly possessed a ruthless edge. He promptly replied, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Based on my understanding of Zhang Tianhao, at the very least, this will result in a life sentence. Qin Chuan nodded. Very well. I shall send a flag when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianhao's vision darkened, and he fainted, subsequently being escorted away by Lu Chang. Mr. Qin, the matter has been resolved. Please accompany me. Seeing that Xiao Chun had alleviated his predicament, Qin Chuan found it difficult to refuse. He first reassured Su Xiaoyan, then arranged for a designated driver to take her back to the university, while he took Xiao Chen's car to the Kong family residence. Su Xiaoyan, being an educated and sensible young woman, recognized Xiao Chen's substantial influence in helping Qin Chuan navigate his current crisis. She understood that men ought to manage their affairs independently without a woman becoming a burden. Thus, after embracing Qin Chuan tightly for half a minute, she departed first. Qin Chuan settled into the back seat of the car, heading towards the northern suburbs. Just as he got in, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Challenger, side quest completed. Rooting out evil. Quest reward. 100 experience points in medical skills. Promotion to level 2 in medical proficiency. As the reward notification faded away, the character attribute panel emerged. Character attributes. Qin Chuan. Gender. Male. Martial arts. Peak level 4. Medical skills. Level 2 beginner. Had his medical proficiency truly advanced to level 2? After dismissing the system notification, Qin Chuan felt as though a vast reservoir of medical knowledge was forcibly crammed into his mind, knowledge accompanied by numerous clinical experiences and techniques. Most importantly, his comprehension of the essence of life had been significantly enhanced. Exhausted from assimilating all this information, Qin Chuan reclined against the back seat, taking shallow breaths. The car, a vintage model, revealed its age through its design, headlights, and retro central console. Nevertheless, the genuine leather seats and the suede headliner remained pristine, and the chassis felt robust. It was evident that the owner seldom used this vehicle and maintained it exceptionally well. As Xiaoqin drove, he glanced at Qin Chuan in the rearview mirror, saying, I believe you are quite curious about the old gentleman's identity. Indeed, this is no ordinary vehicle. Prior to entering, Qin Chuan had noticed the military license plate and the pass on the windshield, which made him aware of the car's true worth. Xiaoqin nodded, deciding it was best to inform Qin Chuan about the old gentleman's background before they reached their destination. The old gentleman had served in the military during his youth and participated in numerous battles, safeguarding the southern border and making significant contributions. He stood alongside 7 other generals, forming the 8 war gods of China. The title 8 War Gods of China stirred something within Qin Chuan. This moniker had gradually faded from memory in today's era of peace. Yet, decades ago, it symbolized the guardian spirits in the hearts of countless Chinese people. As Qin Chuan gazed outside at the serene flow of traffic, he quietly resolved to heal this valiant warrior who had made significant contributions to the nation. The vehicle traversed the Third Ring Road, steering away from the bustling city center, and after passing through a lush expanse of verdant woods and lakes, it halted before an imposing entrance adorned with green tiles and blue bricks. Behind the grand gates stood a vast courtyard, encircled by tall, solemn walls. Mr. Qin, this is the Senior Rehabilitation Center for the Northern Military District, where retired high-ranking officers reside. The esteemed elder, No, here he should be referred to as the old commander, also resides within. Young Chun explained as he guided Qin Chuan out of the car and towards an electric sightseeing vehicle. Inside the rehabilitation center, you will find many distinguished figures who have fought valiantly for our country. As they are advanced in age, we must switch to the electric vehicle once we enter the gates to avoid disturbing their tranquility, Chen elaborated, skillfully starting the electric car. Qin Chuan held the utmost respect for these veterans who had served the nation. The electric vehicle traversed a tranquil path, flanked by elderly individuals and white-clad caregivers. Each elder embodied a tale of legend. Despite their age, the vigor and spirit of their youth remained vividly imprinted upon them. Young Chen noticed another electric vehicle approaching, heading towards the residence of the esteemed Commander Kong. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the occupants. The young lady has also arrived, he remarked. The young lady? Qin Chuan inquired. Puzzled, Chen quickly clarified. The term young lady refers to the old commander's daughter. He has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Kong Xiang, follows in his father's footsteps to serve the nation, safeguarding the southern frontiers. The second daughter, Kong Meng, is a dedicated workaholic, unmarried, and now employed at the Kyoto television station. As for the youngest son, Chun hesitated before continuing. He tends to exploit the family's connections, engaging in reckless behavior across Kyoto, Jizhou, and Jiangning. While he may not compare to his elder siblings, he has managed to carve out a semblance of a reputation for himself. Qin Chuan nodded. He wasn't particularly interested in the family affairs of others. His purpose for being here today was solely to fulfill a promise to Commander Kong and save his life. Chen drove quickly, soon arriving alongside the other vehicle at a villa's entrance. Upon disembarking, he respectfully greeted the woman in the car, addressing her as young lady. Kong Meng appeared to be in her 30s, impeccably maintained, her fair complexion unmarred by a single wrinkle, resembling a woman in her 20s. With her elegant makeup and well-tailored suit, she exuded an aura of competence. Kong Meng glanced at young Chun, and upon noticing Qin Chuan, inquired sternly, "Who is he?" "This is Mr. Qin, here to provide medical treatment for the old commander," Young Chen replied. "Oh, which hospital does he represent?" Kong Meng pressed. Young Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Chuan, however, spoke up calmly. "I am not a doctor. I am a student at the prestigious financial university." Upon hearing Qin Chuan's self-introduction, Kong Meng's previously indifferent expression suddenly transformed into one of anger. "Xiao Chun, what nonsense are you up to? Who did you find to treat my father?" Chapter 29. Seeking attention, drawing the Kong family's focus. Kong Meng was raised in a distinguished family, surrounded by individuals of the utmost power and influence in the country. Naturally, she exuded an air of authority from within. Her single inquiry caused even the battle-hardened Xiao Chun to feel a pang of unease. However, bound by the orders of his former superior, Xiao Chun could not defy them. "Miss Kong, my old commanding officer's wishes are paramount," he stammered. "My father is aging and occasionally muddled. You, being someone close to him, can't possibly be confused as well." A couple of coughs interrupted Kong Meng's admonition. From the grand entrance of the villa emerged a young and beautiful girl, assisting an elderly man who appeared frail and decrepit. The girl, Fang Xiong, donned a white athletic outfit that radiated vitality. The slightly loose fit of her sportswear was snugly accentuated by her impressive figure. The elderly man, Kong Fu, wore a dark blue satin practice uniform, giving him an ethereal presence. "Xiao Meng, are you criticizing me for being muddled behind my back?" Kong Fu asked with an imposing tone. Startled, Kong Meng quickly bowed and approached. "Father, I have always said you must trust in science and in doctors. Xiao Meng, I am not yet in the throes of senility. I know what is right and what is wrong." Kong Meng sighed and shook her head, for every conversation regarding her father's health always ended with such evasions. Today, while attending a meeting, she received a call from Fang Qiong, the girl her father had adopted, informing her of his unusual condition. She hurriedly left the conference and rushed home. "Father, no matter what we discuss today, it will be futile. I have summoned Dr. Wang from the second hospital of Kyoto to our home. He is a world-renowned internal medicine expert who has saved countless lives. With him treating you, your stubborn illness will surely be resolved." With that, Kong Meng assisted her father back into the house and stepped aside to allow Dr. Wang to enter. "Dr. Wang, I appreciate your efforts." Dr. Wang nodded and began preparing his instruments. Kong Meng earnestly introduced him to her father. "Father, Dr. Wang is a leading young physician at the second hospital of Kyoto. At just 30, He has become the youngest chief physician in the hospital. His expertise in internal medicine is celebrated throughout our nation, and appointments are booked well into next year. Dr. Wang adjusted his glasses, exuding calm confidence. With years of practice and numerous accolades, he possessed the credentials to be self-assured. He approached Kung Fu, first examining his tongue and then listening to his heartbeat. Following this, he meticulously reviewed Kung Fu's MRI results and an array of both routine and unconventional radiological examinations. He then assessed the blood test results. Half an hour later, after synthesizing all his observations, Dr. Wang stood upright. Kong Ming hurried forward. Dr. Wang, what is the verdict? My father's illness, doctor. Wang smiled as he rolled up the stethoscope in his hand, stating that the old gentleman's condition was not serious, with the radiological examination results showing normalcy. At his age, a few coughs and a sense of fatigue are entirely typical. After all, age is a factor. However, the blood test revealed several values to be slightly low, which I surmised was due to nutritional imbalances, as the old gentleman is rather particular with his diet. Having said that, he calmly regarded Kong Ming. Kong Ming, taken aback, quickly responded, Dr. Wang, you truly are remarkable. Just a simple glance, and you discern my father's dietary habits. He has a penchant for meat, particularly fatty cuts like pork belly. Dr. Wang chuckled and replied, indeed. That won't do, old sir. A balanced diet is essential. Otherwise, a deficiency in any nutritional element can lead to complications. I once had a patient who neglected his post-operative diet, lacking systematic nutritional supplementation, and he grew thinner by the day. I immediately conducted a thorough examination and later prescribed vitamin B12 injections. Within a month, he gained 5 pounds and was in excellent health, even able to swim in winter. Upon hearing this, Kong Ming's eyes sparkled with curiosity, as she eagerly inquired, what should my father specifically do, Dr. Wang? Nothing too complex, he reassured. I will prescribe some nutritional supplements, and you can purchase them to ensure your father takes them regularly. With proper care for about 6 months, he will be just fine. Kong Ming gazed at her father, Kung Fu, with a playful pout. Look at that, just minor issues, yet you insisted on delaying a visit to the doctor. And what is the result? Dr. Wang resolved years of your problems in merely half an hour. Kung Fu smiled and turned to Dr. Wang. So, it is as you say. If I simply take a few supplements, I shall be cured? Rest assured, old sir, Dr. Wang replied confidently. I have faith in my medical expertise. Following my advice will surely yield results. A dismissive snicker echoed from the back of the crowd. Kong Ming's expression darkened as she turned to the source of the laughter. There stood Qin Chuan, stepping forward with a smug demeanor. I laugh at your ignorance. If the old gentleman does not urgently seek appropriate treatment, he may not survive the next 48 hours. The room fell into an eerie silence. Dr. Wang frowned. Nonsense. The old gentleman is quite robust. He merely lacks certain trace elements. Kong Ming, incensed, retorted, how dare you curse my father? Xiao Chun, throw him out. Who does he think he is, trying to attract attention to our Kong family? Xiao Chun, feeling somewhat conflicted, stood still, casting a glance at the elder. Kung Fu, witnessing his daughter's forceful demeanor towards Qin Chuan, felt an urge to interject. However, as he attempted to rise from his seat, he was suddenly overtaken by a violent fit of coughing, speckled with blood. In an instant, Kung Fu collapsed onto the sofa, unconscious. The Kong family rushed to his side. Concern etched on their faces. Fang Qiong cried out in alarm, Grandfather! Grandfather! Kong Ming gently shook her father's arm. Dad. Xiao Chen approached, extending his finger to check for signs of breath. As he observed the faint warmth escaping from the old man's nostrils, a sense of relief washed over him. Dr. Wang's expression shifted dramatically. How could the elder have collapsed so suddenly? Was it possible he was fainting? He quickly retrieved his stethoscope and rushed forward to assess the situation. Listening to the heartbeat and checking the eyelids revealed no significant abnormalities in either the pulse or the pupils. A wave of panic surged through Dr. Wang. There was no time to dwell on uncertainties. Saving the patient was paramount. He immediately commenced artificial respiration followed by chest compressions. But after a series of emergency procedures yielded no results, he reluctantly dashed back to his vehicle. He extracted a portable defibrillator, preparing to administer the most advanced life-saving measures available. Seeing the defibrillator, Kong Ming felt a surge of alarm. If it were to be employed, even if her grandfather were to regain consciousness, he would emerge severely weakened. Dr. Wang, lacking alternatives, insisted on the necessity of the defibrillator. His brow furrowed as he firmly stated that they were in the critical window for resuscitation, and further delay could result in dire consequences. Miss Kong, you must trust me. At that moment, Kong Meng held the most authority in the villa. Only her consent could allow Dr. Wang to proceed with the next step of intervention. With the defibrillator in hand, he awaited her nod. Your ignorance renders your actions tantamount to attempting to harm old Master Kong. A voice echoed from behind the crowd. At that moment, Kong Meng could no longer maintain the decorum expected of a lady from a prominent family. She shouted fiercely, Xiao Chun, did you not hear my command? Expel him from here. Xiao Chun had witnessed Qin Chuan's adept handling of Kung Fu earlier. The golden vial had restored the old man's faculties instantly, rejuvenating him beyond his previous state. Aware of this, he defied Kong Meng's orders and turned to Qin Chuan, clasping his hands in respect. Mr. Qin, please, lend your assistance to the old chief. I would brave any peril for the chance to save him. His sincerity was palpable, tears cascading down his cheeks. Kong Meng's face flushed with anger, but she had no time for such sentiments. Dr. Wang, please expedite your efforts. I fear if we delay any longer, my father may face fatal danger. In truth, Dr. Wang felt little confidence. Outwardly, Kung Fu appeared entirely normal. The defibrillator was intended solely for patients on the brink of death. Using it on someone exhibiting no external distress could irreparably damage their internal organs, rendering it an irreversible measure. Dr. Wang, Kong Meng implored urgently, pressing him for action once more. After a moment's contemplation, he clenched his teeth, deciding to gamble on the desperate hope of a last chance. He switched on the device, preparing to place the metal plates against Kung Fu's chest. Just as his hands were about to descend, Fang Qiong leaped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of her grandfather. Her tears had already marred her meticulously applied makeup. She knew that should the defibrillator be used, even if her grandfather were to survive, he would likely be left incapacitated. Xiao Qiong, do you know what you are doing? Step aside. Aunt, please allow Mr. Qin to give it a try. Kong Meng's anger flared. She could tolerate Xiao Qin's behavior, for he was merely an outsider. However, she could not comprehend why Fang Qiong, whom her father regarded as his granddaughter, would act in such a manner. She forcefully pulled Fang Qiong aside. But as an ordinary person, how could she contend with a girl who had attained the first level of martial arts? Xiao Qiong, I consented to your martial arts training not for you to one day use it against your own aunt. Ignoring her aunt's reprimand, Fang Qiong turned to Qin Chuan and implored, Mr. Qin, I earnestly beg you to save my grandfather. Fang Qiong's words utterly infuriated Kong Meng. Fang Qiong, do you even realize what you are saying? You are a member of the prestigious Kong family in Kyoto. How dare you demean yourself to plead like this? Do you not understand that you are bringing disgrace to the Kong family? As she spoke, Kong Meng approached Qin Chuan, pointing at him and declaring, I have encountered many like you, who seek to attach themselves to the powerful. You are merely looking for an opportunity to ingratiate yourself with our family. Your previous act of saving my father was purely fortuitous. Had my father been unharmed, I would not have bothered to hold it against you. Today, you will not deceive me, Kong Meng, under any circumstances. Qin Chuan's pupils contracted as he replied coldly, Your Kong family is not worthy of my association. My only intention was to express admiration for Kong Lao's contributions to the nation and to offer my healing services. If you forcibly attempt to revive Kong Lao with electric shocks, his condition will undoubtedly worsen, potentially leading to paralysis. Nonsense. Miss Kong, time is of the essence. Please make a prompt decision, Dr. Wang advised. Kong Meng stepped forward again, wrapping her arms around Fang Qiong to pull her away. Doctor. Wang immediately placed 2 metal plates against Kung Fu's chest. With a crackle, Kung Fu's body shot up like a ball, only to fall back down. Qin Chuan could bear to watch no longer and exited the room, stepping outside. Inside, Dr. Wang noticed that Kung Fu had not awakened. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It seemed this attempt had yielded no results. He adjusted the knob, increasing the device's current to the next level. He continued to apply pressure, and Kung Fu's body jolted upward once more. After 2 successive attempts, Kung Fu remained unresponsive, causing a palpable tension among those present. Fang Qiong cried out, while Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly. An uncommon panic appeared on Kong Meng's face. Dr. Wang's heart raced. Taking a deep breath, he turned the equipment to its maximum power. Another electric shock was administered. Cough, cough, cough. Finally, Kung Fu emitted a soft cough, breaking the tension that had gripped everyone. Fang Qiong broke free from her aunt's grasp and rushed to her grandfather's side. Grandfather, grandfather. Kong Ming also stepped forward, gazing at her father. Dr. Wang let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Qiong, Xiao Ming. Kung Fu slowly lifted his eyelids, softly calling out to his granddaughter and daughter. Dad, I am here. Kong Ming lifted her father's hand, and in the next moment, Kung Fu's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in astonishment, Why? Why can't I move my body? My hand. Why does it feel so numb? Startled, Kong Ming released her father's hand, which fell limply as if it were a withered leaf. She quickly turned to Dr. Wang, demanding, Dr. Wang, what is happening to my father? Beads of perspiration dripped from Dr. Wang's forehead as he hurriedly examined Kung Fu. After a thorough checkup, he could discern no apparent issue. The elderly man stammered, uncertain of how to respond, yet his expression betrayed his distress. At that moment, Kung Fu gazed skyward and cried out in anguish, Why? Why is this happening? Father, do not despair. We shall get a full examination, consult other doctors. Kong Ming reassured him. Tears of defiance streamed from the corners of Kung Fu's eyes as he lamented, Xiao Ming, why do you wish to harm your father? Confused, Kong Ming retorted, Father, how could I possibly wish you harm? It was Dr. Wang who revived you when you fainted. Surely, your current situation is better than having lost your life. Despair and disappointment towards his daughter were evident in Kung Fu's gaze. I summoned Mr. Qin, who could have saved my life, yet my daughter obstructs me at every turn, leading to my paralysis. Throughout my life as Kung Fu, though I may not meet a heroic end, I cannot become a worthless being. Xiao Ming, I cannot endure this existence. I beg you, grant me a swift release. Witnessing her father's plight, Kong Ming's heart ached profoundly. Memories of her father carrying her to play in the mountains and seas flooded her mind. As if it were just yesterday, she knelt before him, weeping bitterly. After a moment, a thought seemed to strike her, and she rushed outside to find Qin Chuan. Kneeling before him with a thud, here was the daughter of a prestigious family in Kyoto, once revered and admired by many, now reduced to the humble status of a servant, kneeling before Qin Chuan. With a tone laced with desperation, she implored, Mr. Qin, I beseech you, please save my father. Whatever it takes, I will agree to any terms you set, regardless of the cost. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Chuan cast his gaze downward, surveying the graceful and poised woman before him. He replied, I possess ample wealth. Your family's meager savings do not interest me. I can save him, but your recent slander against me is unforgivable. If you wish for my assistance, you must serve me as a maid for 10 years as a form of retribution. That is my condition. Chapter 31. The difficulty of regeneration is nothing. For me, Qin Chuan, everything is but a mere trifling. Kong Ming's brows knitted tightly. She had never endured such humiliation. To serve as a maid for 10 years, catering to a man barely in his 20s, was an affront to her dignity. Not to mention her status as the daughter of a top-tier family in Kyoto, and as the director of the local television station. She could not debase herself in such a manner. Agreeing to Qin Chuan's terms would mean sacrificing her flourishing career and love at the age of 30. Kong Ming bit her lip, grappling with an overwhelming internal struggle. As she glanced behind her, she beheld her father, paralyzed due to her own obstinacy and rudeness. Despair enveloped her eyes as she resigned herself to the reality that she had sacrificed the most significant decade of her life for her father's health. Very well. I promise you, as long as you can save my father, I am willing to serve you as a slave for 10 years. Kong Ming trembled as she spoke reluctantly. Qin Chuan paid her no heed and strode directly into the room, approaching Kung Fu's side. The paralyzed Kung Fu, unable to turn his head, could only gaze upward and softly utter, no need to say more. I shall heal you. With that, Qin Chuan placed his right hand on Kung Fu's wrist to feel his pulse, closing his eyes to attentively sense its rhythm. The entire assembly held their breath, awaiting Qin Chuan's verdict. A minute later, Qin Chuan opened his eyes and, with indignation, declared, Old sir, you were merely entangled in a delusion, your meridians disordered. However, after the electric shock, your delicate meridians have shattered completely, especially those connecting the spine at the neck, which have been obliterated by the high-pressure current. Even the most skilled surgeon would be unable to mend it. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Kung Fu erupted into laughter. Meridians shattered. Meridians shattered. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for allowing me to depart with clarity before my end. I am content to witness a prosperous nation and a peaceful populace. Mr. Qin, I kindly ask you to ease my passage. I can no longer endure this existence akin to a living corpse. Though she understood that a paralyzed individual could never hope to recover, Qin Chuan's words pierced the hearts of all present like a sharp dagger. Xiao Qin wept openly, wiping his tears, while Fang Qiong sobbed uncontrollably against Kong Fu's chest. Dr. Wang had quietly slipped away, and Kong Ming did not intervene. Everything that had transpired stemmed from her arrogance and prejudice. At this juncture, even if she were to serve as a slave, it would avail her nothing. She realized her father could not merely survive. Such a fate would be akin to torturing him. In despair, Kong Ming retrieved her phone, intending to call her two brothers to inform them to return and arrange for their father's funeral. However, before she could complete the call, Qin Chuan's response astonished everyone. "Old sir, with me here, even if your meridians have perished, they can regenerate. Besides, this minor injury is of little consequence in my eyes. It simply requires an upgraded version of the life essence." At this proclamation, all present gasped in disbelief. The notion of regenerating severed limbs had yet to be established. Yet Qin Chuan claimed he could reconstitute the obliterated meridians. Was this not a fantastical dream? Kong Ming, disregarding everything else, knelt and crawled to Qin Chuan's feet, clutching his leg, pleading, "Please, allow my father to stand again." Qin Chuan cast a glance at Kong Ming, smirking coldly before addressing Xiao Chun. "I now require a pound of celestial water as a catalyst." Xiao Chun, bewildered, responded, "Celestial water?" Qin Chuan sighed. The knowledge of secondary medical texts in his mind was laden with archaic terminology from ancient times. In a moment of desperation, he spoke without thinking. Thus, he rephrased, "The water of heaven and earth is merely dew. The dew I require must be that which falls 10 minutes before and after dawn. The vessel to collect this dew must be ceramic. No other material will suffice." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qin immediately understood. Fortunately, the sanatorium was nestled within the woods of the suburbs, providing the most convenient location for dew collection. Had they been in the heart of the capital, gathering even 10 milliliters in a night would have proven challenging. After receiving his orders, he promptly rushed out, rallying everyone to assist in the collection. Qin Chuan then penned a prescription for medicinal herbs. Although the ingredients were not particularly precious, a few could only be recognized by martial artists. Once completed, he handed the prescription to Fang Qiong, instructing, "Fetch these herbs according to the prescription. Remember, each herb must weigh 3 taels and 2 qian. Make haste and return swiftly." Fang Qiong, not daring to delay for even a moment, dashed out clutching the prescription. Gently, Qin Chuan laid Kong Fu's hand back onto the blanket and reassured the elderly gentleman, "Rest easy for now. Once they have gathered the necessary ingredients, I will treat you. Have faith, everything will improve." Tears shimmered in Kong Fu's eyes, filled with yearning as he asked, "Mr. Qin, will I have the chance to stand again?" Qin Chuan laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha. My dear sir, not only will you stand, but you'll climb Mount Tai without issue." At this declaration, Kong Fu's tears transformed into laughter, and a surge of excitement welled within him. Kneeling before them, Kong Ming lifted her gaze toward the man who would be her master for the next decade, her expression complex. In her mind, countless possibilities unfolded. As a television station director, she had encountered innumerable news stories. The more capable a man appeared, the more serene his exterior, often concealed a more sinister intent. Such men possessed bizarre and cruel methods that could leave one in a state worse than death. After soothing Kong Fu to sleep, Qin Chuan strolled to the window, hands clasped behind his back, and declared, "Our contract comes into effect immediately and will last for 10 years. During this time, you must comply with my wishes without question. Should you entertain any ulterior motives, you alone shall bear the consequences." Kong Ming dared not speak further, clasping her hands tightly and lowering her head in agreement. The man before her was inscrutable. His ability to heal her father also implied he could just as easily allow him to remain paralyzed without her knowledge. "Yes, master. I will not harbor any disloyalty. You need not accompany me daily. Continue with your duties. Remain on call 24 hours a day, and on weekends, attend to the villa. Ready to serve." With that, Qin Chuan turned away from Kong Ming and settled onto a nearby sofa to rest. He felt disdain for someone like Kong Ming, a pampered heiress who had been raised with a silver spoon in her mouth, surrounded by sycophants who catered to her every whim. She had been conditioned to believe that her perceptions were the absolute truth. Unbeknownst to them, in this vast world, there exist individuals far more formidable than themselves, scattered throughout the realm of mortals. A gentle reprimand directed at Kong Ming could be seen as a lesson imparted by Kong Fu to his daughter. The dawn before daybreak is the epitome of tranquility. Within the villa, only 3 souls remain: the slumbering Kung Fu and the silent figures of Qin Chuan and Kong Ming. Soon, the eastern sky is tinged with a hint of gold as the sun gradually ascends. Xiaoqin cautiously cradles a blue and white porcelain water vessel as he enters, announcing, "Mr. Qin, I have brought the water." Following closely behind is Feng Qiong, carrying a bag of medicinal herbs. Chapter 32, Rewarding Beati Group with 50 shares. Earning while reclining with all items gathered, Xiaoqin glanced around, noting that nothing particularly extraordinary was present. Doubts began to swirl in his mind. Tentatively, he inquired, "Mr. Qin, is this all there is to the life essence you mentioned?" Qin Chuan nodded and proceeded to assess the items. Although Xiao Chun was eager to voice his concerns, he hesitated, fearing that he might inadvertently offend Qin Chuan with his inquiries. Thus, he swallowed his curiosity. Though it was Qin Chuan's first attempt at creating life essence, his proficiency in the secondary medical arts allowed him to navigate the process with ease. Throughout the endeavor, he secretly reveled in his current peak of 4th-level martial arts. Possessing the capability to externalize martial energy, he understood that the most crucial ingredient in the life essence was the martial energy derived from a martial artist. The energy required for every 10 milliliters equated to the entirety of a 1st-level martial artist's peak energy, or half that of a 2nd-level martial artist's peak. As a 4th-level martial artist at his zenith, Qin Chuan expended merely a quarter of his martial energy. Once externalized, he would require an extended period of recuperation to restore his vitality. The loss of martial energy can be fatal for a martial practitioner. The martial energy expended in producing a vial of life essence was sufficient to cause a decline in his abilities, dropping him from the peak of 4th-level martial arts to the level of a 4th-level martial artist in full mastery. The upgraded version of the life essence he was currently crafting would likely reduce him to the entry level of 4th-level martial arts. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan remained undeterred. For the sake of saving an elder like Kong, a hero who had shed blood and sacrificed for his country, a minor sacrifice of his combat strength was a trivial matter. After a full day of meticulous crafting, as evening approached, a small vial containing 10 milliliters of the upgraded life essence was finally completed. Qin Chuan promptly approached Kung Fu, calling out, "Old master." Slowly, Kung Fu opened his eyes and, under the gaze of all present, consumed the life essence. "Father, how do you feel?" Kong Ming asked anxiously. "Grandfather, you must recover." Feng Qiong knelt beside him, fervently praying. Xiaoqin clenched his fists tightly, his gaze unwavering. Kung Fu's eyes drooped, appearing weak and weary. Suddenly, he bolted upright, his eyes wide open. In that instant, he felt as if his previously numb body was being woven together by invisible threads. Each blood vessel functioned like a flowing canal, continuously circulating life-giving blood. Within the lower dantian, an unnamed fire began to blaze. His body resembled an internal combustion engine, springing to life. With a sudden motion, he sat up and took a deep breath. Subsequently, he rotated his body, grounding his feet on the floor, and stretched vigorously. The room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop, with only the sound of breaths filling the air. What was happening? A medical miracle? Even Feng Qiong and Xiao Chun, who had witnessed the potency of the life essence, could hardly believe their eyes. The man, who had just moments ago been completely paralyzed, could now stand and stretch. Upon closer inspection, he appeared more vibrant, seemingly in better condition than before. Kong Ming's mouth fell slightly agape, astonished by the scene before her. She had anticipated Qin Chuan's assistance to be gradual, progressing over months. However, she had never envisioned such instantaneous results. At this moment, her perception of Qin Chuan underwent a transformative shift. The most effective way to conquer a strong woman is to surpass her in strength, to shatter her worldview with sheer capability. Kong Ming's heart raced, her chest rising and falling erratically. Looking at Qin Chuan, all remnants of disdain and hatred vanished, replaced by admiration and even the fluttering hopes of youthful infatuation. Disregarding the astonished crowd, Kung Fu strode toward the front courtyard of the villa. Beneath the luminous moonlight, he freely stretched his limbs and practiced 2 sets of Kong family martial arts. Exhilarating. What sheer joy. It had been over a decade since he had felt such a rush. He felt as if he had returned to the vigor of his 30s. Truly, the gentleman is a remarkable figure. After completing his exercises, Kung Fu stepped into the house with a smile. Qin Chuan, having exhausted an excess of martial prowess, had dozed off on the sofa in the corner. Xiao Chun, brimming with excitement to awaken him, was halted by Kung Fu's hand. Do not disturb Mr. Qin. He has expended considerable effort to heal me. Xiao Qiong, please tidy up the guest room. Xiao Chun, carry Mr. Qin to his room. Fang Qiong and Xiao Chun complied without hesitation. In the living room, only the father and daughter remained. Kong Ming, filled with shame, knelt and said, Father, I was wrong. Kung Fu sighed and assisted her up, for what father could harbor resentment toward his daughter? Xiao Ming, Mr. Qin possesses remarkable talent. He is destined for greatness. Furthermore, he has bestowed kindness upon our Kong family. Henceforth, you must treat Mr. Qin with the respect he deserves. Kong Ming nodded. I will not be disrespectful again. In truth, she longed to express her desire to follow him for a lifetime, yet she was too shy to voice it. The following day, in the early morning before dawn, Qin Chuan groggily opened his eyes. Having lost 2 levels of cultivation the previous day, he felt a certain fatigue. Congratulations. Challenger, side quest completed. Rescue from despair. Quest reward. 50 shares of BYD Group. BYD Group is the second largest producer of charging batteries on Blue Star, engaging in 4 major industries: automotive, new energy, electronics, and rail transit. Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled. This reward of 50 shares in BYD Group exceeded even that of Wanda Group by 20. The BYD Group stands as an indomitable domestic giant, rivaling the Wanda Group. Qin Chuan, slightly out of breath, acknowledged that even though the system no longer directly provided him with funds, the substantial dividends from the shares he possessed in these large conglomerates constituted a significant annual income. Glancing around, he found himself sprawled on a spacious 2-meter bed, beside which sat a person. Kong Ming, propping her head with one hand, reclined against the edge of the bed. She was adorned in a sheer nightgown, her voluptuous form tantalizingly visible. The unique charm of a 30-year-old woman was vividly manifested. Checking his phone, Qin Chuan noted it was 4:15 in the morning.
A sense of urgency washed over him. Today marked the beginning of the first class at school.
The main quest had provided a stern reminder. He must unconditionally complete his studies and could not afford to miss even a single lesson. He swiftly rose to get dressed. His movements startled Kong Ming, who, with a mixture of surprise and caution, inquired, Master, it's only 4:30. Want you sleep a little longer? Without casting her a glance, Qin Chuan replied coldly, There's class today. I must hurry back to school. With that, he hastily donned his clothing and descended the stairs. A flicker of disappointment crossed Kong Ming's eyes as she glanced at herself. Did the master still harbor resentment over her words from yesterday, causing him to ignore her today? Not dwelling on it, she quickly changed and followed him downstairs. Master, Xiao Chun is still asleep. Allow me to drive you to school. After checking the time, Qin Chuan conceded. The two of them set off towards the Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. The sanatorium was situated on the outskirts of Kyoto, and as they entered the third ring road, traffic began to thicken. Countless workers from Kyoto opted to reside in the suburbs, primarily due to the lower housing prices. This inevitably led to a mass exodus into the city around 4 or 5 in the morning, resulting in daily congestion on the roads. Having departed from the sanatorium, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Despite Kong Ming's attempts to navigate through the traffic, they arrived at the university at 8:50. Once the vehicle halted, Qin Chuan unfastened his seatbelt, opened the door, and prepared to exit. Master, Kong Ming called out softly, I mentioned before that you needn't worry about me during weekdays. You can go to class without me. Qin Chuan hastily retorted, I have to go, and left in a rush. Watching his retreating figure, Kong Ming murmured, But I wish to stay by your side. At the university, in the Moral Education Building, 3rd floor, trapezoidal classroom, students had already filled the room. Qin Chuan entered through the back door just as the class bell rang. At the podium, a tall girl clad in a collegiate-style denim dress was erasing the blackboard. Chapter 33, Best Friends, Just Me. Old 4. Tang Yuming called out softly to Qin Chuan as he approached and took a seat. Who is she? Her name is Tian Xin. She is not a teacher. She is merely an enthusiastic class member, not even the class monitor. Taking advantage of the early start of the school year, I managed to forge a connection with the homeroom teacher and have now assumed the role of class monitor. Fortunately, I possess an endearing appearance and a pleasant demeanor, so my classmates harbor no objections to my leadership. Qin Chuan understands that every class typically has 1 or 2 outstanding individuals who immediately capture the attention of the teachers, who entrust them with significant responsibilities. This, of course, has its advantages, as it allows these students to become more well-known among the faculty and school administration, facilitating their endeavors within the institution. Today, the class schedule is light. With only a half day of lessons, leaving the afternoon free, Qin Chuan plans to visit a supermarket to procure some food for recovery. Having recently experienced a decline in 2 realms, he finds that even with the support of his system, he has not triggered any rewards for realm enhancement lately. After checking his navigation, he prepares to pack his bag and head out. Just as he steps out of the school gate, a Volkswagen Golf speeds toward him. At the intersection, a shared bicycle suddenly appears. The Golf swerves sharply, careening toward Qin Chuan. Fortunately, endowed with a 4th-level martial arts talent, he manages to retreat just in time. However, with a river ditch looming behind him, he finds himself unable to retreat further and must brace himself for the impact. With a resounding thud, the Golf comes to an abrupt halt. The driver, visibly shaken, quickly exits the vehicle to assess the situation. The front of the car now presses against Qin Chuan's knee in a precarious embrace, the bumper dented. The driver looks up, recognizing him. Qin Chuan. Tian Xin. They are classmates. Tian Xin, her face filled with remorse, repeatedly apologizes. I'm so sorry, Qin Chuan. It was unintentional. I was trying to avoid that bicycle. Qin Chuan waves his hand dismissively, assuring her it's no trouble. With his 4th-level martial arts physique, he can withstand the full force of a car's impact without significant harm. To him, this minor collision feels akin to a mere tickle. Unaware of this, Tian Xin insists on taking him to the hospital for an examination. After much insistence, Qin Chuan remains firm in his refusal. Since he refused to go for a checkup, "Where would you like to go?" "I'll take you as an apology," she offers. "I want to go to the supermarket," he replies. Tian Xin's eyes light up. "Perfect. I need to go there too." Thus, Qin Chuan climbs into Tian Xin's car, and the two set off together. After a 40-minute drive, Tian Xin brings Qin Chuan to a foreign-brand supermarket, Yamamura Supermarket. This establishment, spanning an impressive 20,000 square meters across 2 floors and located on the western 3rd ring of Kyoto, offers a delightful shopping experience that feels spacious and uncrowded. Tian Xin had not originally planned to visit the supermarket. Her desire to make amends for the incident propelled her to do so. Determined to cover the bill as a gesture of apology when they reach the checkout, she feels a sense of relief upon checking her WeChat balance and discovering she still has over 2,000 yuan left. Thank goodness, that should be sufficient, she thinks to herself. As soon as she lifted her gaze, Tian Xin observed Qin Chuan reaching into a small cabinet to retrieve a product ensconced in plastic packaging. Placing it into his shopping cart, pretending to wander aimlessly, she approached the cabinet and discreetly glanced at the price tag of the item. Dried sea cucumber 500,2040 heads. Price, 11,888. At that moment, Tian Xin felt utterly disheartened. What on earth? Over 10,000 for a pound of sea cucumber. What is Qin Chuan up to? Is he planning to embark on a path of immortality? Yet, Qin Chuan had already moved on, leaving Tian Xin in a state of despair. Gritting her teeth, she decided to follow him and simultaneously send a message to her close friend Huang Wenwen for assistance. Tian Xin. Wenwen, I urgently need help, as a good sister. Lend me 10,000. Huang Wenwen. Huang Wenwen, suspecting that Tian Xin's account had been hacked, promptly blocked her. Left with no choice, Tian Xin made a phone call and recounted the entire situation in detail. Xin, you silly girl, how could you take him to Shanmu? Even if he doesn't buy sea cucumbers, just picking up a few items in there would cost at least 1,000 or 800. Wenwen, please don't lecture me. I genuinely believe he is doing this on purpose. After all, his leg was mangled by a car. Sigh. Xin, you are too kind-hearted. All right, I'll lend you 1,000 for now, but you must stop him from falling deeper into this reckless spending. Oh, dear sister, love you lots, moi. After ending the call, Tian Xin hurriedly caught up with Qin Chuan. From that point onward, the items Qin Chuan procured were relatively reasonable, primarily fresh produce, meats, and seafood. Nonetheless, the shopping cart was already brimming with goods, and as Tian Xin followed closely behind, she calculated the total, which had already surpassed 20,000. She had to call for urgent assistance once more during the process. Watching Qin Chuan head toward the checkout counter, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, it seemed to be coming to an end. She approached him with a forced smile, saying, "You've bought so many items. Won't they spoil in the dormitory?" Qin Chuan paused, taken aback. This was something he had not considered. According to Tian Xin's script, he should have started removing some items. However, to her astonishment, he pushed the shopping cart and ascended the nearby escalator to the upper floor. Tian Xin's expression darkened. What on earth was happening? Reluctantly, she followed him. Qin Chuan made his way to the home appliance section and summoned a staff member. Hello, I would like one of these. He indicated toward a Panasonic refrigerator priced at $2,299. Before Tian Xin could process this, she saw Qin Chuan point to a Miele washing machine, saying, I'll take one of those, and also a matching dryer, and that Hisense laser TV, along with a Bang & Olufsen sound system. The staff member noted down his requests. Sir, would you prefer to take these appliances yourself, or have them delivered? Delivery, please. Tomorrow will suffice. Understood, sir. Tian Xin stood by, utterly astonished. After a rough calculation, she realized that the home appliances Qin Chuan had just ordered had already exceeded 100,000. Qin Chuan, are you moving to a new home? Why are you buying appliances? No, these are all for the dormitory. Tian Xin's heart bled. If she sought help now, her best friend would surely rush over and berate her. With a sorrowful countenance, she followed Qin Chuan to the checkout counter. What should she do? Over 100,000 yuan, what now? Should she call her parents and confess? She had accidentally collided with a classmate and, in an attempt to make amends, brought him to the supermarket. Yet, within an hour, he had purchased goods worth over 100,000. Her parents would surely scold her mercilessly. Just as Tian Xin was torn between urging Qin Chuan to reconsider and pulling back, the cashier politely announced, Sir, your total comes to 138,769 yuan. I'll pay by card. Tap, tap, tap. Sir, here is your receipt. Please keep it safe, and we look forward to your next visit. Tian Xin felt as though she had misheard. A consumption of over 100,000, and he paid for it himself? Aren't you buying anything? Qin Chuan turned back and asked the dazed Tian Xin. Chapter 34. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan, used as a grocery vehicle. Tian Xin stammered, I don't need anything else. Haha. All the way, she berated herself for having imagined Qin Chuan as that kind of unscrupulous person. After placing everything in the car, Tian Xin inserted the key, preparing to start it. Are we heading back to school? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment. The refrigerator hasn't arrived yet. If we take the items back to school, they might spoil. Let's first head to Shun District. I'll freeze the goods there. And once the fridge arrives, I'll take them back to the dorm. You have friends living there too, right? Our friends are having a gathering tonight. Why not come along? I don't think so. It's fine. Come on, they're all very nice. Tian Xin's pitiful expression made it hard for Qin Chuan to refuse. Seeing that Qin Chuan did not object, Tian Xin happily prepared to start the car. But after 3 attempts, the engine wouldn't turn over. Is the car broken? What do we do now? Qin Chuan tried as well and found that it was likely an issue with the engine. It seems we can't drive it. I'll call a tow truck to bring it to the shop for repairs. Tian Xin pouted, realizing it was the only option. Subsequently, Qin Chuan opened a ride-hailing app, only to discover that the queue had already reached 3 digits. He would have to wait over an hour. The traffic in Kyoto was dreadfully congested. Unable to wait, Qin Chuan noticed that more than half of the items in the trunk were perishable goods that could not remain at room temperature for long. He stepped out of the car and took a look around. How about I buy a car? There's a car dealership nearby. Tian Xin thought her ears were deceiving her and asked in confusion, What do you mean? I happen to need a grocery vehicle. Why not just buy one to avoid taking a taxi every day? Tian Xin remained bewildered but hopped out of the car, trailing behind Qin Chuan. With a whoosh, the automatic glass doors sensed the arrival of customers and opened. Welcome, the male salesperson exclaimed. In the next moment, 2 students, a boy and a girl, hurriedly entered the room. Qin Chuan walked straight up to the male salesperson and inquired, Which car do you have in stock? Not far away. 2 female salespeople exchanged eye rolls and whispered to each other. There are so many pretentious people these days. The moment they speak, they ask for cars in stock. In a luxury car dealership like ours, how could there possibly be no cars available? If you have one in stock, will you buy it? Honestly, if you want to show off, you might as well choose a Honda or a BYD to flaunt. The male salesperson swallowed hard and replied, Our entire showroom is filled with available cars, sir. Which type are you interested in? Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, expressing a desire for a spacious vehicle. The male salesperson nodded. Oh, I understand. You need it to accommodate family outings, right? Qin Chuan shook his head. No? I just bought too many groceries and need a larger space to store the meat and vegetables. The male salesperson was at a loss for words, pondering the peculiar reasoning behind such a car purchase. If you need a grocery getter, just turn left and buy a Yachty. Why come to my dealership? The two female salespeople nearly burst into laughter, almost in tears from the hilarity of the situation. Quick, take out your phone and capture this moment. This will be the highlight of our new year. Tian Xin wore an expression of embarrassment and tugged at Qin Chuan's sleeve. Qin Chuan, did we come to the wrong place? Qin Chuan surveyed the showroom and confidently replied, we did not go wrong. Although this dealership is not a specialized single-brand store, the models they sell are all large, which perfectly meets my needs. Tian Xin raised an eyebrow. Brother, these are all Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs. Of course, the models are large. Qin Chuan frowned. I recognize these logos. The male salesperson wiped the sweat from his forehead, finding the conversation between the two utterly bizarre. Are they not a couple? What are they doing? Are they performing for my entertainment? Or are they mystery shoppers from the headquarters? With no other choice, the male salesperson forced himself to remain composed and led Qin Chuan to a full-size vehicle. He nervously introduced, this is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the first SUV from Rolls-Royce. It features a modified 675-liter twin-turbocharged V12 engine, capable of producing 563 horsepower while maintaining adequate torque, 850, at lower RPMs, 1600. The entire vehicle has undergone a special blackening treatment, particularly the iconic Spirit of Ecstasy sculpture at the front, which is truly one of a kind. Sir, would you like to take it for a test drive? Unfortunately, this vehicle is not available for test drives at the moment. As you know, luxury cars are quite sensitive about their mileage. Every kilometer of wear and tear is exceedingly costly. Furthermore, in the event of a scratch or dent, should I say, in the event that it happens, it would be quite troublesome. The female salesperson burst into laughter, exclaiming, so it turns out you came here just to take a picture of the car? Feeling sorry for Xiaohui, who was about to finish his shift but still had to deal with such eccentric customers, the two female salespeople hid in a corner, mocking the situation. Tian Xin felt relieved, realizing that Qin Chuan had come to pass the time while waiting for a taxi and had no real intention of buying a car. If only you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have been so apprehensive. We are all consumers, and it is perfectly lawful to enter a store to browse and test drive a vehicle. Just as Tian Xin felt she had discerned the essence of the situation, she observed Qin Chuan retrieving a bank card. I won't be test driving. I am pressed for time, and the meat is on the verge of spoiling. Please expedite the paperwork for the car and prepare the temporary license plate. I need to leave immediately. A profound silence enveloped the room, as the background music in the showroom inexplicably ceased. Around Qin Chuan, all was still, as if time itself had come to a halt. Did you not hear what I said? Qin Chuan raised his voice, addressing the male salesperson, who, startled, finally regained his composure and accepted Qin Chuan's card. He turned and hurried toward the finance office, but after just a couple of steps, he returned, somewhat embarrassed. Sir, this vehicle is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, fully equipped. Priced approximately $1.7 million higher than the standard version. The total on-road cost is roughly around $10 million. Qin Chuan merely replied with a nonchalant mem. The male salesperson, perplexed, inquired, are you perhaps reconsidering, sir? After all, it is $10 million. The salesperson's demeanor seemed almost trivial, treating the purchase as if it were a mere grocery run, a level of frivolity that even Principal Wang would not exhibit. As the salesperson lingered, Qin Chuan grew impatient, urging him, quickly process the paperwork. My groceries are about to spoil. The male salesperson gasped audibly. What on earth? Who is this individual? In under 5 minutes, he is purchasing a $10 million Rolls-Royce. Without further ado, he hastened to complete the transaction, not daring to waste a moment. The two female salespeople stood in shock, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. It was incomprehensible that someone could purchase a Rolls-Royce in such a manner. This sale alone carried a commission of at least 10%, and they lamented missing such an opportunity, their hearts aching as if their stockings might tear from the distress. The male salesperson worked with impressive efficiency, swiftly completing the entire process and preparing the temporary license plate. Qin Chuan took the keys and drove off without a second thought. Meanwhile, Tian Xin stood frozen beside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, her expression blank. Chapter 35. Do you think I am suited to be a star? In Kyoto, on the elevated highway of the Third Ring Road towards Shun District, a brand new vehicle cruised along the thoroughfare. Amidst the congestion of the elevated highway, this particular car enjoyed an unusual expanse of empty space around it. with other vehicles maintaining a two-car distance. Inside a Chang'an Yidong ride-hailing vehicle, a passenger tapped the driver's shoulder and remarked, "Driver, is this your first day on the road? You're only going 30 miles per hour and keeping such a distance from the car ahead. Why not overtake it?" The ride-hailing driver, exasperated, replied, "Do you even see what that car is? It's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Isn't that the luxury edition? Quite impressive, isn't it?" The driver, now utterly speechless, responded, "Let me put it this way. If I attempt to overtake and accidentally collide with it, I would have to sell my house to cover the damages." The passenger gasped in disbelief. "What? That car is that expensive? It must be worth a fortune." The interior of the car fell into a sudden silence, and the passengers ceased urging the driver to overtake. Inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Tian Xin sat enveloped by the starlit ceiling and the luxurious Hermes orange upholstery, her mind still in a daze. Prior to this moment, the most extravagant vehicle she had ever experienced was her best friend's Porsche 718. Now, seated in a multi-million-dollar luxury car, she felt no excitement or inclination to capture a selfie. Instead, she tightly crossed her legs, hesitant to move freely. The opulent interior exuded the essence of wealth, with every detail meticulously crafted, each seat adorned in sumptuous leather. Tian Xin was apprehensive about making any movement that might inadvertently mar or damage the exquisite surroundings. Having sold her Golf, she could hardly afford to incur any damages. As she grappled with her discomfort, she noticed Qin Chuan in the driver's seat suddenly extending his hand. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she realized the direction of his reach was toward her thigh. Today, she was not wearing stockings beneath her short skirt. Her smooth legs were exposed. Terrified, she shut her eyes, unable to resist, and allowed him to touch her. However, after several long seconds, she felt no warmth from his hand. Opening her eyes, she saw that his hand was reaching for the central control area beside her, poised to adjust a lever. Upon pressing the lever, the brisk wind that had been blowing in front of her ceased. "If you're shivering, just turn off the air conditioning. We wouldn't want you to get cold," Qin Chuan remarked with a hint of reproach. Tian Xin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What had she been thinking? How could she have assumed that Qin Chuan was that kind of person? And as for being cold, she was merely frightened. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, confined to her mind. "Thank you," she finally said. Tian Xin was naturally a carefree girl, and after a brief period of restraint, she began to relax. She reasoned that, after all, he was several hundred times wealthier than she, and surely he harbored no ill intentions towards someone as insignificant as herself. Gradually, she mustered the courage to stretch her long legs and adjusted her seat to recline slightly. Qin Chuan found himself quite fond of this girl, with Tian Xin. There were no intricate games or underhanded emotions to navigate. "Hey, Qin Chuan, what does your family do? How can you afford such wealth to buy a car worth 10 million without hesitation?" she inquired. "My parents are workers at a garment factory in Jiangning," he replied, never shying away from discussing his family's background. Unlike some suddenly affluent children who looked down upon their parents' origins and professions, he remained proud of his roots. "Are you an entrepreneur then?" she asked. "In a sense," he acknowledged. "What kind of projects are you involved in?" "I dabble in various small businesses, including a hotel and selling cars. Recently, I'm also venturing into the film industry," he explained. Tian Xin processed this information, musing to herself. "Oh, so you're involved in homestays and used cars. No wonder you're so wealthy. And entering the film industry, I suppose that means short videos on Douyin?" Tian Xin inquired with a smile about the type of videos Qin Chuan planned to shoot recently, playfully suggesting that she might like to make a cameo, expressing her desire to experience the sensation of being an internet celebrity. Qin Chuan glanced at Tian Xin, whose height reached 1.7 meters, complemented by her nearly 1 meter long legs. She donned a loose-fitting green hoodie paired with ultra-short black shorts, the length of the hoodie concealing the shorts and accentuating her unmatched legs. Her facial features bore a striking resemblance to Yang Chaoyue, her hair styled in two high buns, exuding a youthful, lively, and playful charm that perfectly matched her carefree personality. In stark contrast to Su Xiaoyan's style, her beauty was on par with that of Su Xiaoyan. "You possess quite the favorable attributes. I shall mention it to the company. If an opportunity arises, I will arrange for you to audition," he said. "Really? That's wonderful," Tian Xin exclaimed, brimming with joy and excitement. Cradling her delicate face, she dreamily remarked, "If I become successful, I might have the chance to collaborate with Reba. Do you know Reba?" She's my favorite actress, so stunning, my goddess. And if I meet Reba, I would certainly also encounter Bastian. My entire family adores her performances, especially that show 3 Lives. My mother has watched it countless times. Observing Tian Xian's enthusiasm, Qin Chuan was about to speak, intending to say she could collaborate with them without waiting for the future, when Tian Xian pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Qin Chuan, over there, that's the neighborhood." Qin Chuan halted his words and drove in the direction she indicated. "Thank you, Qin Chuan. Once you finish unloading, come over." "Okay, I'll be waiting for you." Qin Chuan nodded, resolving to keep his promise and visit later that evening. After Tian Xian departed, he activated the navigation system. Discovering that the neighborhood was merely a stone's throw from his residence at Kyoto Manor, just a turn away. Kyoto Manor, Villa Number 1. Upon returning, he found the villa eerily empty. Xiao Chuan was absent. He retrieved his phone and dialed her number, asking, "Where are you? Why aren't you at the villa? Are you no longer interested in this job?" Xiao Chuan hesitated, stammering, "Boss, I still have some unfinished business at the television station." The background noise on the other end was somewhat chaotic, akin to a banquet. A man's voice occasionally rang out, reprimanding her. "What are you doing? Who are you on the phone with? Do you understand the rules? Hurry over and pour a drink for Mr. Wang." Xiao Chuan quickly replied to Qin Chuan, "Boss, I assure you, once I complete the handover of my tasks, I will return to the villa." Before she could finish, the line went dead. As if someone had forcibly disconnected the call. Qin Chuan stared at the disconnected phone, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. While Xiao Chuan was commendable in many aspects, her strong sense of responsibility sometimes led her into difficult situations. It seemed necessary for him to check on her after class. Chapter 36. He is not from our world. Kyoto, Shun District, Shochuang Shirue Villa Community. Huang Wenwen arrived at the entrance of the community to greet her dear friend Tian Xian. Xian, why did you come so late? Did you drop off that classmate of yours?" "Not at all. My mom's car broke down, and my classmate gave me a ride," Tian Xian replied. Huang Wenwen, assuming it was a ride-hailing service arranged by a boy, chuckled. "Oh, does he have a crush on you? Going out of his way to drop you off?" Tian Xian's adorable face flushed instantly, and she raised her small fist in a playful gesture, pretending to hit back. "How could he possibly like me?" Huang Wenwen teased. "Oh, come on. With your family's background, how many boys are lining up to chase after you?" Her words held some truth. Tian Xian's parents were mid-level managers in a state-owned enterprise, with an annual household income nearing $1 million, an amount that, in the context of the entire Kyoto, represented a middle-class standing. Huang Wenwen continued her inquiries. "Where does he live? What do his parents do?" "He said his parents are workers in a clothing factory in Jiangning." Tian Xian responded. Huang Wenwen frowned. "Oh, so he's from a small town? Not even a local from Kyoto? And his parents are just factory workers?" She cautioned, Xian, "You must be careful. You can't be deceived by boys like that. So many outsiders are desperate to settle in Kyoto. And some even resort to marriage scams just to secure a household registration." Tian Xian, with a serious expression, retorted, "Wenwen, you're underestimating Qin Chuan. He is quite capable. He runs a second-hand car business and operates a guest house. Not to mention he is also into making videos on Douyin." Huang Wenwen scoffed dismissively. "What can those small ventures possibly earn?" "But Qin Chuan is no small fry," Tian Xian insisted. Huang Wenwen poked her finger at her friend's forehead. "You, my dear, are caught up in a romantic haze. Let us not even discuss other matters. Just the property in this Shochuang Shirue Villa community costs 40,000 per square meter, with each house worth at least 10 million. Xian, 10 million. You would have to toil for several lifetimes to earn that." Tian Xian tilted her head slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Qin Chuan just spent 10 million on a car." Huang Wenwen's face contorted in disbelief, and she playfully chided, "Tian Xian, were you even listening to me? Stop being so infatuated and wake up. Why are you defending him with such nonsense?" Tian Xian, a bit flustered, stamped her foot. "Oh, he is not talking nonsense. Everything he said is true." Seeing her friend getting worked up, Huang Wenwen softened her tone. All right. Then tell me what happened just now. Why on earth did he buy a car out of the blue?" Tian Xian began earnestly. "Originally, Qin Chuan had no intention of buying a car. But since my car broke down and the ride-hailing service had a long wait, he was worried that the meat and seafood we bought would spoil in the trunk if left at room temperature. So he insisted on going to buy a car." As she recounted, Tian Xian realized how absurd Qin Chuan's motive sounded, and she felt somewhat awkward describing it. Huang Wenwen's lips twitched, thinking to herself that this was the most ludicrous excuse for buying a car she had ever heard. Just because the ride-hailing service involved some waiting, he decided to purchase a car? Tian Xin, are you questioning my intelligence? Wenwen, I am not. Tian Xin shook her head vigorously like a rattle. Huang Wenwen crossed her arms, her figure accentuated. Anger manifested in her breath, causing her chest to swell even more. Then do continue, or rather, tell me what car he purchased. Tian Xin pondered for a moment before responding, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Oh right, the version, specifically the Cullinan model. Huang Wenwen's gaze fell, looking at Tian Xin as if she were a fool. Xin, let me clarify the situation. What you mean to say is that your university classmate from a small county town, who deals in used cars, drives a luxury car, and films TikToks, is named Qin Chuan. Due to the long wait for ride-hailing services, and fearing that the freshly purchased meat and seafood might spoil, he decided to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Am I correct? Tian Xin blinked her bright, dark eyes vigorously in agreement. By the way, how much does this Rolls-Royce Cullinan cost? Huang Wenwen's tone was exceedingly gentle and amiable. 10 million. Huang Wenwen raised her small hand, clapping in astonishment. Wow, 10 million. Tian Xin pursed her lips, sensing the sarcasm in her friend's tone. Suddenly, Huang Wenwen's demeanor shifted. She leaned closer to Tian Xin's ear and exclaimed, Tian Xin, do you take me for a fool? Is there truly such a person in this world? Does his family have money falling from the sky? Before you concoct such stories, consider just how absurd they are. With that, she pulled Tian Xin up, insisting, stop talking. I no longer wish to hear it. I called you here today to discuss a matter of lifelong significance. Huh? What lifelong significance? I don't want any of it. Oh, come now. Just think of it as meeting new friends. Tian Xin shrugged off Huang Wenwen's hand, stating, Wenwen, unless you clarify, I won't accompany you. Realizing she had to reveal the truth, Huang Wenwen confessed, it's about He Shuhua, the young master. I met him briefly at my last birthday, and he has been persistently saying he likes you. You ignored him previously and left early. This time, he specifically arranged a feast at his home to invite you, with the rest of us merely as supporting characters. A rare look of anger crossed Tian Xin's delicate face. Wenwen, why didn't you tell me the truth earlier? If I had told you the truth, you wouldn't have come. Tian Xin turned to leave, asserting that He Shuhua is excessively arrogant. I don't like him. Xin, the young master is indeed arrogant, but he has the means to be so. Look at the neighborhood he resides in. Just the property alone is worth 10 million, not to mention the 5 million spent on renovations. His father is the branch manager of a prestigious bank, possessing both social standing and connections of the highest order. No matter how wealthy your Qin Chuan may be, he cannot compare to the wealth of He Shuhua's family or his father's social status. Huang Wenwen earnestly advised, hoping for the best for her friend. Xin, we are adults now. Love is a delicate thing. A little is sufficient. Do not become overly fixated. No matter how handsome a man may be or how well he treats you, if he lacks financial means, it is all for naught. Let us be realistic, my dear. Huang Wenwen cradled Tian Xin's delicate, fair face in her hands and spoke. At that moment, Tian Xin's phone rang. She quickly answered, Hello, this is Qin Chuan. I have arrived and am currently at the entrance of this community. Tian Xin's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea, and she hurriedly replied, Please wait for me there. I will come out to meet you. Huang Wenwen pouted, visibly displeased. Xin, do not blame your sister for being too harsh. I am only looking out for your best interests. Outsiders are always from a different world than us locals in Kyoto. Chapter 37. The $1 Million Mansion Kyoto, Shun District. At the entrance of the Shochuang Shirue Villa community, Tian Xin dashed ahead, reaching Qin Chuan first. With her hands clasped together and a sorrowful expression, she implored, I am in urgent need of help, Qin Chuan. You must assist me. Whatever I say later, please cooperate with me. Is that all right? I beg you. Qin Chuan was taken aback, but nodded out of respect for their camaraderie. Upon receiving his agreement, Tian Xin's worry transformed into joy, and she instantly beamed with an endearing smile. She threw her arms around Qin Chuan's arm, causing him to instinctively try to withdraw. Anticipating this, Tian Xin held on tightly and whispered, You promised me. You cannot back out. Huang Wenwen arrived shortly after, and, seeing her best friend embracing Qin Chuan, felt an uncontainable surge of anger. Observing Qin Chuan's casual attire, which was rather ordinary aside from his slightly handsome features, she curtly remarked, You may drive in. He Xiao's parking space is quite spacious and can definitely accommodate your Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Qin Chuan chuckled. The car hasn't arrived. I noticed the distance was short, so I walked over. After experiencing a significant decline in his cultivation levels, Qin Chuan required more time to practice and refine his skills. The Shun district, being far from the city center, served as an ideal training ground. Huang Wenwen's expression darkened. Indeed, he is a fraud, a scoundrel. When it comes time to verify his authenticity, he resorts to excuses about a car breakdown or that the driver took it away today. As they led the way to the villa, Huang Wenwen discreetly messaged He Xiao, urging him to be prepared to expose the scoundrel and rescue her dear friend. The group arrived at a row of townhouses, and Huang Wenwen pressed the doorbell. A young man dressed in white attire emerged from within. His long hair was slicked back with styling gel, presenting a meticulous appearance. The white shirt, made of fine fabric, draped elegantly, lending him an air of nonchalance. He wore loose, straight-cut pants paired with flip-flops, embodying a wealthy and carefree style. He Shuhua opened the door with a smile, his gaze immediately landing on the sweet and charming Tian Xin. Maintaining a facade of calm, he greeted them warmly. Ah, welcome, two beautiful ladies. Please, come in. He then feigned ignorance, inquiring, and who might this gentleman be? Huang Wenwen interjected. He is Tian Xin's classmate. Tian Xin, with a slight pout, retorted, no, he is my boyfriend. A subtle, barely perceptible smirk flickered across He Shuhua's face, yet he maintained his smile as he invited the others in, saying, come in quickly. Everyone is already here. With that, He Shuhua took the lead, guiding the three into the opulent mansion worth millions. Upon entering the villa's courtyard, Huang Wenwen expressed her envy, remarking that in the valuable real estate of Kyoto, owning a townhouse was a mark of success. If there were a 20 to 30 square meter garden in front, it would be the epitome of a winner in life. Tian Xin gazed at the courtyard's arrangement, revealing her admiration. He Shuhua proudly declared, this garden wasn't just thrown together haphazardly. My mother hired a designer specifically to plan and plant it, setting it apart from those humble home gardens filled with vegetables and fruit. He continued, when one reaches our level, quality of life becomes paramount. Huang Wenwen sighed, indeed. Being wealthy has its advantages. He Xiao, your community's landscaping is impressive. Upon entering, one feels a return to nature. Absolutely. The greenery in our community spans 45. After all, there are only villas here, not those small apartments of 100 square meters. Upon hearing this, Tian Xin inquired about Qin Chuan. Isn't your community nearby? How does its greenery compare? Is there a significant difference? Qin Chuan pondered, recalling that his family's garden should be around 500 square meters, and replied, I estimate it must exceed 50. He Shuhua scoffed. How could it possibly exceed 50? The developers would be losing money, my friend. If you don't understand, refrain from making unfounded claims. Huang Wenwen, feeling awkward for her friend, pulled Tian Xin aside, urging Qin Chuan not to boast. As the others present were prominent figures in Kyoto, Wenwen, what if Qin Chuan isn't exaggerating? You shouldn't underestimate him, Tian Xin countered. Huang Wenwen rolled her eyes, realizing her friend seemed hopelessly naive. He Shuhua shook his head, dismissing the need to engage further with Qin Chuan. In his view, when the disparity between individuals reaches a certain threshold, it becomes unworthy of confrontation. Who has ever seen a wealthy individual from Hangzhou flaunt their wealth in front of a low-level employee? They would merely claim indifference to money, stating that they have never truly handled it, employing such nonchalant remarks to provoke. Yet, one would find no grounds to counter such statements, for they possessed the capital to be so audacious. As they entered the villa, they were greeted by opulent decor reminiscent of 18th century Baroque architecture, showcasing the owner's immense wealth. Crystal chandeliers, 5 to 6 meters long, hung from the 10-meter-high ceiling of the living room. European imported sofas and Italian marble flooring adorned every inch of the interior, reeking of affluence. Even Huang Wenwen and Tian Xin, who had seen their fair share of luxury, couldn't suppress their quiet gasps of astonishment. This is extraordinarily lavish. He Xiao, how much did the renovation cost? Huang Wenwen couldn't help but ask. He Shuhua's lips curled into a hidden smile as he replied, oh, just around 6 or 7 million. The two girls gasped in shock. 6 or 7 million. The cost of renovation could purchase a property in Kyoto. He Shuhua chuckled, remarking that a house is not necessarily better in greater quantity. Rather, it is the quality that holds value. After all, One can only rest upon a single bed each night. Qin Chuan, seemingly indifferent, surveyed the surroundings. Huang Wenwen, observing this, silently thought to herself that as a scoundrel from a small county, Qin Chuan was bound to reveal his true nature upon entering such a luxuriously decorated villa. Today, she was determined to unveil his faade. Feigning casualness, she inquired of Qin Chuan, "You seem to be examining everything so intently. Is this your first encounter with such an exquisite style of decor?" It was no wonder, for the Baroque architectural style evolved from the foundations of the Italian Renaissance, characterized by the extensive use of precious materials and vibrant, grand colors in its decoration. Typically, a modest bungalow could never convey such a profound sense of historical weight. Qin Chuan nodded, acknowledging Huang Wenwen's analysis as relatively accurate. "You are correct, yet you have overlooked one essential aspect. The most significant feature of Baroque architecture is its ostentation of wealth." Huang Wenwen was taken aback by his knowledge. Qin Chuan continued, "However, this villa's Baroque style lacks certain nuances. It seems the designer was not a top-tier Italian artist, but rather someone from elsewhere. It lacks the Italian flair, particularly in the choice of murals and chandeliers, which tend to be rather conservative. Additionally, the marble flooring appears to be of merely first-rate quality rather than the finest." The group listened in astonishment to Qin Chuan's analysis. Chapter 38. "Your plan is not something I have agreed to." He Shuhua's expression turned sour, and Huang Wenwen, aware of his temperament, quickly intervened. "Qin Chuan, what do you know? You learned a few phrases online and now seek to show off? Their renovations cost millions. Do you think the materials are inferior?" She then nudged He Shuhua inside to introduce him to other friends. As they entered the living room, Huang Wenwen glanced back, giving a warning glare to Tian Xinshin. "This is my last favor for you. Tell Qin Chuan to watch his tongue and refrain from boasting." He Shuhua felt a twinge of annoyance, having intended not to confront Qin Chuan. Yet, he did not expect Qin Chuan to become so brazen. Upon entering the living room, they found 4 young adults seated, 2 males and 2 females, all dressed in fashionable, expensive attire, adorned with luxury brand accessories. He Shuhua introduced the trio, gesturing towards one. "This is Zhang Haoyu, the heir to a family-run restaurant business. They own the popular internet-famous hot pot brand, Zhang He Zhuang, which has recently gained fame and has enlisted celebrities for endorsements. They now boast 500 outlets nationwide. Beside him is his girlfriend." Huang Wenwen quickly bowed in greeting, exuding warmth. Zhang Haoyu, with an arm around his companion, merely glanced at her and hummed softly, offering no further acknowledgement. He Shuhua, feigning oblivion to the slight, proceeded to introduce another. "This is Long Tian, the founder of a conglomerate." Huang Wenwen's excitement surged at the mention of a conglomerate. "Long Tian. I know. It's that cosmetic brand found in malls across the country. I adore their products. Whenever I receive my allowance, I make sure to indulge myself there." Long Tian, upon hearing the praises from his admirers, set aside his crossed legs and offered a bottle of beer, expressing his appreciation for the affection of the beautiful fans. Feeling truly honored, he mentioned that the company would soon launch winter products and requested the lovely lady to provide her contact information so he could send her a set later. Huang Wenwen, taken aback, stepped forward to graciously accept the beer, thanking Long Xiao and promising her unwavering support. He Shuhua appeared to introduce casually, yet was subtly showcasing his connections. By revealing the capabilities of his friends, he demonstrated his own influence. He then introduced the enchanting Huang Wenwen as a freshman from the Kyoto Film Academy, declaring her to be the future star of the silver screen. "Mr. He, your words are too kind," Huang Wenwen playfully remarked, sticking out her little tongue. Upon learning she was a newcomer from the Kyoto Film Academy, the others present became intrigued. Though they had encountered many beautiful women, the prospect of meeting a future celebrity was indeed rare. Zhang Haoyu, previously aloof, finally turned his gaze towards Huang Wenwen, assessing her with newfound interest. Next, He Shuhua introduced another beauty, Tian Xin, a brilliant student from Kyoto University of Finance. However, the group's enthusiasm waned slightly at this announcement. Although Tian Xin was equally stunning and even taller than Huang Wenwen, attractive female university students were plentiful in Kyoto, and thus not particularly remarkable. Yet, He Shuhua's next statement rekindled their curiosity as he mysteriously hinted that their dear Tian Xin was favored by a mysterious guest tonight. Mysterious guest? A mysterious guest? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, completely caught off guard by He Shuhua's revelation. Even Huang Wenwen, who had been supportive, was astonished. She tugged at He Shua's sleeve, inquiring, "What do you mean? I'm completely in the dark." He Shua chuckled, showing no intention of concealing the evening's events. "I am not the main character tonight. That honor belongs to a significant figure. To secure their presence, I have expended considerable effort and built numerous connections." Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu gasped at this disclosure, realizing that a prominent individual was in attendance, a fact they had been entirely unaware of. Their visit to He Shua's home was merely to address some financial issues within their company, seeking a bank loan from He Shua's father, the branch manager of Kyoto Huaheng Bank. It was this connection that had brought them to the gathering. "Why didn't you inform us beforehand?" Zhang Haoyu questioned, a hint of irritation in his tone, feeling blindsided by He Shua's actions. He believed He Shua had shown a lack of consideration for their feelings. Long Tian added, "So you see us merely as pawns, He Shao?" Their words were sharp, offering no regard for He Shua's feelings. However, He Shua merely laughed heartily. "You both are overstating things. I was just building suspense. With a single word from this distinguished guest, your minor troubles will be nothing." He slightly moved his fingertips, and everything could be resolved. Long Tian discerned the undertones in the other's words and straightforwardly remarked, "Oh, is that so? He Shao, why have you gone to such great lengths to assist us? What do you desire?" He Shua candidly replied, "I appreciate your forthrightness, Long Shao. Here's the deal. I will secure no less than 500 million in financing for both of you, and in return, I would like 1% of the company's shares. Does that sound reasonable?" Upon hearing this, Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu narrowed their eyes, inwardly cursing He Shua for being a broker. Although they resented his opportunistic approach, the pressing issue of the company's financial chain necessitated a substantial influx of capital, compelling them to endure the conversation. Zhang Haoyu stated, "He Shao, as long as the funds are in place, we can discuss the shares." Long Tian inquired, "Who is this significant figure you speak of?" Just as He Shua prepared to unveil the answer, Tian Xian shouted, "He Shua, what do you take me for? Am I merely a tool for your financial schemes?" He Shua, upon hearing this, disdainfully glanced at Tian Xian and retorted, "If someone of his stature is interested in you, consider it a stroke of luck. You ought to reflect on your own worth." Huang Wenwen was taken aback by how the situation had turned. She grabbed Tian Xian's hand and said, "Let's go." What a farce, associating with someone who merely acts as a middleman. However, just as she pulled Tian Xian, He Shua languidly interjected, "Tian Xian, should you dare step out that door today, your father's loss of 10 million will go unaddressed." Tian Xian abruptly halted, stunned. How could He Shua possibly know about her father's embezzlement and subsequent stock market losses? "You, He Shua," he laughed heartily. "The circle in Kyoto is quite small. How could your father's little scandal remain hidden? Fortunately, their company is willing to give him a grace period to rectify the deficit. But time is of the essence. Only 3 days remain." Tian Xian lowered her head, fully aware of her father's predicament. Their household was in disarray, with the company demanding the 10 million be repaid within a week. The family home, valued at 6 million, had been on the market for days. But the agents showed no intention of facilitating a sale and were persistently lowering the price. With time running out, repaying the 10 million seemed impossible. "Can you lend me 10 million? Tian Xian released her friend's hand and asked in a subdued tone. "Naturally, as long as you serve this significant figure well." 10 million is but a grain of sand to him, He Shua replied. Tian Xian let out a despairing sigh and responded, "All right." He Shua, upon hearing this, laughed triumphantly. Tonight's affair was entirely within his grasp. Suddenly, a voice emanated from a corner. "I have not consented to your plan." Everyone present turned to see a man in ordinary casual attire, who, aside from being somewhat handsome, bore an unremarkable demeanor. He Shua stood up, nonchalantly striding forward. My apologies, I almost forgot about you, Tian Xian's boyfriend. Are you truly capable of parting with your girlfriend?" He Shua spoke disdainfully, disregarding Qin Chuan entirely. Confronted with such a contemptible provocation, Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, his fist clenched, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Unfazed by the tension, He Shua produced a bulging wallet from his pocket and began tossing thick stacks of 100 yuan bills at Qin Chuan, declaring, "I have tolerated you for long enough. From the moment you walked in, you acted all high and mighty. Who do you think you are? Money can crush you. In the circles of Kyoto, wealth reigns supreme. I offer you a chance. I'm in a good mood today. Take as much as you can hold, and then get lost." Qin Chuan's eyes glinted coldly as he retorted, "With your meager strength, how dare you bark at me?" At this moment, Tian Xian was engulfed in profound despair, oblivious to the actions and words of those around her. Her head hung low in a daze. Huang Wenwen, a sensible girl, realized she could not assist her friend directly, so she approached Qin Chuan, saying, "Qin Chuan, let's leave. Their strength is overwhelming. Your bravado won't suffice. The matter concerning Xian's father is too significant for either of us to influence. For her sake, you must let it go." Qin Chuan scoffed. What can two small business owners and a worthless broker relying on his father's connections possibly do? In my eyes, everyone here is nothing but refuse. You, who do you think you are to speak to us like that? Zhang Haoyu, possessing a capricious temperament, was the first to stand and angrily point at Qin Chuan. Huh, a pathetic loser trying to show off like those on short video platforms. Yet you don't even have a dime to your name. Long Tian, who frequently scrolled through short videos, had seen countless tales of the Dragon King's son-in-law, and found Qin Chuan to be no different. However, he had little faith that Qin Chuan could stand against them. He Shuhua, now furious, proclaimed loudly, "So you wish to talk about strength? Very well, let me enlighten you. The villa you looked down upon entering was designed by the nation's top designer, Su Shigua, at a cost of 500,000 yuan. The chandelier you sneered at is an authentic Italian import, priced at 150,000. The marble flooring, which you deem low quality, cost a total of 1 million yuan. Just these alone amount to savings you could never hope to accumulate in a lifetime." The crowd gasped in astonishment. The design fees, chandelier, and flooring alone totaled nearly 2 million. Such expenditure was beyond the reach of even the founders of two companies, whose wealth largely stemmed from stock value. In reality, their liquid assets were not as plentiful as they seemed. Trashy house. I fail to understand how you can flaunt a mere townhouse. With such narrow vision, you still dare to dream of being a broker and profiting from information disparities. He Shua's face flushed with embarrassment at Qin Chuan's words. "Fine. If this house is trash, let us see something better from you. I would like to see what villas in Kyoto can compare to mine. All right, let us go right now." Having spoken, the group proceeded to drive towards Qin Chuan's residence for a glimpse. Upon arriving at the parking lot, the three boarded Long Tiantian's Land Rover Range Rover, while Qin Chuan took a seat in Huang Wenwen's Volkswagen with Tian Xian. Zhang Haoyu rolled down his window and shouted at the Volkswagen, questioning its audacity to flaunt itself despite lacking a proper vehicle. Inside the car, Huang Wenwen, feeling awkward, suggested to Qin Chuan that she could drop him off at the subway station so he could walk the rest of the way. Qin Chuan disregarded her suggestion and instructed her to exit through the east gate, walk straight, and turn right at the traffic light to reach the southwestern gate of his community, which was closer to his home. Realizing her attempts to persuade him were futile, Huang Wenwen sighed softly and relented. At this moment, it was 8 in the evening, and darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Huang Wenwen cautiously drove her small car out of the community, following Qin Chuan's directions. In the Land Rover, Zhang Haoyu grumbled about the slow pace of the Volkswagen, implying they would arrive at their destination by tomorrow at this rate. Long Tian scoffed, doubting that Qin Chuan was genuinely leading them to his home. He speculated that Qin Chuan might be attempting to have Huang Wenwen drop him off at the subway station and then make a hasty exit. The group burst into laughter at this notion. In the next moment, they looked up to see the Volkswagen come to a halt at an intersection. "See, I told you so," Zhang Haoyu remarked. "How did you know?" responded He Xiao, astonished. "You're impressive." Yet, shortly after, the Volkswagen resumed its journey, turning right. The trio fell silent, begrudgingly following suit. After the turn, the Volkswagen drove straight to the entrance of a grand residential community adorned with massive stone pillars. The security guard stopped the vehicle, stating firmly that this was a private community and outside vehicles were not permitted entry. Huang Wenwen lowered her window, taken aback by the magnificence of the community entrance, momentarily at a loss for words in her interaction with the guard. From the back seat, Qin Chuan lowered his window. Addressing the guard, "This is my friend. I'm taking them home, and the Land Rover behind us is with us as well." The guard recognized Qin Chuan immediately upon seeing him. Building one of Kyoto Manor, the owner of the penthouse, he noted. There was no need for facial recognition this time. The guard waved them through. "All right, Mr. Qin, have a pleasant day." As Huang Wenwen drove into the community, she felt a surreal sense of disbelief wash over her. Long Tiantian's Land Rover followed closely behind, and the group, well versed in the locale, began to sense something amiss. Upon arriving at the entrance of Kyoto Manor, they realized the gravity of the situation. It was a name known to anyone with even a modicum of wealth in Kyoto. The properties within Kyoto Manor represented the pinnacle of luxury, a symbol of status. Yet, the exorbitant prices deterred countless aspirants. To reside here was a privilege reserved for the elite 1 in a million. At this moment, Hishihua wished fervently to find a crevice to hide himself in. 2 vehicles entered Villa Number 1, one trailing the other. Subsequently, both occupants emerged from their cars. As they stepped into the expansive 1,500 square meter garden, it felt as though they were transported to the grandeur of the Palace of Versailles in France. Huang Wenwen grasped the dazed Tian Xian's hand, and as they strolled through the magnificent garden, everything appeared utterly dreamlike. Did Qin Chuan truly possess a residence in Kyoto? The opulence of this community was leagues beyond Hishihua's, a veritable triumph over it. The area was replete with standalone villas, rendering row houses insignificant in comparison. Furthermore, a garden exceeding 1,000 square meters could only be deemed worthy of the name. Hishihua's home was, at best, a mere flower bed. Leading the way was Qin Chuan, with Huang Wenwen and Tian Xin closely following. Hishihua and his companions trailed behind like 3 little chicks, utterly speechless. As they made their way toward the villa's grand hall, Huang Wenwen discreetly took out her phone to search for information about Kyoto Manor Building Number 1. The results appeared swiftly. She read aloud from the screen, noting that Villa Number 1 was the pinnacle of the community, boasting lavish interior decorations crafted from the finest materials. The entire estate, inclusive of the garden, spanned 10 acres, with a building area of 3,300 square meters, featuring 12 bedrooms, 10 expansive parking spaces, and an array of luxurious amenities such as indoor and outdoor international standard swimming pools, steam rooms, massage pools, a billiards room, a gym, and a multimedia room. According to the latest information, this prime property had been acquired by a mysterious buyer, with the estimated transaction price exceeding 1 billion. Upon reaching the conclusion of her reading, Huang Wenwen could not restrain her astonishment, exclaiming, 1 billion? This house is worth 1 billion. She turned to her friend Tian Xin, placing her hands on her shoulders. Xin, you've struck gold. Qin Chuan is an invisible billionaire, residing in a billion-dollar home. His fortune must be at least in the hundreds of billions. A flicker of surprise crossed Tian Xion's lovely eyes, but it soon dimmed. Wenwen, I told you before that Qin Chuan is not an ordinary person. Oh dear, Xin. It is my folly. I failed to recognize the mountain for the hill. Why do you still wear such a worried expression? With a boyfriend so affluent. Your father's situation is merely a numerical concern for him. Tian Xin let out a self-deprecating smile. Wenwen, Qin Chuan is not my boyfriend. He is simply my college classmate. Besides, he has already assisted me greatly. I cannot possibly ask him for more help, especially not for 1 million. Huang Wenwen embraced Tian Xin, feigning sympathy while secretly feeling a pang of joy. Meanwhile, the expressions on Hishihua and his companions' faces resembled those who had just consumed something distasteful. Their earlier arrogance had transformed into profound embarrassment in the presence of such immense wealth. In the face of someone like Qin Chuan, the founder of a popular hot pot chain with 500 locations and the proprietor of a renowned beauty brand were rendered inconsequential. The struggles of their enterprises, fraught with challenges in securing funding, amounted to little more than the price of a single property for him. Their faces were etched with dread, fearful that any association with Qin Chuan might tarnish their own endeavors. Upon encountering a moment of displeasure, the individuals swiftly resorted to a decisive strike against both parties. Sealing their fate, several figures entered the grand hall of the villa, where the opulent French-style decor was on full display. The array of furniture, ornaments, and chandeliers all exuded an air of considerable expense. Qin Chuan came to a standstill, turning to face the assembly, and pointed at Hishihua, proclaiming, "In comparison to my villa, whose is superior?" Long Tian, in a sudden turn of allegiance, responded, "Yours is indeed far superior. The distinction between your villa and Hishihua's is akin to that of clouds and mud." Qin Chuan, unable to tolerate such sycophantic behavior, chose to disregard it. He gestured toward the crystal chandelier overhead, stating, "This chandelier, the most modest in the room, is a Swarovski piece priced at 1.88 million. The marble flooring on the first floor is valued at 5 million. Hishao, I find it utterly perplexing how you dare to discuss strength with me." Hishihua, taken aback, fell silent, lowering his gaze. In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power, even the mightiest of orators from Ionia found themselves at a loss. Suddenly, Hishua's phone rang. He retrieved it, discovering that the caller was a significant figure of the evening. Before answering, a cunning thought crossed his mind, prompting a hasty retreat outside. Minutes later, Hishua re-entered, transformed as if by magic, striding in with his head held high. He pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Chuan, declaring, "Qin Chuan, I never anticipated your capabilities. Relying on the trade of used cars, managing a guest house, and earning a windfall on Douyin, I'll concede. Even a pig can soar when positioned at the right moment. However, quick riches are ultimately fleeting, and even with a fortune of 100 billion, you remain but a younger brother compared to tonight's significant figure." Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. Hishua continued, "As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Your 100 billion fortune pales in comparison to the family of that esteemed individual. He possesses a volatile temperament, particularly irked by any attempts to encroach upon his women. I would advise against your involvement. After all, it's merely a woman. I can find you another at a later date. We are both respectable individuals, and there is no need for discord." At first glance, Hishua's words appeared to be a gentle admonition, yet they concealed a veiled threat, wielding the influence of another. Qin Chuan felt a surge of curiosity regarding the identity of this individual who deemed a billionaire insignificant. Just then, Qin Chuan's phone rang. It was the security guard at the community gate. "Hello, Mr. Qin. A friend of yours wishes to visit at the entrance. Should I allow entry?" Taken aback, Qin Chuan realized he had not invited anyone. However, he surmised that this person was likely the significant figure referenced by Hishua. He responded, "Please allow entry. Thank you." Upon hearing the words "allow entry," Hishua's demeanor shifted, brimming with enthusiasm. The esteemed guest had arrived. He promptly retreated, rushing outside to personally welcome them, leaving the others in the villa to quietly observe the gate. 10 minutes later, the formidable iron gate, weighing 3 tons and measuring 10 meters in length and 5 meters in height, slowly swung open. A crimson Rolls-Royce glided into view. Hishua, ever the attentive host, eagerly opened the rear door of the luxurious vehicle. A man dressed casually and sporting a cap stepped out of a Rolls-Royce. Hishua bowed slightly, leading the way like a devoted hound. As the two entered the villa, Hishua's imposing presence fully unfurled. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the illustrious figure we have been discussing, the heir of the Wandada Group, young Master Wang Kong Long Tiantian, Zhang Haoyu," and others stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. How was it possible that Hishua had managed to invite the heir of such a prestigious conglomerate? This was beyond belief. An individual of such immense wealth and from a prominent family stood on an entirely different echelon than them. Long Tiantian and Zhang Haoyu hurriedly approached to introduce themselves. Young Master Wang was the owner of an angel investment firm, a true financial benefactor. Hishua slightly raised his chin, casting a glance at Qin Chuan, seemingly conveying a message. "You must feel intimidated now, don't you? Your fortune of billions pales in comparison to his. You simply do not measure up. Even if you possess a grand estate, wealth ultimately gives way to lineage and enterprise. Without substantial industry backing, all is but a mirage, just as those who engaged in cryptocurrency trading have learned the hard way." Hishua promptly introduced Wang Tsong to Tian Xian, saying, "Young master, here is Miss Tian Xian, the one you have been eager to meet. I exerted considerable effort to facilitate this introduction. Miss Tian has long admired you, haven't you?" "Miss Tian?" Hishua shot a knowing look at Tian Xian, who lowered her head in resignation. Well, Hishua, you truly understand my sentiments," Wang Tsong chuckled, displaying a fondness for sweet and charming women. He had encountered Tian Xian at a previous banquet and found her unforgettable. Hishua, aware of Wang Tsong's inclinations, orchestrated this gathering for the evening. Just as Wang Tsong was about to delve deeper into conversation with Tian Xian, Qin Chuan, seated on the sofa, coldly interjected, "Wang Tsong, do you truly think you can toy with my girlfriend?" At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the room. Every breath was held in suspense. Qin Chuan had dared to confront Wang Tsong, the heir of the Wandada Group, a company valued at nearly $1 trillion. Had Qin Chuan lost his senses? Chapter 41. A mere 300 million business, and you think you're worthy to speak to me? Wang Tsong, taken aback by the audacity of the remark, felt an urge to unleash a torrent of expletives. As the distinguished heir of the Wandada Group, the only son of the chairman, How could anyone dare to suggest he needed to reconsider his standing? Wang Tsong, known for his fiery temperament, had openly insulted numerous high-profile figures and once stood against 4 rivals in a furious tirade. He quickly turned, ready to unleash his wrath. But upon recognizing the man before him, he froze. "Why, you are Qin Chuan?" Wang Tsong stammered, still reeling from the shock. Qin Chuan sneered, "Ah, so you do know who I am." Suddenly, Wang Tsong realized he was in the Kyoto Manor, where the enigmatic major shareholder with a 30% stake in the group resided. One night, the Wanda Group was shockingly acquired for a 30% stake, leaving the entire organization in a state of astonishment. Everyone speculated about the identity of the international consortium or the financial tycoon behind this acquisition. However, later, his father, Wang Lin, revealed that the buyer of the 30% stake in their family S Group was a mere 20-year-old young man. It is worth noting that the largest shareholder of Wanda Group is the Wang family, holding 41%, while the second largest shareholder is this young man standing before them. "Boss Qin, is this Tian Xin your girlfriend?" Wang Tsong inquired. Qin Chuan nodded, his gaze fixated on Wang Tsong, filled with a hint of hostility. Wang Tsong swallowed hard. It was true that the Wang family was the largest shareholder of Wanda Group, possessing the highest authority. Yet, this was all the Wang family had. The young man, as the second largest shareholder, owned a staggering 30%. This was a significant concept. One could argue that Wanda's shares were merely a small investment for him. The true strength behind such a wealthy individual would undoubtedly far surpass that of the Wang family. His father showed him great respect, and when the young man requested the dismissal of a senior executive, his father promptly issued a notice across the group to comply. It was evident that even his father held a certain trepidation towards this individual, making it clear that Wang Tsong could not afford to offend him. While Wang Tsong was indeed wealthy and arrogant, wealth did not equate to foolishness. He had previously lashed out at individuals unrelated to his business, and the only person he had misjudged had received a heartfelt apology afterward. Clearly, Qin Chuan was someone he could not afford to antagonize. "Boss Qin, I apologize. The flood swept through the Dragon King Temple, and I failed to recognize my own kin," Wang Tsong stated earnestly, glancing around. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and continued, "Boss Qin, I'll drink to this. Let us consider this matter settled, shall we?" Qin Chuan nodded, yet maintained a stoic expression. Observing this, Wang Tsong tilted his head back and downed the full glass of whiskey in one gulp. Everyone was left dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Was this truly the infamous young Master Wang, who stirred up storms online and spoke without restraint? How could he be so humble, even voluntarily punishing himself with a drink? All gazes turned to Qin Chuan, filled with curiosity and awe. What was his true identity, so fearsome and formidable? Long Tian and Zhang Haoyan felt the urge to eliminate He Shuhua. "What are you pretending to be, you insignificant branch bank director's son? This gathering has led us to offend the wrong person," they thought. He Shuhua, pale and trembling, nearly lost control of himself in fear. If Wang Tsong was someone he could not afford to offend, then Qin Chuan was an even more invincible presence. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. "Master Qin, I must confess that I was blind to your significance. Please, let my offense be overlooked as if I were nothing," he pleaded, tears streaming down his face. He was terrified that if Qin Chuan were displeased, his humble He family would be utterly obliterated. He is rather carefree, spending his days idly, sustained by a father who holds a prominent position. If his father were to lose his job, the entire family would face dire consequences. Qin Chuan shifted his legs back slightly, wary of coming into contact with such a fool. He slowly inquired of Wang Tsong, "Is this your dog?" Wang Tsong immediately denied it, stating that he was not familiar with him, and that had it not been for the latter's claim of beautiful women in the vicinity, he would have ignored him entirely. Realizing he may have misspoken, Wang Tsong abruptly fell silent. "Young Master Wang, I have gone to great lengths to curry your favor. How could you so easily cast me aside?" Wang Tsong, now irritated, retorted, "What the hell? Am I really that close to you? I even scold you. What kind of person dares to gather a crowd and almost causes me to offend Boss Qin?" With that, Wang Tsong kicked He Shuhua aside, once dapper in white attire. He Shuhua rolled twice on the ground. Observing He Shuhua's tear-streaked face, Qin Chuan felt a wave of nausea and commanded, "Get out of here quickly. Do not soil my home." Grateful for the reprieve, He Shuhua scrambled out of the villa. Long Tian, recognizing he had offended Qin Chuan, knew his funding prospects were dashed and left in a dejected manner. Zhang Haoyu, however, remained somewhat resolute compared to the others, convinced that the individual before him would not resort to violence against someone who smiled. His enterprise was at a critical juncture. Zhang Haoyu took a deep breath, rubbing his hands together with a forced smile. Boss Qin, young Master Wang, I am Zhang Haoyu, the founder of the popular hot pot restaurant chain, Zhang. We boast 500 locations nationwide, with an annual revenue of 300 million. Due to our expansion needs, we are in urgent need of investments from esteemed individuals. Before Zhang Haoyu could finish his proposition, Qin Chuan shot him a glare. What qualifications do you have to discuss business with me? You dare seek investment for a mere 300 million business? Get out. Though Qin Chuan's voice was not loud, it struck like thunder, leaving Zhang Haoyu drenched in sweat. He hastily bowed and exited the villa in disgrace. Once the three departed, Wang Tsung initially considered lingering, but soon felt the atmosphere had grown awkward. With two stunning women beside him, he dared not make a move, fearing one might be Qin Chuan's girlfriend, which would surely spell trouble. Boss Qin, I have some matters to attend to tonight. How about I treat you next time, and we go out for some fun? Seeing Wang Tsung's favorable demeanor, Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. All right, add me on WeChat, and we shall connect then. Wang Tsung rejoiced and quickly added him. Let me tell you, the gatherings I organize feature all sorts of beauties, internet celebrities, fresh models, and stars. You will surely enjoy yourself immensely. With a raised eyebrow and a knowing expression, he added his new friend before hastily departing. Inside the room, the remaining three were left in a stark atmosphere. Qin Chuan lounged comfortably on the sofa, while Huang Wenwen and Tian Xian stood by, afraid to breathe too loudly. They were undoubtedly the lowest tier among all present. Each individual in the room was someone they looked up to, yet they witnessed how these figures bowed and scraped before Qin Chuan. The two young women were far too intimidated to act out of line. As Tian Xian witnessed the departure of her last glimmer of hope, her heart felt like ashes. The once cheerful and optimistic girl now wore a sorrowful expression, devoid of any signs of vitality. Why are you two standing there? Sit down, Qin Chuan prompted. Huang Wenwen tugged at Tian Xian's sleeve, signaling her to join her in sitting. Having lost Wang Tsung, Tian Xian now saw all her hopes resting solely on this man before her. Instead of sitting, she knelt before Qin Chuan. Can you save my father? Chapter 42. A million yuan comes at a cost. Huang Wenwen gasped in shock, hurriedly pulling Tian Xian up. What are you doing? Don't act like this. We can think of another way. Wenwen, there is no other way left. We only have 3 days, and my family cannot possibly come up with 1,000,000 yuan. Please, don't concern yourself with me. Tian Xian shook off Huang Wenwen's hand and remained kneeling. Unable to watch any longer, Huang Wenwen slapped Tian Xian. Tian Xian, wake up. How can you allow yourself to fall so low? Wenwen, aren't you trying to introduce me to a wealthy man tonight? Qin Chuan is indeed a wealthy man. Huang Wenwen was momentarily at a loss for words at Tian Xian's retort. That evening, she had intended to introduce her friend to a wealthy young man, but only to someone of Hishua's caliber. The likes of Wang Tsung and Qin Chuan were far too valuable to relinquish so easily. As a student at the Kyoto Film Academy, destined to become a new star in the domestic film industry, her boyfriend had to be someone exceptional, a true gem among men. Just as Huang Wenwen pondered her next words, Qin Chuan spoke. I can lend you 1,000,000 yuan to help you through this crisis. Hope ignited in Tian Xian's despairing eyes. Really? Qin Chuan, are you truly willing to help me? But if I help you, what can you offer me in return? Tian Xian fell silent, realizing that every gift in this world comes with a price. What did she possess? No skills, no industry. How could she ever repay such an enormous debt? She lowered her gaze, contemplating her own body. At this moment, it seemed that only her physical appearance held any value. Gritting her teeth, she replied, Qin Chuan, if you are willing to lend me 1,000,000 yuan, I will do anything you ask. Anything? Qin Chuan asked coldly. Tian Xian, filled with indignation and restrained tears that threatened to spill, nodded vigorously. Qin Chuan leaned back, surrendering himself to the plush leather sofa beneath him. All right then. For the next 4 years of university, I want you to personally cook all my meals. You know how terrible the food is in our school cafeteria. I prefer light dishes, and every meal must include soup. Any kind of soup will do. Tian Xian was taken aback, bewildered by such a condition. She raised her tear-streaked face, blinking her big eyes in confusion. Cooking? Is that all? Qin Chuan nodded. Yes, you'll prepare my meals every day and bring them to me. What's the matter? Is that too difficult? At that moment, Tian Xin felt as though this man before her was an angel sent from heaven to rescue her. She wiped her tears and, with a smile breaking through the sorrow, said, "It's not difficult at all. The food is delicious. I assure you, throughout the 4 years of university, I will prepare meals for you every day." Huang Wenwen was taken aback, her mouth agape. Could this be the whimsical indulgence of the wealthy? $1 million to hire a charming young lady to cook for oneself daily? What has become of this world, where the affluent are so capricious? Without further ado, Qin Chuan transferred 10 million to Tian Xin. He was favorably impressed by this young girl, who reminded him somewhat of his sister. Had he not intervened, she would surely have strayed onto a perilous path, a sight he could not bear to witness. For an ordinary person, $1 million is an unattainable fortune. Yet for Qin Chuan, it was merely a commonplace figure. Given the stakes he held in several conglomerates, his annual earnings conservatively exceeded 5 billion. To put it into perspective, each day upon awakening, he could earn 14 million. To save a young girl's life with less than a day's income seemed a trivial sacrifice, akin to someone earning 5,000 a month, spending 100 to rescue a wayward girl. Surely, no one would deem that a loss. Qin Chuan believed this transaction was worthwhile. A weight lifted from Tian Xion's heart, her face blossoming with her former sweet smile. She stood up, stretched lazily, and exclaimed, "I didn't notice when I came in. Your home is so grand." Qin Chuan, no longer shrouded in gloom. Tian Xin eagerly led Huang Wenwen on a detailed tour of the villa. "Look, Wenwen, I adore this chandelier. The flowers in the garden are beautiful too. How many rooms do you have, Qin Chuan? Will we get lost at night? Your bathroom is larger than my living room. It's simply outrageous." If such words had been uttered by another, they would reek of flattery and envy. Yet from Tian Xion's lips, they were filled with the wonder of a child wandering through a park. The two girls frolicked until the late hours, and as night fell, Qin Chuan invited them to stay at his home. Apart from the master bedroom and the butler's quarters, the other 10 expansive bedrooms were theirs to choose from at will. Tian Xin promptly selected a room that overlooked the entire garden. After a long night of excitement, Qin Chuan finally extinguished the lights and lay down in bed. A familiar notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations. Challenger, side quest completed. Sacrifice and salvation. Quest reward, godly item, multi-signature." Note: the multi-signature item allows control over a single stock's increase by 100. Note: this item is singular and will automatically be destroyed upon use. Please cherish it, Challenger. As the prompt bar faded, the interface revealed the attributes section. Character attributes: Qin Chuan, gender, male, martial arts, level 4 pinnacle, medical skills, level 2 beginner, single-use item, multi-signature. Qin Chuan felt a surge of delight. This reward was markedly different from the usual offerings. It was an item reward. How intriguing that the system possessed such a function. The multi-signature could be utilized for stock investments. It was indeed a powerful asset, akin to receiving a monetary windfall. Contentedly, Qin Chuan closed the attributes panel, and the scene before him returned to the normal world. Just as he prepared to close his eyes and succumb to slumber, his innate neural defense system, a feature of his level 4 martial prowess, activated. His perceptive abilities instantly detected movement at the bedroom door. Someone was lurking at the threshold. Qin Chuan remained still, feigning sleep. He observed as the door to his 300-square-foot bedroom was cautiously opened, revealing a narrow crack. A tall, slender figure slipped through the opening, treading softly. The intruder moved with grace, making no sound upon the thick wool carpet. In Qin Chuan's mind, he could vividly visualize every motion of the individual. Every action was within his grasp. The figure approached the bedside, climbing onto the bed. As an arm stealthily reached toward Qin Chuan's neck, he suddenly rolled over, straddling the intruder and firmly pinning them beneath him. With his left hand gripping the intruder's throat and his right fist poised to strike, he prepared to unleash a powerful blow. The unexpected onslaught startled the intruder, who instinctively let out a shriek. Frowning, Qin Chuan released his grip, leaped off the bed, and inquired, "Why did you enter my room?" Chapter 43, A Night of 10 Billion Recharge, shocking the Douyin headquarters. Qin Chuan switched on the room's lights and settled onto the sofa opposite the bed. Huang Wenwen, with her arms wrapped around her knees, leaned against the pillow. As a freshman at the Kyoto Film Academy, Huang Wenwen's beauty rated above 8 out of 10. Her heart-shaped face boasted delicate, three-dimensional features, reminiscent of a youthful Yangmi. Her alluring figure was strikingly captivating, difficult to resist. With a pout, Huang Wenwen expressed, "I was scared to sleep alone." "Then you should seek out Tian Xin. Do you realize your actions just now could have ended very badly for you?" Qin Chuan replied coldly. Huang Wenwen dismounted from the bed, her delicate feet tiptoeing softly on the plush carpet. She approached Qin Chuan and squatted beside him. "Xin is asleep. I couldn't bear to disturb her. You were so impressive just now, pinning me down effortlessly. But you were a bit too forceful. I'm feeling a little sore now. Could you help me massage it?" She leaned toward Qin Chuan. Ignoring her, he stated, "I am quite fatigued. I need to rest." "Then let me give you a massage. I have excellent skills," she insisted. "No need for that. Just go back." Huang Wenwen remained motionless, quietly standing there. Qin Chuan, with a hint of anger, demanded, "Did you not hear my words?" Huang Wenwen's voice was subdued as she murmured, "Why is it that all of you prefer Tian Xin, yet no one cares for me? I understand that, in your eyes, a woman of my appearance is deemed cheap and insignificant. Only someone like Tian Xin is deemed suitable. But what have I done wrong? My looks are a gift from my parents, and I cannot change the allure that is inherent to me." Qin Chuan scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips as he retorted, "So you wish to entice me with your appearance? How much do you desire?" Huang Wenwen's expression shifted, her initial trepidation and fear dissipating, replaced by a look of humiliation. "Money? Huh. If I sought wealth, I could easily approach those small-time bosses who would willingly shower me with gifts without me needing to flatter them. A mere beckoning of my finger, and they would gladly part with their riches. What, then, do you desire?" Qin Chuan inquired. Huang Wenwen sank into a seat, letting out a sigh as she replied, "I merely seek a sense of security. I am fully aware of the challenges that lie ahead in my chosen profession. The entertainment industry is rife with deception and intrigue. To navigate this treacherous path, few can remain unscathed and untainted. I do not ask for a single penny from you. I simply wish for a refuge where I can pursue my craft with peace, free from the harassment of others, nothing more." Leaning against the soft couch, she curled up, her gaze drifting to the moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows as she continued, "I know that choosing the path of an actress necessitates sacrifices. Since the outcome is already determined, my sole wish is to dedicate myself to one person." With that, she gazed at Qin Chuan, enveloped in silence. Qin Chuan suddenly grasped her intent. She sought him as her protector, a guardian to shield her. The chaos of the industry was evident from the daily gossip that circulated. For instance, the female stars from the neighboring nation, none were spared, all mere playthings of affluent magnates. Many had succumbed to the torment, their minds unraveling, ultimately leading to their own demise. The young woman before him merely yearned for shelter. With a dismissive glance, Qin Chuan recalled that he had recently acquired a media company. As an employer, recruiting a promising actress could be a boon for his business. Thus, he spoke, "If what you seek is my protection, I am willing to oblige. I will ensure that you can focus on your studies, engage in earnest acting, select suitable scripts, and avoid the chaotic drinking parties." Huang Wenwen's eyes sparkled with disbelief as she rushed to Qin Chuan's side. "Really? You would genuinely assist me?" Qin Chuan maintained his icy demeanor. "Do I seem like someone who jokes?" Without warning, Huang Wenwen embraced him tightly, followed by a tender kiss. Her soft, delicate form pressed closely against him. Qin Chuan gently pushed her away, stating, "All right, since you have achieved your aim, you should return to your rest." Huang Wenwen looked taken aback and somewhat disheartened. "Do you not want my company? Or do you find me distasteful?" "Rest assured, you are my first man," she declared, her head bowing in embarrassment. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, expressing that his desire was to nurture an exceptional actor. "However, your current actions make me feel as though our relationship has devolved into a mere transaction." Huang Wenwen's eyes, filled with disappointment, suddenly sparkled with realization. She had not anticipated that Qin Chuan held such thoughts. Her fondness for him elevated several notches. Yet, since Qin Chuan had articulated his stance, she could only acquiesce. Today was not the right time, perhaps another day. Just as Huang Wenwen closed her door, a familiar notification chimed. "Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Shelter. Quest reward. 10,000. 000 Do coins." Qin Chuan found himself momentarily bewildered, having just saved a young girl on the brink of ruin. He was now rewarded with a staggering sum of 10 billion Do coins. Was this an invitation to rescue an entire cadre of female streamers? He still had over 90,000 carnival tokens yet to distribute. Would he ever be allowed to focus on his studies? With a frustrated sigh, Qin Chuan closed the system interface and drifted off to sleep. In Kyoto, at the seaside headquarters of Douyin, the operations manager Song Shifeng stretched languidly at his desk. Today marked the 8th consecutive day of overtime for him. Recently, due to adverse conditions in the broader environment, the number of viewers for online celebrities had plummeted. The big spenders in the live streams were now being notably stingy. Not long ago, a wealthy individual named Qin Chuan had made a splash, but after donating 154 carnival tokens, he had vanished from the scene. Such a situation was perplexing. Song Shifeng had reviewed the affluent user S account information, which showed a staggering balance of over 90,000 carnival tokens, nearly causing him to gasp in shock. However, if these tokens remained unspent, they would not count towards performance metrics, as users had the option to request refunds. Taking a deep breath, Song Shifeng rose to tidy his workspace and head home. Suddenly, his phone buzzed insistently. Messages flooded into the Feishu group. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, suspecting it was yet another task assignment from the manager. Requesting today's performance report. Initially, he considered ignoring it, but the read receipt feature compelled him to click on the chat box and acknowledge his presence. To his astonishment, the message was not from the manager, but from the head of the risk control department at Douyin. The individual shared a screenshot in the group, stating that the risk control team had received a significant risk alert and requested an immediate investigation and report on the resolution. Curious, Song Shifeng opened the screenshot and gasped in shock. The image revealed a user who had recharged 10 billion Do coins that very evening. Instantly, the entire Douyin group was abuzz with this information, as leaders from various departments read the message and demanded a thorough investigation. It is highly probable that this incident is a deliberate attack by hackers seeking profit. If not handled properly, Douyin could incur immeasurable losses. The leaders from various departments within the group were indignant, rising to voice their outrage, some even advocating for police involvement. The unprecedented recharge of 10 billion Do coins in a single night prompted the department head to personally conduct an inspection. After half an hour of scrutiny, the department head addressed everyone in the group. Following an investigation, it was determined that the user, Qin Chuan, was engaged in normal recharge activities, with no violations such as card issues present. A brief message was disseminated, and instantly, all participants marked it as read. The Feishu group fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to continue the conversation. Chapter 44. I shall teach you how to conduct business Kyoto. On the road leading into the city from the 3rd Ring Road. Today is Tuesday, and the Ring Road is beset by heavy congestion. This is not due to reckless lane changes by drivers causing accidents, but rather because a luxury car, worth millions, is inching along at a snail's pace. Other vehicles keep their distance from it. Xin, step on it. It's fine, don't be afraid. If you bump or scrape it, I'll take responsibility. Qin Chuan urged from the back seat. Xin adjusted her seat almost to the steering wheel, her trembling hands betraying her anxiety. I'm not scared. It's just that the car is too large, and I'm not accustomed to it. Qin Chuan was at a loss for words. He had initially thought to have Xin drive, so he could catch a few more moments of sleep. However, after a full nap, they were still stuck on the 3rd Ring Road. Kyoto University of Finance is merely 2 streets away from the Kyoto Film Academy. After hitching a ride, Huang Wenwen cheerfully alighted from the vehicle. Standing outside, she made a heart gesture towards Qin Chuan in the back seat before hastily entering the school. Xin continued to drive, narrowly and safely maneuvering into the university. Qin Chuan felt a cold sweat of anxiety. If the system deemed them late, any reward retracted would amount to a loss of billions. He sighed in relief and remarked, Xin, you almost cost me billions. Xin pouted. Do you have to exaggerate so much? I safely delivered you to school. Forget it. Keep one of the car keys for your grocery shopping, Qin Chuan said, getting out of the vehicle to head to his class. Xion's spirits lifted. She envisioned herself as a fairy, gliding around in a multi-million luxury car for errands. But the next moment, upon glancing at the fuel gauge, her joy was dashed. This fuel consumption is unbearable. Qin Chuan, I'm not driving anymore. The car is yours. At the Finance University, in the 2nd floor classroom of the Moral Education Building, a young male teacher glanced at Qin Chuan, who had just entered on the dot, but said nothing. Instead, he continued to write on the blackboard. This was his inaugural lesson for the class, and he needed to establish authority to prevent being led around by the students in the future. He inscribed the 3 characters, Su Gongqing, on the blackboard. Hello, everyone. I am your instructor for business management. A hush fell over the classroom. The students were astonished at the youth of their teacher. Su Gongqing adjusted his glasses, clearly anticipating their reaction. I am 29 years old, a PhD graduate from a prestigious university, and I have worked for several Fortune 500 companies. Attaining the position of operations director, the youngest in the company's history. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in astonishment. They had not expected their teacher to be so young, nor to possess such an impressive resume. A Fortune 500 executive. How many people toil for over a decade to reach such a position? Su Gongqing's credentials were remarkable. Observing the admiration from the students, a slight smile graced his lips. At that moment, Qin Chuan's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen and saw it was his secretary, Xia Ying, from the Zyrden Group. Hello, I am in class. Please do not disturb me. Before Xia Ying could respond, Qin Chuan hastily ended the call and returned to his seat. Su Gongqing raised an eyebrow at the interruption, but chose not to comment. He continued with poise. In today's lesson, we will discuss business management. I would like to ask a question. Those whose parents run a business, please raise your hands. A quarter of the students complied. Su Gongqing then inquired, of those whose parents own a business and employ over 10 people, please raise your hands. A significant number of hands dropped, leaving only 3 raised. This outcome was entirely within Su Gongqing's expectations. He pressed on now. Those 3 students whose parents employ over 100 people, please raise your hands. The trio exchanged glances and lowered their hands, none of them raising them again. Su Gongqing received the answer he sought and confidently stated, managing a large nation is akin to cooking a small fish. Managing a business operates similarly. Initially, a small workshop can be managed through personal charm alone. However, as the business expands, the challenges and bottlenecks become significantly greater. The difference between managing a 2-digit and a 3-digit workforce is vast. He paused, gauging the students' reactions. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted the atmosphere. Su Gongqing turned to see the same student discreetly exiting the classroom to take a call. A frown creased Su Gongqing's brow. While Qin Chuan's departure did not disturb the others, it was, to Su Gongqing, a blatant disregard for his authority. Suppressing his irritation, he continued his lecture. When I first became operations director, my responsibilities were manifold. A manager must not only consider the dynamics of their own department, but also facilitate communication with other departments, ensuring that their subordinates operate in a well-organized manner. Su Gongqing deliberately paused before continuing. At the peak of my career, I managed nearly 1,000 individuals. Upon his conclusion, a wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. Mr. Su is truly remarkable. My father's company has merely over 30 employees, and he constantly wears a frown, unsure of how to manage them. Yet Mr. Su single-handedly oversees 1,000 individuals. It is truly impressive. Mr. Su, may I inquire about your annual salary at that time? Please share it with us. The structure of Mr. Su Gongqing's lecture today is the culmination of countless iterations across several classes. He possesses an intimate understanding of what he intends to convey and how the audience will respond. His gentle smile suggests that all his previous accomplishments are but trivial matters. Just as he was about to speak, a student from the last row discreetly slipped out to take a phone call. This time, however, the student, in an uncommon display of anger, bellowed in the corridor, I have already stated that I am in class. Do not call me again. If you cannot manage that trivial business, let them all go tomorrow. Fuming, Qin Chuan hung up the call and returned to the classroom. At this moment, Mr. Su Gongqing could no longer contain himself. In all his years of teaching, he had never encountered such a situation during the first class of the semester. With a sardonic chuckle, he inquired, "What is the name of this student? From your tone, it seems you have embarked on a university venture, and it appears to be quite significant." His words dripped with irony. The other students caught on to the tone, erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Mr. Su, his name is Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, since Mr. Su is present today, why not share your business with him? Yes, Qin Chuan, perhaps with Mr. Su's guidance. Your business could reach $1 million next year. The others chimed in, some knowingly and others unwittingly, while Tang Yuming, a fellow dorm mate, found their mockery quite grating. He interjected, "You lot understand nothing. Qin Chuan's business is substantial. It is in the million range." Tang Yoming's words silenced the class. Mr. Su's eyes narrowed, as if in vigilance. And he asked, "What business is Mr. Qin involved in?" Before Qin Chuan could respond, Tang Yuming interjected, "He deals in used cars and operates a guest house." Tang Yoming's revelation astonished everyone. What? You're flipping used cars and running a guest house as a freshman? How impressive. I had no idea we had entrepreneurs in our class. Qin Chuan, what is the name of your guest house? How much is a night's stay? And could you possibly offer a discount? I recently started dating someone. I'm looking to acquire a Mercedes for 3,000. Could you assist me in procuring one? As he observed his student's attention shift to Qin Chuan, Mr. Su felt a twinge of embarrassment. The first lesson of the semester should not allow another to steal the limelight. Therefore, he cleared his throat twice and remarked, indeed. Quite commendable. Mr. Qin, at such a young age, has achieved remarkable success. I presume your family has provided significant support? Though Mr. Su's words appeared to praise Qin Chuan, they subtly suggested that his achievements were likely bolstered by familial sponsorship. Wu Ming, the dormitory leader, discerned the underlying implications in Mr. Su's statement. He defended his classmate, saying, Teacher, Qin Chuan's parents are both frontline workers in a factory. Wu Ming's implication was quite evident. Qin Chuan's parents would hardly provide him with the initial capital to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. Su Gongqing was taken aback and reassessed Qin Chuan. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he possessed a striking appearance, exuding an air of authority reminiscent of top-tier magnates. This astonished Su Gongqing. Classmate Qin, why not share with us the details of your business? We could utilize your personal experience for a live demonstration, which might elevate your business further. Su Gongqing's words ignited envy among those classmates whose families owned businesses. Their family enterprises, regardless of size, faced management issues, lacking the expertise of a decisive strategist. They opened their notebooks, ready to jot down valuable insights from Su Gongqing's management expertise to relay to their parents. Tang Yuming nudged Qin Chuan with his elbow, suggesting, just talk to Teacher Su. Perhaps he can help you enhance your performance. Wu Ming agreed. Yes, Qin Chuan, with a renowned mentor's guidance. Your business could surely reach new heights. Qin Chuan, seated in the back row, sighed softly and replied, Teacher, I'm not entirely sure about the state of my business at the moment. His response left everyone astounded. What? You're not aware of your own business? Confusion rippled through the room. Are you deliberately hiding something, Qin Chuan? Several inquisitive classmates chimed in. Su Gongqing maintained his calm demeanor, continuing to inquire, Classmate Qin, could you tell us how many used cars you currently have in stock? What is your turnover time? What is the gross profit per unit? Qin Chuan promptly replied, I don't know. Su Gongqing adjusted his glasses and pressed on. And what about your homestay business? How many rooms do you have? What is your occupancy rate? Qin Chuan could only respond with, I have no idea. How could he be so clueless? Did Qin Chuan genuinely venture into entrepreneurship, or was he merely boasting? I suspect the latter. Starting a used car business and a homestay would require at least several $100,000. What family would dare invest such a sum during their child's university years? Tang Yuming, seeing his classmate being questioned, indignantly retorted, You know nothing. Qin Chuan has made a substantial profit. We're talking about hundreds of thousands. Come on, everyone knows the camaraderie among the few of you in Dorm 511. Shot back Ma Zhe from the neighboring Dorm 512. Su Gongqing raised both hands, motioning for silence, and the classroom fell quiet. Classmates, please do not doubt classmate Qin Chuan. As a teacher, I believe in his entrepreneurial endeavors. But how do you explain his ignorance? A student challenged. Su Gongqing smiled and replied, This pertains to the issues we address in our professional course. Our class is designed specifically to tackle the challenges faced by students like Qin Chuan. The teacher, possessing a remarkable intellect, interjected before he could finish his statement. Before he could proceed, those nearby covered his mouth, signaling Su Gongqing to continue speaking. Student Qin had recently embarked on his entrepreneurial journey and was still employing a rudimentary management style. This approach implies that he relied solely on his own capabilities to handle everything. When one possesses exceptional skills, tasks are executed smoothly. However, if one's abilities are lacking, management becomes riddled with flaws and oversights. Su Gongqing articulated this observation, subtly undermining Qin Chuan's competence. Perceiving that he had effectively made his point, Su continued, Nevertheless, it is commendable that Qin has the courage to start a business during his freshman year. A combination of luck and diligence can indeed yield financial rewards. He paused deliberately, gauging the audience's reactions. Teacher, please continue. I'm on the edge of my seat. Why does this teacher enjoy leaving us in suspense like a web novelist? Su Gongqing, sensing the moment was ripe, sipped his tea and resumed. However, such a rudimentary management style cannot be sustained for long. Human energy is finite. One cannot perpetually handle everything single-handedly. Luck is also limited. One cannot expect to profit every day. Are you implying that Qin Chuan's business is doomed? Su Gongqing smiled knowingly and looked at Qin Chuan. It appears your classmates are quite invested in your business. Would you like me to offer some guidance to help you avoid unnecessary pitfalls? Everyone turned to Qin Chuan, eagerly awaiting his response. The practical case study was utterly captivating, and all were engrossed. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow and replied slowly, "Thank you, teacher, but I do not require your guidance." The room fell into stunned silence. How audacious of Qin Chuan to directly refuse the advice of a distinguished mentor. What audacity did he possess? Maja, who had long disapproved of a few individuals in dorm 511, remarked, "Teacher, let us not assist him any further. Look at how smug he is." Su Gongqing adjusted his glasses, maintaining his composure, and said, "Qin, do you truly wish to navigate this path blindfolded?" "Teacher, the enterprises under my name are managed by top-tier professional managers. I need not concern myself. I merely await the quarterly dividends." Upon hearing this, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Chapter 46. 100 billion decision is a trivial matter, not worth my attention seeing the lack of response. Maja was the first to break the silence. "Professional managers? Haha. Qin Chuan, your words are quite impressive. That small business of yours is now associated with professional managers?" With his lead, other students began to stifle their laughter. A girl opened Douyin, clicked on a special effect, and began recording. Family, who understands this? The scoundrel in the class is truly insufferable, boasting incessantly as soon as the lesson begins. Meanwhile, the boys are plotting to surreptitiously photograph Qin Chuan, intending to post it on the forum. Wu Ming, Tang Yuming, and Kong Huijun rise to shield Qin Chuan from their prying eyes, preventing the others from capturing any images. Su Gongqing shakes his head, lamenting the hopelessness of these students. Wealth acquired accidentally, if not properly managed, is destined to be squandered. Suddenly, the front door of the classroom swings open. A middle-aged man peeks in, impeccably dressed, exuding professionalism. He raises his hand apologetically, signaling Su Gongqing. Su Gongqing inquires, "Who are you?" The man politely replies, "I apologize for the interruption. I am Du Wei, the general manager of Tianqing BMW 4. Su Gongqing furrows his brow. "BMW for dealership? What brings you here?" Du Wei expresses his regret, explaining that their boss had brought a car in for repairs yesterday. Now that it is fixed, he has come to deliver it. But since the boss's phone is off, he sought out the classroom. Du Wei speaks softly, mindful not to disturb the students. Yet his words reach everyone's ears. "Tianqing BMW for dealership? The boss?" The astonishment ripples through the class. Some students realize a classmate's family owns a BMW dealership. They had no inkling of such hidden prowess within their midst. When Su Lauscher asked about family businesses earlier, no one raised a hand. Curiosity piqued. The class begins to scan the room, eager to identify who possesses such formidable connections. Noticing Su Gongqing's tacit approval, Du Wei tiptoes around the classroom. Finally settling his gaze on the last row, he hurries over to Qin Chuan, humbly presenting a Volkswagen car key. "Boss Qin, the Golf you brought in yesterday has been repaired. It was merely a small battery issue. We replaced it with a new one. Additionally, we conducted a thorough inspection to ensure everything is in perfect order." Du Wei keeps his head bowed, fearing to meet Qin Chuan's eyes. Acutely aware of this formidable figure's reputation, wary of suffering a fate akin to Manager Wang from sales, Qin Chuan, visibly displeased, retorts, "Who permitted you to enter the classroom? Do you realize you are disrupting our lesson?" Upon hearing this, Du Wei's legs turn to jelly as he stammers, "I sincerely apologize. I will leave at once." With great care, he places the key down and exits the classroom. A profound silence envelopes the room. Qin Chuan is, in fact, the owner of a BMW dealership. His so-called second-hand car business is, astonishingly, selling BMWs. The students are left speechless, particularly those who had just mocked Qin Chuan. They wish they could dig into the ground and hide, for a BMW dealership requires a fortune. Without at least a couple of 100 million, it is simply untenable. Su Gongqing was taken aback. He never anticipated that Qin Chuan could possess a BMW dealership. Behind his glasses, his eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity as he began to scrutinize Qin Chuan earnestly. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden knock echoed through the classroom door. Su Gongqing descended from the podium and opened the door, revealing two figures outside. One was his colleague, Zhou Pei, a teacher of tax law. accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a suit, exuding an air of refinement with his gold-rimmed glasses. Su Gongqing inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" Zhou Pei, smiling, replied, "Teacher Su, I apologize for the interruption. This is Mr. Qiu Xinfan, the legal representative from the BYD Group." The middle-aged man extended his hand, greeting politely, "Hello, Teacher Su. I am Qiu Xinfan, the legal representative from BYD Group." Su Gongqing was momentarily stunned, softly repeating, "Which BYD Group?" Qiu Xinfan nodded with a smile. "The one that operates in automobiles, new energy, and batteries." Su Gongqing gasped in astonishment. The current BYD Group was a colossal entity in the new energy vehicle sector, thriving with annual sales surpassing 1 million vehicles. Moreover, it was the only enterprise boasting a complete industrial chain, achieving true self-sufficiency and dominance in the new energy domain. With a serious demeanor, Su Gongqing promptly asked, "Is there something you need today?" Qiu Xinfan awkwardly chuckled, explaining, "I apologize for the disturbance. Our group has recently undergone a change in equity, and certain documents require the signature of our major shareholder to take effect. Given that this involves a transaction nearing 10 billion, I was compelled to fly over from Shenzhen early this morning. The matter on the documents is quite urgent. I hope you can accommodate us, Teacher Su." Having just landed, Qiu Xinfan had attempted to contact the major shareholder, only to find their phone switched off. With no other recourse, he reached out to the shareholder's former teacher, an old classmate, which led him here. At this moment, Su Gongqing began to perspire, sensing an ominous premonition. "May I ask who your major shareholder is?" Qiu Xinfan responded without hesitation, "Qin Chuan." Su Gongqing's legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter. What was happening? His mind raced with disbelief, a torrent of thoughts flooding his consciousness. Qiu Xinfan assumed Su Gongqing had not heard clearly and reiterated, "Qin Chuan." Su Gongqing's complexion turned ashen. Being knowledgeable in the field, he understood that only shareholders with substantial stakes would require personal signatures on internal group documents. This indicated that Qin Chuan held a pivotal position within the BYD Group. Meanwhile, students in the classroom began to murmur, speculating about the unfolding situation. Bewildered by Su Gongqing's pallid visage, in a daze, he beckoned, "Qin Chuan, could you come here for a moment?" As Qin Chuan approached the doorway, he encountered Qiu Xinfan. After the other party articulated their intentions, Qin Chuan, with a countenance reflecting fury, signed the document and remarked, "Did you not see that I am in class? Henceforth, such trivial matters need not involve me. I fully delegate authority to the corporation to handle them." The three individuals at the door were left speechless. A transaction worth nearly 100 billion was, in Qin Chuan's eyes, merely a trifling concern. Su Gongqing recalled how he had previously mocked Qin Chuan's aspirations as a professional manager and now found himself wishing to slap his own face in regret. After bidding farewell to Qiu Xinfang, Su Gongqing returned to the classroom in a daze. Ignoring the students' inquiries, he attempted to rally his spirits, telling himself, "Su Gongqing, you are exceptional. Qin Chuan is merely a wealthy young man, while you are a genius in enterprise management." Before he could finish his self-encouragement, the director of academic affairs, Ho Yud, abruptly pushed open the classroom door and entered. Chapter 47. Does he possess the strength to wrestle with me? Su Gongqing was taken aback. The director of academic affairs at the university held significant influence. It was rare for an ordinary teacher like him to encounter such a figure. Ho Yud's presence in his classroom suggested an urgent matter at hand. Su Gongqing quickly stepped forward to engage in conversation. Ho Yud raised a hand in front of his chest, stating, "No need. I am here to find someone." Find someone? Su Gongqing was perplexed. Could it be that one of his students had committed an offense? "Everyone, please be quiet. Director Ho from the Academic Affairs Office has something to say." Although uncertain, Su Gongqing felt compelled to maintain order in the classroom. Upon hearing that the Director of Academic Affairs had arrived, the students promptly returned to their seats. Not daring to utter a sound, Ho Yud scanned the room, his gaze landing on the last row. He quickly approached, leaning down to whisper to Qin Chuan, "Student Qin, representatives from the Hilton Group have arrived and insist on meeting you today." Just then, the class bell rang. Ho Yud seized the moment to address the entire class. "Students, class is dismissed. This classroom has been requisitioned by the Academic Affairs Office. Please tidy up and disperse." The students, initially eager to witness the unfolding drama, were swiftly ushered out by Ho Yud's words. Whispers spread among them. What could Qin Chuan have done to attract the attention of Director Ho? It must be serious. He is notorious for his ruthlessness. Perhaps Qin Chuan has been misusing his family's resources. One girl quietly opened Douyin, clicked on the watermelon effect, and began recording. Family. Who understands? The class's wealthy student seems to have gotten someone pregnant, leading the director of academic affairs to come to the classroom to apprehend him. After all the students had vacated the room, a group of foreigners with golden hair, blue eyes, and varied skin tones entered through the back door. Dressed in high-end brand attire and exuding an air of affluence, their presence filled the classroom with a potent scent of perfume. Su Gongqing stood frozen in disbelief. Unable to comprehend the situation, Hou Yud stepped forward, tugging at his sleeve. Su teacher, let us temporarily cede the classroom to the Hilton Group. We should step outside. Su Gongqing gasped in shock, exclaiming, the Hilton Group? Ah, the Hilton Group, the very same renowned corporation. As a professor of business management, how could you be unaware of this? Su Gongqing is certainly familiar with the Hilton Group, a titan among the Fortune 500, raking in nearly $100 billion annually. What brings them here? Hou Yud, with a proud smile, replied, they are here to seek out Qin Chuan, the enigmatic figure behind the Hilton Group. What? Qin Chuan is the mastermind behind the Hilton Group? Su Gongqing's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Anticipating such a reaction, Hou Yud continued, moreover, he is the second largest shareholder of Wan Group and has recently acquired a significant stake in BYD. Su Gongqing's complexion turned ashen. A major shareholder of a domestic giant. The hidden owner of a Fortune 500 company and possessing a BMW dealership. Who on earth is this person? Just moments ago, he had considered showcasing his own expertise before him, discussing business management and offering guidance on performance enhancement. In retrospect, his actions felt akin to a fool brandishing a sword before a master warrior, utterly presumptuous. Overwhelmed by shame, Su Gongqing lowered his head and hastily exited the scene. As he reached the doorway, he brushed past a young woman clad in a fitted black skirt and crisp white blouse. Xia Ying, in her Prada heels, entered the classroom, a document in hand, which she promptly handed to Qin Chuan. He received the document, slamming it onto the desk with a scowl, declaring, you have already disrupted my class. Seeing Qin Chuan's imposing demeanor, Xia Ying felt a twinge of trepidation. Lowering her gaze, she implored, boss, please take a look at the document. It is of utmost urgency. Qin Chuan opened the file and scanned its contents, densely packed with data. Among the names, one stood out, Gulfstream Consortium. Raising his eyes, he inquired, is the American Gulfstream Consortium attempting to undermine us at Hilton? Xia Ying nodded, stating, indeed. Ever since you acquired the Hilton Group outright, it has stirred the interest of various American consortiums, prompting them to take action against us. A short while ago, a short-selling campaign led by Gulfstream quietly commenced. We have been inundated with negative press, causing our stock price to plummet by $40, currently stabilizing at $95 per share. If this trend continues, further declines are likely. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes as he replied, what is the intention of those on Wall Street? Xia Ying hesitated, pondering her response before articulating, their aim is to pressure you into divesting the Hilton Group. Otherwise, they will target our publicly listed entity, Hilton Hotels. Oh, how could those avaricious individuals on Wall Street be interested in such a slow-moving business? Qin Chuan mused. They are not drawn to the business of the Hilton Group. It is merely, with a forceful slap on the table, Qin Chuan interjected, merely what? Do not stutter before me. This marked Xia Ying's first meeting with her boss. She had never anticipated that a 20-year-old could wield such formidable presence and authority. She felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, pressing down on her like an invisible weight. Claude, the president of the Gulfstream Consortium, declared that as a noble American, he would never allow a Chinese individual to exert control over an American company. Therefore, he was determined to take action. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Did he truly believe that the Gulfstream Consortium could match his strength in a battle of wits? Xia Ying, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Boss, that is the Gulfstream Consortium, a prestigious financial conglomerate with a history exceeding a century. Ranked among the world's top 500. Qin Chuan scoffed dismissively, retorting, what does a century of history matter? If history were of any value, the Qing dynasty would not have fallen. Xia Ying had initially harbored a glimmer of hope that her affluent boss would rise to the occasion. However, she soon realized that he was merely spewing threats without presenting a single actionable plan. Perhaps it would be better for the consortium to be acquired by Americans. Otherwise, it would inevitably falter under the incompetence of this privileged heir. Yet, Xiaoying felt a pang of reluctance. Claude's disparaging remarks echoed in her mind, refusing to dissipate. The notion of American supremacy, the belief that Americans deserved preferential treatment while Chinese individuals were relegated to menial roles, unworthy of equal rights and privileges, gnawed at her. The thought of being perpetually subservient, living off the scraps of Americans, made her fists clench in frustration. Unfortunately, as merely a secretary, she felt powerless to effect change. Today, she had brought a group of executives to consult with Qin Chuan, intending to discuss a strategic plan. Yet now, she had abandoned that notion. Rather than engage in futile conversation with this debauched heir, it would be more prudent to return to the company and seek advice from the directors. Boss, I apologize for interrupting your lecture. We shall return now. As she began to gather the documents on her desk, Qin Chuan placed a hand firmly atop the papers. Return? You intend to leave without seeking my opinion? Do you not regard me as your superior? Chapter 48. What are the rules of the marketplace? In my domain, I am the rule. Qin Chuan's sudden declaration startled everyone. They turned to their young boss in astonishment. Xiaoying hesitated. Boss, do you have a strategy in mind? It's quite simple. They are shorting us, so we shall go long and counter their moves. The crowd inwardly cursed at the absurdity of his strategy. This is not feasible, boss. Indeed, boss, prior to their shorting, they disseminated a plethora of negative news about our consortium. The secondary market is now engulfed in panic, leading to a sell-off of our stock. Boss, I believe we should not confront the Gulfstream consortium head-on. We ought to appoint a negotiation representative to engage them in dialogue, suggested a foreigner with blonde hair and slicked-back hair, speaking in somewhat halting Chinese. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes at the man, who promptly introduced himself. Boss, my name is Mark, representing the global Hilton Group. With an impassive expression, Qin Chuan inquired, negotiate with them? How would we go about that? As Mark observed Qin Chuan's probing inquiries, he straightened his posture and retrieved his notebook. Glancing at the meticulously penned strategies within, he articulated that we ought to extend our complete understanding towards Mr. Claude, the president of the Gulfstream Consortium, regarding his proposal. His demands are twofold. First, he insists that the owner relinquish 51 of the shares in the Hilton Group, a request that must be acquiesced to. After all, the loss of a mere shareholding in the Hilton Group pales in comparison to the catastrophic consequences of forced bankruptcy and restructuring. Furthermore, by binding ourselves to the 51 stake, we shall forge an unbreakable alliance with the Gulfstream Consortium, ensuring our perpetual protection. A slight smile graced Qin Chuan's lips, leading Mark to believe that his perspective had found approval. He continued by stating that Mr. Claude's second demand pertains to the owner's residence, specifically the villa at Jingdu Manor, for which he is willing to offer a staggering sum of 50 million. It would indeed be an honor for the owner to host Mr. Claude in his abode. Should these two conditions be met, Mr. Claude has pledged to immediately cease all short-selling attacks against the Hilton Group. Mark closed his notebook and gazed confidently at Qin Chuan. Although Claude's demands were rather stringent, in the face of impending corporate collapse and aggressive acquisition, sacrificing a fraction of equity and a property seemed a small price to pay for tranquility. Mark firmly believed that the Chinese would weigh the pros and cons and make the right choice. What options remained for one already on the chopping block? Qin Chuan let out a cold chuckle and inquired if Mark had finished. Mark nodded with a smile. Qin Chuan then replied, nonchalantly stating, very well, you are terminated. What? The executives in the classroom were taken aback, their pupils dilating in disbelief. What was happening? The group was suddenly dismissing someone. All gazes turned incredulously towards Qin Chuan. Boss, Mark is currently a vital part of the group. Boss, the Gulfstream Consortium is short-selling the group. We cannot afford to lose our composure. Several regional managers urged caution. Mark, in a state of shock, had not anticipated such an outcome. Anger surged within him. As an esteemed American, working for the Chinese was one thing, but to be dismissed was intolerable. Qin Chuan, how dare you dismiss me? I am an American. Qin Chuan raised his gaze, coldly regarding Mark. Do you believe we live in the bygone era, where the Chinese were subjugated by foreigners and dared not retaliate? Do you think our business dealings require us to cede territory and pay reparations while bowing to your Western masters? Let me make it clear, those days are history. Now, it is we who impose our will upon others. Anyone who dares to target me shall face retribution tenfold. Qin Chuan, you know nothing of business. You are utterly ignorant of the rules of the marketplace. To defy the Gaussian consortium will only invite more ferocious short selling. Mark roared. Huh? What rules of the marketplace? Here, I am the rule. Qin Chuan retorted. You shall face consequences. You are no longer a member of our group. I demand you leave immediately. The voice of Qin Chuan resonated like a thunderous bell as he harnessed his internal energy for the first time. His powerful voice immobilized everyone present, leaving even Mark pale with fear. Observing the situation, several regional managers swiftly escorted Mark away to prevent a potential altercation. Xia Ying was bewildered. She could not fathom why he had been dismissed so abruptly. Boss, your actions are too impulsive, she remarked. Qin Chuan coldly retorted that what the incompetent called impulsiveness, the capable deemed decisiveness. Not wishing to engage in a verbal spar with her superior, Xia Ying directly inquired, Boss, could you propose a plan? With Mark gone, I fear the morale will falter. It's simple. I hereby appoint you as the head of the group. You need only report to me, he declared. Once again, the room fell into stunned silence. Some of the seasoned regional managers, who had long aspired to ascend to such a position, found themselves overshadowed by a mere young secretary. A chill crept into their hearts. Xia Ying, completely taken aback, found herself unexpectedly elevated to a role in a Fortune 500 company. The classroom was enveloped in silence. Minutes later, several regional managers from various countries resigned on the spot. The classroom, which had once been bustling with over a dozen individuals, was now reduced to just 5. Qin Chuan, Xia Ying, and 3 executives from the Huaguo region. Xia Ying slumped into a chair, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon. The sudden departure of the majority of the Group S executives was a staggering blow. With this news breaking, the high-rise consortium wouldn't even need to issue a report to short sell. The organization would plummet by 50 points on its own. Qin Chuan smiled and affectionately ruffled Xia Ying's hair. What's wrong? Aren't you happy about becoming part of a Fortune 500 company? Though she was not overly polite to him, Qin Chuan found her inherent pride quite endearing. I fear I may be the world's shortest-lived executive, Xia Ying sighed, expressing her concern that under these circumstances, the Xiarden Group might soon face demise, followed by forced liquidation and restructuring. That won't happen. As long as I'm here, you'll hold your position until retirement, Qin Chuan reassured her. Xia Ying sighed again. Boss, please spare me the comforting words. Qin Chuan continued, trust my judgment. Return now and unleash all your efforts against the high-rise consortium. Aim for 100. Boss, do you realize how much that will cost? She questioned. Follow my orders. This is war, not child's play. Utilize all reserves without hesitation, Qin Chuan insisted, leaving no room for debate. With no alternative, Xia Ying acquiesced to her boss's wishes. As she exited, she contemplated downloading a job application, prepared to submit her resume, noticing that everyone else had already departed. Qin Chuan, meanwhile, activated his awareness, and the system interface materialized before his eyes. He clicked on the character attributes interface, swiftly revealing Qin Chuan's basic information. Qin Chuan, gender, male, martial arts, level 4 pinnacle, medical skills, level 2 beginner, single-use item, multi-sign. Qin Chuan then clicked on single-use item, multi-sign, prompting the system to ask, do you confirm the use of this item? Qin Chuan clicked confirm, and a flash of brilliance enveloped his vision. Subsequently, the system interface vanished, and he returned to the real world. Qin Chuan surveyed his surroundings. Everything appeared unchanged. However, he did not feel anxious, as he was confident in his system's prowess. Thus, he tidied his backpack and prepared to return to his dormitory for rest. For 2 consecutive days, the international financial market was tumultuous. The short-selling assault by the American Gaussian Consortium against the Silden Group continued unabated. In this skirmish, the Silden Group's stock price had plummeted by another $10 per share. On Wednesday morning, at 8 o'clock, just as everyone anticipated the short-selling saga to conclude with a resounding victory for the Gaussian Consortium, a breaking news report emerged prominently across financial news outlets, newspapers, and websites. Chapter 49. The Consortium's Collective Intervention, Dividing and Devouring Simultaneously. All major financial news outlets, newspapers, and websites headlined a shocking announcement. Stunned, the world's top 500 Silden Group executives collectively resigned, suspected ties to Gaussian Consortium's short-selling. In an instant, the international financial market was ablaze with activity. Previously hesitant financial titans, such as the Maggen Consortium of Wall Street, the Dubon Consortium, and the Mailon Consortium, began to stir with eagerness. They recognized that the young man attempting to acquire the Silden Group had begun to falter. The Silden Group was embroiled in significant internal strife, on the brink of collapse. Traders from various consortiums swiftly drafted a proposal for a united assault, joining the ranks of the Gaussian Consortium's short-selling campaign. On Wednesday morning, spokespersons from the various consortiums convened a press conference to announce the news. On television, the spokespersons from several major consortiums delivered nearly identical statements to the gathered reporters. Recently, we have discovered severe management issues within the Silden Hotel, including inflated guest numbers and financial fraud, among a series of other problems. We have reason to believe that this is due to the inadequate management skills of the Chinese. Chinese businessmen resort to deception and lack integrity in their operations. Unlike us Americans, who regard credit as a lifeline, their low capabilities confine them to low-end industries, rendering them incapable of managing large enterprises. Therefore, our consortium, adhering to the mission of upholding justice and maintaining world peace, has taken action to short-sell the Silden Group, making it clear to the Chinese that they are unworthy of managing the conglomerate established by us Americans. We hope that through a fair market game, the hidden masters of the Hua nation will come to realize their true worth and relinquish the industries that rightfully belong to us, the citizens of the United States. During the press conference, the spokesperson for the consortium made remarks steeped in discrimination. Yet, none of the attending journalists found these comments inappropriate. Rather, they responded with mocking laughter. To ridicule other ethnicities might cost one their life or job, but to deride the people of Hua, they merely need to reflect behind closed doors and then return with a contrite apology. A newly affluent individual possesses little understanding of what constitutes a Fortune 500 company or what effective management entails. After merely a decade of development, how could they possibly possess the experience needed to manage a large American corporation? Instead of learning from the American magnates, they squander their resources foolishly, only to face dire repercussions. How audacious of that Hua individual to take it upon themselves to acquire the Hilton without first consulting Wall Street to gauge their opinion on the transaction. They have utterly tarnished the reputation of our genteel nation, leading others to believe we are all such arrogant individuals. 3 journalists from Hua exchanged critiques among themselves, deeming their compatriots' acquisition of the Hilton Group an exceedingly foolish and presumptuous act. After their complaints, they intended to partake in a meal arranged by the consortium. However, upon arriving at the restaurant's entrance, they were abruptly halted by a security guard who forbade their entry. The journalists protested, insisting they were also reporters. The guard retorted that the Hua people were the most cunning, and upon entering, they would eavesdrop on confidential information and relay it back to Hua. One journalist hastily produced their American identification, asserting their immigration status. The security guard remained unmoved, stating that anyone with a Hua appearance was barred from entry. The 3 exchanged frustrated glances, their teeth clenched in indignation. "Damn that insufferable, newly wealthy individual," one exclaimed. "Why provoke anyone but the Americans? Now we all must suffer the consequences." The journalist, newly immigrated and clutching their American ID, lowered their camera and addressed their companions, declaring, "I will not dine with you. I must quickly procure groceries and prepare a meal for the surrounding Americans," sincerely apologizing to them to ensure they do not think us impolite. On Wednesday at 2 p.m., shortly after the consortium's joint statement was released, the newly appointed head of the Hilton Group, Xia Ying, held an interview at the Hua office with the Hua Financial News Network. Facing the camera, Xia condemned the shameful actions of the Western Consortium and, with the approval of the company's top executives, announced her unwavering commitment to support the Hilton stock price at any cost. The interview sent shockwaves through both domestic and international financial markets, prompting widespread skepticism regarding this young leader. An American television commentator candidly admitted that he had never witnessed such obstinate defiance against Wall Street in his lifetime. Journalists from the Korean Peninsula speculated that this new leader was merely inheriting the reckless tendencies of the Hua people, which would ultimately lead them to ruin. The financial experts from Yamato have remarked on the arrogance of the Hua people, suggesting that it may lead to the swift demise of the century-old Sheldon Group. International discourse is fervently brewing. Meanwhile, within the American Stock Exchange, a trader has astonishingly discovered that amidst the immense short-selling pressure, there are individuals engaging in counter-strategies, thoughtlessly opting to go long. The volume of these long positions is nearly rivaling that of the shorts, thereby alleviating the downward trend of the Sheldon Group stock. On the largest and most authoritative stock forum in Huagua, the Oriental Stock Forum, a user has posted about their observations. Shock. Hidden moguls are countering the Sheldon Group, standing against several major financial consortiums. The ensuing comments overwhelmingly express skepticism. One user, Milk Snow S. White Child, remarks, "How could there be fools opposing financial consortiums? Have they lost their minds?" Another user, Guan Bao S. Friendship, speculates, "I've heard the shadow owner of the Sheldon Group is a Huagua national. Could the higher-ups be intervening?" To which Scratching an Itch counters, "Impossible. The higher-ups would only mediate. They would not intervene directly." Giving Everything adds, "Why doesn't the Huagua owner of Sheldon reflect on why they are sanctioned by Wall Street? Their current actions are akin to pouring oil on flames," inciting further animosity from Wall Street. A heated debate ensues in the forum, with one faction insisting that Huagua individuals should remain low-key, bide their time, and avoid direct confrontation with Americans. Conversely, another faction argues that given the current circumstances, possessing strength while remaining subdued is sheer folly. They assert that continual concession and endurance only embolden the opposition. On Thursday, in the Sheldon Group's office, Xia Ying's desk is cluttered with a multitude of resignation letters, all submitted by foreign employees. These individuals are not exclusively American. They hail from Yamato, the Korean Peninsula, and Hindustan, representing a variety of ethnicities. Upon learning that the owner was a Huagua national, they felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, unable to accept working for a Huagua individual. Yet, due to the stability and generous compensation offered by the Sheldon Group, they begrudgingly remained. Now, amidst the onslaught from Wall Street's financial titans, Xia Ying had fiercely criticized the Western consortiums the previous day, declaring an unwavering commitment to support the stock price at all costs. This declaration prompted these fair-weather employees to decisively choose resignation. Xia Ying discarded the resignation letters into the trash bin, sinking into her executive chair, utterly drained. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was the group's chief financial officer. A jolt of anxiety surged through her as she recalled that since yesterday, the group had utilized all available reserves to prop up the stock price. Despite these efforts, the stock had only held steady for a mere 10 minutes before continuing its descent. "Hello, what is it? Is there no money left in the account?" "Mr. Xia, this matter cannot be elucidated in just a few sentences. You should take a look at the stock market." Xia Ying inhaled deeply and clicked the mouse, selecting the intraday chart for the Hilton Hotel stock. The scene before her left her utterly astonished. The intraday chart of Hilton Hotels displayed a striking pattern. In the final 10 minutes of trading, an immense influx of capital surged in, voraciously consuming the stocks being offered for sale. This action propelled the stock price of Hilton Group to a staggering 130 per share. Xia Ying was rendered speechless. Chapter 50. A short sell with no place to bury you. On Friday, the U.S. stock market opened. The stock price of Hilton Hotels skyrocketed from the previous closing price of 130 per share to an astonishing 150 per share. Instantly, the trading floor of the U.S. stock market was engulfed in despair. Traders from the Morgan Consortium, the DuPont Consortium, and the Maillon Consortium were left in a state of shock. Just yesterday, the consortiums that these traders belonged to had declared a concerted attack on Hilton. In a mere 24 hours, a mysterious Eastern force swept through the American stock market, raising the precariously low stock price of Hilton to 150 per share with overwhelming force. Moreover, indications suggested that the upward momentum was far from over. Less than half an hour after the market opened, the Morgan Consortium, the DuPont Consortium, and the Maillon Consortium jointly issued a statement. Citing global economic fluctuations and in the interest of investors, they announced the cessation of all short-selling actions and withdrew from the assault on Hilton. On the surface, it appeared that these major consortiums had relinquished their short positions for the sake of investor welfare. However, those on Wall Street were acutely aware that within less than 24 hours, these consortiums had been thoroughly decimated by the formidable Eastern force, incurring average losses of $2 billion each. In his opulent office, Morgan Consortium President Damon swung a newly acquired golf club, smashing the lavishly adorned space into disarray. Who was the fool that suggested shorting Hilton? Bring him forth. At the DuPont Consortium, President Pierre, burdened with the signing of multiple documents, had ordered the immediate layoff of the entire risk management department from the moment the margin call struck. Not one shall remain. All of you are dismissed. The Maillon Consortium, currently the wealthiest on Wall Street, was presided over by Charlie, who trembled as he clutched a stack of photographs that induced a cold sweat down his back. Each photograph served as evidence of his illicit activities, each group of images representing a crime that could only lead to life imprisonment. Quaking, he held his phone and, with faltering Mandarin, pleaded, "Mr. Qin, please spare me. There is an ancient saying in China, 'My Chinese is poor. May I express myself in English?' If you cannot speak Chinese, then learn it. No one will coddle you," Qin Chuan retorted sternly. Charlie nearly dropped his phone in fright, stammering, Yes. You can spare me, but with one condition." "What is it, Mr. Qin?" "Short sell Gao. Upon hearing this, Charlie couldn't help but shiver. "Mr. Qin, this is not feasible. Claude, the president of the Gulfstream Consortium, is my distant cousin, a member of my family." Qin Chuan smiled with an air of amusement. "I have information on Claude as well. In this matter, you must either bear the consequences yourself, or he must face them. I shall grant you 10 seconds to ponder this." Before Qin Chuan could count down, Charlie hastily replied, "I will do it. I will do it. Even if he is family, I must prioritize justice over kinship." In the United States, within the office of the president of the Gulfstream Consortium, Claude's corpulent figure occupied the main seat. The room was filled with executives and analysts from the consortium. Gulfstream was the only consortium left that had not faced liquidation. "Can anyone elucidate this situation for me? Who is speculating in the market?" Claude bellowed, interrogating his subordinates. One of the analysts timidly stepped forward and stammered, "Mr. Claude, after our investigation, the mysterious funds have been traced back to Kyoto, China, to a person named Qin Chuan." Qin Chuan. Claude's face reflected confusion. The name seemed familiar. Yet he dismissed it, deeming that the names of the Chinese were not worth remembering. His female secretary leaned in and whispered, "Mr. Claude, Qin Chuan is the shadowy owner of the Hilton Group." Upon hearing this, Claude slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "How can this be? A downturn is the prevailing trend." He realized that to counteract the situation, he would need more than double the funds allocated for shorting the stock. The room fell into an eerie silence, as no one could furnish an answer. Gulfstream had already invested $30 billion in shorting Hilton. Yet to elevate the plummeting stock price, at least $50 billion would be required. Claude raised his glass and hurled it against the wall, then inquired, "Today is the settlement day. How much will we lose if we buy back the shorted stocks? At the current market price, if we repurchase the shorted shares, Gulfstream will incur losses of at least $10 billion, one executive responded. Claude felt stars swirl before his eyes. His orchestrated shorting had backfired spectacularly. Not only had he failed to profit, but he was also facing a deficit of $10 billion. With a heavy sigh, he asked, "And what if we face liquidation?" The executive perused his tablet, entering relevant data, and, in a state of panic, replied, "If liquidation occurs, we would lose $300 billion. Claude felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly losing consciousness. Once he regained his composure, he gazed at the screen displaying the soaring Hilton stock price and, resigned, stated, "Liquidate the position. Losing $10 billion is manageable. We can earn it back next time." Having weathered numerous financial crises, Claude remained remarkably composed in the face of a $100 billion loss. Despite the evident disappointment etched on his face, he upheld the poise expected of an American aristocrat. "Those wretched Chinese. Next time, I shall deal with each one of them personally." Suddenly, everyone in the office received a notification on their phones from Fox News. As everyone clicked on the news, a colossal portrait emerged before their eyes. The individual in the photograph was none other than Claude, the president of the Gulfstream Consortium. This was a compilation of news series, each entry leading to a report. Billionaire Claude bribed mainstream media with $1.5 billion to boost his friend's campaign. Claude of Gulfstream Consortium allegedly provided services to high-ranking U.S. officials. Video of journalists shooting exposed. Perpetrator identified as Claude of Gulfstream Consortium. Claude of Gulfstream Consortium engages male models in his office. High-definition images and videos leaked. Instantly, Claude's complexion drained of color. He could hardly fathom that such matters had been unveiled. For affluent white Americans, these incidents were merely commonplace. Concealed, everything remained unscathed. However, once exposed to the light, it would lead to universal betrayal. Misfortune would befall anyone who dared to associate with him. Trembling, Claude clicked into the news articles, where every piece of evidence, photos, videos, audio, clearly delineated his transgressions. He was acutely aware that all the evidence was genuine. "Quick, call Fox News. Demand that they retract all these stories. If they refuse, We will cease our sponsorship next year. Claude bellowed in a frenzy. His assistant immediately complied, preparing to dash out of the office to make the call. Yet, as the assistant opened the door, he collided with a hastily approaching employee from the risk management department. The latter forcefully pushed the assistant aside and shouted to the assembly of executives within, "This is bad. You need to see the news." Everyone in the room regarded him with incredulous expressions. The risk management manager felt his subordinate was utterly lacking in decorum and retorted, "We are already aware of the scandal. This isn't your concern." The employee paused, bewildered. "What scandal? Are you not referring to the president's controversies?" "No, it's about the financial news. The Meilong Consortium has abruptly announced their intention to short-sell Kaohsiung." Suddenly, silence enveloped the president's office. Everyone incredulously unlocked their phones to check the news. Chapter 51. Pretrial Contradictions, Deserving of Utter Condemnation. The headline read, "Claude, president of Kaohsiung Consortium, acts oppressively. Meilong Consortium decides to sever all ties with him." Within the news was a segment featuring an interview with Charlie from the Meilong Consortium. In the video, Charlie sat in his office, an expression of grave seriousness upon his face as he accepted questions. "Mr. Charlie, why have you chosen to short-sell Kaohsiung?" "I have heard that, Mr. Claude is your cousin." Charlie's face brimmed with indignation as he responded, "Please mind your language. Claude is merely a distant cousin, and our relationship is far from amicable. He acts with impunity, trampling upon American laws and disregarding the citizens of this nation. His actions evoke the wrath of both men and gods. As a responsible American entrepreneur, it is my duty to take action against him. I will show no mercy." The interview footage of Charlie from the Meilong Consortium surfaced, igniting a firestorm. The entire Wall Street has erupted. Two top financial conglomerates, once united, have unexpectedly turned against each other at a critical moment. No one knows what has transpired. In an instant, Wall Street is enveloped in panic and turmoil. Other conglomerates dare not act rashly, choosing instead to observe quietly as these two entities engage in a fierce confrontation. Two significant pieces of news have emerged in quick succession. Executives at the Kaohsiung conglomerate are utterly caught off guard, and chaos reigns within the company. Within just 1 hour of opening, the stock price of Kaohsiung plummets from 320 per share to 240, leaving all investors bewildered. It is only then that some notice the news pages are flooded with scandalous reports about Kaohsiung's president, Claude. Investors, disheartened, rush out of the exchange, heading straight to the Kaohsiung headquarters on Wall Street, protesting and demanding Claude's immediate resignation. Upon their arrival, news breaks that the Meilong conglomerate has announced a short sell on Kaohsiung, causing the stock price to crash from 240 to 140. On average, each investor suffers a loss of $2 million. Suddenly, American investors are left in shock, questioning the dire situation they face. In a moment of desperation, they no longer demand Claude's resignation, but call for his immediate demise. The cries for retribution echo below. Meanwhile, the 70th floor presidential office of Kaohsiung remains eerily silent, filled with executives all hailing from prestigious Ivy League universities, rendered mute and powerless. The rapid developments leave many with shares in Kaohsiung, unable to sell in time. Now teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, a newly promoted supervisor collapses to the floor, weeping, "It's over. I'm wiped out. I still have over $5 million in loans to repay." Claude, in a fit of rage, hurls a glass, shouting, "Get him out of here." His orders, traditionally regarded as law within Kaohsiung, seem to lose their potency today. No one, from the executives to the security personnel at the door, makes a move. "Why are you all standing there like fools? Do you not wish to keep your jobs?" After a prolonged silence, one executive speaks up in a calm tone. "If Kaohsiung's stock price continues to decline, the entire group will face bankruptcy. This predicament is solely the result of Claude's actions. I firmly believe that if Claude were to depart, the short-selling actions against Kaohsiung would cease." Instantly, all eyes in the office fixate on Claude, who begins to perspire profusely. What do you intend to do?" Another female executive interjects, attempting to quell the gathering storm. "Please, do not act in haste. Claude de Gemalia, your performance has been commendable, and I shall promote you." Maria, the executive, smirked, urging the others not to intervene personally, but to allow the investors downstairs to come in. Upon hearing this, Claude instinctively reached for his phone to dial 911. However, his corpulent frame hindered his swift action. His assistant snatched the phone away, shattering it upon the floor. The voice of the security manager crackled through the intercom. announcing that the demonstrators had been admitted and were storming toward the president's office. Claude felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of despair. At the Hilton Group office in Huagua, two screens dominated the desk, one displaying stock prices, the other broadcasting domestic and international news. Just before the market closed, Hilton stock had surged to 190 per share, and astonishingly, within a week, it had rebounded by 100. Xia Ying was left in a state of disbelief. All prior negative reports regarding the company's bankruptcy had transformed into mere jest. By heeding Qin Chuan's advice to adopt a contrarian position, Hilton Group emerged with a staggering profit of approximately 10 billion. Initially, Xia Ying contemplated calling Qin Chuan to claim credit, but she quickly reconsidered, realizing the precarious nature of her situation. She was now contending with one of the most cunning groups of capitalists in the world, particularly the predatory Gulfstream Consortium. As her gaze shifted to the other screen, Xia Ying's pupils dilated in shock. The homepage of American News featured a compilation titled The Criminal Expos of Gulfstream Consortium's Claude. With a click of her mouse, she delved into the topic, only to gasp in horror. The page was densely packed with subheadings, each a testament to Claude's transgressions. As she perused the videos, photographs, and documents, the evidence of Claude's crimes became glaringly evident, warranting a life sentence. Suddenly, an idea struck her, prompting an inquiry into Gulfstream's stock price. The moment she witnessed the real-time decline, she was left speechless. Gulfstream's shares had plummeted to 99 each. In the next instant, a news alert popped up in the bottom right corner of her screen. Gulfstream's stock price crashes. U.S. authorities intervene, halting trading for 1 hour. Before she could delve deeper into the details, another headline appeared. Claude of Gulfstream Consortium attacked in his office, hurled from the 70th floor by furious investors, resulting in instant death. A chilling sensation coursed down Xia Ying's spine, and she trembled uncontrollably. The suddenness of these events was utterly surreal. In Kyoto, at the Financial University, room 511, Tang Yuming had been closely monitoring the developments surrounding Hilton Group throughout the week. Upon witnessing the newly appointed Xia Ying declare war on Wall Street, Tang Yuming felt a surge of fervor. However, he was disheartened to see certain skeptics denigrating Xia Ying and extolling foreign interests on the Eastern Stock Forum. In a moment of impulse, he registered to counter these disparaging remarks, when he noted a mysterious magnate entering the fray with bullish intentions, only to have the scandal involving the president of Gulfstream exposed, culminating in his dramatic downfall. Tang Yuming could not contain his emotions and erupted in jubilant exclamation within the confines of his dormitory. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open. It was Chun Fei from the adjacent room 510, peering in with curiosity. "What's the matter with you? Why are you shouting?" With his 3 roommates absent, Tang Yuming found himself unable to release the pent-up emotions within. Seizing the opportunity, he hurriedly made his way to Chun Fei's room and recounted the entire saga surrounding the Surdon Group incident over the past week. Chun Fei listened, equally stirred, exclaiming, "Incredible! This is truly gratifying. Those Wall Street tycoons look down upon us. If we can take down one this time, we shall topple all of Wall Street next." The two reveled in their spirited exchange, gesticulating animatedly. At that moment, Lu Wei from room 510 interjected with a teasing remark. "What is all this excitement about? Have you two invested in Surdon stocks, or what?" Tang Yuming, momentarily at a loss for words, realized that Surdon was an American stock, and he felt a sense of inadequacy. Just then, the other 3 members of dormitory 511 returned, each burdened with large bags of food, with Kong Huijun even carrying a pot. Chun Fei inquired, "Are you all planning to have hot pot?" Kong Huijun replied with a grin, "Indeed. Our 4th member mentioned he made some money in stocks and wanted to treat us. To prevent him from splurging, we decided to buy some ingredients and cook ourselves. You 511 folks are impressive, all stock market experts. How much have you earned?" Lu Wei asked with a hint of disdain. "Perhaps 200 or 300. Qin Chuan responded nonchalantly. Lu Wei was taken aback. 200 or 300, not millions. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei chuckled. "I thought you had raked in a substantial fortune. What's the big deal about a couple of $100? Qin Chuan, unfazed by such trivialities, dismissed Lu Wei as nothing more than a child and proceeded into the room with the groceries. However, Lu Wei was not pleased. "You with your measly earnings shouldn't act so high and mighty in front of me." Leaning against the door, he scoffed. "You think earning a couple of hundred in college is something to boast about?" Tang Yuming, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "You can criticize me, But don't speak ill of my brother. You don't understand. Our fourth member is a businessman. Lu Wei sneered. A businessman? How grand. He just said he made 200 or 300. If it's not in the millions, could it possibly be in the billions? This remark left Tang Yuming momentarily speechless. He was aware that his fourth brother's business was indeed substantial, and making a few million was certainly plausible. However, Qin Chuan had already admitted his earnings were not in the thousands. However, the prospect of 2 to 3 billion was beyond Tang Yoming's wildest imagination. Lu Wei, noticing Tang Yoming's unease, let out a scoff. He pulled out his phone, tapping on the screen as he remarked, "You all have such a narrow perspective. Celebrating for earning just a few $100 is truly a display of naivety." Mid-sentence, he illuminated his phone screen, revealing an interface of a virtual currency called Dogecoin. With a staggering figure of 134,834 displayed in the earnings section. Over 130,000. Chen Fei, from the same dormitory, exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Wei tucked his phone away, feigning modesty as he said, "Oh, it's merely 130,000, nothing to fuss about." He maintained an air of nonchalance, while inwardly reveling in his clever ruse of feigning ignorance. Seeing his roommate's impressive capability, Chen Fei felt a swell of pride. He quickly lauded, "Ah Wei, I had no idea you were this formidable. To earn over 100,000 in your freshman year is nothing short of genius. You are destined to be the next outstanding youth of Asia." Lu Wei, pretending to be composed, waved his hand dismissively. "You're exaggerating. I merely possess a bit of investment talent. However, I am confident that I will earn 1 million this year." "Wow, you mustn't forget your brother here. We are dorm mates after all," Chen Fei chimed in. Lu Wei smirked. "Of course, once I hit it big, I'll ensure my brothers enjoy the finer things in life. You've always wanted a MacBook, right? I'll get you one." Hearing this, Chen Fei was overjoyed, lavishing Lu Wei with praise. He couldn't believe that someone from their dorm was such a magnate. "I have to post this on social media. Boast about our dorm's wealthy figure." He then noticed Tang Yuming's indifferent expression and nudged him playfully. "What's the matter? Are you feeling a bit envious seeing our dorm's tycoon being so generous? Thinking of switching dorms? You could go to our old fourth. They're also wealthy. And they even offered a MacBook, but we turned them down." Tang Yuming was not interested in receiving gifts from Qin Chuan. He merely wanted to maintain his pride. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Fei chuckled, easily seeing through Tang Yuming's facade. Just as Tang Yuming was about to retort, Qin Chuan's voice rang out, "Second brother, I never said I'd give away a MacBook." At that moment, Tang Yuming felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could disappear into the ground. He bowed his head in embarrassment. Lu Wei, witnessing the scene, burst into laughter and called out, "Ah Fei, don't provoke them any further. Who can afford to treat everyone to hot pot? Let us go. I'll take you to Hadaleo." Chen Fei's face lit up with glee. Brother Wei is so generous. A meal at Hadaleo must cost 200 to 300. What a treat. As he spoke, Lu Wei prepared to don his night-out attire, a blue denim jacket. Ready to step out, already planning to tease the opposing dormitory. Suddenly, a group of individuals clad in gray uniforms appeared beside him. Their numbers were considerable, filling the entire corridor, as they transported several large cardboard boxes. The leading man, beaming with a smile, inquired of Lu Wei, "Are you Mr. Qin Chuan?" Lu Wei, taken aback, shook his head and replied, "I am not." Qin Chuan, wiping his damp hands, stepped out of the dormitory, stating, "I am. Greetings. I represent the logistics department of Shanmo. According to your scheduled arrangement, we have come to deliver the washing machine, refrigerator, and other appliances you purchased. Our installation technician is also here and can commence the installation immediately." Qin Chuan nodded and stepped aside to clear the path. The staff began to move the appliances into dormitory 511. In no time, residents of the entire dormitory hall emerged to witness the spectacle. Previously, only small appliances like kettles and rice cookers were purchased in the dormitory. Today, however, someone had bought a washing machine and refrigerator. Were they here for school? Or perhaps for a vacation? The 3 occupants of dormitory 511 were equally bewildered. Yet, Wu Ming reacted swiftly, promptly assisting the staff in determining the placement of the appliances. The workers first maneuvered a Panasonic refrigerator with a capacity of 588 liters into the dormitory. Someone discreetly glanced at the model number of the refrigerator and immediately checked the price on Jingdong Mall. This refrigerator was astonishingly priced at over 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing the price, a chorus of exclamations echoed through the corridor. Following the refrigerator's entry, the next item was a washer-dryer combo, comprising both a washing machine and a dryer. After checking the price of the refrigerator, others quickly inquired about the washer-dryer unit. This set was priced at a staggering 40,000 yuan. The previously subdued murmurs returned, reverberating throughout the corridor. One person, unable to contain themselves, shouted from the crowd, "Aren't you worried about the electricity bill with all these appliances in 511 dormitory?" This remark resonated with many. During university, managing electricity bills was often a dilemma. In friendly dormitories, everyone was indifferent to how much each person consumed. They would simply calculate and split the expense. However, in less amicable situations, it became a contentious issue, akin to preparing for a battle. Just as this sentiment hung in the air, Kong Huijun, directing operations at the door, remarked nonchalantly, "Our Qin Chuan just topped up his electricity bill with 10,000 yuan, enough to last 4 years." This statement left the crowd momentarily speechless, realizing their narrow perspective. After the washer-dryer was brought in, a smaller appliance followed. Qin Chuan promptly unwrapped the packaging at the door, revealing what appeared to be a black drum. Someone recognized it instantly, exclaiming, "Oh my, it's a Bang & Olufsen." "What is that?" asked another. It was a Bluetooth speaker from a world-renowned audio brand. "Oh, it's just a Bluetooth speaker. Do I not have one?" The individual glanced at the Apple speaker user and remarked nonchalantly, "Yours costs 2,000. While this one is priced at 20,000. The Apple speaker user fell silent, refraining from further engagement, and quietly withdrew from the conversation. Once the final significant item, a 100-inch Hisense laser television, was moved into the dormitory, someone calculated the total cost of all the appliances, arriving at an astonishing sum of 110,000. The onlookers in the corridor fell into a hushed silence. Who on earth is this affluent individual, spending over 100,000 to furnish a dormitory? Chun Fei gazed at the transformation of the ordinary dormitory into a luxurious apartment and felt a surge of excitement and envy. However, upon reflection, he managed to suppress his jealousy. He muttered softly, "Let us go, Wei Gu, let us enjoy some hot pot." What is the point of buying so many appliances? It's not like any of them can be utilized practically, not a single computer among them. As Chun Fei turned, he unexpectedly encountered a young delivery man from Jindong Logistics, clad in a red uniform. The delivery man, taken aback by the crowd blocking the corridor, shouted, "Who is Qin Chuan? Who is Qin Chuan?" Qin Chuan raised his hand, and the delivery man approached him with a large box. "Hello, Mr. Qin, correct? Our company has a policy requiring customers to inspect valuable items upon delivery." Qin Chuan was preoccupied with communicating with the technician installing the television and could not spare a moment. He turned to Tang Yuming, saying, "Old 2. Could you do me a favor and check the box?" Tang Yuming, armed with a utility knife, peered at the large cardboard box, speculating it might contain an oven or something similar. He carefully sliced open the cardboard. When the box was unveiled, he stood frozen in shock, nearly dropping the utility knife. Chun Fei, curious, leaned in for a glimpse and couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy moly, an Alienware laptop." The delivery man quickly added, "Yes, this is the top configuration of the Alienware 17. It's my first time witnessing someone purchase 4 of them in one go." Upon hearing that there were 4 Alienware laptops in the box, Tang Yuming felt a rush of heat surge to his head. His body stiffened, immobilized. It dawned on him that when Qin Chuan mentioned he did not want to send an Apple laptop, he meant he was sending Alienware laptops instead. The delivery man, noticing the stunned expression, promptly reminded, "Please ensure to check each one. These 4 top-spec Alienware laptops are valued at 50,000 each. I cannot afford any discrepancies." Once Qin Chuan finished with the television setup, he stepped outside and noticed Tang Yoming's lack of movement. He urged, "Old 2, hurry up and sign for the laptops. Then let us head in for hot pot. The laptops are all the same color, nothing to choose from. We're all using white ones." Though Qin Chuan's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly throughout the corridor. What does this imply? Spending 200,000 to buy 4 top-spec Alienware laptops as gifts for his dorm mates? The silence that had enshrouded the corridor moments earlier was shattered by Qin Chuan's words. Some individuals immediately called their counselor, requesting a change of dormitory. Some individuals, unable to change their dormitory, contemplated switching majors, coincidentally joining Qin Chuan's class. Chun Fei and Lu Wei stood dumbfounded at the entrance of dormitory 511. Lu Wei felt a burning embarrassment on his face. Moments ago, He had been boasting of his savings amounting to 130,000 yuan at such a young age. Yet, someone casually gifted a computer valued at 200,000 yuan. Tang Yuming leaned over with a chuckle, remarking on Lu Wei's ostentation. You truly are a tadpole masquerading as a frog. Are you showcasing your mother? With that, he retreated to his room, cradling his alien laptop. Inside dormitory 511, everything remained impeccably pristine. Wu Ming, the elder brother, busied himself with the preparation of ingredients. He had just commented that Qin Chuan had overpurchased vegetables, leaving no space for the surplus. However, now there was a refrigerator to accommodate the excess. The washer-dryer combo effortlessly addressed everyone's laundry dilemmas. Kong Huijun was the first to toss all the dirty clothes hanging by the beds into the machine. Meanwhile, Tang Yuming installed games on his new computer and adjusted the 100-inch laser television suspended on the wall. He seamlessly connected his phone via Bluetooth, blasting energetic dance music. Qin Chuan found himself seated alone, awaiting dinner, while he observed the excited expressions on his roommates' faces, feeling a swell of happiness within. No matter the circumstances, the three of them stood firm together. This unwavering camaraderie was something Qin Chuan would cherish for a lifetime. Suddenly, a familiar system notification echoed. Single-use item, long position usage completed. The system will reclaim the support funds. The remaining amount will be the Challenger-S profit. The system is calculating. Please wait. Calculation successful. From this item usage, the Challenger-S profit, 31,376,921. $285. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Chuan's eyes. The profit exceeded his expectations. With just this single long position trade, he could ascend to the top 50 of the global wealth rankings. The system interface continued to display prompts. Would you like to convert to Huahua currency? Without hesitation, Qin Chuan clicked Convert. The system is calculating based on the current exchange rate. Conversion successful. The total convertible amount in Huahua currency, 215, 421, 390. 774 yuan. Due to the enormous sum, to avert unnecessary complications, the challenger must provide at least 5 bank card numbers for fund storage. Qin Chuan felt a wave of frustration. The system had suddenly become less intuitive. It required him to provide 5 bank cards. Presently, he possessed only one card from Huaxing Bank, with over 900 million yuan in pocket money. Thus, Qin Chuan focused his thoughts and input the card number. The system is processing. Please be patient. The challenger can view the fund transfer progress in the personal attributes interface. Shortly thereafter, the system flashed. Congratulations. Challenger, side quest completed. Surviving the abyss. A flicker of excitement ignited within Qin Chuan as he realized there was a reward for the task. Chapter 54. I'm not talking about millions, but billions. Congratulations, challenger. Side quest completed, surviving the abyss, reward, yacht eclipsed. Qin Chuan felt invigorated. He was somewhat familiar with the yacht eclipsed. It is the world's largest private yacht, valued at over $1.5 billion. The yacht measures approximately 167 meters in length and 21.5 meters in width, with a displacement of 130,000 tons. It boasts a stage, exhibition hall, 3 dining areas, 2 kitchens, an aquarium, a disco, a spa, a swimming pool, a gym with sauna facilities, and a steam room. The entire vessel can accommodate up to 100 guests. The opulence of this yacht is beyond description, with its paramount feature being safety. Equipped with radar, missile defense systems, and close-range weapon identification mechanisms. Along with bulletproof glass in all guest rooms, it is arguably the safest private yacht in the world. Qin Chuan was quite pleased with the system's reward, especially considering the erratic nature of the task rewards. Whenever he pondered this, he couldn't help but express his frustration. He still had 10 billion Do coins and over 90,000 Carnival tokens lying dormant in his Douyin account. These possessions, aside from showcasing wealth, served little practical purpose, and he was not one to flaunt riches. With a slight sigh, Qin Chuan closed the system interface. Even if he were to receive more private jets and yachts, they would be of no use to him for now, as the main quest remained unfinished, and his academic pursuits took precedence. What are you daydreaming about, fourth? Wu Ming remarked as he peeled a shrimp and placed it in Qin Chuan's bowl. I just closed the system interface. It's nothing, Qin Chuan replied. Kong Huijun interjected, fourth. We all know you have money and are loyal, but with so much wealth, treating us to meals and gifts during college is quite common. However, The scale of your generosity is truly rare. Tang Yuming set aside his computer and agreed with Hui Jun. That's right, fourth. We're happy for your wealth. But such extravagant gifts are unnecessary. Wu Ming chimed in. Indeed, fourth, your dormitory resembles a luxury hotel, and you've gifted us such an expensive computer. We feel a bit guilty. Qin Chuan smiled and responded, these are mere trifles. You three always look out for me as if you were my family. I appreciate it immensely. Recently, I've made some profits from stocks, so I thought I'd enhance our lives a little. Hearing the mention of stocks piqued Tang Yoming's interest. Fourth, you really do invest in stocks? I thought you were joking. Yes, it's my first time, Qin Chuan replied truthfully. Your first time? And you've earned so much? Tang Yuming exclaimed, astonished. Well, the fourth has a solid foundation, came the reply from the second. Beside Wu Ming, Kong Huijun interjected, nodding repeatedly, Old C. When your family engages in stock trading, it's certain they invest a hefty sum, perhaps around $1 million or so. Just catching a limit-up stock could yield a profit exceeding 100,000. He continued, you don't think it's like your situation with just a few thousand in capital, where you can barely earn anything even after a week of gains. Their conversation piqued Tang Yuming's interest. After a few cups, a slight haze enveloped them. Curiosity lingered in Tang Yuming's mind, and emboldened by the effects of alcohol. He asked Old C, in all honesty, how much did you earn this time? Qin Chuan hesitated momentarily before responding, over 300. Tang Yuming gasped, wait. You don't mean 300,000, do you? Kong Huijun, equally astonished, pressed, how much did you actually invest? Only the eldest, Wu Ming, maintained his composure. Old C, we know you have a knack for making money, but you're still young. In the future, try to curtail such extravagant spending as today, save where you can. Qin Chuan placed a reassuring hand on Wu Ming's shoulder, smiling. It's merely small change. Small change. Tang Yuming interjected. Your business also requires liquidity to sustain itself. 3 million, for a BMW dealership, is just the inventory of a fully equipped 7 Series. Your kindness towards us is appreciated, but you must prioritize your own interests. Kong Huijun nodded in agreement. Yes, Old C, heed your brothers. Securing your funds is paramount. Tang Yuming, more intrigued by the specifics of the stock, eagerly inquired. Which stock did you invest in? Sealed on, Qin Chuan replied. Sealed on? Is that a U.S. stock? Tang Yuming was taken aback. Qin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Tang Yuming's senses sharpened, his voice quivering. So, the 300 you mentioned refers to U.S. dollars? Wu Ming and Kong Huijun gasped in unison. Goodness. Old C is trading in U.S. stocks. 3 million U.S. dollars equates to over 20 million in our currency. The three felt an exhilarating rush. However, the next moment, they saw Qin Chuan shaking his head, causing their adrenaline to subside. Kong Huijun picked up a sea cucumber and placed it into Qin Chuan's bowl, teasingly saying, damn it, Old C, why do you speak so breathlessly? You nearly scared us to death. Tang Yuming took a deep breath. I was almost taken aback. Wu Ming patted Qin Chuan's shoulder. Old C, regardless of whether it's our currency or U.S. dollars, you've done exceptionally well. Keep it up. Qin Chuan sipped his beer nonchalantly. I earned in U.S. dollars. Tang Yuming set down his chopsticks, perplexed. Then what did you mean earlier? I meant that the 300 ISNT in thousands. Kong Huijun chuckled. Not in thousands? Is it in millions then? Indeed, Qin Chuan confirmed. A profound silence enveloped the room. In the dormitory, the only sound was the bubbling of the hot pot. The three, aside from Qin Chuan, sat in stunned silence. Mouths slightly agape, eyes glazed over. Their auditory and visual perceptions suddenly felt blurred. Tang Yoming's jaw trembled twice as he swallowed hard, stammering, Old Fourth. Are you implying that you've made 300 billion US dollars from stock trading? Qin Chuan, with an air of nonchalance, held disdain for the pretense of feigning ignorance. He was straightforward with his three brothers. Yes, $300 billion. However, I've converted it all into Chinese currency, approximately 2 trillion. As he spoke, he continued to casually serve himself dishes, as if uttering 2 trillion was as trivial as mentioning $200. Kong Huijun felt a tear escape his eye. Initially, when Qin Chuan suggested treating them to a Michelin-starred restaurant, he thought it extravagant and insisted they could just have a couple of bites in their dormitory. Now, regret washed over him. He lamented his earlier stance. The three of them began to tease Qin Chuan, urging him to order takeout and add a few more dishes. At that moment, Qin Chuan's phone rang, interrupting their playful banter. He paused, glancing at the caller ID, Xiao Chuan. His brow furrowed slightly as he answered the call, only to hear Xiao Chuan's helpless plea from the other end. Boss, please save me. Xiao Chuan, where are you? Qin Chuan sprang to his feet, shouting into the phone. I'm at the television station, Xiao Chuan replied just before she seemed to realize something and hastily hung up. The television station? Which company was she at? Though puzzled, Qin Chuan did not hesitate to put on his coat. Despite Xiao Chuan being merely a small housekeeper in his employ, she was nevertheless one of his own. Anyone who threatened those close to him was, in essence, challenging him. You all continue eating. I have something to attend to. The other three in the dorm nodded in understanding, parting to allow him passage. Upon exiting the dormitory, he recognized he had been drinking, prompting him to call Tian Xian. When Tian Xian saw it was Qin Chuan calling, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, and she quickly answered. Come with me for a bit. You drive? Qin Chuan commanded without allowing Tian Xian a word in edgewise. It was the first time Tian Xian had heard such gravity in Qin Chuan's tone, and without hesitation, she donned her coat and hurried downstairs. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan was conspicuously eye-catching, leading Tian Xian to always park in the nearby Wanhua International Office building. She arrived first, heading directly to the underground garage to retrieve the car. Qin Chuan arrived shortly after and, unable to wait, also descended into the garage. As he was about to walk down the slope, a security guard, in his 50s and clad in uniform, approached and blocked his path. Hey, what are you doing? I'm retrieving a car. My friend parked it down there, Qin Chuan replied. The security guard scrutinized him, seemingly unfamiliar with this student-like figure. All the Volkswagen, Toyota, and Honda vehicles are parked upstairs. You should check there, he stated. What do you mean? I told you my car is parked down there. What do I mean? It's quite clear. Are you driving a BMW, a Mercedes, or an Audi? None of those. If that is the case, then refrain from descending. The offices of Wanhua International are frequented by societal elites who drive luxury vehicles. Why not take your dilapidated car to the parking lot and take a look? I have no time for your nonsense. Step aside. The security guard suddenly became animated, exclaiming, How dare you speak like that, you little brat? Do you believe I would strike you? With that, he raised his self-defense baton, preparing to swing it at Qin Chuan. Old Zhang, what are you doing? A rotund, middle-aged man called out. The security guard turned to see his captain. He quickly bowed and smiled. Captain Chun, what brings you here? Captain Chun, hands clasped behind his back, feet tapping slightly, remarked, Just taking a stroll after dinner, but I stumbled upon your commotion. Old Zhang looked aggrieved. Captain, this isn't my fault. It's this ruffian insisting on wandering around our building's basement. Upon hearing this, Captain Chin squinted, scrutinizing Qin Chuan, his mind racing through familiar faces, a fundamental skill of a security chief, assessing individuals based on their demeanor. After a moment, he realized this was the first time he had encountered Qin Chuan, and he spoke. Young man, we are not intentionally making things difficult for you. Our Wanhua International is a prestigious building, home to major enterprises and multinational company offices. The parking lot is filled with high-end vehicles like Mercedes and BMWs. Old Zhang chimed in, indeed. What if something happened to those expensive cars? You youngsters love to pose on the hoods, pretending they are yours. Captain Chin cleared his throat and continued. I understand that young people today enjoy filming TikToks and posing with luxury cars, and I can appreciate that. However, you must also consider my duties. Perhaps you should find another place to play. Old Zhang subtly gave the captain a thumbs up. The captain, with his cultured speech, had successfully intimidated the young man. Frustrated by the encounter and the two men before him, Qin Chuan shouted, If you two block me again, I assure you both will be out of a job today. At this, Captain Chin's temper flared. You dare to insult me? I was being patient, but it seems you are overstepping your bounds. Realizing the escalating tension, Qin Chuan picked up his phone and dialed Xiaoying. As soon as the call connected, he asserted in an unwavering tone, Purchase Wanhua International immediately, right now. Once completed, terminate the security guards on duty today. Xiaoying was taken aback, still processing his command when he abruptly hung up. Observing this, Old Zhang noticed the captain's composure faltering and felt emboldened. He pointed at Qin Chuan, saying, You insolent brat. Your arrogance knows no bounds. If you threaten my job, I'll make sure you regret it first. As he raised his baton to charge forward, a series of urgent car horns interrupted him. A sleek, all-black Rolls-Royce Cullinan glided into view. Both Old Zhang and Captain Chen recognized the vehicle immediately, eyes widening at the sight of the iconic Spirit of Ecstasy emblem. Immediately, he brought his feet together, straightened his back, and offered a respectful salute. After the gesture, Team Leader Chun wore a beaming smile, preparing to personally guide the individual out of the parking lot. However, in the blink of an eye, the young man swiftly outpaced him, flinging open the passenger door and taking a seat inside. Upon witnessing this, both Old Zhang and Team Leader Chun were left utterly astonished. Damn it, didn't that kid claim he had nothing? But upon further reflection, it was evident that he was indeed not lying. It was a Rolls-Royce. Team Leader Qin swallowed hard as the luxurious vehicle glided past him, maintaining his smile and feigning ignorance of the unfolding events. Qin Chuan lowered the car window, his expression impassive as he declared, "I have purchased this office building. You two may leave today." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce exited the parking lot with a flourish. Old Zhang trembled as he approached Team Leader Chun, exclaiming, "What do we do now? We might get fired. I still have outstanding online loans. I can't afford to be without a job." Team Leader Qin shook his plump, oily frame and chuckled. "What is there to worry about? Do you really believe the pretentious words of a rich second generation? Wanhua International is a premier office building valued at $3 billion. That kid just claimed he bought it. Do you think it's as easy as shopping in a market?" Realizing the absurdity of their situation, Old Zhang slapped his forehead. "Right, this is an office building. Even if that brat is a rich heir who can buy cars and houses with his eyes closed, it's not as if he can simply declare ownership of a skyscraper as if it were a trifle. Does he think his father's wealth is a mere gust of wind?" After exchanging some colorful remarks about Qin Chuan, they made their way to the duty room. Suddenly, Team Leader Qin's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was the property manager of the office building calling. Without hesitation, he answered, respectfully saying, "Hello, manager. How may I assist you?" "Chine go, you've offended someone, haven't you?" The manager's voice was filled with indignation. Team Leader Chun, bewildered, replied, "I haven't done anything. I just finished my meal and came on duty. Don't you dare deny it. If you truly hadn't done anything, how could the new owner of the building specifically demand your dismissal? Pack your bags and leave at once. Don't drag me down with you." The line went dead with a sharp click, leaving Team Leader Chun in shock, muttering, "What? I've been fired?" Chapter 56. You are but a petty pawn. You are unworthy of my effort. The vehicle sped towards the headquarters of Kyoto Television Station at breakneck speed. Tian Xin gripped the steering wheel. "Qin Chuan, why don't you just take this car back yourself? If I need to buy groceries, I might as well ride a bicycle." "What? Are you dissatisfied with this car?" Tian Xin awkwardly huffed. "No, it's just that fuel costs are rather steep." Without a word, Qin Chuan directly transferred funds via his phone. "This should cover your fuel expenses for a year." Tian Xin, hands firmly on the wheel, did not glance at the WeChat transfer. "Heh, this is voluntary on your part. Mind you, I didn't force you. Since you've covered the fuel, you might as well pay for the parking too. I can't risk leaving your car at school. I always park it in the underground garage of Wanhua International. Parking there costs $1,000 a month." Qin Chuan put away his phone, showing no signs of transferring money. He gazed out the window and calmly remarked, "There is no need for future payments. Simply state that it is my vehicle." "Excuse me?" Tian Xin responded, astonished. "I have already purchased the Wanhua International office building. It will now be my own property." Tian Xin abruptly slammed the brakes and parked the car by the roadside. "You bought the Wanhua International office building? Why?" "For parking convenience," Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, as if acquiring an entire office building were as trivial as buying a head of cabbage. Tian Xin was well aware of Qin Chuan's wealth. He drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan as his grocery vehicle. However, purchasing a building merely for parking convenience seemed rather extravagant. Inside the car, Qin Chuan wore a grave expression, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on driving. "Oh," Tian Xin said, restarting the car. It was the first time she had witnessed him so unsettled, prompting her to ask, "Qin Chuan, what's wrong?" "My butler has encountered some troubles." Tian Xin felt a slight relief. It was merely his family's butler, presumably a little old man akin to Alfred from Batman. After approximately an hour's drive, they finally arrived at the Kyoto television station. Qin Chuan exited the vehicle and called Xiao Charan once more. As the ringtone echoed from his phone, a similar sound resonated from the entrance of a nearby outdoor parking lot. A man and a woman were making their way towards the parking area. Qin Chuan immediately recognized the woman's silhouette. It was indeed Xiao Charan. At that moment, she had her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her shoulders hunched, exhibiting an unmistakable demeanor of anxiety and helplessness. The man walking ahead of her heard the ringtone. snatched Xiao Chuan's crossbody bag and retrieved her phone from within. Xiao Chuan, how many times must I tell you not to bring your phone? Hand it over, he shouted. Do you not understand human language? He forcefully threw her phone to the ground, shattering the Xiaomi 12 into pieces. The ringing abruptly ceased. My phone. Xiao Chuan crouched down timidly to pick up the disassembled device. The man kicked aside the scattered motherboard, angrily declaring, "It's just a broken phone. If you can manage to please that important figure tonight, I'll buy you an Apple phone." Xiao Chuan trembled uncontrollably, pleading with manager Feng, "Please, no. I'll work hard to earn money to repay the television station." The man stood over her, looking down with a cold, disdainful gaze. Repay? The contract you lost was worth 5 million. What will you use to compensate? Your meager internship salary of a few thousand? Xiao Chuan fervently shook her head. No, manager Feng. I have secured a job with an annual salary of 1 million. I will save diligently, and in 5 years, I will surely pay it back. Please. Manager Feng, spare me. Oh, an annual salary of 1 million? What kind of job offers you such a salary? My employer is a hidden billionaire, she replied. Manager Feng kicked Xiao Chuan's shoulder, sending her sprawling to the ground. Damn it. How can a mere butler earn 1 million a year while I can't even catch a break? After a few previous gatherings that she had missed, today was different. The esteemed president of Huaheng was present. If you do not accompany him properly, I shall sue you tomorrow. You won't have the funds to compensate. Just await your imprisonment. Please, Manager Feng. Xiao Chuan cried, her tears smudging her makeup. Witnessing her distress, Manager Feng scoffed and crouched down. Chuan, you are merely a girl from afar. Struggling in Kyoto. It is a stroke of fortune that President He has taken an interest in you. He mentioned that if you behave tonight, you shall receive next year's advertising budget immediately, and you won't have to repay that 5 million. Manager Feng reached out to wipe her tears, but she recoiled. Undeterred, he continued, if you were to be with President He owns numerous properties. He could easily arrange a place for you, saving you years of toil. I, too, have walked this path, arriving in Kyoto with nothing, all on my own. If a wealthy woman had approached me then, I would have gladly accepted. Suddenly, a resolute look crossed Xiao Chuan's face. Feng Zhong, not everyone is willing to sacrifice everything for money. Even if I end up in prison, I will not sell myself out. Feng Zhong, enraged, seethed, you little wretch. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? You will go, or else. I have 2 million in loans at stake, and you are the missing piece. If you jeopardize my plans, I swear I will end you. With that, he raised his hand, poised to strike. Xiao Chuan shut her eyes in despair, but after a few seconds, the anticipated blow never came. She cautiously opened her eyes, and the sight before her nearly brought forth more tears. Qin Chuan had seized Feng Zhong's arm and flung it aside, delivering a kick that sent Feng Zhong flying several meters away, nearly causing him grave injury. Qin Chuan approached Xiao Chuan, his expression calm, yet tinged with both anger and compassion. You have been absent from work for a week. Do you not care for your job anymore? This statement shattered Xiao Chuan's composure. Qin Chuan's arrival felt like a divine intervention. She clung to his leg, weeping. I'm so sorry, boss. What happened? Qin Chuan inquired, disregarding Feng Zhong, who lay dazed from the force of the kick. Xiao Chuan, choking on her sobs, recounted the entire ordeal. Qin Chuan frowned. Is that all? You allowed 2 flowers in my garden to wither. Xiao Chuan lowered her head, murmuring apologies. Who the hell are you to dare kick me? Qin Chuan turned to face Feng Zhong. Feng Zhong was taken aback. Qin Chuan, I have not heard of you. Observing his attire, it was evident that he was merely a university student. Feng Zhong coldly inquired, which school do you attend? Kaida, came the reply. Suddenly, Feng Zhong erupted into a boisterous laughter, exclaiming, today's university students are truly audacious. To dare to openly declare their name and school. I am quite familiar with your principal. And let me assure you, today's incident is far from over. I will ensure your expulsion and mark your record, leaving you with little hope of future employment. Qin Chuan retorted with a disdainful huff. You should not concern yourself with my affairs. Rather, contemplate whether your own position is secure. Feng Zhong narrowed his eyes, his tone dripping with malice as he remarked, a mere neophyte who has never faced the realities of society. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You merely wish to pen a disparaging essay about me. Go ahead, give it a try. I am entrenched in the media industry, no matter what you publish. I will swiftly have it removed and your account banned. Xiao Chuan clung to Qin Chuan's leg, trembling in fear as she implored, Boss, he speaks the truth. Our station is well acquainted with all platforms. Nothing you post will be of any consequence. They will promptly delete your posts and suspend your account. During her internship, Xiao Chuan had witnessed countless instances of Feng Zhong's ruthless tactics. Many interns who faced his harassment had no recourse for justice. She understood that while Qin Chuan possessed wealth, it would only suffice to cover the costs of his contract, leaving Feng Zhong unscathed. In a sudden move, Qin Chuan retrieved his phone, dialing a number while declaring, "Who said I intended to post an essay? You are but a petty lackey. You are not worthy of my attention." The call connected instantly. "Where are you?" Qin Chuan demanded with an authoritative tone, his words laced with reprimand. "I am in the open-air parking lot. You need to come down immediately." Chapter 57, Master. "The matter has been resolved." "Huh? Do you think you are the only one who can make a phone call?" Feng Zhong retorted, pulling out his own phone. "Hello. Shaoli, is your security department merely idling away? What is the issue? How dare you question me? I am being assaulted in the parking lot. Hurry and send someone over. If you cannot arrive within 5 minutes, forget about your year-end bonuses." After ending the call, Feng Zhong swung his arms, exuding an air of arrogance. Within 2 minutes, the head of the security department, dressed in uniform, rushed over, accompanied by 4 or 5 security personnel. Director Li bowed respectfully. "Manager Feng, I apologize. My men were negligent." Feng Zhong scoffed. "How is it that the station employs such incompetence?" Hearing this, a few security guards felt their tempers flare, ready to confront him, but were restrained by their director. Feng Zhong pointed at Qin Chuan, ordering, "That brat is the one who laid hands on me. Restrain him." Director Li turned his gaze toward Qin Chuan, then noticed Xiao Chuan, who was sobbing behind him, instantly piecing together the situation. It was evident that Feng Zhong had been harassing the girl, prompting her boyfriend to seek vengeance. Despite his reluctance, Director Li knew Feng Zhong was his superior and had no choice but to say, "Gentlemen, let us take this matter to the security office. It is best not to disrupt traffic here." Qin Chuan scoffed dismissively. "What if I choose not to go?" The department head was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the utter lack of fear displayed by the other party, and a flicker of admiration stirred within him. As Feng Zhong noticed the presence of the security department, he stepped forward a couple of paces, taunting Qin Chuan. "Hey, kid, weren't you just so tough a moment ago? Why the sudden cowardice? Come on, I'm right here. Take your best shot." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan raised his hand and struck with a punch. Feng Zhong doubled over, clutching his abdomen and kneeling on the ground, feeling as though his kidney had been shattered. Observing this, the department head secretly applauded but recognized that, given his position, he could not simply stand by. Therefore, he interjected, "Buddy, if you don't cooperate, my brothers will have to take you by force." Just then, a commanding voice rang out from a distance. "I dare you to lay a hand on anyone." A resonant and authoritative female voice echoed. Kneeling on the ground, Feng Zhong turned to look, instantly stunned. He forced himself to endure the pain and scampered forward, ingratiatingly saying, "Director, what brings you here?" The department head shuddered. The director had personally come. Today was indeed unfortunate, as a minor incident had summoned her presence. He quickly bowed his head, trembling in anticipation of what was to unfold. Kong Ming was known for her decisiveness and exuded an air of a commanding woman. Today, she sported a sharp bob haircut, complemented by a fitted white shirt and a blazer. Her slender jeans paired with knee-high leather boots accentuated her regal demeanor. "I just heard someone was about to resort to violence. Do you know where this place is? Do you not regard this as a television station anymore?" Kong Ming admonished loudly, her domineering temperament well known throughout the station. Countless interns had been reduced to tears by her reprimands. Even directors and anchors could not escape her scorn at the slightest misstep. Despite her alluring beauty, everyone at the station kept their distance from her. Feng Zhong trembled and stammered, "Director, that kid over there is causing trouble." But in the next instant, he sensed something amiss. It appeared that the director had come down because of that very kid. Cold sweat broke out on the back of Feng Zhong's neck. Xiao Chuan, being an intern, had only seen the director from afar during her first day. Even then, despite the distance of dozens of people, she could feel the formidable authority radiating from this female director. None of the interns dared to meet her gaze, including Xiao Chuan. However, now, Xiao Chuan couldn't concern herself with the director's status. Not wanting to implicate Qin Chuan, she hurriedly approached Kong Ming. Upon seeing Xiao Chuan, a complex emotion flickered in Kong Ming's eyes: surprise, jealousy, and a hint of resentment. Xiao Chuan struggled to suppress her inner panic and recounted the events leading up to the situation. When Kong Ming heard about the 5 million contract, Her eyes narrowed as she directed her attention to Feng Zhong. What 5 million advertising contract? Which company is involved? Why did the contract pass through the hands of an intern? Feng Zhong's gaze faltered, and he deflected the inquiry, stating that he would explain the matter later. The most pressing concern at present was to apprehend that individual who dared to commit an assault in broad daylight, right outside our television station. He has crossed a line. To Feng Zhong's surprise, Kong Ming did not cast her gaze towards Qin Chuan, but continued to direct her piercing look at him. Why wait to discuss this? The interns are right here. We can address it now? Feng Zhong was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. His remark about discussing it later was merely an evasion. Speak. Kong Ming's voice thundered with fury, nearly causing Feng Zhong to lose control. Trembling, he stammered, "Director, I had no choice." He Xing insisted on having Xiao Xiao accompany him for drinks. I resorted to this tactic only for the sake of the station's advertising sponsorship. As for the contract, it was entirely fabricated. It was all He Xing's idea, and I merely went along. Upon hearing that the contract was a sham, Xiao Chuan felt as if a taut string within her had suddenly snapped, her previously tense shoulders relaxing instinctively. Then, a realization struck her, and she began to furiously assault Feng Zhong. "Why did you set me up? Why would you do this to me?" Feng Zhong sought refuge behind Kong Ming, muttering under his breath, "Who told you to have such a bewitching face that caught someone's eye?" "Feng Zhong," Kong Ming called out coldly. Feng Zhong's heart raced, and he dared not reply. "Effective immediately, you are suspended and will undergo an internal investigation. Should any wrongdoing be discovered, you will face legal consequences." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhong sank to his knees, pleading with the director, "Please, not like this. I did it for the station's benefit." Kong Ming gestured to the security personnel to escort him away. "Director, you cannot treat me this way. I cannot afford to lose my job. I have a family to support and loans to repay. This was all He Xing's idea. It has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. Please spare me." Without further ado, the security personnel took Feng Zhong away. The suspension and internal investigation were merely formalities. Reaching this stage meant a complete severance of ties, with the likelihood of facing serious repercussions. The security personnel had long harbored grievances against Feng Zhong, and today they finally seized the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Once he was out of sight, Xiao Chuan wiped her tears and intended to express her gratitude to Kong Ming. However, before she could utter a word, Kong Ming disregarded her and approached Qin Chuan. When she stood before Qin Chuan, her commanding presence dissipated, replaced by an air of refined elegance and charm. She respectfully bowed, stating, "Master, the matter has been resolved. Your girlfriend is unharmed." Qin Chuan nodded and replied, "Good. However, she is not my girlfriend." "Not your girlfriend?" At these words, Kong Ming was taken aback, a hint of color rising to her previously pale face. "Who, then, is the He Xing that was mentioned?" In a low voice, Qin Chuan inquired. Chapter 58, A Million in Fuel Expenses. Kong Ming promptly replied that he was He Hai, the president of the largest branch of Huaxing in Kyoto. Whenever the station required a loan, he was the one they sought for assistance. This individual was inherently arrogant and self-important, leading a life lacking in decorum. Nevertheless, due to his exceptional capabilities and extensive network, he excelled in attracting deposits and achieving remarkable results. He had risen from a teller to the position of president of the largest branch in Kyoto and was rumored to be promoted to the head office by the end of the year. "Does he have a son named He Shua?" Kong Ming was taken aback and responded affirmatively. "Yes, master." "Do you know his son?" "To some extent," Qin Chuan replied. Kong Ming sensed Qin Chuan's animosity towards He Hai and thus cautioned, "Master, you must be wary of He Hai. He is narrow-minded and possesses a strong desire for revenge. I could handle Feng Zhong today in my capacity as the station chief, but for someone on the verge of being promoted to the Huaxing head office, my influence is insufficient to affect him." Acknowledging his nature, it was imperative to prevent him from attaining a position of greater power at the head office, as it would endanger many others. Most crucially, he had targeted individuals he should not have. "You cannot afford to offend those who are untouchable," Qin Chuan remarked. Kong Ming nodded. "You are correct, master. However, He Hai's connections are formidable, and his capabilities are extraordinary. Every year, numerous individuals report him, yet he remains unscathed." Qin Chuan smiled lightly. "His connections, in my eyes, are as fragile as sandpaper." Kong Ming lowered her head, refraining from responding. Youth often brings naivety, unaware of the shadows lurking in society. In today's environment, as long as you can yield benefits, There will always be someone to safeguard you, even if you commit errors. As long as the offense is not fatal, you may merely face a reassignment or demotion. Once the storm passes, you can return to your former position. Then, Master, are you inclined to take action against him? Kong Ming tentatively asked. This man must be eliminated. It is a matter of justice, Qin Chuan asserted. Kong Ming nodded, wholeheartedly devoted to Qin Chuan. Since he intended to deal with He Hai, she could not remain an idle bystander. Thus, Kong Ming retrieved her phone and began searching her contacts for influential connections. Hello, Director Ming. This is Xiao Ming, Kong Fu's daughter. Lu Uncle, it's me, Xiao Ming. I was right beside you when you visited my father. Aunt Wang, I have a favor to ask. Kong Ming made over 10 calls, reaching individuals of considerable repute. There were former subordinates of her father, current comrades of her elder brother, and various connections she had cultivated over the years. Each person who answered was courteous and engaged in light conversation. However, once Kong Ming elucidated her intentions, the responses turned to silence, and they hurriedly hung up. Only a close friend of hers, a high-ranking official at the Huaxing headquarters, kindly advised her, Xiao Ming, I urge you not to involve yourself in this matter. He Haina is a well-known figure, and as you are aware, over the years he has cultivated a vast network across various industries. The senior executives at our headquarters hold a very favorable view of his capabilities. It is important to note that the branch he oversees is reputed to manage deposits in the hundreds of billions. It can be said that as long as he does not engage in heinous acts, the headquarters will undoubtedly support him. Your actions are akin to striking a stone with an egg. Is there truly no recourse? Kong Ming, unwilling to concede, pressed further. The other party hesitated for a moment before responding. Alas, if your father had not stepped down, with his connections, perhaps he could have negotiated with He Haina. But now, your father has been retired for many years. The friend's words trailed off, and without needing further elaboration, Kong Ming understood. After all, no matter how one articulates it, bringing down He Haina offers no direct benefit to these individuals. No one is inclined to offend a future high-ranking official at the headquarters for the sake of a woman's words. In the world, survival does not hinge on violence, but rather on the intricacies of human relationships. Kong Ming ended the call, biting her lip, gazing despondently at Qin Chuan. She shook her head. Master, He Haina's influence is too great. No one is willing to assist us. Qin Chuan maintained a calm demeanor, revealing neither joy nor disappointment, and stated, It matters not. I, Qin Chuan, shall act without relying on others. Feeling guilty, Kong Ming lowered her head, blaming herself for her inadequacies and low status, which rendered her unable to assist Qin Chuan. Master, please grant me another year. In a year, I will be promoted within the department. During this time, we can gradually gather evidence against He Haina, and when the opportunity arises, we shall expose him in one fell swoop. Qin Chuan waved his hand, remaining silent, and turned to walk toward the roadside. Outside the Kyoto television station, Xin waited in her car for Qin Chuan's return. Upon seeing the fuel gauge drop below 13, she realized it was time to refuel, anticipating a significant expense. Each time she filled up, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Xin muttered to herself when suddenly, she recalled that on the way, Qin Chuan had seemingly sent her a red envelope for fuel. Quickly, she retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on Qin Chuan's profile. The next moment, she was left astounded. In the chat window, the transfer labeled fuel cost displayed a 1 followed by a long string of zeros. 1, 10, 101, 000, 10, 000, 100, 000. Xin was utterly shocked. Qin Chuan had transferred 1 million as fuel expenses. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Just as she hesitated to accept the transfer, Qin Chuan and the others returned and got into the car. Upon seeing Qin Chuan accompanied by 2 exceptionally attractive women, Xin pouted and quickly clicked to accept the payment. Then, indignantly, she questioned, Didn't you say you were going to pick up the housekeeper? Where are they? Xiao Chuan, seated in the back, weakly raised her hand and said, I am the housekeeper. Xin was taken aback. Is it now a requirement for housekeepers to be so stunning? She then turned to inquire, And who is this sister? Kong Ming replied, I am the master's servant. Xin was left speechless. The 2 ladies behind him are both stunning beauties, each scoring above 8 in terms of attractiveness. Wherever they go, they are the objects of countless admirers. Yet now, they have both transformed into Qin Chuan's housekeeper and servant. An indescribable feeling swells within her. akin to witnessing a portion of her own cake being taken away. Qin Chuan, however, offered her no time for idle thoughts. He commanded her to drive to the largest branch of Huaxing in Kyoto. In Kyoto, at the Dakian Street Huaxing branch, Qin Chuan alighted alone and approached the service hall. Inside the hall, there were 9 ordinary counters and 1 exclusive window. At the ordinary counters, only 1 teller was working, while the rest remained vacant. The lone teller occupied herself with makeup, seemingly indifferent to the empty seats before her. An elderly lady, around 80 years of age, clutched a bank card, pacing back and forth in the spacious hall. Noticing the lack of attendance at the counters, she took a seat. "Young lady, could you please assist me in checking whether my pension has been credited? I would like to withdraw 100 yuan, she requested. The teller lifted her eyelids slightly and coldly replied, "This is a counter. You should check your balance and withdraw money from the machines outside." The elderly woman, her hands trembling with age, replied, "My eyesight is failing, and my hands and feet are not as agile. I cannot read the words on the machine, which is far too complicated for me. Please, I implore you to assist me." The teller scoffed, "How can I explain this to you, old lady? Your eyesight is poor, and you can't operate the machine. What does that have to do with me? Find your children and have them come teach you." The old woman's eyes momentarily turned vacant as she whispered, "My son is at the border, defending our country. He died in battle. Now I am all alone. Please, I beg you, help me. Otherwise, I will have no money to buy rice today." The teller, feigning exasperation, pounded the keyboard and mouse with frustration, declaring, "Why can't I make myself clear to you? I've already told you, this is a place for serving the affluent. Either check your account and withdraw money at the machine, or seek help on the street. Don't bother me here. I'm tired of dealing with troublesome old folks like you." Chapter 59, 900 million in deposits. Seeing that no matter what she said, the elderly lady remained, the teller's temper flared. With a petulant attitude, she began to furiously strike the keyboard and mouse, deliberately creating a cacophony to vent her displeasure towards the old woman. The elderly lady, initially intending to leave, found her aging legs too slow to respond. At her age, the greatest fear is losing one's balance and falling. Just as she attempted to steady herself, the loud clatter from the teller startled her, causing her heart to race. Losing her footing, she slid off the chair. Upon witnessing this, the teller, now agitated, exclaimed, "You wretched old woman! How can you be so malicious? Not only do you disregard the rules, but you also wish to create a scene? Let me inform you, the bank is under constant surveillance, and everything is recorded clearly. I did not touch you. If you seek to extort someone, go to the street." The elderly woman clutched the edge of the counter with one hand, desperately trying to maintain her balance. Those around her hesitated to offer assistance, fearing that by doing so, they might jeopardize their own futures. Just as it seemed she could no longer hold on, a pair of hands reached out and steadied her. Sighing in relief, she returned to her seat. The teller, witnessing her narrow escape from a fall, too breathed a sigh of relief, muttering under his breath about the potential repercussions he would face if she had indeed fallen. The elderly woman looked up at the young man who had helped her and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, dear child. Were it not for you, I might not have survived that fall." The teller rolled his eyes, retorting coldly, "Perhaps it would have been better if you had. So you could reunite with your deceased son." Qin Chuan, the young man, turned sharply to glare at the teller. "I dare you to repeat that." His imposing gaze instilled a sense of dread, compelling the teller to avert his eyes, muttering about the peculiar individuals he encountered at work that day. "Bring your manager here," Qin Chuan commanded, his voice filled with fury. The teller, taken aback, forced a laugh. "What, do you intend to file a complaint? Let me assure you, I have done nothing wrong. I merely uphold the company's policies, and even if you escalate this to headquarters, it will be futile. Is your policy designed to oppress the weak? Is your system meant to mock the families of martyrs?" Qin Chuan countered, enunciating each word with precision. The teller scoffed, "You, a mere youth, watch too many dramas and fancy yourself a hero. You haven't even matured yet, and you aim to champion the vulnerable. Here my word is law, and my actions are the policy. What can you possibly do?" With a steely gaze, Qin Chuan replied, "Very well, I shall impart a lesson according to your rules." He produced a Huaxing bank card and proclaimed, "Now, withdraw my money. All of it. Are you deaf or illiterate?" The teller snapped, his eyes catching the gleam of the platinum card in Qin Chuan's hand, instantly recognizing it as the prestigious Huaxing Platinum Card, a privilege reserved for esteemed clients with a minimum deposit of 1 million. The teller's demeanor shifted dramatically. How much would you like to withdraw? He stammered. All of it. Qin Chuan reiterated, each word deliberate. The teller began to sweat profusely, cursing his ill fortune. This was the worst day imaginable, especially with performance evaluations looming, as every employee bore the burden of deposit targets. Just then, the lobby manager, returning from a brief respite, noticed the commotion at the counter and approached. Whispering to the teller, "What is going on?" The teller, glancing at Qin Chuan, replied in hushed tones, "I've encountered a foolish rich heir who is trying to play the hero by withdrawing all his money." Upon hearing these words, the lobby manager furrowed his brow. "You were already short by 1 million in deposits last month, and now you wish to withdraw a sum? How will you fare during the assessment? Failing the evaluation for 2 consecutive months could lead to dismissal." The teller cast a disdainful glance and scoffed. "What's the big deal? My father can easily deposit another 2 million into the company." With a sigh, the lobby manager lamented, "Having wealth at home certainly has its advantages." The teller, brimming with pride, reveled in the fact that her position was secured solely due to her father's 10 million deposit at the bank, which had prompted the bank president to personally open doors for her employment. "Let him withdraw 100 or 80 million. What of it? I can simply sleep it off and return to work next week," she declared, striking the return key. The computer screen flickered to reveal the information of Qin Chuan's bank card. In that instant, both the teller and the lobby manager were rendered speechless. How can there be so much in this bank account? The lobby manager swallowed hard, incredulity etched on his face. The teller, now wide-eyed, rubbed her eyes repeatedly before turning back to the screen. After confirming multiple times, she murmured, "How is it possible that there are over 900 million? The two exchanged terrified glances, both directed at Qin Chuan. "What? Are you deaf or blind? Did you not comprehend my request? Withdraw all the funds," Qin Chuan commanded sternly. The teller's legs trembled with fear. Those who rely on their family's wealth often bully the weak and timid while cowering before the strong. They delight in dominating the elderly, the sick, and those less fortunate. Yet, they are obsequious in the presence of the powerful, akin to sycophants. The teller was already paralyzed with dread. Her family's 18 million assets paled in comparison to the fortune before this youth. If he were to withdraw over 900 million, her father's attempts to salvage the situation would be futile, regardless of the insurance he might seek. "Sir, your balance is exceedingly high, and according to regulations, any withdrawal surpassing 5 million requires prior appointment." The teller stammered, panic-stricken, momentarily forgetting the stipulated amounts. The lobby manager, lowering his head, discreetly interjected, 5 million. The teller suddenly snapped to attention, exclaiming, Yes, 5 million. According to the rules, significant withdrawals over 5 million necessitate an appointment, which requires a week's notice." With those words, the teller finally exhaled, relieved to have secured a week's buffer thanks to the regulations. During this time, she could implore the bank president for assistance. With the president's influence, she was confident he could sway the young man, considering that nearly all of the branch's 100 billion deposits were garnered through his efforts. "Oh, there are such regulations?" Qin Chuan replied with a bemused smile. The teller, oblivious to the shift in his demeanor, handed the card back, her tone laced with unwarranted triumph. "Sir, I will schedule the appointment today. You may return next week to discuss the withdrawal." "Wait, I never said I wouldn't withdraw. I will take out 10,000 at a time, until I have withdrawn the entirety of the 900 million. Qin Chuan paused before continuing. Chapter 60, The Zijing Mansion, a battle on the brink. Upon uttering those words, the bank clerk was immediately struck with a surge of blood to the head. In a single breath, he could not recover, and with a thunderous crash, he collapsed. Losing consciousness, the lobby manager hurriedly rushed out, profusely apologizing, his demeanor subservient. Qin Chuan regarded him with indifference, perceiving such individuals as inconsequential as air. "Summon your president," he commanded. The lobby manager, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, "Sir, the president is not present today. He is likely dining with a client." "Where is he dining?" "He should be at the Zijing Mansion." Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened, and with a weighty tone, he remarked, "Money." At the mention of money, the manager quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication, imploring, "Sir, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. I will report that fool's actions to headquarters and ensure serious consequences. She is a temporary staff member, and her dismissal will be straightforward. Fired, never to be employed again. With a notation in her personal file. No legitimate organization will consider her thereafter." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan nodded slightly. Set up a monthly transfer of 50,000 yuan to the elderly lady's account. At the beginning of each month, invite her to the bank to personally withdraw the cash. Additionally, all gifts for my major clients during festivals should be sent to her home. The lobby manager exhaled in relief, repeatedly affirming, understood. Qin Chuan then turned to leave, entering his Rolls-Royce and heading straight for the Zijing Mansion. In Kyoto, on Zijing Road, the Zijing Mansion stands as a private club, hosting only the most prominent figures. Each individual, should one be singled out, is a titan of industry or a wealthy merchant. This venue is a secluded estate nestled within the bustling city, offering an unparalleled level of privacy. The estate is designed in the style of a Jiangnan garden, featuring quaint bridges, artificial hills, flowing water, pavilions, and the gentle sounds of silk and bamboo music, presenting an appearance of tranquility and serenity. As Qin Chuan approached the entrance, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. A mere glance confirmed that this place was far from ordinary. The undercurrents hint at unspeakable dealings. The waters of the courtyard likely conceal countless tears of young maidens, while the melodious notes from the pavilion obscure the cries of many. Qin Chuan instructed the three women to return, choosing to enter the Zijing Mansion alone. Upon entering, he was greeted by a woman attired in Japanese garments. The sight of her attire caused Qin Chuan to narrow his eyes slightly. The woman bowed slightly and gracefully stated, "Sir, this is a private mansion. I am here to find someone," he replied. The woman appeared hesitant. Qin Chuan produced a bank card, stating, "I am looking for He Hai." Upon seeing the platinum card from Huaxing Bank, the woman immediately deduced that the man before her was of significant stature and quickly bowed, saying, "Very well, sir. Please follow me." She led Qin Chuan through a long corridor to the entrance of a private room. With a gesture of invitation, Qin Chuan entered without hesitation. The private room was enveloped in a haze of smoke, with three men seated around a large round table. Apart from the man in the main seat, the other two had a young woman nestled beside them. One man, puffing on a cigar, cursed, "Damn it, Kumiko. Why did you bring a man in here?" Kumiko, who followed behind Qin Chuan, stepped forward with a slight smile and replied, "This is all Mr. He's idea." Upon hearing this, Mr. Song turned to look at the man sitting in the center. "He Hai. Mr. He, did you invite someone else to today's game?" He Hai, clad in a tailored black suit, sat upright in the center. He flicked the ash from his cigar and narrowed his eyes with a smile. "Feng Zhong couldn't make it today." "What? Why didn't he inform us in advance?" The man cursed. He Hai pointed at Qin Chuan. "This kid sent Feng Zhong in." The two men beside He Hai immediately became wary. "Who are you?" Mr. Wang, seated to He Hai's right, asked suspiciously. Qin Chuan let out a cold laugh, approached the table, and took a seat. "I am Qin Chuan." Mr. Song and Mr. Wang exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating they did not recognize him. He Hai remained composed, opening a Zeton wooden box on the table and retrieving a cigar. He placed it on the table and turned the glass carousel, allowing the cigar to revolve until it reached Qin Chuan. "Since you're here, you might as well have one," He Hai said. Qin Chuan curled his lip in disdain and waved his hand, knocking the cigar off the table. He Hai's expression darkened slightly, yet he maintained an enigmatic smile, laughing. Today's youth is so impetuous." He Hai, remember what you've done. I offer you two choices. First, turn yourself in. You might receive leniency. Second, I can ensure you go inside for a long time." Both Mr. Song and Mr. Wang were taken aback, glancing at He Hai. He Hai burst into a raucous laugh, his mirth bordering on madness, tears pooling at the corners of his eyes. After several moments, He Hai's laughter diminished, and he asked Qin Chuan with a teasing tone, "I'm curious how you plan to send me in." "Quite simply, let the headquarters of Huaxing conduct a thorough self-investigation. The internal issues over the years, along with the whistleblower letters, are enough to imprison you for a lifetime. There is no need for me to dirty my hands with someone like you." Qin Chuan, is it really just for a woman? Why go to such lengths? In this world, as long as you possess wealth, what woman is beyond your reach? As long as you are friends with me, He Hai, I can provide you with as many as you desire. Even if it's a celebrity or a host, I can arrange that for you. You are mistaken. What I seek is justice." He Hai paused, then scoffed, "Justice? Qin Chuan, you truly are a talent. What is justice worth? I do not lack money. I only lack justice." He Hai's eyes narrowed as he coldly stated, "Then there is nothing more to discuss." Qin Chuan picked up his phone and, with a sheepish grin directed at He Hai, remarked, "It seems you have chosen the second option." He Hai slammed his hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, You little rascal, you've meddled with Feng Zhong. And I haven't even settled that score with you yet. Now you dare to speak so brazenly in front of me, attempting to bring me down? Do you think after all these years of hard work, I, am merely a decoration? He deliberately raised his voice, not only to respond to Qin Chuan's audacity, but also to intimidate the two business associates beside him, observing them bow their heads in deference. He felt a sense of accomplishment. He continued, "Go ahead, report me if you wish. Should anything happen to me, I will take your surname." Qin Chuan turned the phone screen towards himself, manipulating the device while retorting, "Who said I intended to report you? I've already stated that there's no need for me to get my hands dirty." He narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he sneered. "Aren't you simply aiming to siphon off 9 billion from my branch as a means to coerce me?" The revelation stunned the two associates nearby. 9 billion? This kid has 9 billion in deposits? He stood up, slamming his hand on the table in indignation. "Qin Chuan, do you think I wouldn't know what transpired in my branch just moments ago? I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. Do you truly believe that your mere 9 billion in deposits could topple me? Do you think my reputation, worth hundreds of billions, is easily acquired?" He pointed to the man on his left, stating, "This is Boss Song Wentao, the owner of Flower Art Media Company, Limited, a publicly listed entertainment company valued at 30 billion. Then he gestured to the right, declaring, "And this is Wang Ning, the chairman of Jingle Group, a corporation with an annual revenue in the hundreds of billions." He pointed back at Qin Chuan, asserting, "With my capabilities, even if you were to take away 9 billion, what of it? Do you think I would be punished by headquarters for losing a major client? That's a laugh. I could easily make up for it in no time. My network is beyond your wildest imagination." He reveled in his triumph, having gained both face and effectively intimidated his two newly allied associates. It was a masterstroke, a double victory. Qin Chuan scoffed, "Oh, is that so?" Just then, his phone rang. He pressed the answer button. On the other end was a middle-aged man's voice, soft and respectful. "Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Hao Jiandong, the risk director at Huaying headquarters. A transfer request for your personal balance has just come through our system. May I confirm if this was initiated by you?" "Yes, it was I," Qin Chuan replied. "My apologies. Mr. Qin, we have verified your funds and confirmed there are no issues. The transfer can proceed. However, may I ask you a personal question?" "Go ahead." "Given your long-standing positive relationship with our bank, why the sudden decision to transfer your deposits to another bank? Are they offering you a higher interest rate or other services?" "As the largest bank in the country, I can personally assure you that we at Huaying will provide you with superior services and rates. I'm transferring not because other banks offer better incentives. I have discovered that there is a branch manager within your esteemed institution who has engaged in nefarious activities, coercing and enticing women into unlawful conduct, and this has already affected individuals close to me. Mr. Qin, kindly inform us of the identity of this branch manager, and we shall ensure that strict and severe measures are taken internally." "The branch in question is located on Daqian Street, under the management of He." "Very well, Mr. Qin, I have received your feedback. We will certainly conduct an internal investigation and provide you with an explanation." After hanging up the phone, Song Wentao, the owner of Huai Media Company, looked at branch manager He with a mix of horror and disbelief, realizing that this young man had indeed reported him. He sipped his tea and replied calmly, "If reporting me were truly effective, I would have long since been imprisoned." Upon hearing that even the risk department at headquarters was not feared, Wang Ning, the chairman of the Jinglian Group, immediately offered He a cigarette. "Branch manager He, your methods are indeed extraordinary. Regarding the loans for my enterprise," He smirked, "Boss Wang, I am currently short by 900 million. Is this truly the appropriate time to discuss loans?" Wang Ning quickly understood and retrieved a red paper bag from beside him, passing it over. Seeing this, He grinned and remarked, "Boss Wang, you are quite generous. I will expedite your loan application. Rest assured, it will be resolved by next week." Wang Ning wiped the sweat from his brow, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. At that moment, He's phone rang. "Damn, are the people in the risk department merely idle? It's just 900 million. Is it really that serious?" He answered the call, but the voice on the other end sent chills down his spine. It was Duan Zongwei, a senior executive and board member at Huai. Duan Zongwei immediately launched into a tirade, reproaching He, "Why must you offend someone? You've angered a major client and involved his girlfriend." As He's most significant supporter, Duan Zongwei had played a crucial role in recommending him to headquarters. Naturally, He treated him with utmost respect. "Oh, my dear leader," He began, "surely you know the kind of person I am. This is all for the sake of performance." He spoke without restraint, eager to demonstrate his capabilities before Qin Chuan, while simultaneously showcasing his prowess to the two new bosses. He continued, "That woman is nothing but a seductress. I had no intention of pursuing her. She approached me. Moreover, my actions were not for personal gain, but rather to facilitate cooperation with Huang Media." Boss Song himself stated that he wishes to transfer all business from the Bank of Communications to us. Song Wentao wore a pained expression, realizing he had been dragged in as mere window dressing. Yet what could he do? His company's listing had been orchestrated through Hi's introduction, so he considered this a favor returned. Noticing the silence on the other end of the line, Hi continued, "Leader, it's just 900 million. I assure you, within half a month, I will bring you 1 billion. No, 20 billion. He spoke with unabashed confidence, casting a cold glance at Qin Chuan. "Even if you manage to transfer 9 billion, what difference does it make? With my capabilities, Hi can still turn the tide." However, upon finishing his statement, an unusual silence emanated from the other end of the line, leaving him with a tinge of confusion. Moments later, Duan Zhongwei's voice thundered in anger. "Hi. At this juncture, you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, continuing to jest before me." Hi, bewildered, retorted, "Do not call me leader. You are still oblivious to the circumstances, aren't you? Do you have any idea how much Qin Chuan intends to transfer? He is looking to move 509 billion, not just 9 billion. Hi staggered, nearly losing his footing. In disbelief, he echoed, 509 billion. Now he holds this 500 billion, openly threatening to have headquarters investigate you. Reflect on your past actions, should they delve into it. You may very well spend the rest of your life behind bars." Upon hearing Hi mention 509 billion, both Song Wentao and Wang Ning beside him gasped in astonishment. The youth before them, astonishingly, possessed over 500 billion. How could this be possible? Both had toiled in the business world for decades, only to amass a mere fraction of that wealth, with their combined fortunes falling short of 50 billion, including substantial real estate and stocks. Yet, here was Qin Chuan, singularly holding over 500 billion in liquid assets, real money, devoid of the virtual values found in stocks, funds, or options. This sum, regardless of where it was deposited, would position him as an elite client at any bank. Indeed, should Qin Chuan desire, he could easily usurp Hi's position, becoming the president of Hi's branch. This illustrates just how explosive and fearsome the figure of 500 billion truly is. Observing Hi's newfound terror, Duan Zhongwei ceased his tirade. Hi, as Duan Zhongwei's most cherished and meticulously nurtured protege over the past decade, was not someone he could afford to lose lightly. "I will grant you 2 months to rectify this situation. Should you fail, prepare to face imprisonment yourself." Duan Zhongwei's heartfelt advice became a lifeline for the stupefied Hi. "Rest assured, I will make it right, I will," he fervently promised. Once the call ended, Hi collapsed into his chair, utterly drained, as if he had just emerged from a titanic battle. 509 billion was, indeed, an astronomical figure even for him. It had taken him over a decade of diligent effort to accumulate a mere trillion in deposits, earning him the esteemed title of a trillion-dollar bank president. Relying on this accolade, he had gained the leverage to ascend to the headquarters of Huang Bank. Today, he stood on the precipice of losing everything he had painstakingly built over the decades. A wave of dread washed over Hi, his mind tumultuous with turmoil. He felt as if his stomach acid was on the verge of being expelled from sheer tension. After a prolonged moment, Hi finally regained his composure. With both hands resting on the round table, he stood upright, exuding an air of pride within the private room. He excitedly addressed Qin Chuan. "I admit, I was initially too complacent and did not thoroughly investigate your background. I assumed that someone of your age would merely be a spoiled second generation, idly squandering the billions provided by their family. However, I never anticipated that you possess a fortune exceeding 500 billion. You have concealed it exceptionally well. Not even the wealth rankings could uncover your existence." Qin Chuan glanced at the balance in Huaheng, 509 billion. This amount was from the last system transfer. He chose to disregard Hi and instead checked the time, continuing to operate his phone. Hi reveled in the exhilaration of having survived a potential catastrophe. This sensation caused an overwhelming release of dopamine throughout his body. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. "It's futile, no matter how many messages you send. It won't matter. Do you think 500 billion could possibly topple me? Do you believe that as the head of a trillion-dollar enterprise, I could be so easily abandoned by my superiors? Qin Chuan, I have told you, you are too young. The workings of society are not merely black and white. 1 and 2. Everything revolves around interests. Everything is a transaction. You intend to use 500 billion as leverage to have the headquarters discard me. Perhaps it would have worked with someone else, but you have miscalculated one crucial point. I am worth far more than 500 billion. Having delivered his impassioned monologue, He felt an exhilarating release of emotions, a sensation more pleasurable than the intimacy between lovers. He savored this feeling of being reborn from the brink of despair. He turned to Qin Chuan, hoping to witness the disappointment etched on his face following the failure of his plans. To see him despondent for being unable to take action against him. Yet, to Hi's astonishment, Qin Chuan displayed no trace of disappointment. Instead, he wore a smile, one tinged with mockery. What are you laughing at? Hi seethed. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, his phone rang again. The caller was still Duan Zongwei. Hi quickly composed himself and answered the call. Hello, leader. Duan Zongwei spoke in a calm tone. Hi, the chairman of the headquarters, has personally ordered the establishment of an investigative team to conduct a thorough examination of you. You have been suspended. I advise you to turn yourself in immediately to seek leniency. Duan Zongwei's words flowed as smoothly as water, but to Hi, they struck like a bolt from the blue. In disbelief, he asked, Leader, didn't you say you would suppress this? Why would the chairman issue such an order? Is it because the 500 billion I promised is deemed insufficient? I can negotiate for 700 billion. No, 1 billion. Regardless of the amount. I can secure it within 2 months. Duan Zongwei exhaled a plume of smoke and said, Hi, I advise you to cease your struggles. Do you know who you are dealing with? Hi was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. He is a member of the board at Wanda Group, the largest shareholder of Biati Group and the shadowy proprietor of Zyrton Group. Just now, all 3 conglomerates simultaneously contacted the president, demanding an immediate severance of all ties with Huaheng Bank and redirecting their business to ICBC. Do you comprehend the scale of operations these 3 groups command? Can you withstand their might alone? Because I just intervened on your behalf, I now find myself in a precarious situation. With that, Duan Zongwei ended the call. Hi's phone was set to a high volume, allowing Wang Song and another individual beside him to clearly hear Duan Zongwei's words. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. Wanda Group and Biati Group were their primary clients, their most significant business partners. The fact that Hi had offended them to such an extent was nothing short of catastrophic. Wang Ning immediately sprang to his feet, splashing a cup of tea onto Hi. I never imagined you to be such a heartless individual. Hi, Wang Ning, must have been blind to dine at the same table as you. Wang Ning hastily grabbed his bag, preparing to flee. As he passed by Qin Chuan, he quickly bowed and said, Mr. Qin, I apologize for any offense caused today. I beg your forgiveness. My ailing mother is nearing her end, and I must return to bid her farewell. I shall come to apologize in due time. With that, Wang Ning dashed away. Song Wentao trailed behind Wang Ning, but not before unleashing a torrent of curses at Hi, dramatically severing their ties. Approaching Qin Chuan, he knelt on one knee and said, Mr. Qin, I too must take my leave. Qin Chuan coldly regarded Song Wentao. Is your mother also on the brink of death? Song Wentao shook his head. No, it is my wife who is about to give birth. Mr. Qin, I bid you farewell for now. I will return to apologize later. With that, Song Wentao also fled. Seeing this, Hi, in utter despair, crawled to Qin Chuan's feet. Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I truly regret my actions. He frantically slapped his own face, pleading, Please, Mr. Qin, spare me. I shall comply with whatever you demand. In that moment, Hi suddenly realized the formidable figure before him seemed to lack for nothing. With the resources at Qin Chuan's disposal, one could easily claim he was worth trillions. In a moment of desperation, Hi implored, Mr. Qin, if you spare me, I can divulge a secret. Just as he spoke, Qin Chuan's martial instincts alerted him. He sensed a bullet hurtling toward him from behind. Swiftly, he evaded the projectile. However, Hi, positioned in front, was struck and killed instantly. Qin Chuan glanced toward the direction from which the bullet had originated and saw 5 individuals entering. Leading them was a Japanese woman, Kumi Ko. Qin Chuan scrutinized her anew. Kumi was clad in a traditional black and white Japanese outfit. Her face was adorned with an excessively pale foundation, and her fiery red lips were complemented by two delicate strokes of blush on her cheeks, creating an appearance that was rather peculiar. Kumiko donned white stockings and wooden sandals, taking small steps forward while casting a disdainful glance at Hihaihua, reflecting a lack of contractual integrity among the Chinese, unable to keep secrets. Behind Kumiko were four imposing figures, each exceeding 2 meters in height. They wore dark sunglasses and were clad entirely in black suits, standing rigidly with expressions devoid of mirth. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Was it possible they were at the pinnacle of secondary martial arts? In Chapter 63, The Rabble and the Mercenaries, Kumiko regarded Qin Chuan with surprise, reassessing him. A sly smile crept across her face as she said, "So, you too are a practitioner of martial arts. I offer you a chance to spare your life. Join us and work for us, and I will let you live." Qin Chuan's eyes remained fixed on the woman before him. Her words were unmistakably clear. This confrontation was unavoidable. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him. "Congratulations, Challenger. You have triggered a hidden mission, Japanese spy outpost. Mission description. The Zijing Mansion has long been a spy outpost for Japan operating within China, harboring numerous Japanese spies who ostensibly manage the mansion's affairs while secretly seeking confidential information. Challenger's task: defeat the enemy forces. Note: each spy eliminated will yield corresponding martial arts experience points. Upon accumulating 100 experience points, you will automatically advance to the next rank." After a brief notification, Qin Chuan's vision returned. He noticed that above the heads of the 5 opponents in the room, there was a new value displayed in yellow text. Each of their experience values stood at 25. Qin Chuan's heart leaped with joy. This meant that defeating these 5 would allow him to ascend a rank, progressing from the 4th level of martial arts entry to the 4th level of minor achievement. Kumiko, seeing Qin Chuan hesitate in place, felt a surge of triumph. Her 4 formidable bodyguards indeed possessed a powerful aura. Ha. The men beside me are the 4 stalwarts of the Yamada group. Individually, they are at the pinnacle of secondary strength, and together, they can overshadow those at the level of minor achievement. After declaring this, Kumiko gazed at Qin Chuan with amusement, eager to see how he would submit. However, contrary to her expectations, Qin Chuan did not kneel or beg for mercy, but instead raised his brow and looked down coldly. "I observe you all as mere mercenaries." He scoffed disdainfully. Furious, Kumiko, who had spent many years in China without suffering such humiliation, commanded, "Seize him. The organization will reward you for your merits." Upon hearing the promise of rewards, the 4 men in black immediately became frenzied with excitement. They clenched their fists, their clothing ripping apart as they unleashed astonishing power from within. Kumiko, witnessing this, chuckled lightly. "You 4 are making too much of a trivial matter. There's no need to exert full force against a mere garbage Chinese. Look at him. He can at most be a secondary martial arts entry level." One of the men in black, with a sinister smile, remarked to Kumiko, "Do not blame me. The allure of the merit reward is simply too strong." Kumiko turned to face Qin Chuan, an oblivious citizen of Huagua, and declared, "You have no opportunity for regret left." The 4 great kings erupted, causing the very heavens to change in hue. She had anticipated witnessing Qin Chuan's fear and pleas for mercy. Yet to her astonishment, the young man before her appeared more exhilarated than even the 4 great kings, as though he regarded her and her companions as mere prey, while he assumed the role of a hunter. This provoked a wave of doubt within Kumiko. After a few breaths, all 4 men in black collapsed to the ground. "Congratulations, Challenger. You have gained 30 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger. You have gained 30 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger. You have gained 30 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger. You have gained 30 experience points." Following the consecutive notifications of experience acquisition, the system finally issued a promotion alert. "Congratulations, Challenger. You have advanced to the 4th level of martial arts mastery." Instantly, a profound force of martial arts surged from Qin Chuan's heart, spreading throughout his entire being. He felt an unprecedented sensation of exhilaration. Kumiko's eyes widened in anger and panic as she retreated, questioning, "Who are you? Are you one of the Dragon Warriors?" Qin Chuan scoffed, "You are not worthy to inquire about my name." Upon perceiving the murderous intent in Qin Chuan's gaze, Kumiko sensed danger. As she reached for a shuriken at her waist, darkness suddenly enveloped her, and she collapsed to the ground. Had her opponent been an ordinary person, or even a typical Japanese individual, Qin Chuan would not have resorted to such lethal measures. However, Given that she was a spy, he spared no mercy, adhering strictly to international conventions. Congratulations, Challenger. You have gained 30 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger. You have defeated a spy liaison. Congratulations, Challenger. You have earned 3 minutes of double experience time. Upon witnessing the double experience notification, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Double experience? This was quite the unexpected twist. Without hesitation, he summoned his martial arts energy, attuning himself to the internal environment of the Zijin Club. He began to search for the remaining Japanese spies. In an instant, he pinpointed 3 rooms exhibiting unusual activity. Qin Chuan charged towards the first room, kicking the door open. Inside, he found an elderly man, aged 80, with a wrinkled visage. Crawling atop a young woman who was bound tightly, her mouth gagged with coarse cloth. Although she could not speak, the tears streaming from her eyes and her desperate struggles conveyed all that was necessary. The old man, noticing the intrusion, angrily bellowed, "Baka, who are you to dare invade my private room?" The old fool's experience was merely 25, but due to the double experience bonus, it ultimately displayed as 50. Qin Chuan's expression darkened with indignation. "You are unworthy to know my identity." "Baka Yuru." Old Baga turned to retrieve the Japanese sword hanging on the wall. But before he could take a step, he felt as if a heavy hammer had struck the back of his neck, snapping it with a loud crack. His body went limp, crashing to the ground as white foam spilled from his mouth. Qin Chuan rushed forward to free the bound woman, removing his white sports jacket to drape over her shoulders. He then exited the room, heading towards the second private chamber. Inside this chamber sat 2 middle-aged men, one sporting a distinctive Japanese mustache, while the other was of Chinese descent. They exchanged glances across the table, which bore a map. Qin Chuan's eyes immediately fell upon the inscriptions on the blueprint. It was a construction plan for a grand bridge spanning the southern seas of China, marked with several red dots indicating vulnerable points. Upon noticing the intrusion of a Chinese man, the Japanese man shouted, "Baka, you're betraying me." The Chinese traitor swiftly raised his hands in a gesture of pacification. "Sasaki-kun, you misunderstand." Before he could finish, Sasaki drew his gun and shot him point-blank in the forehead. He then snatched the map from the table, preparing to aim his weapon at Qin Chuan. In the next instant, he felt a sharp pain as his arm bent at an unnatural angle. My hand!" Sasaki screamed in agony. Qin Chuan stepped forward. And despite the pain, Sasaki knelt, pleading, "I'll tell you everything. Just don't torture me." Qin Chuan looked down at him coldly. "You needn't say a word. I have no interest in your confessions." In a swift motion, Sasaki's neck twisted, and he collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan exited. For time was of the essence. The annihilation of spies and the acquisition of double experience points were his paramount concerns. The final location was a bamboo hut situated in the southeastern corner of the Zijin Pavilion. This secluded and dimly lit place felt entirely detached from the world. As Qin Chuan approached, intent on forcing his way inside, the door suddenly swung open from within. Emerging was a ragged woman, bloodied and disheveled, around 25 or 26 years old, with long, flowing hair. Her delicate, oval face was adorned with large, tear-filled eyes. Her clothing was in tatters, with only a piece of red cloth shielding her modesty, making her appear as though she had been violated. Covered in blood, she evidently had fought fiercely for her life. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, she immediately cried out, "Sir, please save me. I'm a student from Kyoto University. They've kidnapped me to sacrifice me to those powerful figures." I knocked one out and managed to escape. The woman collapsed into Qin Chuan's arms, trembling and sobbing. He grasped her arm tightly, a cold smile creeping across his face as he said, "Your performance is commendable, but regrettably, you shall never have the chance to perform again." Chapter 64. Return to the Pinnacle. Acquire new skill package reward. The woman's arm was firmly locked in Qin Chuan's grip. A sharp dagger fell with a clatter. The woman, filled with terror, gazed at Qin Chuan and furiously inquired how he had discerned the flaw. Qin Chuan offered no reply, instead performing an exorcism. He then remarked nonchalantly that there was no need for scrutiny, for she bore atop her head a mere 50 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger. You have earned 50 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger. You have earned 50 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger. You have earned 50 experience points. Congratulations, Challenger. You have ascended to the pinnacle of level 4 martial arts. Qin Chuan felt a long-forgotten power surging back into his being. It was the sensation of returning to one's zenith. Before he could fully savor it, the system promptly continued its notifications. Congratulations. Challenger, you have completed the hidden task, Spy of the Wokaku. Task reward. Global language skill package. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the notion of a global language skill package. In the next instant, his mind was inundated with an array of dictionaries. English, French, Spanish, Cantonese, Hokkien, Sichuan dialect, Wenzhou dialect, West African indigenous languages, and an incomprehensible script mingled among them. After the system force-fed him this knowledge, the moment Qin Chuan opened his eyes, he felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. He found himself capable of effortlessly articulating descriptions of his surroundings in various languages. The main quest contained requirements that could not be failed. Qin Chuan quietly exhaled in relief, realizing he need not worry about his English level for anymore. In Kyoto, at the North Gate, beside towering skyscrapers and ancient-style Sihiyuan, stood an unremarkable 5-story office building. This was the headquarters of the Ministry of Security of Huagua. A middle-aged man in his 30s rushed toward an office at the end of the corridor. Observing protocol, he knocked on the door before entering. Upon receiving a solemn response from within, he turned the doorknob and stepped inside. The room's decor was exceedingly simple, furnished only with basic office chairs and a computer. The sole distinction was the abundance of files and documents that filled the space. Seated at the desk was an elderly man, around 60, with a head of white hair and brown-framed reading glasses, who was engrossed in reviewing paperwork. With a tone laced with urgency yet respect, the middle-aged man reported, "Minister." There was a gunshot from within the Zijing mansion. The old man abruptly looked up. Beneath the heavy lenses, his sharp gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged man. "What? Has the Wokaku made a move? Were there any casualties among our people? It remains unclear. I will report back and head to Zijing mansion immediately." The old man lamented. "Had I known this would happen, I should have acted swiftly to ensnare them. Alas, it is my fault for wishing to cast a wide net to catch a big fish." The middle-aged man bowed his head and exited the office. In Kyoto, at the South Gate, a location untraceable on satellite maps, in a vast training ground, a robust man sprints with unparalleled speed, stirring up the dust beneath his feet. At the northern edge lies a light armored vehicle, which he charges toward with determination, delivering a powerful punch that flips the vehicle over. "Goodness, Lone Wolf, when did you achieve this?" exclaims a voice. "To knock over an armored vehicle with a single blow? You must have reached the pinnacle of level 2. Falcon, you underestimate me. I have ascended to level 3, Lone Wolf responds, eliciting shock from the man known as Falcon, whose jaw nearly drops to the ground. You are yet to see 30 and have attained level 3. Lone Wolf, you have shattered the historical record of our dragon warriors. Lone Wolf stands tall, proud as one of the mightiest warriors chosen by the entirety of the Chinese nation. A man clad in green camouflage strides forward, prompting Lone Wolf and Falcon to stand at attention and salute. Captain. The newcomer is none other than the captain of the Dragon Warriors, codenamed Sky. Observing the captain's grave expression, Lone Wolf inquires, "Captain, what has transpired?" "A gunshot was heard from the Zijing mansion. I need to investigate," Sky replies. "Is it that Japanese spy? Did the Huan department not state they were playing the long game and advised us not to interfere?" Sky's expression darkens. "A few days ago, I received intelligence that the Yamada group dispatched their 4 formidable warriors to escort an operative secretly infiltrating our nation. Their first stop in China will undoubtedly be the Zijing mansion. If that is the case, our comrades in Huan are in grave danger." The Yamada group's 4 formidable warriors? They are all level 2 peak individuals. If they coordinate their efforts, their combat prowess could easily reach the level of minor achievements in level 3. Falcon's expression grows somber. "Captain, I have reached level 3. I shall accompany you." Lone Wolf steps forward. Sky shakes his head. "No need. I can manage alone." Falcon grins. "Lone Wolf, you might as well continue practicing on that armored vehicle. The captain could easily dispatch the 4 formidable warriors without breaking a sweat. Should you join, he would be distracted by the need to protect you." Lone Wolf glares at Falcon. "Perhaps I should practice on you first." In Kyoto, at the entrance of the Zijing mansion, the sky darkens, and a light drizzle begins to fall. The perimeter is tightly secured with warning tape, and dozens of security personnel maintain order. A middle-aged man in a deep blue jacket strides across the warning line toward the mansion. A security officer quickly approaches him. "Sir, this is a crime scene. Please step back." The middle-aged man produces a credential from his pocket, stating, I am Xi Ming, director of the first office of the Ministry of State Security. Upon seeing the credentials, the officer straightens up. Greetings, sir. Xi Ming puts away his credentials and inquires, what is the situation inside? The officer replies, a homicide has occurred in the Zijing mansion. Preliminary investigations are underway. There were a total of 10 deceased individuals, among whom 2 were citizens of Huaguo, while the remaining 8 were nationals of Waguo. Xi Ming nodded, recognizing the involvement of foreign nationals, and decided to withhold all information until a thorough investigation could be conducted. Yes, leader, came the response. But, Xi Ming pressed, speak directly. However, among the 10 victims, the 2 Huaguo men had succumbed to gunshot wounds, while the other 8 appeared to have been killed with a single strike, seemingly by hand. By hand? A single strike? Xi Ming furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more intricate than anticipated. This is the work of martial arts masters. A deep voice resonated from behind Xi Ming. Song Qiong stood tall, positioned between the 2 men. Song Qiong? Xi Ming was taken aback. Song Qiong nodded in acknowledgement and addressed the security personnel, stating, I am Song Qiong, the captain of the Zhanlong team. Upon hearing this, the security officer gasped in astonishment. The captain of the Zhanlong team? That is the special unit said to guard the borders of Huaguo. The team consists of only a few dozen members, yet each is an elite among elites. Due to the unit's unique nature, it has remained shrouded in mystery, with its achievements and combat prowess largely unknown. The only publicly acknowledged incident occurred when a general from a certain Indian nation tearfully accused the Zhanlong team during an interview with foreign media, claiming that over a dozen members had annihilated his regiment of 3,000, which had inadvertently crossed into Huaguo, leaving him a mere figurehead. The security officer immediately saluted Song Qiong, expressing his deep respect. Xi Ming inquired, is the on-site footage intact? The officer nodded affirmatively, indicating that everything was in order. If you too wish to view it, we can proceed to the monitoring room at the Zijing mansion. Both Song Qiong and Xi Ming nodded in agreement and followed the officer to inspect the surveillance footage. Soon, the 3 arrived at the monitoring room, where the screens displayed all the interior and exterior footage of the various private rooms. The officer operated the controls, adjusting the footage to 1 minute before the gunfire erupted. Xi Ming's keen eyes immediately spotted something unusual on screen 3 and pointed it out. What are those 2 doing in screen 3? Chapter 65, The Nation's Heavy Weaponry. Counter-espionage talents. As soon as Xi Ming finished speaking, one individual on screen 3 suddenly collapsed, having been shot in the head. Following this, 5 figures appeared on the footage. The 4 Great Kings? Song Qiong whispered in surprise. Xi Ming narrowed his eyes. The 4 Great Kings of the Yamada Group, you mean? Indeed, Song Qiong replied solemnly. The audacity of the 4 Great Kings from the Yamada Group is astonishing. They dared to commit murder in broad daylight. Subsequently, Song Qiong noticed another individual and remarked, look, in front of the 4 Great Kings stands a liaison from the Yamada Group, known as the Smiling Poisonous Woman, Kumiko. Xi Ming was taken aback. What could be the intention of Waguo in dispatching such a high-caliber team? The 2 men pondered as they observed the 4 Great Kings and Kumiko engaged in conversation with a young man on the screen, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the nearby security officer, listening to the 2 men's discussion, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Today's case seems to have surpassed my capabilities. I must certainly pass it on to the Huan department for resolution. As the 3 harbored their own thoughts, the surveillance monitor displayed a sudden shift. The young man, who had just been conversing with the 4 Great Kings and Kumiko, abruptly launched an assault against them. In mere moments, the 4 Great Kings and Kumiko lay lifeless at his feet. Swiftly, the young man maneuvered with precision, storming into one private room after another. Taro Yamamoto, the debauched elder from the land of the rising sun. Sasaki, the Zero Agent of Japan. Yuko Ogura, the femme fatale. Xi Ming methodically announced each name from the monitor. Each time he uttered an identity, the seemingly godlike young man executed them effortlessly. Within 3 minutes, the notorious Japanese operatives had all been dispatched. A profound silence enveloped the surveillance room. Xi Ming, in shock, reflected on his years as the director of the Huan department. He had only recently acquired true photographs of these 3 agents. Yet, the young man in the footage had effortlessly identified and eliminated them. Could this be a manifestation of innate national defense prowess? Xi Ming resolved to find this young man. If he passed the political vetting, he would undoubtedly be invited to join the Huan department, a rare gem in counter-espionage talent. Song Qiong, witnessing the young man's swift eradication of the four great kings and Kumiko, realized this was an achievement beyond his own capabilities. Trembling with excitement, he thought that if this young man possessed integrity and a sense of responsibility, he must recruit him into the Battle Dragon. He could be a vital asset to the nation. Both men turned to the security officer, inquiring about the young man's identity. The officer scratched his head and replied, "How would I know? But rest assured, I will bring the footage back to the Security Bureau and use the Heavenly Eye to investigate." Song Qiong and Shi Ming simultaneously presented their business cards, stating, "If you find anything, notify me immediately." In Kyoto, Shun District, at the Kyoto Manor, Building 1, when Qin Chuan arrived home, it was already late at night. He entered the hall and found three stunning women lounging on the sofa, some sweet and cute, others voluptuous and mature, and one delicate and charming. Kong Ming, who had been lightly asleep, was the first to awaken. Upon seeing Qin Chuan return, she rushed towards him, noticing the specks of blood on his clothing. "Master, what happened?" she asked with concern. Qin Chuan glanced down and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. It must be from when that actress lunged at me earlier." Kong Ming's pupils dilated in shock. "What? An actress? Lunged at you?" There was still blood, but as she contemplated, she realized that a person as wealthy as her master would surely attract numerous women vying for his attention. As merely a servant, she dared not interject in her master's affairs. Nevertheless, a pang of conflict stirred within Kong Ming's heart. She hastily shifted the topic, inquiring if her master had found He Hai and what the outcome was. Qin Chuan replied coolly that he was dead. Kong Ming was taken aback. "Master, you killed him?" Qin Chuan shook his head. "It was a Japanese spy who took his life." Kong Ming was bewildered. How had a Japanese spy suddenly emerged? Qin Chuan continued, "Those spies from enemy nations are not afforded protection. This matter requires your father, Kong Lao, to intervene." Kong Ming solemnly nodded. "Understood, master. I will certainly discuss it with my father." "Very well. I shall return to my room to bathe and rest. You may find a room for yourselves," he said as he ascended the staircase. "Master, allow me to assist you with your bath," she offered. At that moment, Xiao Chuan and Tian Xin awoke simultaneously from the sofa. Xiao Chuan quickly stood, for as a housekeeper earning $1 million a year, she had yet to work a single minute and had relied on Qin Chuan to advocate for her. "Kong Jia, let me take care of it. Given the trouble today, it should be my responsibility," she insisted. Meanwhile, Tian Xin frowned and pouted on the sofa. She wanted to voice her thoughts, but realized she had no valid reason to compete for the task. Hence, she mumbled, "Qin Chuan, I waited all night without a meal for your return. And now you wish to sleep." Qin Chuan halted, looking at Tian Xin. "What do you want?" Flushing, Tian Xin replied, "You must treat us to a grand meal as compensation." Without turning back, Qin Chuan continued upstairs, simply responding with a fine. Xiao Chuan and Kong Ming followed closely behind, leaving Tian Xin alone below, who was incensed, jumping up and down on the sofa. She pulled out her phone and opened a review site, filtering by price from high to low to find the most expensive restaurant in Kyoto to indulge herself, huffing in determination. The following day, Saturday, Xiao Chuan and Kong Ming, in perfect harmony, proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Qin Chuan rested alone in bed. The battles of the previous day had drained some of his martial prowess, and rest was the best means to restore his strength. Suddenly, a charming figure bounced to the side of his bed. Qin Chuan abruptly opened his eyes to find Tian Xin lying nearby, her feet adorned in white cotton socks, raised playfully. She turned her phone screen towards him, declaring, "I want to eat at this place." Qin Chuan focused on the screen, recognizing Rongfu Banquet. Tian Xin retrieved her phone, rolled over, and lay back, stating, "You allowed me to choose the dining venue. You cannot renege on it." Rongfu Banquet was Kyoto's premier Jiangnan restaurant, a favored destination for celebrities, affluent business owners, and internet influencers. The prices, well, were rather steep, averaging around 1,000 per person. "Humph, this is what you get for upsetting me yesterday," she added. Qin Chuan was utterly confused. "What did I do yesterday?" Tian Xin swung her long legs in frustration. "You must know your own feelings." "I do not," he replied, bewildered. Qin Chuan spoke coldly, then picked up his phone and dialed Su Xiaoyan's number. "Hello, Sister Xiaoyan. Shall we dine together this weekend?" "I'm sorry, Xiao Chuan. I've been busy with rehearsals and can't find the time," Su Xiaoyan replied apologetically. "Rehearsals?" "Yes. I recently filmed a Douyin video for school and accidentally gained quite a bit of attention. There's a competition for the most beautiful university being held on Douyin, and it's scheduled to be live-streamed tomorrow night. The school leaders are taking this very seriously, so I cannot afford to relax at such a critical moment. Xiao Chuan. I apologize. Once the competition is over, I promise to spend quality time with you. After a brief exchange, they hung up. Suddenly, a dangerous alert resonated within Qin Chuan's body, emanating from his martial prowess. Chapter 66. A luxurious dinner at a top-notch restaurant. Qin Chuan turned to see the source of the menacing aura. It was Tian Xin by his side, her eyes ablaze with a murderous intent. Who is Sister Xiaoyan? Qin Chuan stretched and casually replied, my girlfriend. In an instant, a pillow flew towards him. In Kyoto, in the heart of the city, at the Rongfu Banquet Restaurant, the establishment had been transformed from a former prince's residence. The grandeur of the mansion was imposing and magnificent. A vehicle pulled up to the entrance, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and the attendant rushed forward to assist, opening the door. A man and 3 women emerged. The man was tall and imposing, while the 3 women, each possessing a distinct style, were all breathtakingly beautiful. The quartet entered the mansion. Upon their arrival, a graceful hostess clad in a qipao welcomed them, guiding them leisurely through the royal residence. As they strolled toward their private dining room, she elegantly narrated the architectural marvels and the peculiar stones and trees adorning the estate. Once inside, Tian Xin pulled out her phone, intermittently snapping selfies or recording short videos for Douyin. The environment here is delightful. It feels as though we're partaking in a live-action role-playing game. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they were led to a private room. Once seated, the waiter presented the menu to each guest. Upon opening it, everyone except Qin Chuan was left astonished. Tian Xin nearly gasped aloud. The prices were utterly exorbitant, almost unfathomable, and several times higher than what she had observed online. To illustrate, a simple stir-fried vegetable dish was priced at 199 yuan, merely a plate of sauteed Chinese broccoli. Dishes with even the slightest hint of meat began at 4 digits. Before arriving, Tian Xin had assumed that a per capita cost of 1,000 yuan would suffice. But little did she anticipate that even that amount might not cover the service fees within the private room. She subtly glanced at Qin Chuan, eager to gauge his reaction. While the atmosphere around Qin Chuan was serene, he smiled gently and asked, what would you like to eat? Feel free to order. The 3 women exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. To order just a few dishes would amount to tens of thousands of yuan. Who could afford that? Even Kong Ming, hailing from a prominent family, had never indulged in such extravagance. Observing their reluctance, Qin Chuan closed the menu and handed it back to the waiter, suggesting, since you are not ordering, let the chef prepare a meal for us. May I inquire what wine you would like, sir? The question prompted Qin Chuan to reflect on the missed opportunity to sample Roman Economy at his hotel last time, leading him to say, do you have Roman Economy? Upon hearing this, the waiter nearly leapt with joy, her delight almost spilling over as she quickly responded, yes, indeed. We have a bottle of 1986 Roman Economy. This particular bottle was the pride of the restaurant, with only one remaining from the original case. Priced at 200,000 yuan per bottle. The waiter calculated that her commission from this sale could reach 15,000 yuan. Simply uncorking this wine would earn her 2 months' salary. Who wouldn't be thrilled? At that moment, Tian Xin interjected, pouting as she tugged at Qin Chuan's arm, playfully asking, what is Roman Economy? I've never heard of it. Can we switch to an 82 Lafite? I see people on Douyin drinking it. It must be quite good. Qin Chuan, dismissively shaking off her hand, reluctantly nodded. Then let's change it to the 82 Lafite. The waiter felt her heart sink. The 200,000 yuan wine had now become a 50,000 yuan one, slashing her commission to just over 3,000 yuan. With a heavy heart, she carefully tucked away the menu and went to place the order. Before long, the waiter returned with a bottle of Lafite, first presenting it to Qin Chuan for verification. Once confirmed, she proceeded to decant it. Meanwhile, another server brought forth the first dish. On a white ceramic plate lay half a chicken. The waiter began, esteemed guests, this is the fragrant salted chicken, reputedly the most expensive chicken in Kyoto. Tian Xin, a food enthusiast, was skeptical, pondering whether the priciest chicken in Kyoto should be the Golden Phoenix Hainan chicken. She picked up the menu, only to be struck dumb. The half-salted chicken was priced at 600 yuan. In her understanding, the costliest chicken could not exceed 200 yuan. Before Tian Xin could fully process her astonishment, the waiter presented the next dish, drunken blue crab. I know, Tian Xian interjected, the blue crab, also known as red sturgeon in Fujian province, is famed for its rich roe and succulent meat. However, she calculated that there were only about 3 crabs on the table. Surely, the price wouldn't be outrageous. Stealing another glance at the price, she discovered, drunken blue crab, 3,000 yuan, equating to 1,000 yuan per crab. Tian Xian swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The subsequent dishes, such as the spicy cockles, typhoon shelter sandfish, sea intestines, and bird shells prepared in a dousing sauce, kung pao beef, and stir-fried winter bamboo shoots, were all standard fare. However, when the main dish of spicy black bean lobster was served, Tian Xian sensed something amiss. The previous dishes all had pictures and prices on the menu, yet she could not find the price for the spicy black bean lobster despite thoroughly searching the entire menu. Shortly thereafter, the waiter presented a bowl of white shells. This dish featured clear chicken broth paired with shishir tongue from Zhanggang, Fujian, each weighing 7 taels. After being cleaned, our chef would prepare it by simmering with free-range chicken broth. Once the ingredients were showcased, the chef wheeled in a cart and began his adept preparations. Tian Xian quietly approached the waiter and inquired softly why these 2 dishes were not listed on the menu. "Madam, it's like this. If customers opt for our pairing service, our chef will recommend based on the freshness of the ingredients available that day. Fresh ingredients are not available every day, hence the prices are seasonal," the waiter explained. Upon hearing seasonal price, Tian Xian felt a buzzing in her head. "How much do these 2 dishes cost?" she asked. The waiter glanced at the order device in hand and smiled, responding, "The spicy black bean lobster is 6,000 yuan, and the shishir tongue is 8,000. What? So expensive?" Even though Tian Xian had mentally prepared herself, such exorbitant prices were beyond comprehension. Yet the waiter maintained a smile, saying, "Miss, the money you saved for Mr. Qin is far more advantageous than these 2 dishes." Tian Xian was bewildered, and the waiter continued, "The Roman cunny Mr. Qin ordered earlier costs 200,000, while the Lafite you requested to swap is only 50,000. 50,000. Tian Xian was even more confused. She immediately took out her phone and opened the Douyin marketplace, meticulously comparing the 199 bottles of Lafite in the market with the one on the table. After searching for a while, she finally discerned that the wine sold in the marketplace was called 82 Lafite. The packaging was almost identical, save for a slight difference in the name. Tian Xian felt utterly dazed. Throughout the meal, however, Qin Chuan's experience was quite enjoyable. The drunken crab was rich and melting, while the fragrant salty chicken boasted tender meat and crispy skin. The spicy black bean lobster featured succulent and bouncy lobster flesh, with the soy sauce and chili aroma intricately melding into the lobster meat. The clear chicken broth with shishir shells was refreshingly delightful and sweet. Setting aside the prices, everyone relished the meal. Once all had finished eating, Qin Chuan stood to settle the bill. The total, including service charges, amounted to 120,000 yuan. Qin Chuan glanced at the bill, realizing that this meal had consumed nearly 2 hours of his savings interest. Just as he completed the transaction, 2 burly men passed by, carefully transporting a glass tank from outside into the room. The glass tank, composed entirely of transparent, high-strength glass, boasts a thickness that can reach bulletproof levels, with an opening at the top for ventilation. In an instant, Qin Chuan's gaze was captivated by the object within. Inside the tank lay an exceedingly rare sapphire blue king crab. The medical text that flitted through Qin Chuan's mind revealed pertinent information. The blue king crab is a once-in-a-century culinary marvel. To the ordinary person, it is indistinguishable from the typical red king crab, offering no difference in taste. However, for Qin Chuan, a single bite of this azure delicacy could propel him beyond the pinnacle of level 4 combat prowess, granting him entry into the realm of level 5 martial arts. Without a moment's hesitation, he purchased it for 60,000. At the instant the payment was processed, a system notification materialized before him. "Congratulations, Challenger. Side quest completed. Rare treasures. Quest reward. Skill acquired. Golden Eye. Note: upon activation, the Golden Eye skill allows the Challenger to appraise any item." Elated, Qin Chuan swiftly exited the system interface. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and then, akin to a device powering on, his sight transitioned from blurred to clear over the span of 5 seconds. Eagerly, he surveyed his surroundings. Item: blue and white porcelain. Material, earthenware. Era, modern. Condition, 90% new. Quality, average, not fully absorbing the introduction. He quickly turned his attention elsewhere. Item, shoulder bag. Material, inferior canvas and leather. Era, modern. Condition, new. Quality, poor. Summary, substandard goods. Taken aback, Qin Chuan realized that the golden eye was a tool for discerning hidden treasures. In the world of antiques, he would wield unparalleled influence. Just as he was about to revert his vision to its normal state, his eyes inadvertently landed on the owner of the bag. Item, prosthetic filler. Material, silicone. Era, modern. Condition, brand new. Quality, soft. Summary, soft to the touch, with a degree of realism. Speechless, Qin Chuan marveled at the skill's capabilities. He promptly deactivated the golden eye skill and instructed the restaurant to prepare the blue king crab as sashimi. He intended to consume part of it and take the remaining half back to school to comfort Su Xiaoyan. Before long, the kitchen began the preparation of the blue king crab. Once served, Qin Chuan eagerly seized a crab leg and consumed it whole. Instantly, a fiery warmth surged from his stomach, radiating throughout his entire body. He felt as if his muscles and bones were rejuvenated and fortified, becoming more resilient than ever. Congratulations to the challenger for advancing to the 5th level of martial arts initiation. Qin Chuan promptly clicked on the system panel. Character attributes, Qin Chuan, gender, male, martial arts, 5th level initiation, medical arts, 2nd level initiation, skill 1, golden eyes, skill 2, global language. Having confirmed his advancement, Qin Chuan closed the system interface. Tian Xin, indulging in a blue king crab leg, was savoring its exquisite taste. This is my first time tasting raw marinated king crab, and the blue variety at that, she exclaimed. Qin Chuan, this restaurant may be a bit pricey, but the quality of the ingredients is truly exceptional. With his spirits lifted post-advancement, Qin Chuan affectionately ruffled Tian Xion's hair. If you find it delicious, we should come here often. A meal isn't overly expensive. If you enjoy it, we could reserve a private room as our dining hall. Tian Xion's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Qin Chuan, for once, displayed a hint of panic in his gaze. Indeed, primarily to let you learn some culinary skills. Last time, your tomato scrambled eggs nearly sent me packing. At his words, Tian Xion playfully swung her small fist at the 5th level powerhouse. Just then, a woman with a handbag approached, entwined with a man, dressed in a form-fitting, ultra-short skirt. She exuded an alluring charm. Darling, the dishes at Rongfu Banquet are truly delightful, she said, clinging to her companion. The man chuckled, of course. A single meal is worth nearly 10,000. The woman gasped in surprise and delight. Wow, darling, you're so good to me. You've treated me today with a new handbag and a meal. As she spoke, she planted a kiss on the man's cheek. The man savored the warmth of her kiss, reflecting, tonight is a sure win. Though the cost is a bit steep, it's worth every penny. As long as you're happy, this amount is nothing. As they passed by Qin Chuan, the man unwittingly overheard Qin Chuan's remark. A meal isn't overly expensive. We could reserve a private room as our dining hall. How pretentious are today as college students, he thought. They treat Rongfu Banquet like a cafeteria. The woman glanced at Qin Chuan, noting his student-like appearance, and immediately chimed in. Exactly. With just a bit of pocket money from home, they come out to flaunt. She then turned to her partner, saying, Yet, darling, you are the epitome of maturity and composure. The man beamed with pride. Some people save for a year just to splurge once, thinking they've entered high society. The woman snorted in agreement. Humph, even ordering a couple of dishes at Rongfu Banquet easily costs over 10,000. Not even the son of a billionaire would dare indulge like this every day. At that moment, a waitress in a cheap how approached Qin Chuan, followed closely by nearly all the restaurant staff and chefs. She bowed respectfully, offering 5 cards with both hands. The employees behind her also bowed in unison. Sir, your 5 recharge cards have been prepared. Each card has been topped up with 10 million. The cheap-how-clad waitress spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. Though she had worked in this prestigious establishment for many years and encountered numerous dignitaries, it was the first time she had witnessed someone spending 50 million immediately after a meal. Qin Chuan accepted the card and distributed it to the 3 women around him, handing each one a card. The cuisine at this restaurant was decent. When I am not around, feel free to dine here instead of cooking for yourselves. The 3 stunning beauties were left dumbfounded, as were the men and women who had just mocked them. Spending $500 million for a meal was utterly outrageous, truly absurd. Beyond measure. The man hastily grabbed his female companion and rushed to leave the scene, relieved that his earlier jibe had not been overheard. The woman turned back repeatedly, contemplating how spending $500 million on a meal hinted that being with him in the future might mean receiving $1 billion at a whim. It was all the fault of her foolish companion, who had insisted on leaving. Once outside the grand doors of the Rome mansion banquet, the woman feigned an excuse of menstruation and slipped away, leaving the man in a state of bewilderment. The following day, Sunday, Qin Chuan returned to school alone, carrying a blue king crab, intending to visit Su Xiaoyan's class. Upon arriving at the entrance of the auditorium at Kyoto University of Finance, he was met with a throng of students. They were gathered around a tall, handsome young man, over 6 feet tall. Bystanders, curious about the commotion, inquired, "What is happening?" "The CEO is here at our school for a live broadcast." "Are you talking about the hottest male streamer on Douyin, Xing Baba?" "Indeed. Who else could possess such a commanding presence?" "Oh my, I won TB gaming with my roommates this afternoon. I must go watch the CEO's live stream." As Xing Baba was escorted to the auditorium amidst the crowd, he actively engaged with his fans. Chapter 68. Rejecting $1 million salary. Xing Baba held a wireless microphone as he navigated through the throng, with his assistant trailing closely behind, streaming on his phone. "Brothers, we have now arrived at the auditorium of Kyoto University of Finance. Look, who is rehearsing on stage." The assistant shifted the camera in the direction Xing Baba pointed. On the stage stood a tall girl in a sailor uniform, holding a microphone and singing. Her voice was enchanting, captivating hearts without the need for vocal enhancement. Fans in the live stream widened their eyes in recognition. Who is she? She looks somewhat familiar. Wow, a 9 out of 10 beauty. Could she possibly be the CEO's girlfriend? Be careful not to let the CEO's wife see that. I know. She is the campus belle of Kyoto University of Finance. The recruitment video that went viral a few months ago featured her. Upon hearing the term campus belle, the fans in the live stream promptly searched Douyin, entering the keywords Kyoto University of Finance campus belle to relive Su Xiaoyan's recruitment video. Upon finishing, someone shivered and promptly closed Douyin, returning to their studies. In the live broadcast room, comments erupted. "Wow, this girl is extraordinarily beautiful. Dominant CEO, hurry up. We want to see her face." Observing the lively interaction among fans, Xing Ba's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, his visit was not in vain. He jogged onto the stage, unperturbed by the fact that Su Xiaoyan was currently rehearsing. "Hello, Su Xiaoyan." Xing Ba ascended the stage without disclosing his name, believing that as a Douyin influencer with millions of followers, it was impossible for anyone not to recognize him. Su Xiaoyan furrowed her brow, taken aback by the sudden influx of people. She felt somewhat out of her element. "Hello. Is there something you need?" Xing Ba was momentarily stunned, disbelief flashing across his face. However, being trained in managing his expressions, he quickly smiled and said, "It seems our beautiful campus flower has a great sense of humor. I am the CEO of Douyin." "CEO? What do you require?" Su Xiaoyan maintained her calm demeanor. Her indifferent response left Xing Ba somewhat displeased, prompting an involuntary eye roll. He hastily uttered a few platitudes, complimenting her singing prowess, before addressing the camera. "Brothers, I believe you all have noticed that Douyin is hosting a live event for the most beautiful university tonight." Instantly, a class representative in the chat provided an overview of the most beautiful university event. The live broadcast features 100 universities in competition. It begins at 8 p.m. and concludes at midnight. The one with the highest contribution at the end will be victorious. Seeing his assistant manage the situation expertly, Xing Ba declared, "Brothers, my achievements today are all thanks to your support. Yesterday, I made a decision to seek a grassroots influencer, to build a stage for her and elevate her to the status of a million-follower influencer like myself. I will utilize all the resources of my company to ensure she triumphs in the most beautiful university competition." His impassioned speech stirred the emotions of the fans in the live room. "The CEO is incredible. This girl is truly favored by Lady Luck to receive the CEO's support. What a real man." As the atmosphere in the live room reached a crescendo, the assistant deployed a wave of bots, instantly flooding the screen with CEO 5. The number of viewers in the live room surged to 1 million. Overjoyed by these figures, Xing Ba swiftly grabbed a wireless microphone and approached Su Xiaoyan. "Xiao Su, say hello to the brothers in the live room." Though slightly put off by Xing Ba's actions, out of courtesy, Su Xiaoyan smiled and waved at the camera. In that moment, The fans in the live room were utterly captivated. Wow, wow, wow. From a distance, she seems like a 9-point beauty, but up close, she is a replica of Lu Tianxian. I'm in love. This year, I must get into financial university to find Su Xiaoyan. Fans incessantly flooded the screen with likes and comments, some even mistaking Xingba's livestream for Su Xiaoyan's, showering it with gifts in a frenzy. In an instant, flowers, sunglasses, and placards filled the virtual space. Observing the burgeoning popularity of his stream, Xingba felt a surge of joy within. This endeavor was indeed worthwhile. He took a contract from his assistant and presented it to Su Xiaoyan. "Xiao Su," he remarked, "I mentioned earlier that today I intend to spare no effort to assist an emerging streamer, helping her achieve the same status as myself, a major broadcaster with millions of followers. This is a contract for artists signed by my company. If you agree to sign it, your annual salary will be 120,000. Are you willing?" With that, he handed the contract and microphone to Su Xiaoyan. The live stream erupted once again. "Wow, the CEO is offering a salary of 120,000 right off the bat. Is 120,000 a lot? The person upstairs hasn't even graduated yet. To earn 120,000 a year means a monthly salary of 10,000. What is your monthly income?" The eager fans in the live stream awaited to see whether this affluent university beauty would accept the contract. Su Xiaoyan gazed at the contract before her, politely smiling as she declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I cannot accept this contract." The moment her words left her lips, the live stream erupted once more. Xingba placed a hand on his forehead, feigning a look of regret while discreetly glancing at the back-end data of the stream. Noticing the interaction rate and popularity soaring, with online viewers surpassing 1.5 million, he smirked devilishly and tossed the contract aside. This action startled the fans both on-site and in the stream. Before anyone could regain their composure, Xingba presented another contract. Holding it aloft with one hand, he declared, "It seems I have not conveyed my sincerity to the university beauty. Very well, I, Xingba, will amend the contract on the spot. This document was originally intended for a certain major streamer with millions of followers. Now, I offer this opportunity to Su Xiaoyan. If she signs this contract, her salary will skyrocket to 1.2 million a year." When the figure of 1.2 million was uttered, the live stream erupted in fervor. The screen was inundated with comments from fans. "The CEO is incredible. Xingba for the win." As he observed the data climbing and the atmosphere heating up, a sense of pride washed over him. He felt he had expertly navigated this wave of viewership. Yet, as 30 seconds, then a minute, and finally a minute and a half passed, Su Xiaoyan still had not taken the contract from his hands. Slightly embarrassed, Xingba shot her a look. "Xiaoyan, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take the contract." Su Xiaoyan took a step back, shaking her head. "I'm sorry, CEO, but I never considered becoming a streamer. After this competition, I won't be streaming anymore." Her words plunged the room into silence. Everyone was taken aback. How could someone refuse an annual salary of 1.2 million? Xingba's face twitched slightly in disbelief. He was utterly astonished. In a moment of impulsiveness, one rushes to seize the retreating Su Xiaoyan. Chapter 69, The Revelation. "I am the legendary tycoon." A figure darted onto the stage with an imperceptible swiftness. With a swift motion, he swatted away Xingba's hand. Taken aback by the sudden slap, Xingba looked up to see a young man holding a round disposable food container. The young man had a well-proportioned physique and a handsome face, exuding an air of elegance. Instinctively, Xingba contemplated a confrontation, but after a moment's pause, he realized he was still under the scrutiny of the live stream. He could only suppress his anger and feign a smile, asking, "Brother, you possess remarkable skills. Who are you?" Qin Chuan disregarded Xingba and turned to Su Xiaoyan. With a radiant smile, he said, "Xiaoyan, I brought you some marinated blue king crab. It's quite delicious, you should give it a try." Upon recognizing Qin Chuan, the tension on Su Xiaoyan's face dissipated instantly. "Xiao Chuan, what brings you here?" she exclaimed joyfully. "I came to see how your rehearsal was progressing." Su Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. "You didn't even let me know you were coming. I haven't even put on makeup today." Qin Chuan cupped Su Xiaoyan's face and replied, "Regardless of whether you wear makeup or not, you are the most beautiful in my eyes." In the auditorium at Kaida and among the fans in the live stream, viewers were inexplicably fed a dose of affection. The previously quiet screen was now inundated with comments. "Who is that guy? How dare he touch my wife? Get rid of that scoundrel. Rescue Xiao Yan. Boss, help us reclaim Xiao Yan. Amidst the crowd, someone exclaimed, Old 4. Qin Chuan turned to see it was his dorm mate, Tang Yuming. Tang Yuming rushed up to the stage, astonished that his friend Old 4 was with the campus goddess. His eyes sparkled with paternal pride. Seeing that Xingba was not friendly, Tang Yuming immediately stepped in front of Qin Chuan to shield him. Xingba frowned. Do Kaida's students not feel intimidated in the presence of a renowned internet celebrity like me? I don't recall inviting you onto the stage, he said bluntly. Su Xiaoyan stepped forward, asserting, he is a student from our school and has the right to be up here. On the contrary, you have disrupted our rehearsal. Xingba's lips twitched as he retorted, I was merely trying to help you, and you repay kindness with ingratitude. Mr. Xing, Su Xiaoyan replied firmly, I made it clear from the beginning that I do not wish to be a professional streamer, thus there is no question of your assistance. With that, she demonstrated her prowess in debate. As the vice president of the student council, her logic far surpassing that of an ordinary student. Xingba found himself momentarily speechless. He had intended to end the live stream and teach the young man a lesson, but the current tension had ironically boosted the viewership. As a renowned influencer with millions of followers, he was acutely aware of what the audience desired. So, he dropped the facade and began to perform. Su Xiaoyan, do you believe you can bully us from the Xing family simply because we lack influence? Brothers in the live stream. If you wish to witness the domineering CEO teaching Su Xiaoyan a lesson, flood the public screen with one. As anticipated, the chat erupted with fervor. Boss 5. Boss is incredible. Although I have great affection for Su Xiaoyan, my curiosity lies in how the CEO will counter her. Seeing the atmosphere escalate, Xingba took out his phone, opened Douyin, and navigated to the entrance of the most beautiful university competition. Brothers, I will select the school with the least popularity, and we shall go there to offer her a contract worth 1.2 million a year. Tonight, I will enhance her visibility and create momentum. I intend to bring Su Xiaoyan down to size. He promptly connected with a prominent streamer from the Kyoto Fashion Institute. Upon learning of Xingba's scheme, she readily agreed to collaborate with him, continuously disparaging Su Xiaoyan during their connection. The live stream buzzed with excitement. The tactic of being spurned by a goddess only to transform an unnoticed individual into a major internet sensation resonated deeply with the fans. In the live stream, flowers, sunglasses, and billboards began to flood the screen once again. Xingba, today you have offended someone you cannot afford to cross. Xingba was taken aback, turning to the speaker. It was Qin Chuan, who stepped forward and picked up the contract that Su Xiaoyan had just rejected. This contract you brought is riddled with inequitable clauses. Once signed, you will take 90 of the profits from the streamer's sales. The gifts received by the streamer, you will also siphon off 90. The so-called annual salary of 1.2 million comes with stringent conditions. She must help the company earn 12 billion. Even American capitalists would not dare to operate in such a manner. From his position in the audience, Qin Chuan activated his golden eye to scan the contract. The system promptly outlined the numerous pitfalls embedded within. Xingba's expression darkened instantly. Qin Chuan's words were undeniably accurate. In a low voice, he inquired, which company are you representing? Are you here specifically to disrupt? Qin Chuan coldly retorted, you are not worthy of my attention. Xingba gritted his teeth in frustration. He had never encountered someone so insufferably arrogant. Yet, the other party spoke little, leaving him with no leverage. Brother, does a company operate without expenditure? Do streaming equipment and Douyin traffic come free? I invest time, money, and effort to promote a newcomer. Is it unreasonable for me to take a share of the profits? Without me, do you think Su Xiaoyan would have a chance at victory? With me, Qin Chuan, the champion will not be anyone else. At this, the live stream erupted into chaos. In all my years, I have never witnessed such arrogance. Observing his ordinary attire and lack of limited edition sneakers, many questioned his audacity. Family, his name sounds somewhat familiar. Suddenly, someone in the public screen pointed out, Qin Chuan. I recall a wealthy individual named Qin Chuan from a while back. Indeed, I recall it vividly. It was precisely that moment when the host, Xiao Mei, received a generous gift of 154 carnival tokens and 2 bottles of Romanicani, resulting in an astounding surge of 3 million followers overnight. Just as Qin Chuan's identity was confirmed, the live chat erupted with messages proclaiming, oh, the wealthy father has finally appeared. Xingba observed the fans' analyses and then scrutinized the young man before him. With a note of caution in his voice, he inquired, are you the real Qin Chuan from Douyin? To which Qin Chuan confidently replied, indeed, "It is I." He boldly acknowledged his identity, revealing himself as the one responsible for the extravagant gifts of 154 carnival tokens and over 400,000 in fine spirits, propelling the host's follower count to new heights. Xingba gasped in disbelief, as this only served to underscore the magnitude of Qin Chuan's ostentation. Though an anchor himself, Xingba had clawed his way up from the depths and was well versed in the nuances of social dynamics. He understood that the true power of individuals at Qin Chuan's level was beyond his capacity to contend with. Realizing that he could not compete, he considered the wisdom of forging alliances. Having more friends could open more doors. With a moment's reflection, he resolved to execute a complete turnaround, orchestrating the situation as if it were scripted. This maneuver could transform hostility into camaraderie while simultaneously generating a wave of publicity. "I am truly a genius," Xingba mused with self-satisfaction. Just as he prepared for this dramatic shift, two uniformed security officers emerged from the crowd, advancing directly to the stage. "Qin Chuan, you are implicated in a case involving 10 fatalities. Please accompany us," they stated. Chapter 70. A crisis emerges. Trapped in a predicament. In the expansive hall, silence reigned. One could hear a pin drop. No one anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. What began as a fierce battle between an internet celebrity with millions of followers and a wealthy patron had transformed into a spectacle of the affluent being apprehended. The public chat erupted with a cacophony of question marks, and the onlookers were in an uproar. "This must be scripted," one exclaimed. "No way this is staged. Those officers appear authentic. What did I miss while in the restroom? How did we end up with law enforcement and a wealthy patron in handcuffs?" Amidst the tumult, the officers directed their attention to Xingba's assistant, shifting the camera away. "Do not take unauthorized footage. We are executing our duties." They positioned themselves on either side of Qin Chuan, escorting him from the venue. Su Xiaoyan was in a state of shock. Tang Yuming was equally bewildered. Xingba, too, found himself taken aback. It was Su Xiaoyan who first regained her composure, grasping the officer's hand. "Comrade officer, surely there has been a mistake. How could Xiao Chuan be connected to a murder case? The investigation is ongoing, and we are unable to disclose any information," the officer replied curtly. Tang Yuming then seized the other officer's arm, protesting, "Officer, my brother could not possibly be guilty. He has been diligent in his studies. You must be mistaken." The security officer cast a glance at him and said, "Please let go. The surveillance footage from the crime scene is crystal clear. Innocence cannot merely be declared. We adhere to evidence in our work." With that, he released Tang Yuming's hand. Tang Yuming turned to Qin Chuan, the fourth brother, and inquired, "What happened? How did you become involved in this matter?" The incident unfolded abruptly, leaving no time for the security personnel to allow Qin Chuan to converse with his friends. They swiftly pulled Qin Chuan away. Su Xiaoyan and Tang Yuming closely followed him. "Sister Xiaoyan, don't worry, I will be fine. Focus on your competition. I will return shortly." Turning to Tang Yuming, Qin Chuan added, "Second brother, reassure the eldest and third brothers. I will be back soon." A security officer forcefully pushed Qin Chuan into the vehicle, stating, "You have no right to speak. If you converse with them, we will consider you an accomplice and take you in for questioning as well." Subsequently, the security vehicle sped away. Su Xiaoyan looked at Tang Yuming and asked, "What do we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yuming replied, "I trust the fourth brother. He would never engage in illegal activities. This must be a misunderstanding. I will speak with the principal. He can definitely persuade the security department to release him." Su Xiaoyan, do not involve yourself in this matter. Listen to the fourth brother and concentrate on your competition. With that, Tang Yuming hurried towards the principal's office. Su Xiaoyan stood watching the direction in which Qin Chuan had departed, tears streaming down her face. "Oh dear, I thought Qin Chuan was some wealthy celebrity, speaking so confidently. It turns out he is a criminal. No wonder he exudes such hostility, devoid of any positive energy." Xingba swaggered out. During his live broadcast, the scene of a security officer apprehending a criminal unfolded before him, and the suspect was none other than the previously popular celebrity on the Douyin platform. This amalgamation of sensational elements propelled Xingba's livestream to the pinnacle of popularity, soaring to the top position on Douyin, eclipsing the second place by a significant margin. Moreover, Xingba immediately instructed his company's operations to amplify the hype surrounding the topic. Soon, headlines such as Boss Ba's livestream captures fugitive and millionaire influencer's livestream features a murderer spread like wildfire across social media platforms like Douyin, Weibo, Xiaoping book, and moments. In a brief span, Boss Ba's popularity skyrocketed to the highest across the internet. Observing the rapidly increasing followers and views, Xing Ba was elated, nearly bursting with joy. He promptly contacted various suppliers to sign a betting agreement, demanding that during tonight's live broadcast from the most beautiful university, they engage in live sales while performing. Su Xiaoyan, do you regret it now? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Who would have thought your wealthy boyfriend is a fugitive? Su Xiaoyan retorted. Xiao Chuan is not a fugitive. He is certainly misunderstood. Ha ha ha. Regardless of whether it's a misunderstanding, he surely won't have the chance to join your live stream. By the way, I have a contract offering an annual salary of 100,000. If you sign it, we can bury the hatchet and earn money together. I shall not collaborate with someone like you. As Xing Ba raised his hand to strike, the multitude present compelled him to restrain himself. Su Xiaoyan, you are choosing punishment over reward. Very well, await your fate. Once the live broadcast concludes, I shall disseminate a video across the internet, thoroughly narrating the tale of your fugitive girlfriend. Let us see how you manage thereafter. With that, Xing Ba donned a congenial smile and mingled with the crowd, posing for photographs with the campus fans. In Kyoto, the public security situation was under scrutiny. Captain Foam, the individual has been brought back and is currently in the interrogation room, reported a security officer to the middle-aged man seated in a chair. The man nodded. He was Feng Yiming, the captain of the security team, possessing years of investigative experience. I see. What is he like? Feng inquired. He did not cause a disturbance, nor did he confess. He remains remarkably calm, the officer replied. Feng Yiming nodded, understanding that such hardened criminals typically possess robust psychological fortitude. Let us give him some time to stew under pressure and observe further. At that moment, a female security officer burst in, disregarding the attempts to stop her. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes swollen from weeping. Li Ping, what are you doing here? Wasn't it advised that you take a couple of days off? Feng Yiming asked with a furrowed brow. Wiping her tears, Li Ping gritted her teeth and replied, Captain Feng, I heard they captured him. I must interrogate him. What are you talking about? Go back and rest. He retorted. No. Sasaki met such a tragic end. How can I possibly sleep? Li Ping exclaimed. Captain Feng, I am a professional security officer. I understand the boundaries. Please, allow me to conduct the interrogation. She insisted resolutely. Feng Yiming's burgeoning anger dissipated upon seeing Li Ping's tear-streaked face. He sighed. Li Ping, I understand the toll your fiancé's situation has taken on you. However, allowing your emotions to infiltrate your work is irresponsible, both to me and to the suspect. Slamming her palms on the table, Li Ping cried out, Captain, what responsibility is there to a murderer? The surveillance footage is crystal clear. He cruelly killed Sasaki. As she spoke, Li Ping broke down in tears, clutching tightly to the engagement token her fiancé had given her, unable to compose herself. Feng Yiming shook his head. Then you may attend as an observer, but do not take the lead in the interrogation. The evidence in the Zijin Mansion case is irrefutable. The conclusion is as good as final. Nonetheless, we must adhere to the basic procedures as mandated. Feng Yiming allowed everyone a moment to eat before glancing at the old-fashioned clock on the wall. Let us proceed to assess the individual who single-handedly extinguished 8 lives. I wish to see what manner of person he is. Chapter 71. Have you knelt for so long that you have forgotten the sensation of standing? In Kyoto, at the Public Security Bureau, within the interrogation room, Qin Chuan sat quietly in the interrogation chair, shackled. He closed his eyes, exuding an air of calm composure. With his current strength at level 5, the shackles and chair posed no real confinement for him. Even under the heavy guard of the Public Security Bureau, he could navigate freely. However, Qin Chuan did not proceed in such a manner. Should he forcefully leave, his return to school would be utterly impossible. He would find himself on a nationwide wanted list. If the primary mission remained unfulfilled, the consequences would be dire. Yet, Qin Chuan believed he had committed no wrongdoing. If he had done nothing amiss, why should he hide? As Feng Yiming entered the room, his initial reaction upon seeing Qin Chuan was one of profound astonishment. The youth before him possessed an air of dignity and propriety, exuding an aura of righteousness that radiated from within. Though he appeared somewhat defiant, there was no trace of malice in his demeanor. Feng Yiming clicked his tongue and inquired, Xiaoyan, how is he? What did he confess? Captain Feng, he has said nothing at all, came the response. Li Ping, observing Feng Yiming engaged in conversation with others, felt neglected and abruptly lunged at Qin Chuan, exclaiming, "You murderous fiend! Why did you slay my fiancé?" Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his head. "Your fiancé? Who might that be?" Feng Yiming was taken aback and quickly pulled Li Ping back. "Li Ping," he bellowed, "Captain Feng, Zhuo is gone, and I no longer wish to live. Let me perish alongside him." Feng Yiming shoved the nearby Xiaoyang. "Quickly, restrain your sister." Without hesitation, Xiaoyang stepped forward and brought Li Ping back, offering her a chair to sit behind him and Feng Yiming. "Li Ping, you must understand your position. You are a law enforcement officer of the state, not a street thug," Feng Yiming admonished. Li Ping covered her face, sobbing, her eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. After soothing Li Ping, Feng Yiming produced a cigarette and approached Qin Chuan, extending it toward him. "I do not smoke," Qin Chuan replied. Feng Yiming placed the cigarette in his own mouth and lit it before returning to sit opposite Qin Chuan. "Now let us converse." "About what?" Qin Chuan countered. Xiaoyang slammed the table. "Be honest. We have ample evidence. Do not attempt to deceive us." Feng Yiming patted Xiaoyang's shoulder. "I will pose the questions. You shall provide the answers." Qin Chuan nodded. "You visited the Zijing mansion yesterday. What was your purpose?" "To find He Hai." "He Hai?" Feng Yiming was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoyang clarified. "He Hai is the first victim in this case, the president of the Kyoto Huaxing, Deqian Street branch." Feng Yiming nodded, turning to Qin Chuan. "What did you seek him for?" "He Hai coerced my butler through threats and enticements for his own amusement. I went to the Zijing mansion to demand an explanation." Feng Yiming narrowed his eyes. "So, your visit to the Zijing mansion was for revenge, with the intent to eliminate him?" "I had no need to eliminate him. He was already facing imprisonment due to charges from Huaxing. Furthermore, the surveillance footage clearly shows I did not harm him." Feng Yiming deliberately pressed Qin Chuan. "For according to the surveillance, He Hai's demise was at the hands of another Japanese individual. However, he could not hear the conversations captured on tape. Thus, Feng Yiming hoped to extract the truth through this method. Though the death of He Hai may not pertain to you, what of the Japanese individuals with whom you conversed at the scene? What discussions transpired between you? Why did you eliminate those 5 individuals? Are you engaging in a black market within a black market?" Qin Chuan let out a cold laugh, asserting that they were unworthy of comparison with him, for they were spies from Japan. Upon uttering these words, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the interrogation room. Feng Yiming stared incredulously at Qin Chuan, asking, "You claim those 5 Japanese are spies, but what evidence do you possess?" Qin Chuan shook his head, realizing he had no tangible proof, as his judgment stemmed from the prompts of his mysterious system. It was out of the question to disclose the existence of this system, as doing so would be tantamount to provoking the enforcers. This would only result in an intensified interrogation. Feng Yiming snorted, seizing the case files. He flipped through the photographs and inquired, "Since you cannot clarify the matter regarding those 5 individuals, why not discuss your visit to room 1? What prompted you to eliminate that elderly Japanese man? He had abducted a young woman and intended to commit unspeakable acts against her." Feng Yiming perused the documents in his hands, questioning, "How can you assert he was coercing her? Was it not merely a matter of indulging in pleasure?" Qin Chuan, who had been staring blankly, suddenly opened his eyes wide, exclaiming, "As a citizen of Huan Nation, how can you utter such words while your compatriot suffers indignity?" "Qin Chuan, you must recognize who is interrogating whom. As an enforcer, I am entitled to pose questions. Is there a problem with that?" Feng Yiming retorted loudly. He scribbled a few words on a notepad and pushed it towards his colleague, Yang. The note read, "Have we located the individual?" Yang shook his head upon reading it. Feng Yiming glanced at Li Ping, still sobbing behind him, and rearranged the documents in his hands before asking, "Why did you eliminate that Japanese woman in front of the thatched hut?" "She was a Japanese agent and was attempting to assassinate me. I acted in self-defense," Qin Chuan replied. Feng Yiming scrutinized a photograph depicting a Japanese shuriken, stating, "With your capabilities, you could have easily evaded it. Why did you not take evasive action and instead choose to handle it in the worst possible manner?" "Why should I evade? Enemy spies deserve no protection," Qin Chuan asserted. Feng Yiming slammed the table in frustration, rising to point an accusatory finger at Qin Chuan. "Enough. Spare me your tales of spies. I have no time for your circumlocutions." "Qin Chuan, let me make this clear. This case involves Japanese nationals, and the ramifications will be immense. Our nation will bear significant international pressure. If you truly claim to be patriotic, then boldly reveal the truth." With a furrowed brow, Qin Chuan replied, "Enemy spies merit eradication. What evidence do you have to prove otherwise? In the second room, an agent conducted transactions with a trader from Hua Nation. Why do you not mention this? An agent shot at the trader. Why did you remain indifferent? I have my own methods of interrogation. Feng Yiming retorted angrily. Huh, your methods? When it concerns Hua nationals, you strike hard. Yet when it involves Japanese individuals, you tread lightly. Have you knelt for so long that you've forgotten the sensation of standing? Feng Yiming pointed a finger at Qin Chuan, struggling to contain the fury swelling within him. Suddenly, Li Ping sprang to her feet. She glared at Qin Chuan and shouted, "Why did you kill my Sasaki-koen? I loved her for 2 years, and at last, I was to follow her to Japan for our wedding. You have shattered everything. I will kill you." With that, she brandished a fruit knife, the origin of which was unknown, and, seizing the moment while the two men were taken aback, she lunged at Qin Chuan. Chapter 72, The Game in the Interrogation Room, Kyoto, Financial University, President's Office. Not long after Qin Chuan had been taken away, Tang Yuming rushed into the president's office. It was only when he found the room empty that he realized it was Sunday. How could the president be at work? He caught hold of a duty teacher and asked, "Where's the president?" The bespectacled duty teacher glanced at Tang Yuming, irritated, and swatted his hand away. "Please be mindful of your words and actions. Today is Sunday. The president is undoubtedly busy with his personal affairs. Come back tomorrow if you need him." Tang Yuming's grip tightened, unyielding. "There is no time. My roommate, Qin Chuan, has been taken by the security personnel." The duty teacher was taken aback. "Did you get into a fight?" In a few brief exchanges, Tang Yuming explained that Qin Chuan had already been taken to the security office. "I must find the president. He needs to intervene. It must be a misunderstanding. Qin Chuan is innocent." "Student, the president will not concern himself with such matters. We are all adults here. We must take responsibility for our actions." The duty teacher pushed Tang Yuming aside and hurried away. Now, Tang Yuming was left feeling utterly alone. He pulled out his phone and called his leader. "Hello, boss. Lao Si has been arrested." Tang Yuming did not heed Qin Chuan's instructions to tell the others not to worry. He blurted out the entire situation regarding Qin Chuan. Wu Ming pondered for a moment before responding. "Lao Air, return to the auditorium and see if Su Xiaoyan needs assistance. With Lao Si gone, you must fill in. I'll call the counselor and see if there is a way to resolve this. I refuse to believe Lao Si would do something like this." After hanging up, Tang Yuming found himself ensnared in a state of indecision. He paced back and forth, thinking, "Damn it, at a critical moment like this, I have no connections and can do nothing." After much contemplation, he resolved to follow his leader's instructions and seek out Su Xiaoyan. Taking a step back, even if Qin Chuan was imprisoned, as long as he took good care of Su Xiaoyan, he would feel he had lived up to his brotherly duty. Tang Yuming hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, the duty teacher, hidden in a corner, let out a sigh of relief. The earlier confrontation with the student had been too alarming, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. A student had been taken away by the security personnel at Financial University. This could be a serious matter. As it was his duty day, after much deliberation, the duty teacher decided to make a phone call. "Call the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Mr. Ho Yud." "Hello. Director Ho, I apologize for the interruption. There is a matter I must report. A student from our school has been taken by the Public Security Bureau." As he was engrossed in his reading, Ho Yud removed his glasses, displaying a look of confusion and irritation. "This year marks a critical time for our institution as we strive to ascend in the global university rankings, and now this incident has arisen. What happened? What did this individual do?" The details remain unclear, but the student's name is known, Qin Chuan, a freshman this year. Upon hearing the name Qin Chuan, Ho Yud inadvertently spat out his tea. The commotion on the other end of the line startled the duty officer, who attempted to speak further, only to realize that the call had been abruptly terminated. Hastily, Ho Yud opened his contacts and called Principal Chang to report the situation. Chang Woolley was attending a meeting in the suburbs, but, upon receiving the news, immediately set off for the Public Security Bureau. Simultaneously, Ho Yud promptly notified the Xiardan Group, recognizing the gravity of the situation for the multinational corporation, as their own leader was involved. In Kyoto, at the Public Security Bureau, inside the interrogation room, Li Ping lunged a knife towards Qin Chuan. This act was steeped in sorrow and despair. She was acutely aware that her actions would lead to legal repercussions. However, the death of her fiancé had inflicted profound psychological trauma upon her. Memories of their sweet moments together haunted her thoughts, and the prospect of a blissful future was abruptly snatched away, all due to this young man before her. Li Ping had confronted countless delinquents of similar age, who acted without regard for consequences. During the interrogation, she had contemplated whether she could forgive him if he admitted his fault or uttered an apology. Yet, all hope was extinguished by this young man's demeanor. In Li Ping's eyes, Qin Chuan exuded arrogance, refusing to take responsibility for his actions, instead shifting blame and evading accountability for his crimes. Unable to tolerate such conduct, she resolved to descend into hell rather than allow this demon to roam free. She retrieved a concealed fruit knife, intent on exacting vengeance for her fiancé, Sasaki. Just as the blade was poised to pierce Qin Chuan's heart, Feng Yiming, an experienced officer, restrained Li Ping from behind. Years of service had honed his reflexes far beyond those of the newcomer, Xiaoyang, who stood frozen in shock at Li Ping's actions, unsure of how to respond. Xiaoyang, what are you dawdling for? Come help and disarm Li Ping. Feng Yiming's shout snapped Xiaoyang back to reality, prompting him to rush forward and seize the fruit knife. Sister Li, release me, this is unacceptable. We are law enforcement officers. Li Ping writhed frantically, striving to resist her superiors and colleagues. Sasaki is dead. I no longer wish to live. Let me go? The evidence is irrefutable, yet he continues to brazenly deny it. I cannot allow a devil to roam this earth. I shall not grant him that opportunity. I must avenge Sasaki. Sister Li, please. Ultimately, Xiaoyang's strength surpassed that of Li Ping, and with the assistance of Feng Yiming, they managed to wrest the fruit knife from her grasp. In a fit of rage, Feng Yiming raised his hand as if to strike Li Ping, but his hand hesitated midair, ultimately landing a blow upon himself. Li Ping, do not act foolishly any further. Even with irrefutable evidence, Qin Chuan must be handed over to the law for judgment. Neither of us has the right to take matters into our own hands. Seeing her hopes of exacting revenge dashed, Li Ping sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Feng Yiming turned towards Qin Chuan, his teeth gritted in fury. Qin Chuan, look at what you have done. You have torn apart a couple on the brink of entering marital bliss. Feng Yiming slammed the case file down before Qin Chuan. Everything you have done has been captured on surveillance. Cease your futile denials and struggles. Qin Chuan flipped through the case file, coldly remarking, why do I not see any screenshots of Sasaki engaging in dealings with the traitor? The footage of him shooting the traitor is conspicuously absent from this file. Feng Yiming was taken aback and quickly scrutinized the file, only to realize the truth of his words. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Li Ping, it was you. You have taken those pieces of evidence. Hand them over to me. Chapter 73. My student, I shall protect him. Sitting on the ground, Li Ping revealed a chilling, sardonic smile. Sasaki met a gruesome end, and you refuse to punish the perpetrator, yet you still demand that I produce photographs detrimental to his memory. Feng Yiming, have you also lost your conscience? Feng Yiming was momentarily stunned. He did not anticipate that Li Ping would transform into such a person. Li Ping slowly rose to her feet, her eyes swollen, her face drained of color, resembling a mere shell of a human. Feng Yiming, Xiaoyang, you have seen Sasaki. He was kind, polite, and cultured. Even if he accidentally stepped on an ant, he would be filled with remorse. The so-called evidence against Sasaki consists of a collection of silent videos and photographs. You have no comprehension of what he was enduring at that time. He could have been coerced. He undoubtedly had his own reasons. Feng Yiming shook his head in disbelief. Madness, pure madness. Xiaoyang, take her away. Feng Yiming commanded. Xiaoyang stepped forward, pleading, Sister Li, do not make this difficult for me. Please, just go. Recognizing the futility of her quest for revenge, Li Ping lowered her head and walked towards the exit. Yet, after just a few steps, a cold, mocking voice echoed from behind her. Huh, reasons? To hell with your nonsense. If our ancestors heard your disgraceful words, they would be eager to rise and strike you down. Comrades, you do not believe a word I say, even when the truth about the Japanese is laid bare before you, yet you choose to remain blind. Qin Chuan mercilessly berated Li Ping, provoking Feng Yiming to interject. Qin Chuan, silence. This is not your place to speak. He felt an urge to strike Qin Chuan, yet his position restrained him. Qin Chuan, unrepentant, continued to mock despite the overwhelming evidence against him, an affront that no one could endure. Feng Yiming's intervention failed to quell Qin Chuan's tirade. Rather, it ignited his fervor. Why should I remain silent? How did such a sycophant of foreign powers find her way into the ranks of our security personnel? I even suspect she may have divulged our secrets during her dealings with the Japanese. Upon hearing this, Li Ping's eyes momentarily turned vacant, as certain buried doubts and troubling memories were stirred. Yet she swiftly suppressed those emotions. Death takes precedence. Sasaki is dead. How could she? Li Ping turned to strike Qin Chuan, but fortunately, Xiaoyang reacted quickly, restraining her. Qin Chuan, I will not rest until you are destroyed. Even if you face execution, I will unearth your grave. Unearth my grave. When you return to pay respects during Qingming, I wonder how you will face your ancestors. Feng Yiming slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Qin Chuan, enough. Do not repeatedly provoke our limits. Regardless of what you say today, your crimes are undeniable and cannot be erased. Prepare for the law's reckoning. You shall never see the outside world again. With that, Feng Yiming lost interest in continuing the trial, intending to confine Qin Chuan for a while longer, allowing him to reflect alone in the small room. However, they were utterly unprepared for what transpired next. Instead of raging or directing further barbs at Li Ping, Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair and calmly inquired, What time is it? Feng Yiming instinctively glanced at the clock. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Only an hour remained. Feng Yiming was startled. Such a demeanor indicated that something significant was afoot. He turned back, demanding, What do you mean by an hour? Do you have accomplices? Are you plotting something? In an hour, Xiaoyan's live broadcast will commence, Qin Chuan stated with an air of composure. Feng Yiming and Xiaoyang froze in shock. The fire in Li Ping's heart reignited against Qin Chuan. The broadcast is at 8 o'clock tonight, and I must leave the security office before then. You are insufferably arrogant, Qin Chuan. You are too audacious. Even the typically mild-mannered Xiaoyang could not contain his indignation. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your crimes? Do you still fantasize about watching a live broadcast as if this is a trivial matter? Just as their tempers flared, a security officer hurriedly rushed in. Report. Team Leader Feng. What is it? The president of Kyoto University of Finance came to meet. Feng Yiming frowned. The president of Kyoto University of Finance? The principal of Qin Chuan? Due to the principal's social standing, Feng Yiming reluctantly had to oblige. Looking again at Qin Chuan, Feng Yiming felt that the principal's arrival might encourage Qin Chuan to be more restrained. If he could be persuaded to voluntarily explain, it might indeed turn out to be a fortuitous development. Thus, Feng Yiming nodded and instructed someone to invite the principal into the interrogation room. Chang Guoli, clad in a black trench coat, hurriedly entered the interrogation room. Upon seeing Qin Chuan handcuffed to the table, he appeared momentarily dazed. Although he had little personal interaction with Qin Chuan, the latter's willingness to stand up for a security guard against the Li family and his generous donation of 10 million to the school attested to his commendable character and moral integrity. Principal, this is your student. Perhaps you could reason with him. The evidence is irrefutable. There is no need for futile resistance, Chang Guoli remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Feng Yiming, he approached Qin Chuan, expressing concern. What has transpired? Explain to the principal. He believes you would not engage in such actions. Principal, it was I who eliminated the Japanese agents, Qin Chuan declared. The moment those words left his lips, Chang Guoli felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Losing all remaining hope, Feng Yiming presented Chang Guoli with photographs depicting Qin Chuan's actions against the Japanese. After reviewing the images, Chang Guoli's hands trembled. Qin Chuan continued, Principal, they were all Japanese spies. They harmed 2 Chinese nationals and conspired to blow up a cross-sea bridge in the south. Spies are not entitled to any protection. I defended national security, and I did nothing wrong. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Chang Guoli examined the photographic evidence anew. One set of images depicted an elderly Japanese man attempting to retrieve a katana from the wall, clearly intending to attack the unarmed Qin Chuan. Beside the old man lay a woman, bound and injured, showing signs of having been mistreated. The second set of photographs showed a middle-aged Japanese man pointing a gun at a Chinese individual, who was subsequently depicted lying lifeless on the ground in the next image. In the following photograph, the Japanese man aimed his weapon at Qin Chuan. The third set of images revealed a Japanese woman nestled against Qin Chuan, with a shuriken clearly visible in her hand behind her back. As the president of the university, Chang Guoli possessed a discernibly sharper judgment than most. He immediately raised a question. Captain Feng, based on these 3 sets of photographs, it is evident that my student is in a passive position, while the others are clearly poised to inflict harm upon him. Feng Yiming was taken aback by Chang Guoli's remarks and promptly withdrew the photographs. Just as he was about to retort, a security officer rushed in, reporting, Captain Feng, what is it? The chairman of the Hilton Group has arrived. Chapter 74. The golden fish is not a common creature. Why has the chairman come? To report a case? The security officer shook his head. No. She has brought a team of lawyers. A team of lawyers? Feng Yiming was momentarily taken aback. There seemed to be no significant case involving an international group recently. However, a vague sense of unease stirred within him. He instinctively glanced at Qin Chuan, who was seated nearby. Chang Guoli let out a slight sigh of relief. Captain Feng, you may be unaware of certain details. Feng Yiming's heart trembled. Principal, what do you mean? Chang Guoli pointed at Qin Chuan and said, this student, Qin Chuan, is the hidden owner of the Hilton Group. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. How could that be? He is only 20 years old. How could he possibly possess the Hilton Group? Moreover, I have investigated his background. He hails from a humble worker's family in a small county. Chang Guoli smiled and shook his head. What of a child from a county? The golden fish is not merely a creature of the pond. Captain Feng, you have been a security officer for many years. Do you not understand such a simple truth? Feng Yiming fell silent. In this vast world, there are numerous capable individuals. Heroes do not inquire about origins. Wasn't Liu Bang once a mere peasant? Zhu Yuanzhang spent years as a monk. They both achieved remarkable feats. Why cannot a 20-year-old before him become the owner of a large company? Feng Yiming retracted his earlier statements. He was contemplating stepping outside for a moment when he encountered a group of well-dressed individuals at the entrance. Leading them was a young woman clad in a white mink coat, with a professional suit underneath. Though youthful and beautiful, she exuded an air of superiority. Her collagen-rich face was etched with urgency and anger. The woman spoke forcefully. You are Captain Feng, right? I am Xia Ying, the chairman of the Hilton Group. Captain Feng nodded, acknowledging her presence. Xia Ying wasted no time. I wish to see my boss. Captain Feng's expression revealed his hesitation. Xia Ying showed no leniency. She simply beckoned with her finger, and several lawyers stepped forward. According to relevant regulations, as the attorneys for the involved parties, we have the right to meet with our client. With that, the lawyer presented a thick stack of documents. Upon seeing so many files, Feng Yiming felt overwhelmed. Very well, but I must be present to oversee everything. Qin Chuan is an extremely dangerous criminal. Nothing must go awry. Xia Ying, in her Prada high heels, strode into the interrogation room. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, who was shackled to a chair, her eyes glistened with tears. The man who once stood tall and invincible was now confined to a mere chair. Boss, I am sorry for being late. The woman, who just a moment ago had exuded pride, was now overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She had long been captivated by Qin Chuan. The silent battle to save the Hilton and counter the sanctions imposed by American conglomerates profoundly altered Xia Ying's heart. It was only in the end that she realized Qin Chuan's fervor and pride were not without foundation. They stemmed from the confidence that his prowess afforded him. He possessed the strength to look down upon the world. Qin Chuan merely smiled indifferently as he arrived. Quick, release my boss, Xia Ying exclaimed, wiping away her tears. The lawyer beside her leaned in and whispered, Ms. Xia, this is not in accordance with protocol. What protocol? I brought you here not to discuss rules, but to take action, Xia Ying retorted vehemently. Several of the nation's top lawyers stood tall at her command. The lead attorney approached Feng Yiming and inquired, You are Captain Feng, correct? May I ask what crime my client has committed? Feng Yiming handed over the case file, saying, You may examine it for yourself. The lawyer received the file, and they all studied it intently. Initially, they believed it to be a simple assault case. However, with each page turned, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. It's a major case, and it involves Japan. This is an international incident. One exclaimed, Do not tell me there's nothing we can do. Here, I accept no excuses, Xia Ying asserted imperiously, as if she were the boss herself, leaving no room for negotiation. The lawyers exchanged glances, bewildered. Ms. Xia, the case is too significant, and the individuals involved include foreign elites. We may need to deliberate further. Do not speak to me of such things. If you cannot find a solution today, then all of you may leave. I will terminate our partnership. The Hilton Group is not lacking in legal teams seeking our business. The lawyers were on the verge of tears. How could matters be handled in such a fashion? Come and see the case file yourself. The evidence is irrefutable. The videos and photographs are compelling. This is a major case that could be featured in prime time. How could we possibly overturn this with just a handful of us? Just as they contemplated their despair, a security officer rushed in. Upon seeing the commotion, Feng Yiming felt overwhelmed. First, it was the president of a prestigious university, followed by the chairman of a multinational corporation. What kind of storm could a 20-year-old stir to warrant such an uproar? Captain Feng, we have located the individual. Feng Yiming paused, perplexed. Who? The officer, panting, responded. It is the injured woman from the Zijing mansion case. We found her in a rental house on the outskirts of the city. Feng Yiming was elated. The most crucial witness in this case had now been found. Qin Chuan, with both witness and evidence in hand. I wonder what you have left to say. Moments later, the officer led a woman into the room. Her face was marred with scars, and she wore a long-sleeved sweatshirt. Nonetheless, the bruises on her exposed wrists were clearly visible. Trembling with fear, she was brought into the interrogation room, too frightened to lift her gaze. Feng Yiming's deep voice broke the silence. Are you Tang Xiaoyan? Tang Xiaoyan nodded slightly. Yesterday, did you witness an elderly man from Japan being killed at the Zijin mansion? Tang Xiaoyan nodded again. Was it that person responsible? Raised Feng Yiming's hand. Tang Xiaoyan's eyes widened in fear. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, she froze completely. She rushed towards Qin Chuan in a frenzy, startling everyone present. Li Ping, who had been restrained, let out a cold laugh, remarking on the plight of a woman whose loved ones had suffered, much like her own. I truly wish I could lend her a knife. Before Li Ping could finish her thought, Tang Xiaoyan fell to her knees before Qin Chuan. Benefactor, thank you. Thank you for saving me, she sobbed, clinging to his leg, overwhelmed with emotion. It was a gasp of relief after a harrowing ordeal, a release of pent-up anguish. Everyone in the interrogation room was rendered speechless. Li Ping stood agape, swallowing her words. Feng Yiming was dumbfounded. I summoned you to identify the true culprit, not to recognize your savior. Just as the astonishment enveloped the room, security personnel rushed upstairs again, marking their fourth trip today, nearly exhausting themselves in the process. Just as he was about to report, he was preempted by two individuals behind him. One stood tall, clad in camouflage, radiating a masculine aura, while the other, in a dark green jacket paired with a crisp white shirt, exuded authority. Who are you? Feng Yiming inquired, astonished. The two introduced themselves. I am Tsang Qiong from the Dragon Battle Team. I am Xi Ming, a senior director of the Ministry of National Security. Chapter 75. There are Japanese spies in this room. The captain of the Dragon Battle Team, Tsang Qiong. The director of the Ministry of National Security, Xi Ming. A profound silence enveloped the interrogation room. What was happening? How could these two esteemed figures be here? The Dragon Battle Team is the most clandestine force in the nation, primarily safeguarding the borders. The Ministry of National Security, known for its covert operations against espionage, is equally enigmatic. Each of them holds immense authority. Feng Yiming promptly inquired. May I ask what brings you here? Xi Ming stepped forward, stating, I heard about the incident at the Zijin mansion yesterday. Before he could elaborate, Feng Yiming, understanding the implication, promptly responded, the suspect has been apprehended by our security agency and is currently being interrogated. As he spoke, he stepped aside. Tsang Qiong and Xi Ming simultaneously turned their attention to the figure seated in the interrogation chair, Qin Chuan. Despite being shackled, the young man remained defiant, his composure unshaken. Both men nodded in approval, thoroughly impressed by Qin Chuan's poise in the face of adversity. In unison, they softly remarked, a pillar of the nation. A pillar of the nation? Feng Yiming echoed, puzzled, as he repeated the phrase softly. Xi Ming and Tsang Qiong approached Qin Chuan together. Gentlemen, he is a significant suspect in the case of the Purple Gold Mansion. The two paid no heed to Feng Yiming, weaving through the crowd to stand before Qin Chuan. This time, Tsang Qiong spoke first. Comrade, greetings. I am Tsang Qiong from the Battle Dragon Team. I have a few inquiries I wish to pose to you. Qin Chuan slightly raised an eyebrow and nodded ever so slightly. His proud demeanor did not evoke any disdain from Tsang Qiong. Rather, it deepened his admiration. A person of capability ought to possess a certain attitude. Otherwise, how would they differ from the masses? Are you aware of the opponents you faced yesterday at the Zijing mansion? He inquired. A bunch of insignificant characters, Qin Chuan replied. Tsang Qiong was momentarily taken aback. The four great kings of the Yamada group, top-tier warriors at the second-level peak, along with the infamous smiling poisonous woman, Kumiko, had been dismissed as mere trifles. This was an adversary that even Tsang Qiong would not dare to underestimate. Yet, Qin Chuan's performance on the surveillance footage was in stark contrast to his current reaction. Several formidable beings crumbled before him in mere moments. Comrade, are you a martial arts master? Tsang Qiong pressed. I possess martial arts. Yet I have not attained the status of a master, Qin Chuan replied, revealing no hint of humility. In his eyes, only those of the highest caliber could be deemed true masters, while he considered himself merely a beginner at level 5. Song Qiong was taken aback by Qin Chuan's response. From the moment he entered, he had sensed no martial prowess emanating from Qin Chuan. This perplexity gnawed at him. If Qin Chuan were at the same peak level 3 as himself, he should have felt at least a semblance of pressure. Yet the aura Qin Chuan exuded felt ephemeral and elusive. Unless, perhaps, there was but one possibility, that Qin Chuan's strength surpassed his own, reaching level 4. However, how could that be? He was the youngest level 3 peak in the history of the Battle Dragon. When he ascended to that level, he was already 35. With a mix of anticipation and concern, Song Qiong ventured, "Comrade, may I inquire about your current cultivation level?" "Level 4 peak," Qin Chuan responded without hesitation. "What? Level 4 peak?" Song Qiong was taken aback, his gaze now filled with disbelief as he scrutinized Qin Chuan anew. After a brief pause, Qin Chuan added, "Oh, my apologies. I misspoke." Song Qiong was momentarily stunned, the surge of blood rushing to his head subsiding rapidly. This young man nearly astonished him. If he were indeed a level 4 peak at such a tender age, he would be an extraordinary talent, a unique existence within Huagua. Song Qiong thought to himself, "I just advanced yesterday. I am now a level 5 beginner." He paused, placing a hand on Qin Chuan's shoulder, attempting to perceive the martial energy within him. As his hand made contact, an invisible and formidable martial power surged forth. In a sudden surge, the formidable force propelled straight from the opponent's shoulder to the heavens above, impacting the head of the battle-hardened dragon team leader, who had faced countless foes. In that moment, he found himself unable to withstand such overwhelming martial prowess. Being forced back several steps and retreating continuously, he turned and strode out of the interrogation room, leaving everyone inside in a state of bewilderment, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Once the sky departed, it was Xi Ming's turn to approach. He fetched a chair and seated himself before Qin Chuan, casually opening his notebook. "Comrade, greetings. I am Xi Ming, a senior official of the Ministry of State Security." Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. "I too have inquiries to pose to you. Please proceed. Regarding the incident at the Zijing mansion yesterday, do you know the identities of the 3 individuals you located? They are agents from Japan. How did you ascertain they were Japanese operatives?" For a moment, Qin Chuan was at a loss for words. He could hardly disclose that it was a system prompt. Suddenly, he recalled a particular detail. He had just acquired the skill known as Golden Eye. Thus, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, "Because I possessed the Golden Eye." Xi Ming stiffened in surprise. "Golden Eye? What is that?" "The Golden Eye can discern all things, capable of distinguishing loyalty from treachery." Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. Everyone instinctively took a step back, wary of being scrutinized by Qin Chuan's gaze. As the director of the Ministry of State Security, Xi Ming was well aware that such extraordinary individuals existed not only in China, but across the globe. Taking the Dragon Team as an example, it comprised individuals of exceptional talent, each possessing remarkable skills. Narrowing his eyes, he uttered a chilling request. "Could you demonstrate it?" "Why not?" Qin Chuan closed his eyes, and a chaotic vision enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, a faint golden glow shimmered within them. He scanned the room, and as Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon each person, they instinctively recoiled, fearing their secrets might be unveiled. Whenever his eyes landed on someone, a series of relevant information materialized, mostly in concise summaries without extensive details. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly discerned a significant revelation. Shutting off the Golden Eye, he sighed softly. Xi Ming immediately inquired with concern, "What is it? Has your skill malfunctioned?" Qin Chuan smirked. "No, my Golden Eye is functioning perfectly." "Then why the sigh?" "Because I have discovered that there is a Japanese spy within this room." At this proclamation, the interrogation room erupted into chaos. Everyone instinctively stepped back from those nearest to them. Xi Ming sprang to his feet, shouting towards the outside, "Song Qiong, secure the entrance. Do not allow anyone to escape." Upon hearing the words, the recently fortunate Song Qiong swiftly returned to the entrance of the interrogation room, obstructing the path to exit. Noticing the door was sealed, he urgently inquired about the identity of the spy. Qin Chuan raised his arm and pointed forward. In Chapter 76, join us. Everyone followed the direction of Qin Chuan's finger, which indicated an individual standing at the outermost edge of the crowd. "Xiaoyang!" Feng Yiming exclaimed in shock. Captain Feng, restrain him. Ximing shouted loudly. Feng Yiming hurriedly attempted to approach and control the individual, only to be halted by Qin Chuan's booming voice. Wrong. It's not him. Feng Yiming froze. Not Xiaoyang. Could it be? He turned to glance at the person beside him, Li Ping. Is it you? Feng Yiming gasped in astonishment. Li Ping appeared utterly bewildered. Captain Feng, how can you believe a suspect's words? It was only then that Feng Yiming regained his composure. Why do you claim Li Ping is a spy? What evidence do you have? Everyone began to react. This entire situation hinged solely on Qin Chuan's assertions. He might merely have been leveraging Ximing's words to his advantage. Li Ping immediately burst into tears. Is there any justice left in this world? My fiancé was brutally murdered. I am powerless to exact vengeance and am now accused of being a spy. Ximing of the Huan Department. If you truly believe I am a spy, then arrest me and condemn me for espionage. Sasaki is dead, and I wish to die as well. Feng Yiming and Xiaoyang quickly moved to comfort her. Ximing narrowed his eyes slightly. Initially, he held significant skepticism towards Qin Chuan's claims. However, upon learning that she was Li Ping, Sasaki's fiancée, he found himself involuntarily studying her more closely. Ximing had already reviewed Li Ping's background. Her lineage was untainted, and her family values were commendable. She bore no semblance of a person likely to be turned into a traitor. Confused, Ximing turned to Qin Chuan and asked, how do you ascertain that she is indeed a spy? Captain Feng, look. The comrades from the National Security Department actually believe that scoundrel. I wish to end my life. Ximing's words once again provoked Li Ping, causing her mental state to deteriorate severely, prompting her to scream. Feng Yiming quickly interjected, Director Shi, enough? You and the Huan Department are not omnipotent. If Li Ping were a spy, you would have already placed her under surveillance. Speak. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate that my subordinate is a spy? Exactly. Xiaoyang chimed in. At the scene, Chang Guoli and Xia Ying fell silent. The current situation had greatly exceeded their realm of engagement. The initial case had suddenly shifted into a narrative of capturing spies, leaving them utterly bewildered. Struggling to keep pace with the unfolding drama, Ximing regarded Qin Chuan, his gaze filled with a sense of responsibility. Yet, he still afforded Qin Chuan the opportunity to explain, stating calmly, go on. Qin Chuan slowly began. Her pendant is a listening device. A pendant. A listening device. Everyone simultaneously turned their attention to Li Ping. Upon this revelation, Li Ping was rendered speechless, her lamentations abruptly ceasing as her gaze fell upon the pendant adorning her neck. A token of affection bestowed upon her by Sasaki. Ximing strode forward decisively, yanking the pendant from Li Ping's neck and scrutinizing it closely. He then retrieved a specialized instrument from his pocket to dismantle the object for further examination. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, a seemingly inconspicuous, even somewhat unsightly pendant was disassembled, revealing a miniature signal transmitter concealed within. To this day, the red dot on the transmitter continued to blink ominously. The recollection of her every word and deed being under constant surveillance washed over her, causing the crowd to collectively draw a sharp breath. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan maintained an air of tranquility. The pendant's function as a transmitter was solely attributed to the analytical prowess of his golden eye. Upon discovering that the jade pendant contained metallic components, he immediately deduced that Li Ping was entangled in something dubious. Furthermore, there was a point of experience hovering above her head. Ximing addressed the assembly, declaring that this was a unique listening device from Japan, one that they had previously seized during operations. Li Ping, thrown into a state of panic, was caught off guard by this turn of events. Rather than reflecting on her predicament, her instinct was to deny any association with the object. This item is not mine. I have no idea where it came from. She protested. Then why were you wearing it? Ximing countered. I don't know. I don't know. You are framing me. You have conspired to wrongfully accuse me to protect the murderer. Feng Yiming stepped forward, asserting, Li Ping, enough. At this point, you still wish to argue. When you first received this necklace, you paraded it around the office, and now you wish to deny its existence. Captain Feng, I am innocent. I have never acted as a spy, nor have I betrayed my country. She insisted. How do you explain the transmitter within this necklace? Li Ping faltered, at a loss for words. At this juncture, Ximing interjected on her behalf, stating, Captain Feng, I have investigated Li Ping. She was unaware of the situation. Feng Yiming was momentarily taken aback. It seemed she had been unwittingly manipulated by Sasaki, becoming an inadvertent source of leakage. Li Ping was left in a stupor. Until now, She had dismissed any assertions made by others. Sasaki was indeed a spy. And now the presence of the listening device within the necklace was irrefutable evidence pointing towards Sasaki's true identity. In an instant, Li Ping's mental state shattered, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted. Feng Yiming immediately instructed Xiao Yang to escort Li Ping away. Xi Ming approached Qin Chuan, exclaiming, "Your talents are truly enviable. The nation requires your services. Would you be willing to join our national security department to safeguard our country?" At this moment, the heavens seemed to frown upon the situation. Displeased, "You asked me to guard the gates while you dig beneath my walls." He burst in, grasping Qin Chuan's hand, stating that the work at Huan department was unsuitable for him, and he should join their Zhanlong team. With his level 5 expertise, he would readily offer him the position of captain. The two faced each other defiantly, neither willing to yield. Feng Yiming, witnessing the scene, felt as though his own stage had been usurped. "Gentlemen, Qin Chuan is still a suspect. Your brazen outburst is utterly unwarranted." Comrade Qin Chuan successfully executed a counter-espionage operation, dedicating himself to national security. How can he be deemed a suspect? The individuals he eliminated were all spies, plotting to detonate a major cross-sea bridge in our southern region to obstruct our future development. Thanks to Comrade Qin Chuan, their nefarious scheme was thwarted. Were it not for the confidentiality of the counter-espionage operation, he would have been commended by the higher-ups long ago. Upon hearing this, Song Qiong bellowed, "Release Comrade Qin Chuan." Startled, Feng Yiming stumbled forward, hastily unlocking the restraints and freeing Qin Chuan. Song and she each took hold of one of Qin Chuan's hands. "Comrade Qin Chuan, come with me. Huan needs you." "Comrade Qin Chuan, the Zhanlong team welcomes you. Everyone speaks highly of you and hopes for your arrival." The atmosphere in the interrogation room became tense once again. Qin Chuan broke free from their grasp. "I apologize, but I have urgent matters to attend to." "What matters? Have you uncovered another hidden spy?" "No, I'm in a rush to watch a live broadcast." The room fell into bewilderment. Watch a live broadcast? What nonsense is this? Qin Chuan showed no signs of relief from his ordeal. Instead, he hurried to catch the live stream. He shook hands with Xi Ming and Song Qiong, saying, "If you have any questions, come find me at school during my classes." With that, Qin Chuan left amidst the astonished gazes of those present. He pulled Xia Ying along as they exited. "Take me to Keita, quickly." Chapter 77. For my brothers in Kyoto, at the Fashion Institute's indoor basketball court. A temporary live broadcast studio had been set up. In the center of the court, an array of high-end broadcasting equipment surrounded a vibrant young woman who was passionately singing and dancing. Xingba lounged with his legs crossed, sipping milk tea, and inquired of his assistant about the current statistics. The assistant quickly checked the back end and respectfully replied, "Boss, we are currently ranked first among the most beautiful universities, with 800,000 viewers online. The second place has only 20,000. The sales from the little yellow bike stand at 1.03 million. Damn, only 1.03 million. I've signed a betting agreement with several manufacturers. We must achieve 200 million in sales tonight." Is the management out of their minds? Just singing and dancing is utterly useless. We need to sell products, deliver lines. If that doesn't work, we need to push the boundaries. Xingba was nearly beside himself with anxiety. During the day, due to visiting Keita, his news had dominated various media outlets. Xingba believed that such popularity, if not leveraged for sales, would be a tremendous waste. In a moment of impulsiveness, he hastily entered into wager agreements with multiple vendors. Observing the stagnation of data before him, he urgently halted the performance of the host on stage. Pulling her aside, he exclaimed, "Can you even conduct a live stream? I'm offering you an annual salary of 120,000, not for you to prance around like a fool in the streaming room. You need to articulate product pitches." "Dear lady." The girl, slightly intimidated by his harsh tone, was named Wang Miao, a student from a fashion university. Prior to the competition, she was the second most popular contestant after Su Xiaoyan. Today, she had been approached by the immensely popular influencer, Xingba, who presented her with a contract promising to elevate her to the status of a multi-million follower sensation. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Miao was on the verge of tears as she signed the contract without hesitation. However, as the live broadcast commenced at 8 p.m., Xingba set an astonishing sales target for her, a staggering 200 million in sales. Wang Miao was taken aback, realizing she lacked any experience in sales. How could she possibly achieve such a feat? To her dismay, Xingba dismissed her concerns and tossed the contract at her, which bore subtle yet alarming clauses. It clearly stated, should the live broadcast fail to meet company performance targets, the annual base salary shall be forfeited, and if the sales achievement is below 50, the host must personally purchase no less than 5 million in vendor products. At the time of signing, Wang Miao felt an overwhelming rush of fortune. She feared that if she did not sign promptly, the opportunity would slip away. But upon discovering these terms, she felt as though she had been sold. Faced with an impossible task and burdened by the weight of 5 million in debt before her dreams of fame had even begun to materialize, she struggled through the evening's performance, her demeanor detached and her singing off-key. "I can't do this," she cried, overwhelmed by pressure. Witnessing her distress, Xingba raised his hand and struck her across the face, leaving a mark and drawing blood from her lips. Wang Miao collapsed to the ground in tears. Xingba attempted to kick her, but his assistant intervened urgently. "Wait, boss, how can she continue to stream like this?" Reluctantly, Xingba withdrew his foot. Before becoming an influencer, he had been a street thug, accustomed to rough treatment of women. "If I lose money today, none of you will escape unscathed," he threatened. "But boss, it's only 9:30. There is still time," the assistant replied. "Yet, look at what you've done to Wang Miao. How will she manage the upcoming stream?" Xingba spat in frustration. "What do you mean, how? I will take charge myself." He planned to initiate a dual live stream on his own account alongside the universities, directing the company's influencers to funnel viewers to them. "Let us not forget who set the record for sales on Douyin," he asserted. The assistant nodded vigorously. A dual account live stream was indeed a viable strategy. And with Xingba's influence, they were certain to overcome this hurdle. As the charismatic figure of the live streaming scene, Xingba engaged with his stylist while discussing the acquisition of several Apple 13 phones and various lesser-known small appliances from suppliers. He expressed his confidence in drawing an audience of 2 million, deeming anything less as inconsequential. Having prepared his appearance and attire meticulously, he did not hesitate to admonish Wang Miao to quickly touch up her makeup, reminding her that she was to serve as his backdrop during the event. Wang Miao, startled, stifled her sobs and hurried to the makeup station. "Dear audience, I present to you the illustrious Wang Miao, whose singing and dancing have rendered her fatigued. She shall now take a moment to rest. In the meantime, your devoted host shall bestow upon you some delightful gifts. For those interested, please type 1 in the chat. Every 10 minutes, I will give away an Apple 13 phone or a small appliance." The chat exploded with activity, the numeral 1 flooding the screen. In contrast to the professionally constructed streaming studio established by Fu University, the auditorium in Kyoto, where the event was held, appeared quite rudimentary. It consisted merely of a few light fixtures, a tripod, and a mobile phone, the entirety of the streaming setup, with even the sound equipment being of amateur quality. Inside the auditorium, only a handful of student volunteers were present to assist, while 3 individuals from dormitory 511 sat in the audience. "Didn't I ask you to sell our computers to purchase a proper streaming setup?" Wu Ming questioned with a hint of reproach towards Kong Huijun. Kong Huijun, somewhat dejected, replied, "Boss, we sold the computers too hastily. They offered a mere 100,000 for 3 units. I couldn't bring myself to accept." Angered, Wu Ming gripped Kong Huijun's collar, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? Computers are trivial compared to tonight's live stream, which was directly entrusted to us by the 4th before his departure. If we can't manage such a small task, how shall we face him in the future?" Kong Huijun nodded like a chick pecking at rice, acknowledging his mistake. "I'll sell the computers right away and procure a complete setup." However, Tang Yuming stopped him, saying, "Don't go. The competition ends at midnight, and we won't have enough time." With a frustrated thud, Wu Ming struck the chair, exclaiming, "How shameless is Fu University to invite external assistance." Tang Yuming, seething, held his phone, while the 2 others leaned in to see, all expressing their indignation. "This is clearly cheating," Kong Huijun remarked. "What is the current popularity of their live stream? How does it compare to our sisters?" Wu Ming, focusing on the pressing matter, inquired. Tang Yuming glanced at the data and responded, "Their live stream has 1.95 million viewers, contributing around 5 million, ranking first among all universities. In contrast, the 4th's wife stream has only 3,980 viewers, with a contribution of 120,000, ranking 55th. The disparity between over 190,000 viewers and 3,980 with contributions of 5,120,000, was starkly disheartening. Wu Ming decisively stated, "Brothers, the fourth has never asked us for anything. Today's event was entrusted to us before his departure. We must assist him in any way possible. Second brother, please post on the school forum, rallying everyone to lend their support. Old 3, go sell the computer and exchange it for a fruit phone. Let us also learn to conduct a lottery in the live stream. I will ask my comrades. Some of them are also Douyin hosts. I'll have them assist in directing traffic for my sister-in-law with a video." Upon hearing Wu Ming's words, Kong Tang and the others quickly agreed. The trio promptly prepared to take action. Kong Huijun moved swiftly, returning to the dormitory. In Chapter 78, are internet celebrities coming to the annual meeting? Kong Huijun packed all 3 computers into boxes. He hesitated, reluctant to part with his own computer, still unopened. However, the thought of Qin Chuan's face urged him onward. "Damn it, old 4. You need to get me another one when you come out." Having said that, he lifted the computer and was about to leave. At the dormitory entrance, Lu Wei leaned against the door frame, mockingly asking, "Oh, what's this? Selling your computer?" Kong Huijun glared at him, irritated by his smug expression, and retorted, "Get lost. Wait, you're selling it before even unpacking? What's wrong? Did your dormitory's big spender run into trouble?" Kong Huijun's eyes flashed with determination as he replied, "Lu Wei, are you looking for a beating today?" Lu Wei stepped back, chuckling, "No offense intended. I just thought you looked like you wanted to throw a punch. I was going to ask for a price. I need a computer for our dorm. If you offer a good deal, I'll take it all at once. After all, my money is clean, unlike yours." Kong Huijun kicked out in anger. Lu Wei jumped back just in time, exclaiming, "Damn it, your dorm, 511, is full of ruffians, using dirty money to show off. People are already in the Public Security Bureau, and you still act tough." Lu Wei's loud voice attracted onlookers from other dorms. "What is going on? I heard Qin Chuan from dorm 511 was caught by the Public Security Bureau." "What? Qin Chuan? Isn't he the big spender? Why was he arrested?" "Who knows? The Public Security Bureau must have solid evidence. I told you, no one has money blowing in from the wind. It's just a dorm, but it feels like a luxury apartment. Gifting computers worth over 200,000, clearly, it's all dirty money, used without care." Kong Huijun, feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, flushed with anger. He shouted, "Damn you all. Our old 4 is definitely not that kind of person." Kong Huijun, you received favors from Qin Chuan, so of course, you defend him. Exactly. If he hadn't given you a penny, you'd be cursing him just like us. Kong Huijun, enough already. Qin Chuan is gone, so stop pretending. With his head hung low, Kong Huijun pushed his way through the crowd. A familiar classmate asked, "Huijun, where are you going?" "I'm going to sell the computer and buy 2 iPhone 13s for Su Xiaoyan's live stream." Live stream? Someone immediately recalled, "Tonight, Douyin has a 100-school live competition, and our school's campus belle, Su Xiaoyan, is participating. Su Xiaoyan's live stream? I want to watch." "Oh, come on. What is so great about it? It's not even as interesting as watching the CEO's live stream." Indeed, the domineering CEO is currently lending his support in the Grand Live Broadcast Studio, where they have invited renowned influencers, Nana and Xiao Yao, boasting million-level charisma. However, Su Xiaoyan is from our school. Not supporting her is simply unacceptable. Look at the CEO's live stream, where they are giving away iPhone 13s, while Su Xiaoyan's stream offers nothing of the sort. Kong Huijun clenched his teeth in frustration. Even if one chooses not to support their own, to aid outsiders is utterly disheartening. The alumni today lack unity. With anger coursing through him, he stormed out of the school. He searched several second-hand computer shops. Yet the shopkeepers, seeing Kong Huijun's urgency, relentlessly slashed prices. A computer worth 50,000 was offered only for 5,000. Selling 3 still wouldn't suffice to purchase an iPhone 13. Kong Huijun glanced at the time, realizing it was already 10 p.m., with only 2 hours remaining until the live stream concluded. With a heavy heart, he made his way to the auditorium. The night air at the university felt chilly, sending shivers down his spine. "Hello, classmate. Could you please direct me to the auditorium?" A sweet, melodious voice called out from behind him. He turned, furrowing his brow, and was instantly mesmerized. The woman before him was strikingly familiar, Dai Mei, a renowned internet celebrity with millions of followers. He had spent countless nights hidden under his blankets, binge-watching her videos. Dai Mei flashed a delightful smile, awaiting his response. After a moment of shock, he pointed ahead. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she thanked him, then trotted off, followed by 4 or 5 entourage members, all carrying lighting equipment and other gear. Kong Hui-jun stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the surreal encounter. Am I dreaming? Excuse me, could you please tell me how to get to the auditorium? Another cheerful female voice chimed in. Kong Hui-jun instantly recognized it. This voice had haunted his dreams. It was Sister Zhou. Trembling with excitement, he gazed at her, questioning his own reality. He felt compelled to pinch himself to ascertain whether this was indeed a dream. Sister Zhou smiled gently. Just keep going straight. The red roof building is the one you seek. Kong Hui-jun, overwhelmed, expressed his gratitude as Sister Zhou politely shook his hand before dashing off with her assistance. Hurry up, what time is it? I told you not to dawdle, she urged as she ran. Along the way, Kong Hui-jun encountered numerous super influencers from platforms like Douyin and Shark, all hastening towards the auditorium. He was left in a state of disbelief. Students along the campus paths were equally astonished. What on earth is happening? Is Douyin holding an annual meeting at our university? Finally reaching the auditorium entrance, he beheld a sea of influential figures inside. They had brought their own equipment, transforming the modest live broadcast studio of the university into a professional venue. Sister Zhou and Su Xiaoyan interacted on stage, surrounded by a throng of internet celebrities awaiting their turn to make an appearance. It seemed as though each individual was eager to showcase their presence. Where have you been, third brother? Why did it take you so long to arrive? Wu Ming inquired upon spotting Kong Hui-jun. Boss, what is going on with all these big-name influencers? Wu Ming shook his head. I have no idea. They just showed up out of the blue, set up their equipment, and jumped in to help with the live broadcast, directing traffic to the younger sibling's streaming room. On stage, under the spotlight, Su Xiaoyan appeared disoriented. Since the commencement of the live stream, she had been distracted and out of sorts. The viewer count in her streaming room plummeted, and she contemplated giving up, feeling overwhelmed to the point of tears. However, suddenly, a massive wave of prominent internet personalities burst in. Some set up equipment and began streaming to attract viewers to their own channels, while others, like Sister Zhou, joined her on stage to enhance the ambience of the live session. After a flurry of activity, the once dwindling audience surged dramatically, surpassing 1 million viewers. Gifts began to flood in, and Su Xiaoyan found herself at a loss for words in her gratitude as her eyes glistened with tears. Xiao Chuan, how I wish you were here too. Then, out of the blue, a classic animation appeared on the screen, announcing a carnival. Su Xiaoyan's heart raced as she eagerly leaned in to see who had sent it, hoping to catch a glimpse of Qin Chuan's name. Seeing the carnival, Sister Zhou exclaimed excitedly, Wow, someone has started sending you gifts. Chapter 79. While others send phones during their live streams, I receive a BMW in mine. Su Xiaoyan's heart sank, only to be replaced by disappointment as she saw that the sender was a netizen named Principal. The gifts were pouring in incessantly, as if they were free. Wow, the principal is here. Look, it's Principal Wang. In an instant, the popularity of Su Xiaoyan's live stream surged once more. With online viewers surpassing 2 million, students from the financial university began to stream in, having been drawn from online to watch in person. Wu Ming, Kong Hui-jun, and Tang Yuming worked diligently to maintain order amidst the chaos that ensued due to the large influx of people. Fortunately, the charming presence of the girl kept the atmosphere lively. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed in, looking frantic. He glanced around before dashing towards the stage, startling both Sister Zhou and Su Xiaoyan. What are you doing? Don't act recklessly. We're live. Over 200 million people are watching. The man, panting heavily, struggled to catch his breath. After a brief pause, I introduced myself as Du Wei, the general manager of Tianqing BMW 4. My boss assigned me the responsibility of overseeing Miss Su's live broadcast and the accompanying lottery, which he would fully fund. From this moment forth, a BMW would be raffled every 10 minutes until the conclusion of the event. Upon hearing this, the venue fell into an astonished silence. Even Sister Zhou was taken aback, incredulously asking, What did you just say? Please repeat that. I clarified. Our boss has declared that starting now, during Miss Su's live stream, a BMW will be drawn every 10 minutes, with all expenses covered by him. Instantly, the live stream and the audience erupted in excitement. Wow, giving away a BMW as a prize? That's unbelievable. No way, a BMW every 10 minutes. What kind of extravagant live stream is this? The audience was stunned. Yet amidst the astonishment, some rational voices emerged, urging caution. Everyone, let's calm down. This could be a scripted event. Indeed, considering there was still an hour and a half until the end of the competition, it meant that a total of 9 BMWs could be given away in this live stream. Even if the cheapest model, the 1 Series, cost $200,000, that would amount to 1.8 million. Who would spend such a fortune on a lottery like this? It's simply absurd. Aside from the skeptics, there were also some internet aristocrats chiming in. What? A car worth $200,000? That's hardly worthy of being called a BMW. A 1 Series? That's something even a dog wouldn't want. Some decided to leave, deeming the event too petty. Noticing the negative sentiment in the live stream, Du Wei felt a surge of anger. Damn it. How dare they belittle a BMW worth $200,000? Though furious, he managed to contain his emotions. Addressing the camera, he said, "Friends in the live stream, it's not a 1 Series, nor is it a mere $200,000 BMW." Upon hearing this, the fans in the stream instantly perked up. Could it be a 3 Series? If it's a 3 Series, I'll bring my whole family to join the lottery. What about a 5 Series? That's the car of my dreams. Someone exclaimed, "Come on, that would cost a fortune." The manager, sensing the growing anticipation, decided to tease the audience. He understood the dynamics of attracting viewers. The stunning leggy host at the dealership was his recruitment. "Ladies and gentlemen, our boss is generous. He is directly giving away the top configuration." Du Wei made a gesture with his fingers, and in an instant, the live stream erupted. Various exclamations filled the air. "No way, no way, no way." The students present were equally ecstatic. Everyone pulled out their phones to join the live stream and await the impending lottery. What a lavish display of wealth. In merely 10 minutes, a BMW 8 Series, no less than the top-of-the-line model, was drawn. My brothers, I have just checked the price. A fully equipped 8 Series costs a staggering $1.2 million. That amounts to over $10 million for 9 vehicles. Everyone was left in utter astonishment. Observing the situation, Du Wei quickly interjected, No, I misspoke. It's not the 8 Series, not the 8 Series." The comments section erupted with a chorus of indignation. "Damn it," exclaimed one viewer. "I knew it was scripted. They're deliberately withholding the actual details and just flailing about. Everyone disperse. I'm unfollowing this nonsense." Seeing that things had spiraled out of control, Du Wei clasped his hands together and said, "Everyone, forgive me. It was my error. Our boss did not send the 8 Series, but rather the fully equipped BMW 8. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the live stream and the venue alike. No one spoke or typed for an extended moment. Du Wei noticed the interaction on the screen had ceased, with only a carnival effect continuously repeating. Instinctively, he reached out to tap the screen, calling out, "Hello, can you still hear me?" After a brief pause, the comments exploded in a flurry of activity. This time, the screen refreshed at an astonishing speed, rendering Du Wei unable to discern the specific messages. However, from the moment he entered until now, 10 minutes had elapsed. The first red envelope burst open with a resounding pop. Everyone turned their gaze to their phones, eager to see if fortune smiled upon them. No way, I won," shouted a bespectacled, demure young man, leaping with uncontainable joy. He dashed up to the stage, arriving before Du Wei. With a slight flourish, Du Wei produced a key from his pocket and proclaimed, "Congratulations. Tomorrow, take this key to Tianqing BMW 4 to complete the necessary formalities." The fortunate winner, gazing at the car key in his hand, felt overwhelmed with exhilaration. The comments in the live stream overflowed with envy and admiration. "Damn, I'm also a student of the financial university. I should have been there." Another lamented, "It seems the odds of winning are higher on site. I'm changing my clothes right now and heading to the financial university." Yet another chimed in, "Fortunately, I didn't win. The BMW 8 consumes too much fuel. Even if offered, I wouldn't accept it. It's not environmentally friendly." The last commentator, who had decried the lack of eco-friendliness, was now visibly agitated, her nails digging into her flesh in frustration. The 10 minutes of waiting for the draw felt interminable. Su Xiaoyan felt compelled to sing a song to uplift the atmosphere. "Sister Zhou, let us sing a song for our fans." Sister Zhou shook her head, offering an awkward smile. "Oh no, I'm afraid if I sing too well, I'll overshadow you." Su Xiaoyan chuckled softly and decided to perform solo. "Allow me to sing a song by Jay Cho. I hope everyone enjoys it." Upon hearing that she would sing a song by Jay Cho, the fans in the live stream instantly perked up with enthusiasm. Su Xiaoyan took a deep breath and, accompanied by the music, began to sing. Do you remember that you said home is the only castle? As the rice fragrance flows, we continue to run. As she sang, a fan in the audience suddenly whispered, "Is Su Xiaoyan lip-syncing? Why isn't she turning off the original sound?" Another chimed in, "Exactly, I heard it too. If the original sound isn't off, what's the point of singing?" However, it must be said that the sound system at the venue was indeed excellent. I could almost feel Jay Chou's presence, singing in my ear. Just as this student finished speaking, they caught sight of a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. Oh my goodness. It's Jay Chou. With the utterance of his name, the entire auditorium of the financial university erupted. Even internet celebrities with millions of followers stood up to pay their respects to him. Su Xiaoyan was stunned, frozen in place, her mouth slightly agape, her singing abruptly halted. In the live stream room, viewers wondered, what happened to the campus bell? Is she not singing anymore? If she is not singing, how can I still hear the music? Fool, that is Su Xiaoyan playing the original track. In the next moment, an unexpected figure appeared in the live stream. Jay Chou. Instantly, the live stream room erupted with excitement, and the comments flooded in with exclamations. Jay Chou waved to the viewers, saying, "Wow, not bad. You've already surpassed 5 million viewers. All right, I'll sing another song for everyone." With that, he turned to Su Xiaoyan. At that moment, she was completely bewildered. She never dreamed that her idol, Jay Chou, would appear in her live stream. Everything felt surreal and abstract. "Xiaoyan," Jay Chou gently called her name. Su Xiaoyan felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her body and shivered slightly, then nodded in response. "Are you ready?" Jay Chou asked with a smile. Su Xiaoyan was so nervous that she forgot to ask which song they would sing. Yet, when the music began to play, she instantly got into the zone. The horizon begins to darken. Turning away, unable to express the breakup, you have words unspoken. The love between seabirds and fish is merely an accident. The duet with Jay Chou, combined with the BMW 8 raffle, propelled the popularity of the entire live stream to unprecedented heights. The viewer count surged continuously. Su Xiaoyan's live stream soared to the top, leading the rankings and overshadowing even the account of the Kyoto Fashion Institute. During the broadcast, countless individuals spontaneously shared on Weibo, Moments, and other social platforms, promoting the financial university's live stream. In an instant, the headlines across various platforms were dominated by Su Xiaoyan from the financial university. Various headlines continue to emerge, such as the king willing to be a supporting role, accompanying the financial university bell's live stream and the financial university bell's live stream. With online viewers approaching 10 million, one can be certain that after tonight, Su Xiaoyan's name will resonate throughout Hua country. Suddenly, the festive effects in the live stream vanished. Why has the principal stopped sending gifts? I thought they would continue until the competition ended. Wow, the principal has already sent 120 festive gifts. Only 120? Surely the principal hasn't exerted their full effort yet. Just as the fans were engaged in discussion, the entire mobile screen flickered. A magnificent castle rose, surrounded by dazzling golden effects. Fans gasped in astonishment. What is this gift? I have never seen anything like it. A moment ago, I glanced and saw it was the Super Carnival, recently launched by Douyin just a minute ago. Such a name is impressive. Does changing the name really double the price? Enthusiastic fans clicked on the small gift box to check the real price of the Super Carnival. Upon seeing a string of zeros, they were left dumbfounded. The Super Carnival was priced at 3 million Do coins, equating to 300,000 Hua currency. The horror of it all, 300,000 was just given away in mere seconds. Instantly, the viewers in the live room were taken aback. The Super Carnival continued, one after another, seemingly intent on taking the baton from Principal Wang. Yet, this individual overshadowed Principal Wang by far. One gift was worth 3,000, while the other was 30,000. How could they be compared? Su Xiaoyan gazed dreamily at the live stream, watching the gifts being showered. Her emotions suddenly unraveled, tears streaming down her face as she whispered, "Xiao Chuan." The fans in the live room also noticed the relentless gifting, and the comment section erupted. "Wow, a wealthy benefactor has appeared, Qin Chuan. It's actually Qin Chuan. Wasn't he apprehended by the authorities? How can he still send gifts, especially the unseen Super Carnival? Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. If I possessed wealth like Qin's father, who would engage in illegal activities?" In Kyoto, on the second ring road, a sleek black Mercedes 350 was caught in traffic. "If you were to send gifts, I'll take a break," Qin Chuan said as he tossed his phone to Xia Ying, reclining slightly. Xia Ying took the phone, her finger trembling slightly. Although she was now part of a 100 billion group, Witnessing Qin Chuan send virtual gifts worth 300,000 without hesitation made her feel a twinge of concern for her boss's spending. Keep sending until Xiaoyan finishes her stream, Qin Chuan remarked casually. Xiaoying swallowed hard, carefully tapping the screen. At that moment, her phone rang. Xiaoying glanced at her phone before handing it to Qin Chuan. Whispering, "Boss, it's General Li from Douyin." Qin Chuan nodded and took the phone. "Hello, General Li." On the other end was Li Feng from Douyin's operations department, who cheerfully inquired, "How is it, Mr. Qin? Are you satisfied with the exclusive gift we tailored for you, the Super Carnival?" "Not bad," Qin Chuan replied. "Though your ambition seems limited, a gift worth 3 million Do coins is unlikely to be fully utilized today." Li Feng's expression froze, and he internally lamented that even with 100 billion Do coins, it would be impossible for any rational person to spend it all. "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize, but there are regulations in place. If we increase the amount further, it could lead to complications. I hope you understand." "All right then," Qin Chuan concluded, ending the call. Almost immediately, another call came through. Upon checking, he saw it was Wang Konghe. "Lao Qin, I'm exhausted. I've spent over 100. And I just can't keep going." Wang Tsong gazed at the 10,000 carnival coins Qin Chuan had transferred. It was the first time he felt that someone could spend even more for a woman than he did. "Quite a bit of effort, I see. Lao Qin, for your sake, I've leveraged my entire network in the live streaming sphere and even invited Jay Cho. Please don't brush me off with just a simple thank you." Seizing the opportunity, Wang Tsong asked, "So what do you want?" Qin Chuan pondered for a while, but couldn't he decipher Wang Tsong's intentions. Wang Tsong, exasperated, thought, "How can you even discuss money with the heir of a tycoon?" However, he quickly realized that Qin Chuan's family background might indeed be a tad more affluent than his own. "Old Qin, between brothers, why discuss money? This weekend, I'd like to go out to sea. My yacht is too small, and my father refuses to buy me a larger one. I heard you have that luxurious Eclipse yacht in your possession, so absolutely, you can borrow the yacht anytime." Qin Chuan readily agreed, almost forgetting about his splendid vessel. Wang Tsong's face lit up. "Great. I'll pick you up next weekend, and we can go together." After finishing his conversation with Wang Tsong, Qin Chuan wearily closed his eyes. Xiaoying slightly tilted her head, observing her boss's profile. She had always harbored considerable prejudice against Qin Chuan, yet each encounter left her profoundly shaken. Sometimes, money alone does not win a woman's heart. It is talent and wisdom that serve as the true keys to her soul. Gently, Xiaoying draped her coat over Qin Chuan's shoulders. Noticing his lack of reaction, she tentatively leaned closer, resting her head on his shoulder. In that moment, she wished for the traffic on the second ring road of Kyoto to be even more congested, for the car to move even slower. Chapter 81. A flawed endeavor in Kyoto, at the Fashion Institute. Within the indoor basketball court, Xingba fervently promoted his merchandise, his mouth frothing with excitement. After considerable effort, he finally achieved sales amounting to 100 million. Exhausted, he took a sip of water, taking a moment to catch his breath while checking comments and interacting with fans. In the live broadcast room, the comments began to shift from a wave of admiration for the dominant CEO to a notable change in atmosphere. Someone initiated a conversation, setting the tone. "Damn it, I came here to see the beautiful school belle. Who is this old man? Truly disgusting. He is the CEO. You know nothing. He is providing benefits for the fans. What's wrong with promoting products? If you don't want to buy, then leave. What benefits? After all this time, he is only giving away an iPhone 13. You frogs in the well should check out the finance department's live stream. They are pure entertainment, no products. And giving away a BMW 8. Is the BMW 8 real? I need to check it out." A single person's rhythm led to a staggering loss of nearly 1 million viewers in the CEO's stream. The floral tea he was sipping nearly spewed out. In an instant, the online audience dropped by 1 million, a situation he had never encountered before. He waved his hand, summoning Wang Miao to take over for him. The CEO stepped down to the backstage to review the actual data. At that moment, the fluctuating sales figures in the background began to plateau, even stalling for several minutes. "Let us see what is happening in the finance department. Giving away a BMW 8? Have they lost their minds?" Without hesitation, the assistant clicked on the finance department's Douyin account. On the screen, a middle-aged man in a suit was interacting with the audience. "Hello, can everyone still hear me? Hello?" He wiped the screen. The CEO was furious. What is this nonsense? Is he deliberately acting foolish? Just as his words faded, a flurry of red envelopes erupted on the screen, igniting a frenzy in the live room. A student-like young man rushed onto the stage, looking scholarly in his glasses. He raised his arms and shouted, "Wow! Wow! Wow! I won!" He dashed up to claim a set of keys. Witnessing this series of events, the CEO's face turned pale. He spotted a familiar figure behind the middle-aged man, Zhou Jie. Damn it. Zhou Jie is there supporting that girl. This is clearly a script. How shameless. Enraged, he called Wang Miao down, yanking her coat. "You have 2 minutes to change into a uniform and black stockings. And remember, the stockings must have letters on them." Wang Miao was taken aback. "CEO, what do you mean?" The CEO slapped her. "How did I end up signing such a useless person? Promote the products. Do you understand? You're going to ruin me today. What time is it?" We've only sold 100 million worth of goods. Wang Miao received a second slap that day, her spirit beginning to waver. The CEO gazed at the backstage sales figure of 100 million. Taking a deep breath, he stepped in front of the camera, displaying a harmless, friendly smile. "Dear family, I just bought dozens of iPhone 13s for everyone. Going forward, I will be giving away an iPhone 13 every 5 minutes during my live stream. Moreover, I shall invite our prominent influencer, Nana, to showcase her talents and serenade us with a song by Jay Chou." As she spoke, the million-follower sensation, Nana, gracefully ascended the stage. Facing the camera, she commenced her performance. Xing Ba stood beside her, willingly playing the supportive role, continuously lifting products and a small blackboard. As she performed, he simultaneously promoted merchandise. Under this arrangement, the dwindling online audience experienced a slight reprieve. Suddenly, a viewer commented in the live chat, "Brothers, hurry up. The Qaeda livestream is gathering. What's happening? Front row, I'm here for the gossip. Jay Chou has arrived at the Qaeda livestream. The wealthy Qin Chuan has returned, extravagantly showering the event with customized festival gifts. Brothers, it's time to witness a historical moment." Upon hearing this, the online viewership for Xing Ba's stream plummeted instantaneously. The audience flocked to the live stream featuring Jay Chou's live performance, leaving Xing Ba's modest stream, merely showcasing a plastic-faced influencer covering songs, utterly irrelevant. The viewer count nosedived from over 2 million to below 1 million, then swiftly to 500,000, 300,000, and finally 10,000. As the clock struck midnight, Xing Ba was left in a daze. He quietly closed the stream for his university. Then, with a defeated tone, he inquired about the sales figures for the evening. A profound silence enveloped the room. No one dared to answer, knowing the gravity of the situation. In a fit of rage, Xing Ba overturned the merchandise table, bellowing, "How much?" His assistant, trembling, replied, 109 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd averted their gazes from Xing Ba, fearful of his potential outburst. Everyone was acutely aware that the target for the night was 200 million. Failure to achieve this goal meant Xing Ba would have to personally cover the deficit, now amounting to nearly 100 million. Anyone in his position would be furious. Yet, Xing Ba remained unervingly calm. He slowly righted the table he had overturned and beckoned Wang Miao over. Wang Miao hesitated, rooted in place until her assistant nudged her forward. "Boss, I." Xing Ba extended his right hand, gently stroking Wang Miao's hair. 100 million, I can bear it." Wang Miao stood in shock. A flicker of gratitude towards Xing Ba coursing through her. Before she could respond, Xing Ba suddenly struck her with a punch. A torrent of blows rained down upon her. As he shouted, "You worthless fool, utterly useless. Please, boss, stop. I realize my mistakes," Wang Miao pleaded in agony. "Then you better pay up. You have the money to compensate, so I'll stop." Xing Ba showed no mercy, relentlessly delivering his blows. Having lost 100 million on a bet, all his years of hard work were in vain. He desperately needed an outlet for his frustration. Suddenly, the assistant sprang forward, fiercely embracing Xing Ba, exclaiming, "Boss, don't. Please stop." Xing Ba struggled and writhed, exclaiming in disbelief, "Even you wish to oppose me?" The assistant, trembling with fear and a hint of tears, spoke urgently, "Boss, your account is still live streaming. It hasn't been turned off." Upon hearing this, Xing Ba was instantly rendered speechless. In a state of panic, he turned his head to glance at his phone, which was still broadcasting. The scene of him brutally assaulting Wang Miao was being streamed without reservation. In that moment, it felt as though thunder had struck him, leaving his mind utterly blank. It was over, completely over. In the auditorium of Kyoto University of Finance, it was past midnight, and students began to leave one by one. Influencers like Sister Zhou also bid their farewells. After finishing his song, Zhou Dong exited through the back door to prevent a stampede. The once bustling auditorium gradually fell silent. Su Xiaoyan was still reeling from dizziness. As the events of the evening felt surreal, as if crafted exclusively for her own live show. The one who had showered her with gifts was none other than her boyfriend. Realizing something, Su Xiaoyan quickly grabbed her phone and dialed Qin Chuan's number. After a brief period of busy tone, the opening melody of Nocturne echoed through the auditorium. Su Xiaoyan froze, her gaze drawn to the source of the sound. Tears welled up in her eyes as she murmured, "Xiao Chuan." Qin Chuan walked into the auditorium with a smile, arms outstretched to embrace the rushing Su Xiaoyan. Outside the auditorium of the University of Finance, in a Mercedes-Benz 350, Xia Ying watched Qin Chuan's departing figure, instinctively wrapping her coat tighter around herself, inhaling the lingering scent. After a moment, she turned and walked away to her car. Chapter 82. With a 2 stake, he became the largest shareholder. In Kyoto, near the University of Finance. At the Hilton Garden Inn, a night of passion unfolded. The formidable strength of a 5th-level martial artist was overwhelmingly dominant. Qin Chuan struggled to restrain his power. Yet ordinary people could not stand against him. In a daze, Su Xiaoyan sensed Qin Chuan stirring beside her. "Xiao Chuan, can you take a day off today? I just want to snuggle in bed with you." Qin Chuan kissed her forehead gently, saying, "Xiao Yin, today is macroeconomics class. It's rather important. And I can't take a leave. I've ordered breakfast for you. You can eat in the room and rest a little longer." Su Xiaoyan, like a little girl, clung to Qin Chuan, playfully insisting for a long time before finally letting him go, reluctantly releasing her hold on him. Even with newfound wealth, Xiao Chuan continued to study diligently, just as he always had. The hotel was merely 2 blocks away from the University of Finance, and seeing that it was still early, Qin Chuan decided to walk to school. Suddenly, a system prompt flashed before his eyes. "Congratulations to the challenger. Completed side quest. Proving innocence. Quest reward. Shares of Huawei Technology Company, Limited 2." Qin Chuan was somewhat astonished. The reward for this task was, unexpectedly, shares of Huawei Technology Company, Limited 2. It is noteworthy that Huawei is a privately held company that has not gone public, making its actual value quite elusive. It is a 100-employee-owned enterprise, operating an employee stock ownership plan through a union. Previously, employee ownership in Huawei accounted for 98.99. The founder of Huawei held the largest share, which was as high as 101. Now, suddenly acquiring 2 shares meant that he effectively became the largest shareholder of Huawei. It seemed prudent to replace his Xiaomi phone with one from Huawei, supporting his own industry from the ground up. Just as Qin Chuan dismissed the system interface and hurried towards the classroom, he did not cut it close this time, but entered the classroom at a normal hour. Tian Xin was already seated early in the classroom. The previous day being Sunday, Qin Chuan had left abruptly in the morning and had not answered any calls throughout the day, which had infuriated Tian Xin. Upon seeing Qin Chuan enter, she deliberately turned her head away, crossing her arms over her chest and pouting. I want to acknowledge you," she thought. Yet, deep down, she harbored a glimmer of hope that Qin Chuan might approach her to offer an explanation, or perhaps sit beside her during the class. However, Qin Chuan merely glanced at her before heading to the back, joining his 3 roommates. "Tian Xin, is anyone sitting next to you? If not, may I sit with you?" Tian Xin looked up to see Zhao Lingxiao, who had self-proclaimed the class heartthrob. A flicker of disdain crossed her sweet, charming face as she coldly replied, "There is someone." Just as Zhao Lingxiao was about to shamelessly pursue her, he noticed Tian Xin had snapped her pen in half. The unfortunate Zhao had no choice but to retreat, clearly having provoked a tempest. In the back row of the classroom, Qin Chuan sat beside his roommate Wu Ming, who exchanged a few pleasantries with him. Qin Chuan noticed that their second roommate, Tang Yuming, was slumped over his desk, appearing utterly dispirited. "What is wrong with you?" Qin Chuan inquired, perplexed. "Alas, this matter has a bit to do with you," Tang Yuming replied. Qin Chuan was taken aback. "How is this related to me?" "Indeed. Yesterday you were in Su Xiaoyan's live stream, lavishly spending millions and gifting a BMW 8. Do you remember?" Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. The first winner yesterday was a boy from the neighboring class. Upon winning, he immediately confessed to your secret crush, and she accepted without hesitation. "This is how our second roommate ended up like this," said Kang Huijun, unable to contain his laughter. Qin Chuan was stunned. No way. Could it be this coincidental? He changed seats to comfort Tang Yuming. "Old Tang, this situation isn't my fault. You can only blame your bad luck." Tang Yuming sighed, resembling a beleaguered chubby boy. I will arrange for you a more impressive vehicle than the number 8, enabling you to win back your goddess, he announced. Tang Yuming sniffled, his expression a mixture of doubt and hope. Really? Qin Chuan smiled lightly, patting Tang Yuming's shoulder, affirming with a nod. Loyalty is a reciprocal bond. Qin Chuan never hesitated to support a brother who had aided him. The bell rang, heralding the entrance of the macroeconomics instructor, a 30-year-old woman named Dai Jiejia. Clad in a black trench coat paired with matching trousers, she stood approximately 165 meters tall, her physique well-proportioned. Her facial contours were smooth, with prominent brow bones that enhanced her captivating gaze. Complemented by a finely sculpted chin, she emanated an air of sophistication, reminiscent of the film star Jiang Shuaing. Dai Jiejia was an Ivy League graduate, holding a postdoctoral degree. She possessed profound insights into macroeconomics and delivered her lectures with vivacity and eloquence. By the end of the class, the students had gained invaluable knowledge. As she spoke, the students listened intently, allowing her to expound with increasing fluency. After the first segment concluded, a sense of anticipation lingered in the air. Just as everyone prepared for the second segment, Dai Jiejia's phone vibrated. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her eyes sparkled with expectation and delight. She gestured an apology to her students before stepping out to take the call. A few minutes later, she returned to the classroom, her previous vitality seemingly drained. Now, she appeared as if she had lost her spirit, her speech faltering. The students observed her transformation with concern. Wu Ming could not contain himself, asking, "Teacher, what is wrong?" At this inquiry, Dai Jiejia finally broke down, collapsing onto the floor in tears. Her sobbing left everyone in shock. The female students hurried forward, offering tissues to wipe her tears, while the male students seethed with indignation, convinced that their teacher had been wronged. "Teacher, what happened? Is there a family emergency? Have you been betrayed? Who is the scoundrel? We will stand up for you." The last studentess' inquiry earned him disapproving glares from his peers. Dai Jiejia took a tissue, blowing her nose as she choked out, "It is not the teacher's fault. Not your fault." This revelation unsettled everyone. Could it be that Teacher Dai has late-stage cancer? How absurd. Look at Teacher Dai. She cannot possibly be in the late stages, perhaps just mid-stage. Do not fear, teacher. Medical advancements are remarkable. My 7th uncle also had cancer, yet after rigorous treatment, he is now lively and active. Upon hearing the word cancer, Qin Chuan felt compelled to approach and ascertain the situation. He held a favorable impression of Teacher Dai Jiejia. Having reached a secondary level in medical knowledge, he felt confident in addressing cancer-related issues. Just as he was about to approach her for a pulse diagnosis, Dai Jiejia cast a lingering, sorrowful glance at a classmate who had just spoken. "Classmate, do you truly wish for the teacher to be unfaithful? Do you wish for her to suffer from cancer?" The classmate felt a jolt of unease and retreated a couple of steps. "Teacher, if there is something troubling you, please feel free to share." "Indeed, teacher, we stand behind you. There is nothing to fear. Please, just say something. Otherwise, I shall be restless through the night." Dai Jiejia sighed and, with a wry smile, revealed, "In addition to my teaching role, I hold a position at an investment bank on Wall Street in the United States, where I serve as the deputy general manager of a project. Initially, if this project succeeds, I would have been promoted to project director." Upon hearing this, the class collectively gasped. No one was surprised to learn of Dai Jiejia's external job, as it underscored her theoretical knowledge and practical experience. For instance, a certain Arabic teacher also worked as a host outside of school. However, everyone was astonished to discover that Dai Jiejia was a deputy general manager at a Wall Street investment bank, a position coveted by finance students. Yet, her next words brought everyone back to reality. "Just now, I received a call from the headquarters in Kyoto informing me that I have been dismissed." Chapter 83. Another American consortium. Dai Jiejia's announcement left the entire class in shock. "Teacher, why? Teacher, have you made some decision that goes against our ancestors? Teacher, you haven't engaged in an office romance, have you?" Everyone turned to look at the last speaker. It was him again. In the next moment, this ever-chatty classmate was ejected from the classroom by several other boys. Dai Jiejia steadied her emotions and continued, "Recently, Wall Street has erupted in a short-selling campaign against the Silden Group. I wonder if you all are aware of this." Every student in the room nodded in unison. "Teacher, the short selling of the Silden Group has created quite a stir. How could anyone studying finance be unaware? I have also heard that Wall Street's decision to short sell Silden is not merely due to trivial negative news. but rather because the current leader of the Silden Group is a Chinese individual. I have seen him on television. He is remarkably handsome. Seeing their reactions, Dai Jiejia felt a sense of relief. I work for a subsidiary of the American Mailong Consortium on Wall Street, known as Mailong Financial. We were also involved in the short-selling campaign against Silden. Upon hearing the name Mailong Consortium, every student's pupils dilated in astonishment. Goodness, teacher, you actually work at Mailong. That's a Fortune Global 500 company, one of the top conglomerates in the world. Teacher, it seems that the consortium that shorted Sheridan has all returned empty-handed. Is it due to misguided short-selling that led to this? Dai Jiejia shook her head. At that time, I never advocated for short-selling. On the contrary, when I learned the reasons behind that short-selling, it was evident that it was a calculated attack, driven by Wall Street's refusal to allow Chinese individuals to hold sway over American enterprises. Much of the evidence was fabricated, either non-existent or concocted by colluding insiders within the Sheridan Group. Upon hearing this, the students were filled with righteous indignation. Damn it, how disdainful Americans are towards us Chinese. One exclaimed, Miss Sheridan is so beautiful. How could anyone wish her harm? Another added, Teacher, your dismissal couldn't possibly be linked to your Chinese identity, could it? At this, a bittersweet smile crossed Dai Jiejia's face. She nodded slightly and replied, For those of us studying finance, our dream is to secure a place on Wall Street. However, Wall Street offers no refuge for us Chinese. The highest position a Chinese person can attain there is merely that of a project vice president, much like my own role. Ascending any further is akin to scaling the heavens. Many faces in the room darkened with disappointment as she spoke. For those studying finance, a position on Wall Street was the ultimate aspiration. Everyone dreamed of becoming a managing director within a prestigious consortium, overseeing vast territories and commanding significant investments with just a few signatures. Yet, the reality is starkly cruel. In America, the number of Chinese individuals holding executive positions is minuscule. Dai Jiejia sighed deeply, recalling her nearly 10 years of hard work at Mailong Financial during her university internship, finally reaching the brink of her goal. Yet, the American headquarters sent in a new manager from India, who immediately usurped all of her projects. Every new initiative she proposed was dismissed, and previously, he had diverted all funds from the Chinese division to short Sheridan, ultimately leading to a staggering loss of $2 billion. He laid her off, using her as a scapegoat to placate headquarters. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with feelings of grievance, resentment, and defiance. Her students fell silent, all understanding that the new manager was deliberately targeting Dai Jiejia. Frustration bubbled within them as they clenched their fists. But what could they do? Their anger could only be directed at the heir, impotent in its expression. Mailong was a behemoth in the financial world, a venerable institution of great repute. Their desire to stand up for their teacher felt like a futile endeavor, akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Dai Jiejia observed the expressions of her students and felt a surge of gratitude. Wiping away her tears, she forced a smile and said, I apologize, everyone, for the disruption caused by my situation. Let us continue with the lesson. I am ready to proceed. Teacher, are you truly all right? Teacher, perhaps we should cancel this class. Indeed, teacher, you have been dismissed, and you must consider how to negotiate compensation with Mailong Company. Dai Jiejia managed a bitter smile as she recalled that the Mailong Company in Huagua has never offered compensation for the dismissal of any individual. They possess a formidable legal and human resources team. They can nitpick even the minutest details, and oftentimes, the dismissed individual ends up owing the company a sum for damages. Everyone gasped in disbelief. Can it truly be so? Wasn't it said that Americans value credibility, legality, and equality above all? Teacher, might you be mistaken? Just recently, I read that when Wall Street laid off employees, Mailong Company compensated each one handsomely. Dai Jiejia's lips curled into a grim smile, resigning herself to the reality. We are Huagua people. In their eyes, we are unworthy of discussions about trust, law, and equality. Compensation is forever reserved for Americans. For us Huagua people, merely being allowed to work in the company is considered the greatest blessing. To be honest, discussing compensation frightens me, not because I have committed any improper deeds, but because I dread being unjustly accused. Americans excel at tarnishing a person or even a nation with baseless charges. I still wish to continue living my life. Dai Jiejia's words fell like a cold splash of water, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited in everyone's hearts. Their aspirations for the future suddenly blurred. The girls lowered their gazes, their spirits dampened, while the boys felt a weight in their chests, as if they were holding their breath. Noticing this, Dai Jijia rose and clapped her hands. Classmates, do not lose heart, do not despair. Each of your futures is bright. As long as you are willing to study diligently, you will dispel the misunderstandings and prejudices that other nations harbor against us. A hint of melancholy welled in everyone's noses. They only lamented their inability to become stronger, to stand tall in the face of injustice and discrimination, to fight back and strive for their rights. Unbeknownst to them, the school bell rang, but this time, the sound did not elicit excitement. Each student silently returned to their seats, methodically packing away their textbooks and stationery. Dai Jijia, too, organized her materials at the podium. The tears on her face had dried, yet the puffiness around her eyes revealed that she had indeed wept. Just as she prepared to leave the classroom, a boy stood before her. Qin Chuan, do you need something? Dai Jijia inquired. Teacher, I believe you should pursue compensation, Qin Chuan replied calmly. Dai Jijia lifted her gaze to scrutinize Qin Chuan anew. He appeared somewhat aloof, his deep-set eyes revealing a hint of mystery. His expression was serene, devoid of excessive emotion. Though of average build, he exuded a sense of composure and strength. Despite his simple attire, he radiated an air of elegance and affluence. She let out a wry laugh, poised to respond. Students gathered around. Teacher, you should listen to Qin Chuan. We all support you. Indeed, teacher, unity is strength. We will accompany you to discuss compensation. Teacher, Qin Chuan's family runs a BMW dealership. He surely has access to legal resources. Trusting him is prudent. Ever since the last corporate management class, everyone has become aware of Qin Chuan's affluent background. Even Su Gongqing, who was present in class, later treated Qin Chuan with utmost respect. Just yesterday, he lavishly showered Su Xiaoyan with gifts. A quintessential second-generation wealthy individual. Such grandeur is rare among students from the financial university. With a second-generation affluent individual stepping in, their influence far surpasses that of their peers. Qin Chuan might be able to negotiate amicably with Mei Long, leveraging his resources. Dai Jijia felt a swell of pride. Her students wished to stand up for her. Yet, her heart had long turned to ashes. Students, unscathed by the harsh realities of society, often remain naive. To them, a classmate whose family owns a BMW dealership is a paragon of success, an omnipotent figure. However, to international tycoons, they are akin to mere ants, easily crushed underfoot. Thank you for your kind intentions, Qin Chuan. But, teacher, we have no classes this afternoon. Let us go. Qin Chuan did not allow Dai Jijia the chance to decline. Had it been anyone else, he likely would not have bothered. However, Dai Jijia was his teacher, and her previous refusal to short sell at Xyerton warranted his assistance. Furthermore, these matters seemed trivial to him, akin to childish play. The other students incessantly encouraged her, leaving Dai Jijia with little choice but to acquiesce. She nodded, thinking it a chance to broaden Qin Chuan's horizons and perhaps teach the unruly second generation a lesson beneficial for his future endeavors. Tian Xin approached hastily. Qin Chuan, are you truly going with teacher Dai to confront Mei Long? Yes. Tian Xin felt a surge of frustration but refrained from expressing it. Instead, she retrieved a lunchbox from her backpack and firmly handed it to him. Here, today's lunch. Qin Chuan accepted it with trepidation. If he were to reflect on his greatest regret, it would be allowing Tian Xin to play the role of his personal chef. Currently, his greatest fear was the meals she prepared. Each meal seemed to encompass the entirety of the periodic table. What is that expression? Don't want to eat what I've made? Tian Xin asked, her face a picture of grievance, tears welling in her eyes. No, it's just that my appetite hasn't been great lately, Qin Chuan stammered. Then tomorrow, I'll make you some congee. I've refined my Cantonese-style clay pot congee. It's much better now. Speaking of congee reminded Qin Chuan of the pot of pig offal congee Tian Xin had made not long ago. As he took his first spoonful, he was met with the unadulterated taste of pig intestines. The thought alone now made him feel slightly nauseous. Initially intending to decline, Qin Chuan found himself unable to resist the hopeful expression on Tian Xion's face and ultimately nodded in agreement. He mused that, much like the last time, he could shatter the clay pot with his martial prowess, thus avoiding the need to consume its contents. However, to his surprise, Tian Xion cheerfully remarked that the previous pot had been of inferior quality, and this time she had procured a stainless steel one, which would surely withstand the pressure. Qin Chuan, feeling somewhat exasperated, silently exited the classroom to catch up with Dai Jiejia. She retrieved her phone and, with a hint of embarrassment, mentioned, "Since you're going, I'll ask the teacher to summon a ride." She confessed, "To be honest, I still haven't passed my driving test." "That won't be necessary. You can ride with me," he replied. Dai Jiejia was taken aback. He had a car already as a freshman? Then it struck her. Qin Chuan's family operated a BMW dealership. Owning a vehicle was hardly surprising. However, instead of leading her to the school's parking lot, he directed her to a nearby office building. Dai Jiejia gawked at the structure and inquired, "Is your car parked beneath this building?" Qin Chuan walked ahead, nodding slightly. "Parking at our school costs a symbolic 200 a month. Here, it must be at least 1,000 or 1,800, right?" Although Dai Jiejia lacked a driver's license, she was acutely aware of automotive costs, as it was essential knowledge in her profession. "It's free," Qin Chuan stated nonchalantly. "Free?" Dai Jiejia questioned, bewildered. "Yes. I purchased it not long ago." Dai Jiejia halted in her tracks, her eyes widening. "What did you just say? This office building belongs to you?" "Indeed," he confirmed. "My driver thought a monthly parking fee of 1,000 was a bit steep, so I decided to buy the building outright. This way, I save her the hassle of complaining incessantly about parking." Qin Chuan spoke with a casual demeanor, as if acquiring a skyscraper was merely a whimsical act to appease a child. Dai Jiejia felt a mix of skepticism and intrigue. After all, she had never encountered anyone who would purchase a building for such an absurd reason. Beep. Qin Chuan pressed the key fob to unlock the car, leaving Dai Jiejia utterly dumbfounded. Before her stood a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a vehicle worth millions. She had anticipated that Qin Chuan might drive one of the BMWs sold by his family, but never did she imagine he would possess a Rolls-Royce. Even as a mid-level employee at a prestigious investment bank, this car was a symbol of unattainable luxury. The vehicle was valued at 10 million, with annual running costs around 300,000, an expense few could afford. Once inside the car, Dai Jiejia's emotions steadied somewhat. Though she had experienced luxury vehicles before, the novelty of a Rolls-Royce was fleeting. The car started, and they headed towards the Mailong Financial Building in the northern part of the city. Along the way, Dai Jiejia considered advising Qin Chuan to let go of his stubbornness, even as she herself was on the verge of surrender. Yet, little did she know what awaited them. Not long after Qin Chuan entered the vehicle, he donned his Bluetooth headset and dialed a number. "Hello. Gather the entire legal team you brought that day at the Mailong Building in the northern part of the city. I have a need. It's not about me. It's regarding a friend." "All right." After exchanging these few succinct sentences, Qin Chuan ended the call. Dai Jiejia was left in a state of bewilderment. "Qin Chuan, you summoned a legal team?" Qin Chuan, gazing ahead at the road, replied, "Yes, the company conveniently has a legal team." This matter unfolded in Huagua, and Qin Chuan preferred to address it through conventional channels. Dai Jiejia was astonished. Just how formidable was Qin Chuan's family background to sustain an entire legal team? A BMW dealership could hardly support such a formidable array. Chapter 85. Fluent in multiple languages, rebuking the rudeness of others in Kyoto, within the northern district, stood the Mailong Financial Building. The edifice comprised 32 stories. Though not particularly tall, it was entirely owned by the Mailong Group. In the precious land of Kyoto, this was indeed a monumental investment. Dai Jiejia swiped her employee badge, guiding Qin Chuan into the building's interior. The decor was minimalist and refreshing, eschewing ostentatious embellishments in favor of expansive glass windows that invited sunlight to flood the space, filling it with natural light. On the 29th floor resided the conference rooms for internal employees. Dai Jiejia had previously arranged with the HR department to discuss matters regarding her resignation. She and Qin Chuan arrived at conference room number 9, where they sat in quiet anticipation. 10 minutes passed, then 15, and eventually, half an hour slipped by. The two remained in the conference room for a full hour without anyone coming in to engage with them. Even more infuriating was the fact that, as winter approached, the heating had been turned off, and the central air conditioning blew cold air into the room. Just as Dai Jiejia prepared to step out to summon someone, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, wearing glasses, entered. Her hair was meticulously styled, and her nameplate read Dengya. Dengya, engrossed in the materials she held, did not greet the two individuals in the room. Instead, she unceremoniously took a seat. Without lifting her gaze, she coldly articulated in English, "Dai Jiejia. As per the decision of the company's upper management, your employment is hereby terminated. You are required to remove all personal belongings from the building by the end of today." Should you fail to do so, we will consider it a forfeiture of ownership, and the items will be disposed of by designated personnel. If there are no issues, please sign the document, and you may leave. In response, Dai Jijia queried in English, "What about my severance compensation?" Deng Ye mechanically replied, "There is no compensation. You are resigning voluntarily, and we will accurately reflect this in your departure report. You have terminated my employment. How can you claim it as voluntary? I had no intention of resigning. I have dedicated 10 years to Meilong. How could I possibly choose to leave willingly?" Deng Ye slightly raised her head, casting a disdainful glance at Dai Jijia. "Are you challenging the authority of the company? You disregard the leadership's decision to short-sell Hilton and repeatedly question it, showing no obedience to the leadership's arrangements. And yet, you still seek compensation?" Dai Jijia retorted. "Short-selling Hilton was fundamentally a misguided decision, and the ensuing results have proven my judgment to be correct. On the contrary, it is you who stubbornly insisted on short-selling Hilton, leading to losses. And you expect me to bear the blame?" Deng Ye remained unyielding, stating, "As the deputy general manager of your department, you should bear the consequences of your department's failed decisions." Dai Jijia slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "That's absurd." During the company meeting, it was clearly Samit who made the decision in his capacity as general manager. Deng Ye scoffed, "At Meilong Group, we only consider the results, not the process." With a slight softening of her tone, Deng Ye continued in Mandarin, "Dai Jijia, even if Samit made the decision, so what? He is clearly seeking a scapegoat. And as the only Chinese among the deputy general managers, who else would he target? Surely not a Caucasian?" Hearing Deng Ye's candid words, Dai Jijia's anger subsided somewhat. "I've devoted 10 years to this company, only to be treated like this. Is it merely because I am Chinese?" Deng Ye gave her a meaningful glance, but did not respond. Nonetheless, Dai Jijia still wished to pursue compensation. Upon hearing the word compensation, Deng Ye's expression changed dramatically. "Dai Jijia, how can I make you understand? Do you insist on a mutually destructive outcome? Samit has explicitly stated that there will be no compensation. Think about it. Your annual salary is nearly $1 million, and under the compensation scheme, the company would have to pay over $1 million. Are you not aware of how difficult things are for the company right now? Is it that the company's hardships absolve them of paying compensation?" "That's the best joke I've heard this year," Qin Chuan interjected with a cold laugh. Deng Ye, visibly displeased, asked in English, "Dai Jijia, who is he?" "I am her student," Qin Chuan replied fluently in English. Deng Ye narrowed her eyes, switching to French. "You uncultured wretch. How dare you act unprofessionally?" Qin Chuan retaliated in French as well. Deng Ye was taken aback. She had anticipated that this 20-year-old would be fluent in both English and French, with impeccable pronunciation and grammar, as if having lived locally all his life. Just as she was about to switch to German to confront Qin Chuan, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, having not used German in a long time and struggling to switch between multiple languages in quick succession. "With your level of proficiency, you should go back and practice. Today, you must provide teacher Dai with an explanation," Qin Chuan asserted in fluent German. Deng Ye's face turned pale, profoundly shaken by Qin Chuan's command. As a seasoned human resources professional, she had always leveraged the company's authority to dominate others. But today she found herself thoroughly outmatched by a mere 20-year-old. Dai Jijia was also taken aback. Qin Chuan was surprisingly proficient in English, German, and French, not merely at the level of basic greetings and farewells, but at a level that approached that of a native speaker. "How is it that you possess such mastery of these 3 foreign languages?" Dai Jijia incredulously inquired. "Well, as a finance student, one must engage with the world. And not just in English, German, or French. I have a rudimentary understanding of virtually any language," Deng Ye interjected, rising abruptly. "Do not be complacent, Dai Jijia. You cannot overpower a corporate giant. If you insist on escalating matters with the company, we will have no choice but to resort to legal proceedings." Deng Ye uttered a term that instilled fear in all: legal proceedings. Many, when faced with the unjust treatment meted out by large corporations, dread the prospect of engaging in legal battles. Their concern lies not in the potential for injustice within the law, but in their own lack of resources to contend with a corporate behemoth. Corporations possess specialized legal teams equipped with substantial funds to wage lawsuits. They may well expend more on legal fees than the compensation they might owe you. However, what corporations seek is not merely money, but also their reputation and standing. In contrast, those who challenge these corporations must rely solely on their own efforts, fighting a solitary battle. Dai Jijia, Consider whether you truly have the time or the financial means to engage in a protracted struggle with Mei Long. Sumit has made it abundantly clear that they intend to fight to the bitter end. While I am unaware of the deep-seated animosities between you at this moment, Mei Long holds all the cards. I can only extend my apologies, Deng Ye declared, exuding an air of triumph. Throughout her years in human resources, she had observed that whenever the phrase legal proceedings was uttered, the opposing party invariably chose to compromise. Deng Ye anticipated that Dai Jiejia would do the same. She slid a printed resignation letter across the table toward Dai Jiejia. Do not resist, just sign it. Feeling despondent, Dai Jiejia reached for the resignation letter, only to grasp at air. Qin Chuan had snatched the document and torn it to shreds in an instant. You, Deng Ye exclaimed, rising in fury. Dai Jiejia, I see that you are doing this on purpose. You want to provoke a lawsuit, do you? Qin Chuan cast aside the torn remnants of the paper. A lawsuit, you say? Perfect, my legal team has just arrived. Let us sit down and have a proper discussion. At that moment, a knock echoed on the conference room door, and a staff member from Mei Long entered, whispering a few words to Deng Ye. Her expression shifted dramatically. Do you have any idea how much this lawsuit will cost? Given Sumit's determination, is it worth it for a mere compensation of over 1 million? Have you become accustomed to being a lackey for foreigners? Qin Chuan retorted. Let me make this clear. I am resolute in pursuing this lawsuit, regardless of whether it costs 100,000 or 2 million. I am indifferent to the expense. As soon as Qin Chuan finished speaking, 5 impeccably dressed lawyers entered the room. These individuals had previously encountered Qin Chuan at the Public Security Bureau. Although they are prominent figures within the legal community, engaging effortlessly with the titans of major corporations, upon encountering Qin Chuan, they exhibit utmost reverence. The events at the Public Security Bureau remain vividly etched in their memories. This young man, merely in his 20s, not only helms a Fortune Global 500 company, but is also a distinguished guest of the Ministry of Security and the Dragon Team of Huagua. Mr. Qin, I am Wu Yong. Please feel free to give me any instructions, Wu Yong humbly states. Qin Chuan turns to Dai Jiejia, signaling her to converse with the lawyers and articulate any grievances she may have. At this moment, Dai Jiejia is utterly bewildered. She recognizes Wu Yong, a leading barrister from the prestigious Juanshang law firm, which has dealings with numerous Fortune Global 500 companies. Wu Yong typically serves elite families or large corporations, charging exorbitant fees that reach as high as 20,000 yuan per hour for mere consultations. The fact that Qin Chuan has managed to enlist his support fills Dai Jiejia with dread regarding her student's true background. The BMW dealership and office building are likely just the tip of the iceberg of his wealth. Seeing Dai Jiejia remain unmoved, Qin Chuan reassures her. You need not worry about the financial aspect. I will cover it. You've grown quite audacious. Do you intend to oppose the Mei Long Group? Deng Ye threatens. Pointing a finger at Dai Jiejia, Wu Yong steps forward, presenting his business card. Ms. Deng, I must urge you to be mindful of your words and actions. As you have already engaged in behavior that intimidates my client, I will document all of your conduct. Deng Ye glances at the card, her face draining of color upon seeing the words Juanshang emblazoned upon it. As a seasoned human resources professional, she understands the necessity of grasping basic legal principles. Juanshang law firm ranks among the top in Huagua, consistently placing in the top 3 for success rates among all law firms, specializing in disputes of this nature. Deng Ye falls silent, realizing the gravity of the situation and promptly retreats from her previous arrogance. A mere company employee, she possesses only a fundamental understanding of labor law, rendering her expertise minuscule compared to her opponents. She recognizes that the legal prowess on the opposing side could easily overpower her. Fearing that a misstep could ignite trouble for herself, she is acutely aware that the crux of the matter lies in the personal grievances between Dai Jiejia and Sumit, and she has no need to become embroiled in it. Should Sumit decide to manipulate the situation, she could easily be cast aside. She slowly returns to her seat, silently observing the communication between Dai Jiejia and the legal team. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Yong approaches Deng Ye, holding a sheet of paper. Ms. Deng, my client has articulated her demands. Your company is required to compensate my client a total of 186 million yuan in breach of contract damages. Deng Ye takes the paper, glancing at the figures inscribed upon it. Regarding the compensation of 186 million yuan, Deng Ye expressed no objections. For the dismissal of a mid-level employee, this sum is hardly significant. However, the only variable lies with the individual at the top. This decision is beyond my solitary authority. I must present it to our general manager for review. Wu Yong nodded in agreement, yet he noted that my client could not afford to wait much longer. I can grant you 30 minutes. Although Wu Yong's words were delivered with utmost courtesy, those who heard them felt a prickling discomfort. Deng Ye swiftly gathered the documents and exited the conference room. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, observing Wu Yong. This individual appeared to be entirely different from his submissive demeanor at the Public Security Bureau. Seeing Deng Ye depart, Dai Jie tentatively inquired of lawyer Wu. How confident are you about this case? Wu Yong, arms crossed, confidently replied, Ms. Dai, there is no need for concern. I possess a 99% assurance regarding this matter. As time ticked by, the promised 30 minutes elapsed. Wu Yong's expression began to shift as he inwardly grumbled. Damn it, does he treat my words as mere whispers? Just as Wu Yong was silently cursing, the conference room door swung open. Deng Ye re-entered, leading 4 or 5 individuals dressed similarly to Wu Yong's legal team. Among them was a brown-skinned man holding an iced Americano. This was Sumit. It was evident that the professionally attired individuals were legal advisors from Meilong Financial Company. Eric, Wu Yong exclaimed in surprise. The American, Eric, smiled at Wu Yong and greeted him in English. Wu, long time no see. A bead of sweat appeared on Wu Yong's forehead as he instinctively swallowed hard. Noticing the unusual tension, Qin Chuan whispered, Lawyer Wu, what's wrong? Do you know him? Wu Yong took a seat and replied, That man is named Eric, a premier partner at the American Alec law firm. Like me, he graduated from Stanford Law School. Strictly speaking, he is my senior. Consequently, the probability of winning this case could only be assured at 70%. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the group across from him. Sumit took a seat and upon first seeing Qin Chuan, exclaimed a curse in his native dialect. Mind your language. Qin Chuan retorted in kind. The room fell silent, with the exception of Sumit, as the others were oblivious to Qin Chuan's words. Sumit was utterly perplexed. India is a nation of over 100 ethnic groups and boasts approximately 1,700 languages. Communication among its citizens can often prove challenging. Sumit hailed from the central region of India, and the dialect he spoke was a branch of the Aryan languages known as Punjabi. This language is relatively obscure even within India, with few citizens opting to study or explore it, let alone a foreigner. Qin Chuan's pronunciation in Punjabi flows smoothly, with a natural grammar that reaches the realm of pure and unadulterated expression. Upon witnessing this, Sumit could only retract his own dialect. He had initially intended to leverage his linguistic advantage to intimidate his opponent, yet he found himself outmaneuvered. Wu Yong, observing the favorable position of his side, felt a flicker of confidence. He was the first to pose a question to the esteemed company regarding any objections to our client's demands. Wu, you remain as you were in school, far too youthful, Eric remarked nonchalantly as he produced a document from his briefcase and slid it across the table towards Wu Yong. With a look of suspicion, Wu Yong opened the document, his complexion instantly paling. He turned to glance at his boss, Qin Chuan, realizing that this legal battle might be more complex than originally anticipated. Chapter 87. If you can't win, speak up sooner. Qin Chuan, puzzled, inquired why this was the case. Wu Yong handed the material to Qin Chuan, who lowered his gaze to find an employment contract. Ms. Dai had signed a contract with the headquarters of Mei Long in the United States, and now the situation was that she had been dismissed by the headquarters. To pursue this case, we would have to file a lawsuit in the United States. Eric, noticing his junior's reaction, felt a sense of triumph. Wu, as a lawyer, you should comprehend the implications of this contract. Sumit, reveling in his side's advantage, propped his feet on the conference table. You, a citizen of Hua, think you can contend with my Meilong group? What are you, a mere nobody? Eric continued, Wu, you should have a candid discussion with your employer about what facing a lawsuit in the United States entails. Wu Yong appeared troubled. While he was indeed a top lawyer domestically, taking a case to the United States posed significant challenges. The laws of their country would apply, and the U.S. is notorious for favoring its own enterprises. Moreover, he was up against Eric, his senior who had already made a name for himself in the U.S. President Qin. Wu Yong quietly confessed, the chances of winning this case are likely below 30%. Furthermore, it could take years, with legal fees potentially reaching millions. Upon hearing that the legal fees could amount to such a staggering sum, Dai Jie immediately interjected, Qin Chuan, I know you wish to assist me. But this far exceeds the compensation amount. There is no need to pursue this. Eric, with a mocking expression, feigned a commotion while organizing the documents on the table, shaking his head derisively. Wu, you still have much to learn. Do not presume that minor achievements in Hua place you above others. Summit clapped his hands in amusement. I never expected this performance to conclude in just one round. It has truly disappointed me. However, to be fair, Dai Jejia, you are among the capable individuals I've let go from Hua. Dai Jejia paused, casting a suspicious glance at Summit. With a twisted smile, Summit recounted. When I was studying at Harvard, the achievements of the Hua students always overshadowed mine. As a proud individual from India, I refused to believe that the intelligence of Hua people could surpass my own. They must have cheated, yet the school did not scrutinize them rigorously. Since the school is unable to punish them, I must take matters into my own hands. Summit, your lack of ability is not to be blamed on others. Accusing them of cheating is unjust, Dai Jia exclaimed indignantly. You people from Huagua are inherently foolish. If it weren't for cheating, how could you possibly defeat me and the Meilong group? Ha ha ha. I have previously dismissed several Huagua individuals, and their reactions were identical to yours. I relish witnessing your impotent fury. Dai Jia pointed at Summit and inquired of Wu Yong whether such a scoundrel could be sued to render him destitute. Wu Yong appeared troubled, noting that this was merely verbal insult and did not constitute grounds for action. Eric, upon hearing this, laughed uproariously, declaring the ignorant Huagua people could not possibly wish to render my employer impoverished without consulting me first. Summit snapped his fingers, and Eric retrieved a pre-printed document from the table, tossing it to Wu Yong. Upon unfolding the document, Wu Yong's expression darkened considerably. Eric, do you not think this is a bit excessive? Eric, resembling a triumphant victor, spread his hands and replied, Wu Yong, a teacher once advised me that as a lawyer, one must remain devoid of emotions. Your only concern should be whether your employer can win the case. Everything else is inconsequential. That is not how the law functions. Wu Yong, cease this childish behavior. Dai Jia, perplexed, took the document and glanced down, only to be struck by a thunderbolt. The contents were a lawsuit. The Meilong Group was suing Dai Jia for abusing her position during her tenure to facilitate her boyfriend's company's projects, ultimately securing investment for them. However, once the partner company went public, it was soon discovered by an agency that they had falsified data, inflating customer numbers. Consequently, the company's value plummeted from a peak of $6 billion to under $200 million, indirectly causing a loss of $100 million to the Meilong Group. The Meilong Group now demands that Dai Jia compensate them $100 million, or they will pursue imprisonment. No, that cannot be. When I took over the Ruasian Coffee project, I had already broken up with Wu Guangzhou for a year. Furthermore, wishing to avoid any confrontation with Wu Guangzhou, I chose to take a leave of absence from the project. Dai Jia argued, flushed with shame and anger. Eric tossed another document, asking, Dai Jia, is this project decision letter signed by you? Dai Jia, seeing this, felt tears welling up. Indeed, it bore my signature, but the project approval was a company decision. Eric gestured for her to stop, insisting that she merely acknowledge the signature as hers. Summit took a sip of his American coffee and said, Dai Jia, I advise you to start gathering funds swiftly. No, that is impossible. I cannot be held accountable for actions I did not commit. I have never acted with selfish intent during my work. Dai Jia argued vehemently, determined to defend her last shred of dignity. Summit clapped his hands, exclaiming, Excellent, I see you have spirit. Wu Guangzhou, come in. What? Dai Jia was taken aback as a middle-aged man in his 40s approached from outside the conference room. His expression was one of exhaustion, as if he had not rested well for many days. Summit rose and patted Wu Guangyao on the shoulder, saying, Wu Guangyao, why don't you share your thoughts? When you successfully navigated the Ruasian Coffee project, was it not Dai Jia who assisted you from behind the scenes? Wu Guangyao lifted his gaze towards the bewildered Dai Jia and nodded vigorously. Summit burst into hearty laughter, waving his arms in delight, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. Now that we possess all the necessary evidence, Dai Jia, you are liable for $100 million. Eric leaned back, lighting a cigar that symbolized victory, and offered one to Summit. Dai Jia felt disoriented, collapsing into a chair, burying her head in her hands, and silently weeping. Summit, I have fulfilled my promise. You assured me you would be the White Knight, rescuing my company. Summit flicked the ash from his cigar and patted Wu Guangyao on the shoulder. Oh dear. I accidentally dropped some ash on my leather shoe. Would you be so kind as to clean it for me? Wu Guangyao's face twitched, and he knelt down. prepared to wipe Summit's shoe. However, before he could reach out, Summit placed his foot on Wu Guangyao's head, brushing the ash away himself. You Chinese are only fit to be stepping stones, not to polish my shoes. At the other end of the table, Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes and inquired, Lawyer Wu, in this situation, do you believe we can win the lawsuit? The murderous aura emanating from Qin Chuan made Wu tremble. He responded with trepidation, Mr. Qin, I fear it may be unlikely. Qin Chuan glared at him. If we cannot win, why didn't you say so sooner? After Wu spoke, he tightly shut his eyes, bracing for Qin Chuan's reprimand. However, after a few seconds, Qin Chuan surprisingly did not react as anticipated, but merely remarked, if we cannot win, you should have mentioned it earlier.